7-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 4:52 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, February 20th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. Be advised that I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've just been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, it's a result of the domestic terrorist of Unit 207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years, who have terrorized, stalked, stolen from, destroyed my property, basically been on a rampage in many instances since March 2023, in other instances since September 2023. And then unfortunately, they have some new blood up there that was literally sent into their unit after they became a domestic terrorist organization, having formerly been an aggravated criminal conspiracy, which fraudulently went around telling people and institutions that they corrupted in an attempt to further their domestic terrorist organization and their acts of domestic terrorism, that they were in operation. They have never been in operation. They're not in operation right now. And since their inception in March 2023, they have very much consistently proven that they are nothing more than an aggravated criminal conspiracy turned domestic terrorist organization. Now, there is a series of things that we need to go over, but in order to do so, instead of going through and reading things myself, which I've already had to do hundreds of times since February 11th, while these domestic terrorists have deluded themselves into thinking that they have made headway by perpetrating a series of crimes, directly thumbing their nose at the FBI, who had me inform them via numerous filed documents earlier this month that if they chose to proceed with exactly what they chose to proceed with, i.e. the termination of over 100 live streams and active attempts to terminate those that are running now and ran yesterday, which they failed at, that they would have no immunity and that there would be, quote, this is a quote, no leniency for those who obstruct and tamper with evidence. Following unlawful directives doesn't provide you any immunity. There is absolutely no immunity for any of the crimes perpetrated against me, against their employer, the state of Washington, or against the United States of America. These individuals are going to be detained and arraigned and handed their indictments in King County from the FBI. And then after that process, they're going to be arraigned and handed their indictments here in Snohomish County via the Attorney General, their employer, who they've also actively attempted to defraud, just like they've done with the United States and with myself. And some of what I'm saying, you may be thinking, man, there's just no way. There's so many things that you're saying that they're guilty of, this, that, and the other. How can it be? How can it be? Believe me, it's a shock to everyone except for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who's referred to the North Everett precinct as the precinct of fraudsters for years. They were then renamed in January the precinct of stalkers. And then earlier this month, they said, start calling them exactly what they are, a domestic terrorist organization, and explain to them how their aggravated criminal conspiracy turned into a domestic terrorist organization on August 6th at 11:55 p.m. PST, when they began illegally detaining me, and just prior to them making actionable their threats to kidnap the children that they abused pursuant to their disabilities. For the 7 or 8 months prior, who are currently legally kidnapped. In the interim, since they became a terrorist organization, they have gone and acquired numerous fraudulent court orders, and they've gone around and had people enforce these fraudulent court orders, knowing full well everyone enforcing them is now facing prison. And the attorneys, the FBI is excited to federally disbar, knowing full well that every single fraudulent order in of itself is an act of attempting to defraud with their domestic terrorist organization, their employer, the state of Washington. That's why the Attorney General is excited to deal with them in the United States of America, as all of these idiots knew that they were under FBI investigation as soon as they began illegally detaining me. They also knew I was an informant to the FBI because they literally watched me file my reports to the FBI way back in January and February of 2024 when they were criminally and illegally destroying property on the regular. So you don't need to believe it, but then at the same time, believe it. These people are going to prison for the rest of their lives. And you may be wondering, well, why haven't they been detained yet? Because of the evidentiary value of the very things that they're doing, like continuing to attempt to terminate these live streams, like terminating over 100 live streams, like going to court and acquiring more fraudulent court orders. They are proving their criminal intent, and it's my understanding that the FBI is waiting to find out if one specific individual that's not currently slated to go to prison is corrupt or not. I'm not authorized to state who that individual is. And then also because they're basically making a final list of who blew the whistle and who blew the whistle and then perpetrated more domestic terrorism, and who's going to prison and who's getting paid for being in a hostile working environment where they're 100% at risk of retaliation. That is the answer as to why. Also, additionally, they have plans to perpetrate more crimes, which all carry the typical criminal action, like, for instance, actively stalking me right now, and then doing so with fraudulent court orders that were acquired on January 29th, which were not only fraudulent to begin with, but also count as, say it with me, attempts to defraud the United States of America and impede a federal investigation, and attempts to defraud your very fucking employer, the state of Washington. And their plans extend into a couple of weeks in April. Now, I had initially given the FBI consent to basically let this awful group of individuals continue with their awfulness until February 23rd. And then I inadvertently, accidentally, but I'm good on my word, so I'm sticking to it. On January 29th, I inadvertently gave the FBI and the Seattle Federal Marshals and the Attorney Generals and the Snohomish County Sheriffs an extension into April, because at that time I hadn't yet seen the latest fraudulent Google certificates that they'd been using to hack my devices to perpetrate their acts of domestic terrorism and to destroy more of my property. For instance, they destroyed one of my kids' laptops this last Saturday, and they destroyed another on Tuesday, and they destroyed multiple laptops this time last year. Again, there's never been a legitimate operation. There was an opportunity that a bunch of individuals that were reported to the FBI, all of whom are named in my August 14th tort claim filed in 10-500-5934, case at Snohomish Superior Courthouse, and served on everyone. All of the individuals that were reported in 2017 for threatening the very things that their domestic terrorist organization has since made actionable, with a few exceptions. I haven't been murdered yet in a matter that is considered a suicide, nor have I been illegally and unlawfully arrested. But the domestic terrorist organization upstairs, they've been brainstorming for 2 years next month on how they're going to illegally and unlawfully arrest me, kidnap me, or commit me. They've also heard from me since August some of the following, like my calls to 911 when they began illegally detaining me, and I was calling 911 and asking them not to kidnap my sons using my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and Erica the extortionist. and everyone else that they were planning for a year prior to utilize to do so, I started out those 911 calls with the following. The FBI is recording this conversation. Because they have been, and every one of these individuals has been under 24/7 surveillance in some instances, again, since March 2023, September 2023, and as recently as this very moment in time. So what other questions would one possibly have? Oh, you may be wondering, why were they able to terminate like 100 live streams since this last week? That's because of the evidentiary value. The fact that they prevented me from sending offline recordings to the FBI and the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office is a blatant act of terrorism. The fact that they terminated over 100 live streams when they had been told repeatedly, as were those in positions of power, which the FBI is excited to, quote, abdicate, forcibly remove. That there would be no immunity for that and no leniency, and yet they proceeded anyway. And there was an evidentiary value in the individuals that the FBI has surveillance of going in and out of their unit, bringing paper instructions, individuals at the North Everett precinct, many individuals' phone calls. There was evidentiary value, and there's no longer evidentiary value. Ergo, the live streams have been running uninterrupted for, what's it been now? 24 hours? 28 hours or whatever. I don't even know. I lost count. But that's not to say there hasn't been an effort. Unit 207 has tried a variety of ways, including destroying 2 more laptops over Saturday, Sunday, over a 4-day period of time. Again, that's not just destruction of property and cyber crimes and cyber stalking. All of those constitute as domestic terrorism because you're attempting to interfere with the federal investigation into your domestic terrorist organization, which has only not yet been detained because you all have plans into April. And every single plan has the criminal charges that it already is, and then it has the state of Washington charges of you attempting to defraud them. And then it has the FBI's charges of you attempting to defraud them and impede with the investigation that you've known was going on into you all before you ever kidnapped my sons. So there's a lot of things that we need to go over, but I've had to go over them literally the 100+ times that they forced me to initiate new live streams since the 11th. So I've taken to simply playing the recording that is on my YouTube channel titled 216 Debrief Judicial Notice. It covers everything that we need to go over. So I'm going to scroll down to that live stream right now on my YouTube channel. 216. 3 a.m. debrief. Here we go. So it is 5:05 a.m. Thursday, February 20th, 25. I have zero intention of ending this live stream until at least 4 p.m. They max out at 12 hours. Unit 207 has only been able to terminate the live streams in the last either 24 or 48 hours, might be 36. The only way they've been able to is by criminally and illegally shutting off my internet because they've been pretending to be my internet service provider while making themselves the administrators of every device in my home, which they've utilized over the last 13 months, 14, 15, 16 months, since October 2023, to destroy thousands of dollars in devices. Brand new school laptops, more new laptops, brand new cell phones, more new cell phones, etc. Concurrent with them stealing tens of thousands of dollars from me, attempting to starve myself and my cat to death, and over 250 separate criminal actions they've perpetrated. They also currently owe me literally billions of dollars at this point. Billions. Billions. All right, here's that recording, so pay attention. Members of the domestic terrorist organization who will be getting a plea deal and immunity because of the fact that they, like me, are at risk of severe retaliation. Like I'm going to rewind this just a little bit because I addressed the whistleblowers who have continued to blow the whistle and are in good standing. It is worth noting from February 11th to February 14th on the evening of Valentine's Day, the FBI did say that those who had blown the whistle and were continuing to blow the whistle from the 11th to the 14th were still in good standing. 2024 and now as of 2025, in less than 5 weeks, there will be a, quote, exodus at the North Everett precinct. So it is 3:02. I should correct that in this video. Not less than 5 weeks. Their plans extend into April. They've got until April. It's my understanding, as long as they can resist the temptation to break in again. But the FBI, the federal marshals, the sheriff, and myself, well, we're all under the impression that some of the women that the FBI is most excited to throw in prison, and men, they just can't fucking resist it. They want so badly to break in, because a lot of their charges become aggravated charges, and there's some other charges that I don't even know exactly what they are, but they become aggravated, and in some way new charges apply literally in a matter of days. In less than a week, new charges will apply that everyone that's a member of the bar that's involved in the domestic conspiracy are aware of and have deliberately and intentionally not informed their fellow domestic terrorist of. And those new charges, where they are, and the increase to aggravated for some of the felonies they already are looking at, are apparently a really big deal. And you might be wondering, well, why don't you know what the new charges are? I don't know because the FBI didn't tell me. Also because the FBI has stated repeatedly that some of the charges that are going to be on people's indictments, they deliberately and intentionally want to be a surprise. Why? I have no fucking idea. Everything that I know is on a need-to-know basis. Again, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've just been authorized to state that I'm an informant. Unit 207 is just on a hacking rampage. They don't listen. They want to go to prison. I am currently attempting to make this video public, which is what you guys want, so you can try and terminate it again, but hacking the interface of the studio to prevent everything from loading and thinking that they're smooth is what they're all about. On that note, let's go over some quick FBI quotes before I get back to the recording I was playing. One, on Unit 207 explicitly, they are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine. On the North Everett precinct, most officers take an oath to serve and protect. The North Everett precinct takes an oath to abuse and deflect. That constitutes domestic terrorism. Quote, there will be an exodus at the North Everett precinct. End quote. All right, it's set to public. Hack away, hack away, hack away, hack away. Little domestic terrorist. Show your criminal intent. Back to that recording. 2 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not employed by the FBI. I am an authorized to state informant for the FBI, one of many. There are over 20 plus individuals that will be testifying against this domestic terrorist organization. Some of them are, unfortunately, members of the domestic terrorist organization who will be getting a plea deal and immunity because of the fact that they, like me, are at risk of severe retaliation, like I've had to endure, by the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which the FBI renamed to the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers last month. Now, there's quite a few things that we're going to go over in this video. But since I've had to go over them, like, I don't know, over 80 or something like that, how many live streams have they criminally and illegally shut off since February 11th? I lost count once it got over 50. Anyway, we're going to begin by going over the February 13th, 3 a.m. report/addendum. Which, like all of the legal documents, should be visible for all of you at facebook.com/MysticGwenLivesOnlyYou. But Unit 207's been using their law enforcement portal for a lot of felonies, including felonies attached to my Facebook. So whether or not it's actually visible to you, I can't tell you, because they've been using their fraudulent North Everett Precinct Facebook accounts, which I think this is a good time to note that some of the officers have been using since 2017 to terrorize me. If you missed it, part of the reason the FBI has full jurisdictional authority is because in 2017 there was a series of crimes that were perpetrated against me and threatened, which were reported to the FBI, as the threats came from police officers at the North Everett Precinct, the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, some friends/drug users of the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, DCYF employees, and a lawyer of mine that I used to have a sexual relationship with, who I was friends with before he was ever my lawyer, and had a relationship with before he was ever my lawyer. And then the domestic terrorist organization upstairs, in an attempt to create that non-existent federal defense, you know, the one that was reported about in the August 14th tort claim, where all the remaining felonies that they were hoping to perpetrate were also recorded. Well, according to the FBI, every one of those named individuals that were reported 8 years ago for the very crimes your domestic terrorist organization perpetrated, well, get this. All of them except for one individual is going to prison with you guys. They're all part of it. It's part of the reason why the FBI has full jurisdictional authority. Now, again, we're going to go over that February 13th report first. And for that, I am going to play a preceding live stream. One that they criminally and illegally shut off on the 13th. This is from the live stream on my channel that is titled 2-13 4 something a.m. in the morning. I'm going to the YouTube channel right now. I'm still recording offline on the laptop where they didn't disengage and disable the camera. Indigo's laptop, remember, they also broke Garrett's brand new laptop yesterday. One of thousands of dollars of technological devices they've criminally and illegally broken. Most notably, the multiple things that they broke in February of 2024. Again, never part of any sort of legitimate operation. This is a domestic terrorist organization. It's an aggravated criminal conspiracy and a criminal enterprise. It's never been a legit operation since its inception. It's been a criminal enterprise, an aggravated criminal conspiracy. And again, in August, because of more than 5 felonies that y'all have perpetrated, you became a domestic terrorist organization. So this is from the live stream 2-13, 4:32 a.m. I'm going to click on it, and then I've got to fast forward about 2 hours in, and you will hear this is the addendum from February 13th at 3 a.m. The FBI feels that this one is very important. So I'm fast forwarding an hour and 57 minutes into that live stream. And here you go. Pay attention. Okay, here we go. Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County prosecutors have all informed to FBI.
From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, subject supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Immediate action required. Criminal enterprise in domestic terrorist organization. No immunity for unlawful directives. This document serves as the fourth addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and previously supplemented. It provides further critical updates regarding the relentless and escalating criminal conspiracy orchestrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their expanding network of co-conspirators. This addendum also functions as a formal police report detailing new criminal acts perpetrated between February 10th and February 13th, 2025. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all subsequent addendums February 6th, February 7th, and February 8th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This explicitly includes, but is not limited to, Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10-500-5934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Supplemental information, criminal acts from February 10th to February 13th, 2025. The following criminal acts have been perpetrated by Unit 207 and their co-conspirators, further demonstrating the ongoing and escalating nature of this criminal enterprise. February 10th, 2025, just before noon, a male individual from Unit 207 briefly appeared to deliver written materials. The content and purpose of these materials are currently unknown, but are considered suspect in the context of ongoing harassment and conspiracy. February 10th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct predictably and unlawfully rejected the police report/addendum filed on February 8th. This blatant act of obstruction of justice is consistent with their ongoing efforts to shield themselves and their co-conspirators from accountability. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing their intent to feign cessation of stalking while continuing these criminal activities. They also discussed plans to dispatch multiple individuals to my residence before February 23rd under the false pretext that my participation is required for some unspecified purpose. February 10th, 2025, 12 a.m. and 8:37 a.m. PST. YouTube live streams initiated by me were criminally and illegally terminated. These actions are consistent with evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and obstruction of justice. February 11th, 2025, 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in a cybercrime spree, illegally shutting off an astounding 23 live streams. February 11th, 2025, 5:20 p.m. PST. A male individual from the upstairs unit known to be actively stalking me with neighbors Andy and Kelly, the DCYF employee and brother of an EPD officer who left harassing notes in the summer of 2023, entered the balcony door of Unit 207. This further illustrates the coordinated stalking and harassment efforts involving multiple individuals and potentially implicating members of law enforcement and DCYF. That shouldn't say potentially. That should say, and it implicates. Everything that is written here, there is evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt, and the FBI has confirmed that damn near every day that I've been illegally detained. Moving on. February 13th, 2025, 1:55 a.m. PST. During a live stream, Unit 207 illegally terminated the broadcast and in a significant escalation of evidence tampering erased a 20-plus hour recording stored offline. This act was concurrent with the criminal and illegal erasure of over 4 hours of the YouTube live stream from the previous night. Prior to the termination, I had explicitly noted in the live stream description the threat to the female occupant upstairs to terminate the broadcast while I slept, which she subsequently carried out. This erasure is believed to be for the same reason speculated in the February 8th addendum: obstruction of justice, intimidation of a federal witness, and tampering with evidence of their ongoing criminal conspiracy. Ongoing cybercrimes and live stream interference, February 12th to the 13th. February 13th, 1:55 a.m. PST, live termination, as noted above. February 12th, 9:11 p.m. PST, female felons in upstairs unit explicitly planned to terminate the live stream while I slept. This threat was typed into the live stream description in an attempt to preemptively deter their criminal actions and document their intent. February 12th, 8:57 p.m. PST, female felons engaged in further cyber tampering, illegally cutting and tampering with the live stream. February 12th, 8:02 p.m., live stream terminated from 7:56 p.m. to 8:02 p.m. February 12th, 7:51 p.m. update. Unit 207 activity since noon indicates female felons are anticipating imprisonment but express high expectation for next week and further crimes, believing, quote, court, quote, will favor them. They also suggest co-conspirators are, quote, even more excited for next week. February 12th, 9:02 a.m. PST. Unit 207 terminated a prior live stream. February 12th, 6:43 a.m. to 7:43 a.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning out and conspiratorial. There we go. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning and conspiratorial discussions involving both male and female occupants, continuing as of 7:44 a.m. PST. February 12th to February 13th at 3 a.m. Unit 207 has criminally and illegally tampered with, obstructed, and committed cybercrimes against at least 9 live streams. 3. This is not an operation. This is a criminal enterprise and domestic terrorist organization. It is important to state unequivocally that the actions documented here and in all prior filings are not part of any legitimate law enforcement operation, nor are they justifiable. This is an aggravated conspiracy, a criminal enterprise.
Come on.
Constitutes
go wash your towel and tie it on top of your head, and to the female Kim Jong-uns, go build a fucking rocket.
Perpetrators, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, and their co-conspirators are engaged in a systematic and sustained campaign of felony stalking and harassment, constant surveillance, intimidation tactics, and deliberate disruption of my peace and safety. Cybercrimes and evidence tampering, illegal termination of live streams, erasure of recordings, and hacking attempts to obstruct justice and conceal their criminal activities. Obstruction of justice, rejection of legitimate police reports, fraudulent court maneuvers, and concerted efforts to impede any investigation into their crimes. Child abuse and exploitation. The continued and deliberate exploitation of my disabled sons to perpetrate felonies and further this criminal conspiracy. Illegal detainment and kidnapping. Ongoing illegal detainment within my own home and prior actionable kidnappings of my disabled sons. Civil rights violations and ADA violations. Systematic deprivation of my civil rights and targeted
Nerd Squad, I'm refreshing it right now, and it looks like you're right. It's a totally white screen for the time being, while the men and women upstairs
attempts to extort and
further their domestic terrorism. Make sure you guys smile and wave when you exit.
4. no immunity
Remember,
for unlawful directives.
you're on FBI
Let
candid
it be
camera.
explicitly stated.
Let it be explicitly stated.
In fact, you're on FBI candid camera right now inside the unit.
No immunity for these criminal acts. Every individual involved, regardless of their position or perceived authority, is personally and criminally liable.
And whistleblowers,
for their
remember, I'm not talking to you.
participation in this conspiracy. The willingness to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness only deepens their culpability and ensures the maximum penalties under the law.
Maximum penalties.
Echoes of January 2024 pattern of criminality confirmed. It is critical to note that this pattern of criminal behavior is not new. January 2024, individuals from Unit 207, including the same two males who initiated my illegal detainment on August 6, 2024, were actively engaged in indoctrinating and exploiting disabled minors, directing my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser to indoctrinate our disabled sons based on their disabilities and to plan their kidnapping until August 17, 2024. Destruction of personal property, deliberately destroying my brand new laptops in January 2024. Theft, stealing money from each and every delivery I received for all of my deliveries from September 2023 to August 2024. These actions, like the ongoing crimes, were never part of any legitimate legal operation. They are, and always have been, components of a premeditated and aggravated criminal conspiracy targeting me and my children. The abuse of disabled minors for 13 months, their exploitation to perpetrate felonies, kidnapping, ADA violations, stalking, harassment, and all other documented crimes are not and cannot be construed as any form of legitimate operation. They are the hallmarks of a criminal enterprise, operating with impunity and a complete disregard for the law. 6. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated to reflect the additional criminal acts documented in this addendum. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 187 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the breaking and entering on January 29th. $10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all
Nerd Squad,
penalties
5:30
of
a.m.,
fraudulent court
2:20.
orders
There are
used in
291
conjunction with
videos
any
set for
illegal
public
act.
viewing pursuant
Quadrupling of
to the
these
YouTube
fees for
interface,
any
which
of
is
the above
obviously being
criminal
hacked,
acts
so I
that
don't
are
know for sure if
perpetrated
that's what
within
you're
7
saying.
days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. $10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date, including the rejection of the February 8th report. $10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date, including the numerous terminations between February 10th and February 13th. $10 million for each and every instance of stalking. $10 million for each and every instance of harassment. $10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. $10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. Additional penalties incurred February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Obstruction of justice. Rejection of 2A report. $40 million. Quadruple penalty. Live stream terminations February 10th to the 13th. At least 30 terminations times 10 million equals 300 million. Ongoing stalking, harassment, and cybercrimes, Penalties continue to occur daily and are incident equals. The criminal actions documented in this fourth addendum, alongside those previously reported and consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, further and exponentially increase the financial liability of these conspirators. 7. Conclusion. This fourth addendum provides further damning and irrefutable evidence that the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their co-conspirators are not engaged in any legitimate operation, but rather are actively perpetuating an aggravated criminal conspiracy, functioning as a criminal enterprise and a domestic terrorist organization. Their actions represent a grave threat to my safety, the well-being of my children, and the integrity of the justice system. The FBI is fully aware of these rapidly escalating developments.
Fully aware.
Have
Have you guys started to imagine that the unit on the third floor is the FBI, like I told you?
You should imagine that.
Notice of these ongoing and new crimes, a demand for immediate and decisive action to dismantle this criminal enterprise, protect myself and my children, and ensure that all individuals involved are held fully accountable under the law. There is no immunity for these actions, and the perpetrators will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law. I declare on the penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 13th, 2025, time 3:49 a.m. EST. Now, I don't have any intention of ending this live stream anytime in the immediate future. Unit 207 may have material ideas, but per the FBI's latest brief to me that I'm not off.
Okay,
Out loud,
so
some of the people
you're listening still to that recording. Let me pause this. Pause. That was the February 13th report, which is far more important than the one that went out on the 14th. The one that went out on the 14th became completely irrelevant because of Unit 207's ongoing criminal conduct since then. Now I am going back to a video that has the remaining documents that the FBI would like to put an emphasis on for those of you that, again, are indeed going to prison. But hey, guys, the good news is it's February 16th. And if you didn't notice, in December and in the last 12 days, the FBI has had me submit legally binding paperwork informing you all that the plan is, and it can change subject with your domestic terrorist organization's criminal
It's
conduct.
now April because
The
of your
plan
guys'
is
planned felonies in April, apparently.
for you all to go to
I don't know
jail
what the fuck
next
you're planning
month.
for April.
And then I did you all a favor because I said it would be after the 10th.
I only have disgusting lentils.
I mean, that's pretty nice of me to just let you know like that ahead of time that at least for the first 10 days of March, as long as your domestic terrorist organization can control themselves, you won't be in jail yet. You won't have been arraigned yet. Now I am going back to the 2/8 live stream. 2/8, 5:20 p.m. Part 2, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. I'm going to press play here, and this you're going to want to listen to roughly 30 to 45 minutes. Also, keep in mind, it is 3:27 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If this live stream ends for any reason, without me orally telling you the end time and explicitly stating a new live stream is initiating in 90 seconds or less, the domestic terrorist within Unit 207 and the revolving door of North Everett Precinct officers that have come over to aid and abet their fellow domestic terrorist are 100% responsible.
100%.
They're going to be charged for that. And I don't know that the live stream has ended and or they're preventing me from initiating another. But again, as of the preceding live stream, according to the FBI, it shouldn't be a problem going forward. It's not a problem. The FBI is...
I'm pausing this recording just to clarify. It's 5:36 a.m., February 20th, 2025. As I addressed in the beginning of this live stream, I'm no longer under the impression that anyone will be in jail next month. The FBI has not said that. The FBI has not changed their comment that officers would be in jail next month. But with the fraudulent Google certificate and my inadvertent consent, I'm personally speculating. I think it'll be April now. But again, the FBI has not rescinded their comment that they'd be going to jail next month. Okay, back to the recording.
Expecting will be persisting. The rampant criminality, again, from 2/11 to the live stream that preceded the live stream, which preceded this, did a lot evidentiary-wise for the FBI. So, I'm going to press play. You're going to want to listen. These are the documents that were filed this month. Prior to that one you just heard from February 13th, which is an important one, but another one that's important is the February 4th judicial notice, which is what I'm going to begin with reading in this very live stream that I just clicked on. Again, this is 2/8/5/20 PM PT 22.
The North Everett precinct. Oh, now we have a bounce back.
I got to fast forward to the right spot.
That have
Here
been
we go.
made as a result of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters and stalkers.
Also,
and their litany of crimes.
I am recording offline again because if you missed it, Unit 207 attempted to completely remove the camera off the device that's currently running the live stream, so that this device that I'm holding in my hand usually runs the live stream. And since they did that to the Lenovo ThinkPad, now this is recording offline, and the Lenovo ThinkPad is recording the live stream. That's why you're looking at my ceiling.
/ Mystic Gwen Pod. But the criminals of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, who will soon be provided with their unsealed indictments and whatnot, have prevented that from being available for you all, except for via a YouTube video at present. So there is a YouTube video that has the same title as this one. It does not say part 1, and the title is complete. This one.
I'm actually going to pause this right here. You guys heard the February 13th report. I think that's sufficient for this video, only because I can play the rest of this on the next live stream later today, and that's what I will do. I'll keep it a tab open. We're 28 minutes into it. If you want the full thing, you can search on my YouTube channel, 2-16 space 3 a.m. space debrief judicial notice, and that should pull up the video. Alternatively, you can go to my website, mysticgwen.com, click on DEN or the menu option. I think it says DEN or more, and go to the page that is dedicated to the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, and that video will be available right there. I do have to play the whole recording over the 24 hours ahead. But again, we listened to the February 13th report, and I think that that paired with my oral statements at the beginning of this is sufficient for this specific live stream. And I was watching an interesting little DW documentary series on people who survived the Holocaust. I'm going back to that. Oh, if you don't know what DW is, it's like German PBS, but it's so much better than our PBS, in my opinion. You got to skip all their shit on war, but like watch their shit on immigration, any sort of social issues or biographies are great.
So I was born in Warsaw, Poland, in a Jewish hospital. My name used to be Gita Milstein. My mother her maiden name was Sturman. She was a manicurist, and her clientele was most of it Polish people, and she had lots of them because she was a good worker. She knew what she was doing. My father came from Mogilnica, Poland. That's where he was born. He did have another brother and a sister. His mother became a widow when the kids were small. And because eventually her sister came to the United States. So the sister sent for her to come. So in the 30s, exactly, I don't know when, but before the war, she came to the United States. So I didn't have somebody in the United States. My father was a butcher. And just before the war started, he and his partner opened a slaughterhouse across the river Wisła, which didn't last too long, of course. Now, as a small child, they put me to go to a preschool. And the preschool, there was only 3 Jewish kids. There was a little girl, there was a boy, and I. And there was one seesaw, and you needed to wait your turn to get on the seesaw. And one time the small little Jewish girl was waiting patiently for her turn. When it came, we used to have over there, now they call them the bully, the biggest kid. He pushed her away and say, I am going now on the seesaw, you dirty Jew. And that's what I was called. I was called dirty Jew. And when I was looking myself, I couldn't understand, because my mother prided herself that I was only dressed nice and clean. I was also called the Christ killer. I didn't know who Christ was. How could I kill anybody? But what was happening, that the preachers in the church used to preach that the Jews killed Jesus, and the teachers in the school used to teach the same thing. But nobody ever mentioned
The
that
Romans.
Jesus was born
The
and
Romans did
died
it.
as a religious Jew. So when he pushed that little girl, even that he was a head bigger than I was, I couldn't take it. I punched him in the nose. He started bleeding and crying. And I say, that is her turn. You have to wait for you. Well, from that day, I got a little bit respect. But when it came to play with kids on the street, I
This chick's a
tried to
baller,
avoid.
dude. She's punching big boys on the playground.
In our house, we were speaking Polish. When my father and mother didn't want me to know something, then they started to speak Yiddish. They didn't know that I did know that I understood. So I was just going in a corner and laughing, because I figured, okay, you just talk. I know what you're talking about. And the only one that was really not talking to me, but singing to me Jewish song was my grandfather. He used to have a beautiful voice. So, so I knew Yiddish. My father was was estranged. I mean, supposedly he did love us, but he was good looking, and he used to have girlfriends on the side. So when he used to come from time to time, and one time I asked him to have a puppy, and he said no. And I was mad because I love dogs. And he said no. So he asked me for a book, and I took a book, and instead of giving to him, I just throw it at him. And he took me on his knees, took his belt off, and beat the hell out of me. That I did have marks all over my legs because I was wearing short dresses. But he taught me a lesson. He said, you don't throw something that has knowledge in it. When you know how to read, you're going to find out that this is the best lesson that I can give you now. And he was right, because when I started to read, I never put a book down. There was rumors about the war, but being a kid, I didn't understand what was going on. So I didn't, of course, even if they would explain to me, I wouldn't know. And one time, my mother took me to a parade, excuse me, of Polish soldiers on horses. And she let me go for a second, and I went to a horse. I wanted to pet him, and I was almost under his hoofs. Lucky that somebody saw it and pulled me back. But any dog that I saw, I used to always go and pet the dog. And one time a big dog jumped on me, and my mother figured, okay, she's not going to go anymore. It didn't help. I was in our room, which was a luxury room. One room, kitchen in the back, everything else in the back in the courtyard. And I woke up, and there was noise. There was bomb falling down. The Germans used to have two kind of bombs. One used to demolish the house. The other used to put the house on fire. And on the street, probably one of the houses got hit by the bomb. And at that time, people used to have blankets from feathers. And the feathers started to fly over the street like snowflakes. Okay, so I still didn't know what was then, and my mother came back home.
Still reflecting as
And
291
I found out
videos.
that
Nerd Squad at
we was being
5:49
attacked.
a.m. Set
Uh,
for published consent.
Now, to live at that time in Poland, it wasn't like today that if you have a frigidaire, you load it up, you go to the supermarket, you load with everything, and you used to buy bread every day. You used to, if you needed milk, you used to buy. There was no frigidaires. There was not even ice boxes. So starvation started right away. In the beginning, the bakers started to bake bread. You used to have to stay in line to get a loaf of bread. My mother used to know the baker, so she used to get the bread. Now, right away, they also pumped the water pipe. So it's not was only shortage of food, but also of water. And Warsaw decided to fight them. I mean, by fighting, it's not really fighting, but they took the trams that used to run, turned them over to make barricade, making trenches. At 2 weeks, after 2 weeks, they surrender because people were starving. And the German march, and you didn't see any smile on their faces. Everything motorized, tanks, motorcycle, big, cars, not a smile on anybody's face. And the first thing what they decided to do, it says, okay, you're starving, we're going to feed you. So they give flour to the bakers, and they told them, bake the bread. But right away, they say, there'll be no food for the Jewish people. And, some of the Jewish people, they dress differently, they look differently. If a person like that would stay in line, he would get pulled, beaten up, and say, there's no food for you. And, mean, I didn't look Jewish, my mother didn't look Jewish, and that's our luck. My mother was staying in line, holding me in her arms. When our turn came, the German that was watching the line gave me a loaf of bread, and my mother a loaf of bread, which was unbelievable because nobody got 2 loaves of bread. So as we walk at the end of the line was staying a woman that she was living in our building. And every time that she saw my mother, she would say, "Hey, look at that Jew woman." And that was not an exception. Say, "Look at the Jew woman. She has 2 loaves of bread. By the time it's going to be my turn, there'll be no bread left over." So my mother gave her loaf of bread, knowing that I'm starving, that I'm going to be crying for food. And really, that loaf of bread was not only for us, because across the street, the whole street was only 2 Jewish family, okay, which across the street was living, before he passed away, before the war, my grandfather, his wife, and 2 young uncles. My grandfather passed away of cancer, before the war at least. So the bread was also to share with them. Because we was living in a section that was strictly Polish. It was called Polska. Something like that anyway. So, you know, and the woman was staying with her mouth open. She didn't know what to say. But sometimes a loaf of bread change a person. So anyway, in the meantime, a little bit before the Germans started attacking Warsaw, my father and a group of men left Warsaw to go to Russia because the border was still open. But to get into Russia, you needed to become a Russian citizen. And I didn't find out about it. I didn't find out that my father left even. So I didn't know nothing. My mother knew about it. And eventually, after some time, some of the men came back and told my mother that the German killed my father. He was trying to come back. I don't know exactly what, but they killed him. I didn't know about that thing till after the war. And so, but that time I really didn't care anymore because I was mad. He left, he didn't even say goodbye. Every day there was other orders coming from the German. And it started like, you cannot have more than 200 zloty in a bank and only take 200 zloty. I always try to figure how much it was in the dollars, but it doesn't work. To feed your family. If you have a business, you need to give the business away. Doctor of only on Jewish people. Teachers couldn't teach anymore. So the thing is, no money, no job, starvation started. Then they decide to go do a calorie count. Who was getting how many calories? We started with Volksdeutsch. Volksdeutsch is half a German, half not. They used to get, I think, over 2,000 calories per day. The Poles used to get, I think, 700 and something calories per day. The Jews used to get 182 or 84 calories per day. which was maybe a slice of bread, some butter, and marmalade. Okay, that was the food. But still, life was going on. Till the Gestapo decided that they want everybody in one section of Warsaw, close to the railroad track. They gave us 3 days to move. I mean, it's impossible. So a group of the elders from the Jewish congregations went to another city where there was sitting a general that was not an SS, and he hated the SS, and he gave 2 weeks. My mother didn't wait too long. She figured, let's do it. She exchanged our luxury apartment to an apartment that when you put 3 single beds, that was the size of it. And my grandmother and my 2 uncles got also a place in the same building. They got even worse because they got with other people. And we're not talking about an apartment. We're talking each room. And in each room was maybe 10, 12 people. Because what was happening, let's say that today they're going to say, okay, the ghetto is going to be from here to here. Next day they say, oh no, it's going to be from here to here. So the people that exchanged their apartment found themselves on the streets. They didn't have where to go. An area that was designated for maybe 250,000 people, there was 500,000 people. Because it's not only from Warsaw. People start.
Oh, Unit 207, your fucking hacking is
A
some
similar
bullshit.
position to
Seriously, I
European
gotta push
knights.
play and wait for a
And
minute
a commoner
before I
who
get to hear
rose
the
to this
podcast.
rank had now entered the nobility. In fact, this was the only way any commoner could rise in social status. If a jaguar warrior truly excelled and captured even more, he would be promoted to the rank of eagle warrior. These were the military elite of the Mexica, and would go into battle wearing a beaked helmet and resplendent feathers.
Scary as
They
fuck, dude.
were the
Some guy
most
jumps
feared
out of
of
the
all the
jungle
Aztec
with a
warriors.
beaked helmet with feathers and a jaguar
Because of these
jacket.
incentives to capture rather than kill, some historians have argued that human sacrifice in Mexico actually did little more than change the location of the violence of war. While a European battle at any point in history might see tens of thousands of soldiers killed, all the violence usually took place out of sight of most of the population. Meanwhile, an Aztec battle would see relatively few casualties, but all the killing would be done where everyone in the city could see it. I think everyone should make up their own minds on how they feel about this. We shouldn't try to minimize the day-to-day horror that this practice would have involved. But it's also important to remember that sacrifice is not something that makes the Aztecs particularly exceptional when looked at in a wider historical perspective. An even more difficult question to answer is how the average Mexica person of the time felt about it all. It's likely that reactions to the practice were extremely varied and complex. Many ordinary people may have viewed it with a mixture of fear and fascination, as European peasants once felt about our own grisly, drawn-out public executions. Or perhaps they felt about it the way we feel about the more than 1 million people who die around the world in car accidents each year. A tragedy for the individuals they may have thought, but not something that can be helped if we want the world as we know it to keep on going. Some certainly may have enjoyed the spectacle, like the ritual slaughter of gladiators and unarmed prisoners in the Roman Colosseum.
Okay, I'm gonna
The
go
Aztec
try and catch
sacrifices
some
would have
more
been
Z's. If you
raucous
missed it, the
and would have
domestic terrorists
reminded
have
anyone
really
who watched them
done a bang
of
up
the
job with
fragility of their own
fucking up my
lives
sleep.
and of the power of the state. The sight would have served a purpose in terrifying people
Remember,
into
terrorists,
obeying
don't
their
you
king.
jihad upstairs.
And of
You do that
course,
shit in your
they would
car.
probably have got
few
a
miles
guilty
away.
rush of pleasure as they thought, I'm glad that's not me.
You're looking at my front door in my living room.
While all
where
of
you
these
see that blue
questions
light
are
on your
still
screen.
a matter for lively debate,
That's where my
one
front
thing
door is.
for sure.
We're aiming the camera there.
The practice of human
'Cause
sacrifice
remember,
was about to
The cycle of
increase sharply.
subterfuge is continuing. The
And
downward
part of the reason
spiral
for that is a
towards
dramatic
full
change
accountability
in
under the
political
law.
landscape
And the
in Valley of
psychopaths that are in
Mexico.
charge,
As the year 1400 passed
they are
by,
so
the
desperate
world of the
that
valley
they
was
just
about
would
to
love
erupt
to break
into
in here.
war.
I mean, they're so desperate that
And
the
one king would
whistleblowers are
soon
at risk
rise
of
to
being
power
killed by
in
them.
Tenochtitlan,
Let
who
that
would
sink in.
embody the warlike spirit of the Mexica like no
Crazy.
other. He would turn this booming island city into the hub of a powerful empire and a military force that would eventually dominate the whole valley and beyond. And his name was Itzcoatl. Little is known about the early life of Itzcoatl. His name meant obsidian serpent, and it would prove fitting to his character. Itzcoatl was a noble in the court of the Mexican king Chimalpopoca. Chimalpopoca was his nephew, and had come to the throne at the age of 20. This young king had a kind heart, but he lacked a certain degree of strength and experience. At this time, the Tepanec people still ruled the Valley of Mexico, and Tenochtitlan, like the rest of the valley, was under their thumb. And for good reason. The Tepanecs had a powerful army, supplied with fighting men by over 40 cities, and their capital city of Azcapotzalco controlled the shore of the lake, right where the three great causeways of Tenochtitlan met the land. And any time the aqueduct broke, its people needed the Tepanecs' permission to bring in new materials to rebuild it. And so Tenochtitlan didn't cause any trouble. They paid a regular tribute to the Tepanecs and agreed to send soldiers to fight in their wars. Part of why the Tepanecs had been so successful in the last century was down to the astonishingly long reign of their current king. His name was Tezozomoc, and if the Aztec records are correct, then by the year 1420, he was already over 100 years old. King Tezozomoc had ruled in Azcapotzalco for over 50 years, as the historian Fernando Ixtlilxochitl recalls.
He was so old that they carried him about like a child, swathed in feathers and soft skins. They always took him out into the sun to warm him up, and at night he slept between two great braziers, and he never withdrew from their glow. He was very temperate in his eating and drinking, and for this reason he lived so long.
But the Tepanecs and their old king were not loved by the other people in the valley. They ruled with a regime of violence and terror, and King Tezozomoc had a fearsome reputation, as Ixtlilxochitl recalls.
He was the most cruel man who ever lived, proud, warlike, and domineering.
The Tepanecs kept the other cities of the valley in line with a regime of targeted assassinations and military force. Any king standing in their way was soon likely to find men sneaking into his palace with obsidian daggers, ready to cut his throat as he slept. The invasion of a Tepanec army would usually follow soon after. When Itzcoatl was just a young lord, he saw one stark example of this in the fate of the city of Texcoco, which sat on the opposite shore of the lake to Tenochtitlan. Texcoco was home to a young prince by the name of Nezahualcoyotl, who is one of the most fascinating characters in this story. Nezahualcoyotl's name meant hungry coyote, but for most of his early life he would have lived in the lap of luxury. That is, until his father, the king of Texcoco, got in the way of the ambitions of the Tepanec Empire. When Nezahualcoyotl was 15 years old, Tepanec assassins burst into his palace and murdered his father. Nezahualcoyotl hid from the assassins in the branches of a nearby tree and saw his father's death right before his eyes. When it was safe to come down, he fled the city. A Tepanec army soon marched on Texcoco. The Tepanecs demanded that the weak young king of Tenochtitlan, Chimalpopoca, also send troops to help in their war, and so the armies of Tenochtitlan helped the Tepanecs to burn down the city. The young prince Nezahualcoyotl, still grieving for his father and his slaughtered people, was forced to flee the only place he had ever called home. For 4 years, Nezahualcoyotl hid in the mountains, disguised as a commoner. He must have been terrified that assassins would find him, and that he would soon meet the same fate as his father. But Chimalpopoca, the young king of Tenochtitlan, seems to have felt a pang of regret about the part that he played in the destruction of Texcoco. He traveled to the Tepanec capital to meet the old king Tezozomoc and intervene on the young prince's behalf. I think it's an incredible image. King Chimalpopoca, a young man of 20, entering the dim-lit chamber. The ancient king Tezozomoc, swaddled in his feathers and skins, sitting beside his burning brazier for warmth. We can imagine Chimalpopoca's voice shaking a little as he asked this powerful emperor to spare the prince Nezahualcoyotl. He asked that the prince be allowed to come to Tenochtitlan to live in peace and to study at one of the city's schools. Amazingly, King Tezozomoc agreed to the proposal. And so the young Nezahualcoyotl was allowed to come down from his exile in the mountains and to live in Tenochtitlan. He studied in a kind of school called a Calmecac, where the children of the nobility learned the crafts of high society, how to become military leaders, administrators, and priests. It must have been a strange feeling for the young prince, to live just across the lake from the home that had been taken from him, and where a puppet king now ruled. He would have even been able to see his home of Texcoco across the lake on a clear day. He may have sat at the tops of the tall pyramids, gazed out over the lake, and wondered if he would ever be able to return home. He spent 10 years in Tenochtitlan, and he would always have an affinity for the city and its culture. And it's here that he met the noble Itzcoatl, the obsidian serpent. We don't know exactly when they met, but I like to think it may have been during this time. Perhaps they wandered the markets of Tlatelolco, watched the canoes coming in with sheaths of maize, and ate fish egg tortillas together. They may have walked around the great plaza of Tiopan and spoken about their shared hatred for their Tepanec rulers. And perhaps it's here that they began to hatch their plan to wrest control of the valley away from the cruel king Tezozomoc. They couldn't have known it then, but the chance they were hoping for was just around the corner. The reign of King Tezozomoc had been a golden age for the Tepanecs. But in the year 1426, the old king finally died, at the grand age of 106. And suddenly, the power of the Tepanec Empire began to falter. Tezozomoc had a great number of sons. Upon his death, one son named Tayatzin took the Tepanek throne, but one of his brothers, a man called Mashtla, fancied his chances. Mashtla toppled his brother from the throne and seized the crown for himself. A full-blown succession crisis erupted, and civil war broke out across the Tepanek lands, and suddenly the city of Tenochtitlan found itself right at the center of it. The kindly young king Chimalpopoca had a strong sense of fairness. He backed what he saw as the rightful king, but the usurper Mashtla was of course enraged. He began to exchange insults with Chimalpopoca, and at one point even sent him a gift of women's clothing. Chimalpopoca was by this time around 30 years old, but he still had that strain of youthful naivety. In the year 1427, he was lying asleep in his palace when a band of trained killers crept over its walls. They snuck into the bedchamber of King Chimalpopoca and killed him. The Tepanek usurper, King Mashtla, must have been delighted when he heard the news, but he didn't realize that he had scored something of an own goal. The death of the kindly King Chimalpopoca made way for another, much stronger king to rise in Tenochtitlan. Now was the turn of Itzcoatl, and he would spell the end of the Tepanek Empire. Itzcoatl partnered with the exiled prince Nezahualcoyotl, and together the two of them went from city to city around the valley, gathering people to their cause. And everywhere they went, they found people who had had enough of the Tepanek's rule. The Aztec chronicles record that they gathered an army of up to 100,000 men. And when the Tepanek's most loyal ally, the city of Tlacopan, joined the war on Itzcoatl's side, King Mashtla must have known that his days were numbered. But he didn't give up without a fight. The war raged on for 2 years. At first, the Tepaneks besieged Tenochtitlan. They knew that if they could take out the island city early on, the resistance to them would be destroyed. But the lake city was exceptionally well placed to withstand a siege, and so a steady stream of goods and reinforcements would have easily passed in and out of the city by canoe. Tenochtitlan held out until King Itzcoatl arrived with his army and sent the besieging Tepaneks packing. Their retreat quickly turned into a rout, and the combined forces of Itzcoatl and Nezahualcoyotl marched on the Tepanek capital of Azcapotzalco in the year 1428. They encircled it, broke down its walls, and burned it to the ground. The usurper king Mashtla was dragged back to the city of Tenochtitlan and killed at the top of its great temple. The era of Tepanek rule was over, and now a new power ruled in the valley. Prince Nezahualcoyotl returned to his home of Texcoco and ruled as its king, 10 years after he had fled as a frightened child. Itzcoatl also ruled in Tenochtitlan, and together with the smaller partner of Tlacopan, they formalized a treaty that would see them rule over the Valley of Mexico together. These 3 cities divided up the former Tepanek lands, and their kings agreed to cooperate in future wars of conquest, dividing the tribute between them. This was a treaty known as the Triple Alliance, and it would form the foundations of a true empire in the region, a power that would one day come to be known as the Aztec Empire. Writing in the 1840s, the historian W.H. Prescott wrote that he believed there were 2 sides to the Aztec character, and he thought these 2 sides actually came from different sources. Their high-minded and austere culture, their refined etiquette, mathematical skills, and love of poetry must have been inherited from the refined ancient empire of the Toltecs, he wrote. But the other side of their character was also there, the side of blood sacrifice, the side that relished the thrill of battle and conquest. He suggested that this came from their nomadic, tribal beginnings. This theory is pretty simplistic and impossible to prove, but it does show you how much the two conflicting sides of the Aztecs have puzzled historians for almost as long as they have been studied. And during this period, these two sides were embodied in the characters of the two kings, Itzcoatl and Nezahualcoyotl. When Nezahualcoyotl returned to rule in Texcoco, he was a fair and relatively peaceful king. He built a temple there where he banned the practice of human sacrifice, and even the sacrifice of animals. He was also a lover of literature. He built a great library in Texcoco, gathering together all the manuscripts that he could, ornately painted documents written in pictographs on deer skin and bark paper. And he even wrote poetry himself, which was passed down by word of mouth before being written down by the Spanish in the 16th century. This extract from one of his more famous songs shows that Nezahualcoyotl believed that poetry helped to soothe the pain of living.
Perhaps my friends will be lost. My companions will vanish when I lie down in that place. Flowers are our only garments. Only songs make our pain subside.
But his partner king, Itzcoatl, was different. He had the ambition of establishing this new triple alliance as an imperial power to surpass anything the Tepanecs had achieved, and he was happy to use any ruthless methods to do it. Helping him in this task was a shadowy figure known only to history as Tlacaelel. Tlacaelel had been the brother of the kindly king Chimalpopoca, killed in his bed by Tepanec assassins. But he had none of Chimalpopoca's softness. Throughout the war with the Tepanecs, he had acted as an advisor to Itzcoatl, and rose through the ranks of the royal court to become his chief advisor. He would hold this position through the reign of 3 subsequent kings, and some have claimed that throughout this time, Tlacaelel was the true ruler of the Aztec Empire. Although he was offered the crown multiple times, he always refused it, preferring to remain in the shadows, the power behind the throne. On one hand, Tlacaelel was a dedicated reformer. He was determined to turn the Aztec state into an efficient machine, improving and modernizing its administration and methods for collecting taxes. But the kind of state that Tlacaelel wanted to build also had some remarkable and terrifying similarities to dictatorships that we might recognize from our more recent history. First of all, Tlacaelel understood the importance of controlling information. As soon as Itzcoatl took the throne in Tenochtitlan, Tlacaelel advised him to order an inspection of its library, and to destroy any historical texts that they found inconvenient to their narrative. This act is remembered in the Aztec Chronicles.
Once they used to keep a record of their history, but it was burned at the time when Itzcoatl reigned in Mexico. It was agreed, and the nobles of Mexico said, "It is not fitting that all the people should know the paintings. The common serfs will be led astray, and the earth will be made crooked, because in the documents are many lies, and many heroes have been taken for gods."
Here, the division between the two sides of the Aztec character couldn't be more pronounced. On one side of the lake, King Nezahualcoyotl was writing poetry and building a library, while on the other, Itzcoatl was burning books in bonfires. And while Nezahualcoyotl had banned human sacrifice, King Itzcoatl would preside over a massive increase in the practice. And once again, the advisor Tlacaelel seems to be behind it. I think Tlacaelel understood all too well the power of the violent public spectacle as a means for controlling the masses. I think he wanted the people of the valley to truly fear the power of their state, and fear it they did. Alongside an increase in public brutality, Tlacaelel also reformed the religion of the valley. The Mexica war god Huitzilopochtli had before been one among several gods, like Tlaloc and Quetzalcoatl, but he would now be raised to rule over all the others, elevating the Mexica to the status of God's chosen people. The power of the military was now paramount in Aztec society. Tlacaelel claimed that only warriors who died in battle would go to serve Huitzilopochtli in the afterlife. This was a new age of militarism, in which the warriors who died in battle were honored as the supreme heroes. One hymn, meant to be sung by all the people of Tenochtitlan, embodies the new warlike spirit of this age.
Bonfire smokes, shields thunder, god of the ringing bells. The flower of the enemy shudders, eagles and tigers resound. The dust grows yellow, red blossoms shall bud, unfold, and open into flower. O God eagle, in your house you rule, your banner trembles and flames, and the bonfire crackles.
Partly due to this new militaristic attitude, the Aztec Empire expanded with unstoppable speed. King Itzcoatl gathered a great army and marched on his neighboring cities, conquering them one by one. At one point, Diego Duran writes that Tlacaelel gave this proclamation to the lords of the gathered cities.
We are capable of conquering the entire world.
And for a time, that's what it must have looked like. Soon all the other cities around Lake Texcoco were subdued. Other states, alarmed by the rapid expansion of the Aztecs, gave in to all their demands without a fight and paid regular tribute. Soon, the Aztecs began to send their armies out beyond the valley, marching through the mountain passes cut between the volcanoes. When the king Itzcoatl died in the year 1440, a new king, Moctezuma I, rose to power. He reformed the Aztec Empire and massively expanded it, turning Tenochtitlan into the dominant party in the former Triple Alliance. The war over the Aztec character was being won, and it was the warlike, domineering side of Tenochtitlan that was coming out on top. When Moctezuma I died, he was followed by the kings Ashayarkatl and Tizoc, who both expanded the empire even further, and all these kings had the same shadowy figure Tlacaelel advising them. Aztec armies marched into the lands to the north, bringing the desert peoples under their rule. They marched south and made inroads into the land of the Maya and on to the Pacific coast. And they went east and conquered lands on the Atlantic coast too. Tenochtitlan was never an empire in the way we might imagine it. It usually didn't occupy the lands it conquered, and it rarely set up garrisons or installed administrators, except in the most rebellious provinces. It was more like a network of tribute, which saw wealth flow in one direction to the city of Tenochtitlan. The historian Inga Clendinnen describes it in the following manner.
Tenochtitlan was a beautiful parasite, feeding on the lives and labor of other peoples, and casting its shadow over all of their arrangements.
The administration of the empire was conducted along a remarkable communications network made up of well-maintained roads heading to every town and village. There were no horses in the Americas, stationed every 4 kilometers or so along the roads. Each messenger would run those 4 kilometers and then pass on the message to the next runner. In this way, messages could pass the whole length of the empire in only a matter of days. But the Aztecs didn't rule with kindness. In the villages they conquered, their soldiers and tax collectors were hated. They took the people's food and goods in taxation, took their people for sacrifice, and brutally put down any resistance. There was one people who the Aztecs treated with an unmatched level of cruelty. These were called the Tlaxcalans, a people who spoke Nahuatl and who lived just over the mountains to the east of the Valley of Mexico. If you listened to the Tlaxcalans, they would tell you that the Aztecs had tried and failed many times to conquer them. But the Aztecs would claim that they could have conquered them at any time and simply chose not to. Either way, a strange kind of situation developed. The Tlaxcalans remained independent, but they were at a constant state of war with the Aztec Empire. The Aztecs surrounded and blockaded them, stopping any luxury goods, such as salt or fine textiles, entering their lands. And the Tlaxcalans were also forced to compete each year in an event known as the Flower Wars. The name Flower War is a curious pairing of words, and the Nahuatl language is particularly fond of these kinds of pairs. In English, we do this too. We talk about our bread and butter, our heart and soul, or sticks and stones. These are pairs of words that together mean something else, and this was a big feature of Nahuatl. If they wanted to say that someone gave a speech, the Mexica would say he gave his word and breath. They described your village as your water and hill. When someone died, they passed into cold and silence. And if you did something in secret, you were doing it in clouds and mist. Their word for poetry was flower and song. In Nahuatl, flower meant poetic and beautiful. In Aztec poems, warriors are often said to die what they call a flowery death, that is, a noble, poetic death. If a warrior died in battle, they were believed to be resurrected among what the Aztecs called flower and bird. That is, they may become part of the natural world around them, as this piece of Aztec oral poetry suggests.
Bells clamour. The chief is resplendent. He who makes the world live is full of delight. The flowers of the shield are opening their petals. Glory spreads. It revolves around the earth. Here is the intoxication of death in the midst of the plain. There, as war breaks out on the plain, the chieftain shines, spins, gyrates with flowery death in war. Fear not, my heart. On the plain I covet death by the obsidian knife. All that our hearts desire is death.
The Flower Wars were highly theatrical, and would have looked something like a Mardi Gras parade. The Mexica war bands dressed in their most extravagant and brightly colored clothes, the jaguar warriors in their mottled skins, the eagle warriors in their bright feathers, all carrying brightly colored shields hung with feathers and embroidered with heraldic symbols, the flapping of orange cloaks and red hats, some wearing masks, tassels, and jangling bells. But all this color shouldn't fool you. The stakes in the Flower Wars were still very real. Warriors would have carried spears, obsidian daggers, and a weapon known as a macahuitl. roughly equivalent to a sword. These looked something like a cricket bat, but with the edge ringed with shards of obsidian glass. As with most Aztec warfare, the point wasn't to kill, but to capture prisoners for sacrifice. After a flower war, the skulls of executed prisoners were displayed as grisly trophies on enormous racks in the city of Tenochtitlan, some of which have been uncovered by archaeology. The largest ever found was discovered at the main temple and contained over 650 skulls. The Tlaxcalans led a pretty miserable existence. They were starved and impoverished and forced to participate in this ritual slaughter of their citizens. Unsurprisingly, this gave them a bitter hatred for the Aztecs, and this ultimately is where the seeds of the whole empire's collapse would be sown. The Aztecs had risen to power in the first place because the Tepanec Empire was so hated around the valley. The Tepanec's cruel regime meant that in the end, no one was willing to fight alongside them, and their allies were easily convinced to turn against them. History would later show that the Aztecs should have learned this lesson. When the shadowy advisor Tlacaelel passed away peacefully at the age of 90, he died a happy man. The year was 1487. The island city of Tenochtitlan was now the beating heart of an empire that stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. It governed the lives of as many as 6 million people, and was on course to become the greatest empire that the continent had ever seen. But in little over 30 years, this whole society would come crashing down. That's because they would soon encounter another power that would outmatch them in military force, in ruthlessness, and at times in cruelty. Only 30 years or so after the death of Tlacaelel, the chronicles in the Florentine Codex record that once again over Mexico, a mysterious light appeared in the sky. It was a comet of dazzling brilliance, and as the days went on, it grew brighter.
Okmahtlaxiuitl, Sentlamantli Tetzawitl Achtones, Iluicatitech, Yuki Intemiyawat.
10 years before the arrival of the Spaniards, an omen first appeared in the sky, like a flame or tongue of fire, like the light of dawn. It appeared to be throwing off sparks and seemed to pierce the sky. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. It looked as though it reached the very middle of the sky, its very heart and center. It showed itself off to the east. When it came out at midnight, it appeared like the dawn.
Although no one could have guessed it, this light in the sky was a harbinger of the end of the Aztec age. As we saw earlier, during the low sea levels of the last ice age, a land bridge existed from Asia that Stone Age humans used to cross into the Americas. But as sea levels rose from about 16,000 years ago, that bridge was swallowed up by the waves. Humanity was now separated into two vast populations, one on each of the world's two great land masses. And although neither of them knew it, the separation of the continents was the starting pistol in a race for their very survival. At some point in the future, these two populations would meet, and the developments they made during the intervening 16,000 years would determine which of them would survive that encounter. For a number of reasons, the people who settled in the smaller landmass, the continents of the Americas, were at an inherent disadvantage. There are a lot of factors at play here. This is a hotly contested subject that people feel understandably emotional about, But for me, the most obvious and first point to make is that the people of the Americas had simply arrived in their lands later than other humans. We evolved as a species in Africa between 300 and 200,000 years ago, and in the last 60,000 years began to migrate out of Africa and on to the rest of the world. We reached southern Asia by about 50,000 years ago, China by 40,000 years ago, and most of Europe by 30,000 years ago. This means that humans had already settled in virtually the whole Afro-Eurasian landmass for tens of thousands of years before they ever set foot in the Americas. All that time, they spent growing their populations and steadily making the incredibly slow transition from hunter-gatherers to part-time farmers, and then from part-time to full-time farmers. Their settlements grew until the early cradles of civilization, like the Indus Valley, Egypt, and Mesopotamia, burst into the light of history around 7,000 years ago. As we saw in the last episode, a cradle of civilization takes a long time to form. And part of the reason for this is that virtually every food we eat today didn't exist until we came along and created it. Far from the bountiful Garden of Eden, the earth originally didn't provide that much to eat for its human inhabitants, and what little there was would have tasted pretty bad. From wheat and barley to bananas, peas, and oranges, each delicious food we know today began as an ancestor that was much more unpalatable, much less nutritious, and much more difficult to digest. The banana is just one of countless examples. It began in Southeast Asia as an unrecognizable wild species with bluish-green skin and many large, hard seeds. They're virtually inedible to humans, but over millennia, desperate hunter-gatherers would have picked the ones that were most bearable to eat and taken them home. The seeds from these would have grown near to their settlements, and later these early humans would begin to cultivate them in a more purposeful way, picking only the juiciest of their new crop to create the next generation. Incredibly slowly, so slowly that no one would have noticed the difference over their lifetime, the plant began to change. Its seeds got smaller, its flesh got sweeter and creamier, and its skin turned that deep yellow we all recognize today. We owe so much to the work of those thousands of nameless generations who tirelessly domesticated these plants. It took many thousands of years for the people of Mesopotamia to change wild mountain grasses into the nutritious wheat and barley that we know today. This process began as early as 10,000 BC, and from there these cereals spread to the rest of Afro-Eurasia. Peas and pulses like lentils were another of the earliest domesticated crops. Wild peas were even eaten by Neanderthals, as the 46,000-year-old remains from the Shanidar cave in Kurdistan seem to show. But modern peas were first domesticated in Iraq as early as 11,000 years ago. This was nothing short of an agricultural revolution that fueled the growth of early societies. As the quality of these foods improved, they offered greater nutrition to our diets, higher calories and more protein, and it became possible to support larger populations. But the people of the Americas were much newer to their lands. The earliest people to ever live in the Valley of Mexico would have only just arrived around the year 12,000 BC, about the time that peas and wheat were already beginning to be cultivated in Mesopotamia. These earliest Mexicans found huge herds of mammoths and other animals that could be hunted. It would have been several millennia before they began to feel the pressure to move away from their hunter-gatherer lifestyles. Due to this, one of the most common foodstuffs in the Americas, maize or corn, only began to be domesticated around 7,000 years ago, At this time, the Ubaid culture in Mesopotamia was already a thriving agricultural society, as we saw in the previous episode. This meant that in the long, arduous work of domesticating crops, the people of the Old World had something like a 3 or 4 millennia head start. Some have suggested that the nature of the plants themselves may have also been a factor. And once again, the people of the Americas suffered a stroke of bad luck. One of the most common foodstuffs in Mexico was corn, which likely descended from a plant called teosinte. This is an incredibly bitter kind of grass. It looks nothing like the rich yellow globes of corn we know today, and since such a drastic change had to be bred into this unappetizing plant, it may have taken longer for early people in the Americas to domesticate it than for the people in Mesopotamia to turn wild grass into wheat, or wild peas into lentils, neither of which require such a dramatic transformation. And there are other factors too. In the Americas, a lower diversity of animals also acted as a disadvantage. There were only 2 animals in the Aztec world that could be domesticated, turkeys and dogs. But in the Old World, livestock like sheep, goats, and pigs contributed greatly to the amount of protein available to the population. Cows were a rich source of meat and milk, and could also be used as pack animals to carry loads and pull plows. But above all, there was the horse. Although the horse had evolved in the Americas, it had been extinct there since the last ice age. It's sometimes said that the indigenous American empires, like the Aztecs, never invented the wheel, but that's not actually true. We found numerous examples of clay toys made for Mexica children, which include perfectly engineered wheels. I'll put some examples of these on Twitter and Patreon for you to see. But if the Aztecs ever experimented with wheels for larger vehicles, it's likely they would have quickly given up on the idea. Without any horses or oxen to pull a cart, the design of the wheel wouldn't have saved much labor. The Aztecs simply carried things from place to place using straps that attached to their forehead. This worked well enough for them, but it tied a large proportion of the population down in manual labor. And compared to the horse-driven power of the Old World, it was just another setback. The Afro-Eurasian landmass is just about exactly twice the size of the combined continents of the Americas. This larger habitable area, along with the extra tens of thousands of years that people had lived there, meant that the population in the Old World was much higher. Estimates for the population of the Americas pre-contact vary wildly. Some historians have gone as low as 8 million, while others have gone as high as over 100 million. But I find an estimate of about 60 million to be reasonable. But compared to the Old World, the difference is stark. By contrast, China alone had surpassed 140 million by the year 1200, a century before the Aztecs had even arrived in the Valley of Mexico. This larger population meant simply that there were more human brains put to work on the business of inventing new things, and vast trade networks like the Silk Road meant that if something was invented in China or India, it would only be a matter of years before it would be available in Europe. Due to their 3 or 4 millennia head start in domesticating crops, and all these other advantages, the timelines of the 2 sides of the world show a marked difference. While the people of Mesopotamia developed pottery over 7,000 years ago, the first pottery in Mexico would not begin for another 2,500 years. While bronze making began in India and the Near East around 3,300 BC, and spread to Europe and East Asia in the following centuries, experimentation with bronze work was only just getting started in Mexico when Tenochtitlan was at its height in the 14th century. high-carbon steel was invented in South India in the 6th century BC and exported around the Old World. It would never be invented in the Americas. By the 5th century AD, Mexico's first empire of Teotihuacan had only just reached its height, but the Old World had already seen millennia pass that saw the rise and fall of the Sumerian, Egyptian, Assyrian, Babylonian, Persian, Greek, and Roman empires. When Teotihuacan fell around the year 550, China's Chen dynasty had invented matches, and Indian engineers had invented the spinning wheel. When the Toltec Empire fell in the Valley of Mexico, around the beginning of the 12th century, the Chinese had already invented gunpowder and a magnetic compass for use at sea. When the Mexica people arrived in the Valley of Mexico around the year 1300 AD, Arab and European scientists had already described rules for the refraction of light, and Italian craftsmen had invented the first eyeglasses. By the time the Aztec emperors Itzcoatl and Nezahualcoyotl were born, the first handheld cannons had been invented in China, and naval artillery had been used for the first time in Korea. While the poet Nezahualcoyotl built his personal library in Texcoco, and Itzcoatl burned the books of Tenochtitlan, the printing press was invented in Germany. And in the middle of the 15th century, the arquebus, an early form of musket, was developed in Spain. All the people of the Americas were incredibly ingenious and inventive, and the Aztecs were no exception, but they could never make up that 3 or 4 millennia head start. The race that would determine the outcome of the coming War of the Worlds had always been rigged against them. One technology above all others would prove to be the decisive factor in the coming collision of worlds, and that would be the ocean-going ship. In the 14th to 15th centuries, developments in naval technology gave rise to a new kind of vessel, known as the caravel. Until then, Europeans had been restricted to only navigating around the coasts. But Portuguese craftsmen were soon able to develop larger and more powerful ships. Caravels allowed them to explore along the coast of Africa, and by the end of the 1400s, these had been upgraded to the much larger and more powerful carracks. These were large, durable ships with as many as 6 sails, well suited for long ocean-going voyages. And they also weighed well over 1,000 tons, large enough to carry huge amounts of supplies, suitable for voyages of many months. The carrack meant that regular voyages could now take place between Europe and India, all around the coast of Africa and even on to China. While the Silk Road cities like Baghdad, Tashkent, and Samarkand had once been the hubs of the world's trade, those centers began to move to Europe along these newly opened trade routes. European cities swelled with incoming wealth, and in the final decades of the 15th centuries, the European countries that looked out over the Atlantic Ocean began to wonder if they could make even more ambitious voyages. In the year 1492, only 5 years after the death of that shadowy advisor Tlacaelel in Tenochtitlan, a carrack called the Santa Maria was sailing across the Atlantic Ocean, accompanied by 2 smaller caravels. On board was the explorer Christopher Columbus. The Aztecs knew no more about those 3 ships than the enormous pterodactyl Quetzalcoatlus knew about the asteroid that had once sped steadily towards the Gulf of Mexico. But as a light once again appeared in the sky over Central America, that blazing blood-red comet, a new threat just as deadly was speeding their way, one that would take them completely by surprise and change their world forever. It's now finally time to introduce the two great actors in the drama that is about to unfold. And we'll check in with both of them in the year 1502. The first of these characters is the most wealthy and powerful man in the world, at least as far as he knows. He is the king of the Aztecs, a man named Moctezuma II, and the year 1502 was the year of his coronation. Like most Mexica of his time, Moctezuma had dark, wavy hair and was of average height. He had an aquiline nose and a large forehead. People who knew him recall that his voice was eloquent, courteous, and diplomatic, but he spoke with a kind of quiet force. Some say that he spoke so quietly that the movements of his lips could barely be seen. Moctezuma was 35 years old. He was the 9th king of Tenochtitlan, coming to power when the empire was at the height of its confidence. The people of the capital must have had high hopes that he would carry their young empire to even greater glory. A Mexica coronation was a drawn-out and splendid affair. Moctezuma first went into spiritual retreat for a few days, fasting and praying in the temples. Once that was done, there would have been a raucous ceremony, with music, dancing, festivals, feasts, and the arrival of visiting nobility from all over the Aztec lands. After the coronation, it was traditional to go to war and bring back captives to be sacrificed. For this purpose, Moctezuma crushed a number of rebellions across the empire and brought many captives back to Tenochtitlan. The blood would have run down the steps of the temple for days. Moctezuma would have overseen these sacrifices, wearing a headdress made of shimmering green quetzal feathers. And we can imagine the cheering of the crowds as the new emperor raised his hands, and all the lands of the Aztecs bowed down beneath him. The second actor in this drama couldn't have been more different. To find him, we will have to travel nearly 9,000 kilometers to the east, across the wide expanse of the ocean. Eventually, we reach the limestone cliffs of Europe and fly over forests of cypresses and pines until we land in the small village of Medellin in Spain. Medellin sits on the river Guadiana, dotted with conifers and olive trees, with the imposing shape of a 10th century castle sitting on a rocky outcrop over the village. Its houses are painted white with terracotta tiles, and in one of these houses, a 17-year-old boy is sitting alone and studying. He has a sickly, pale look about him. In fact, as a child, he was so frail that his parents expected him to die of sickness on several occasions. At the age of 14, he had been sent to study Latin with an uncle in the city of Salamanca, and his parents had hoped this would set him up for a legal career. But the boy hated his time there, and after 2 years he returned home, much to the disappointment of his parents. Now it's 1502. On the other side of the ocean, the Emperor Moctezuma is climbing that tall pyramid to be crowned, and this teenager is stuck in his small Spanish hometown. The monotony of his life makes him irritable and unpleasant, as the 16th century Spanish historian Francisco López de Gamarra recalls.
He was a source of trouble to his parents, as well as to himself, for he was restless, haughty, mischievous, and given to quarreling.
This boy's name was Hernando Cortés, known to his friends as Hernan. If you looked in his eyes at the age of 17, you may not have imagined what lay in this boy's future. But perhaps you would have seen a little flicker in the center of those eyes. And if you looked closer, it may have looked like the fluttering of flames. Cortés was a member of a class known as the Hidalgos. They had noble ancestry, but didn't own any land, and with little by way of inheritance, being the son of a Hidalgo wasn't the most envious position. As Cortés approached the age of 18, he knew what path awaited him. He wanted to go to fight in Italy, where a number of wars were raging, and where there would always be demand for mercenaries. But the closer that day approached, the more he began to hear of discoveries that were happening on the other side of the world. When Cortés was 7 years old, Columbus had landed in the Caribbean, and by the time Cortés was 18, the explorer Amerigo Vespucci had published a work in Latin called Mundus Novus, or the New World. In this work, he suggested that the lands discovered by Columbus were not the edge of thought, but an entirely new landmass. The relatively new technology of the printing press had spread this idea around all of Europe and beyond. A frenzy for exploration had begun. Since then, stories have begun to flow back to Europe about the opportunity that might await on the other side of the sea. Veritable mountains of gold. The more Cortés heard these stories, the more he lost his previous enthusiasm for Italy. He soon made up his mind, as recalled by the historian de Gomara.
He considered which of the two routes would suit him best, and decided to cross over to the Indies, because it seemed to him a more profitable journey than the one to Naples, on account of the great quantity of gold which had come from there.
Cortés dallied around the port town of Valencia for 2 years. He loved to gamble, a habit that never left him. But despite this vice and others, he soon had enough money to buy passage on a ship across the Atlantic. He finally set sail in the year 1504, at the age of 19. Cortés wrote down no account of his roughly 2-month journey across the sea, but one Dominican friar who wrote down his experience some years later gives us some sense of what it must have been like.
The ship is a very strong and narrow prison from which no one can flee. The heat, the stuffiness, and the sense of confinement are sometimes overpowering. The bed is ordinarily the floor. Most passengers go about as if out of their mind or in poor health. There is a terrible smell, especially below deck.
It must have been a relief when he finally landed on the island of Hispaniola, which is today divided between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. This was the island where Columbus had first landed in the New World, and where the first European settlements in the Americas began. Christopher Columbus actually went to his grave insisting that he had not discovered a new continent. An ironic detail, considering this is the achievement we all remember him for. His goal had been to reach the east coast of Asia, and he never admitted that he had failed. But this confusion didn't stop him from settling in Hispaniola and enslaving as many indigenous people there as he could. He worked tens of thousands of them to death in his gold mines. The scale of his use of slave labor was shocking even for those at the time, and back in Spain, people started to refer to Columbus with the nickname Pharaoh. Perhaps as many as 200,000 indigenous people were killed under his regime, which ruled with terror and sadistic punishments over the native people. To save the faint of heart, I won't go into details here, but the cruelty of Columbus's regime would have made even most Aztec kings look benign by comparison. In the year 1500, the rumors of Columbus's brutality became too much for the Spanish king, who had him removed from power. But the situation hardly improved for Hispaniola's native people, and in 1513, the first African slaves were imported to make up the devastated population of the island. Hispaniola set the pattern for what the European settlement of the New World would look like. It was a steamroller that crushed all other forms of life beneath it. And this was a pattern that would be repeated countless times over the coming centuries. We don't know what Cortés thought of Hispaniola when he got there. At the age of 18, he registered as a citizen, which meant he was given a plot of land to build a house and farm on, complete with a staff of enslaved locals. Since he had a couple of years' legal training, he was given a job as a notary in a small town for the next 6 years. He witnessed legal documents and learned the ins and outs of law right there at the edge of the known world. But that same boredom he'd felt as a child began to creep over him, and in 1511 he gave in to the siren call of more exciting prospects. A man named Diego de Velázquez, 20 years older than Cortés and already a powerful man in the New World, planned to lead an expedition to conquer the neighboring island of Cuba and repeat there what they had done in Hispaniola. Cortés signed up to go with him. He was one of only 300 men who landed in Cuba and began the process of crushing native resistance. It was a campaign marked by extreme cruelty and indiscriminate violence. Cortés wasn't a soldier. He was the clerk to the treasurer of the expedition, responsible for noting down all the profits acquired and ensuring that the Spanish crown got a fifth of everything gained, as it did from all such expeditions. When the invasion of Cuba was complete, Velázquez was sufficiently impressed with Cortés's legal skill that he appointed him his personal secretary. In Cuba, they set up the settlement of Santiago, and Cortés was appointed its municipal magistrate. As a reward, Velázquez gifted him a large estate, including gold mines, and even more enslaved people to work for him. Cortés's power grew, and it's clear that soon Governor Velázquez viewed him as a potential rival. Around this time, Cortés grew his beard thick and began to dress like a king, wearing an extravagant hat with a large plumed feather, a medallion of gold, and a black velvet cloak. But no matter how much wealth he amassed, Cortés was never satisfied. Once again, that boredom set in, and he began looking over the horizon and wondering what else might be out there. His answer came in the following years, as a number of expeditions began making further advances to the mainland of the Americas itself. In 1517, an expedition led by one Francisco Hernández de Córdoba explored the coast of Mexico for the first time. They met Mayan people living here on the north coast of the Yucatan Peninsula and were impressed by their cities, which were larger than anything they'd seen in Hispaniola or Cuba. But the expedition was ill-fated. The Spaniards repeatedly ran out of water, and the Mayans, perhaps initially impressed at their guns and steel armor, quickly realized that this small group could be easily overwhelmed. They were attacked, and 50 Spaniards were killed, with the expedition leader later dying of his wounds. At this time, no one was really sure what this landmass was. Most believed it was just another large island, while others continued to maintain that it was the mainland of Asia. All they knew was that a long coast stretched out on either side, with an unknown amount of land behind it. The unlucky Cordoba expedition was followed a year later in 1518 by another, led by the Spaniard Juan de Grijalva. This time, the Spanish took greater protection. They armed their ships with small cannons called culverins, capable of shooting a 10-kilogram cannonball around 400 meters. Cortés doesn't seem to have paid much attention to these expeditions, perhaps occupied with his work in Cuba. But when Juan de Grijalva failed to return from his voyage, rumors and worries began to spread. Diego Velázquez, the governor of Cuba, put together a search and rescue party with the intention of going after Grijalva and finding out what had happened to him. For whatever reason, Cortés was chosen to lead this expedition. He wasn't the most obvious choice for it. He was relatively young, only 33 years old, and he had never led an army or commanded any kind of military post. I think it's possible Velázquez hoped that Cortés would be killed on this expedition. It might have seemed like an excellent way to get rid of this ambitious upstart. But despite his military inexperience, Cortés was a good diplomat and clearly had a way with words. In just 1 month, he had convinced 300 men to follow him and put together 6 ships ready for this rescue mission to the New World. There was only one problem. Before they could set off, Juan de Grijalva, the lost Spaniard who they were setting out to find, sailed back into port. He had been delayed while exploring the coast of Mexico, but he brought back some incredible stories. He had seen cities built with tall pyramids and streets paved with stone. And he had met a delegation from a powerful king who was said to live there, and who called himself Moctezuma. Despite these enticing stories, this must have taken the wind out of Cortés's sails. He now had a fully funded search party for someone who was no longer missing. And for Governor Velázquez, this was enough of a reason to pull his support for the voyage. If Grijalva had come back, perhaps it wasn't so dangerous over there at all, and the last thing he wanted was for Cortés to get the glory that came with making new discoveries. But that restless, mischievous boy had never really left Cortés, and perhaps his old love of gambling also played a part. He decided that he would go ahead with the mission anyway, that he would sail to this new land against the wishes of the governor and discover the truth about this king across the water. Cortés gave the order to depart as soon as possible, before Governor Velázquez could stop him. Velázquez had been supplying all the food for the journey, and so they would depart with no supplies. But they set sail anyway, departing from Santiago on November the 18th, 1518. According to some sources, the governor heard of Cortés's plan at the last moment, and hurried down to the docks to find his 6 ships already pulling away from port. He's said to have called out to him.
Why, compadre? Is this the way you leave? Is this a fine way to say farewell to me?
On hearing this, Cortés called back this famous reply.
Forgive me, your worship, for this and similar things have to be done rather than thought about.
Velázquez watched as Cortés and his men set sail, but he knew they wouldn't get far. They were still drastically short on food. They sailed around the coast of Cuba for weeks, but everywhere they went, they found that Governor Velázquez had already sent orders ahead of them, telling the people of Cuba not to give any supplies to this rogue expedition. But enough people were willing to barter with them. They brought up loaves of cassava bread, beef and pork pickled in brine, salt fish and salted biscuits, along with some live chickens. They even ran into 200 men who had been on Juan Grijalva's expedition, and some assorted others who all agreed to join them. their numbers swelled to around 630 men, and their number of ships to 11. They brought along 13 horses, which they hoisted onto the ships with a pulley and kept on deck throughout the crossing. They also brought several cannons, those same light culverins that the Grijalva mission had used. They also brought dogs, large, powerful mastiffs that had been used on European battlefields for centuries. Among the men were 30 crossbowmen and 12 who carried arquebuses, an early form of musket. After weeks of going from port to port, they had enough to make the voyage across the sapphire blue waters. The invasion of Mexico had begun. Some of the main sources we have for what happens next are the so-called cartas of Cortés. These are the letters that he wrote throughout his expedition and sent back to King Charles V of Spain.
Sent to His Sacred Majesty the Emperor, our sovereign, by Don Fernando Cortés, Captain General of New Spain, in which he gives an account of the lands and provinces without number that he has newly discovered in Yucatan in the year 1519, subjected to His Majesty's royal crown.
The letters are remarkable for a number of reasons. For one thing, they're the only set of documents that we know were written at the time of the invasion, by someone who was definitely there. And they also have a remarkable literary ambition, full of detail and colour. But of course, they also have their problems as historical sources. Cortés was not classically educated, and he wouldn't have been familiar with the epics of Greek and Latin. But he did enjoy reading the romances that were popular in Spain at the time. Tales of daring by adventurous knights fighting against foreign enemies. And there's something of that feeling to these documents. Cortés always casts himself in the best possible light in these letters. But his years as a notary and treasurer's clerk had also made him well versed in Spanish law. This meant that all of his accounts cast him in the best possible legal light too, usually taking pains to show that he had done everything exactly according to the law. For this reason, his letters have to be read very carefully, and with an acknowledgement that their relationship to the truth is often quite strained. On the Spanish side, we also have the memoirs of two of the soldiers who followed Cortés on his expedition, who wrote down their memories in the 1560s as they reached old age. One of them, Francisco de Aguilar, renounced earthly wealth and retired to a Dominican monastery, while the other, Bernal Diaz del Castillo, became a landholder in Guatemala. Both are similarly flattering accounts of the expedition's heroics, and are also confused by the more than 40 years that had passed since the events. On the Mexica side, we have no indigenous accounts from the years of the invasion, and none written before a full 20 years afterwards. But the Florentine Codex, compiled by that Spanish priest Sahagún, does include one remarkable account of those years. This is known as Book 12, and it compiles the memories of the Mexica people who survived. Like Bernal Diaz and de Aguilar, they are looking back from a distance of several decades. This means that many details are questionable, and things like the exact words of speeches given by Moctezuma and Cortés are likely not entirely reliable. But this Book 12 of the Florentine Codex is an incredible source for how the Mexica people remembered their experience of those years and the fall of their civilization. The expedition of Juan de Grijalva in the previous year had caused quite a stir in the court of the Aztec king Moctezuma. Lookouts guarding the coast had sighted the tall ships of the Spanish off in the distance. These Mexica people would have seen the tall white sails emblazoned with Spanish crosses and must have known that they were looking at something they had never seen before. The Mexica people are often portrayed as reacting with fear or disbelief at the sight of the Europeans. But we should be a little careful about these accounts. Europeans delighted in sharing stories of how the fearful Aztecs believed their ships to be floating mountains or cities moving about on the waves. People in Europe especially loved stories of how the Aztecs believed the Europeans to be a kind of god. And the soldier Bernal Diaz, writing 40 years later, embellished his stories with the idea that the Aztecs believed Cortés to be the return of the god Quetzalcoatl. Over time, these stories became more and more specific, adding in details like the fact that Quetzalcoatl was supposed to have pale skin. But honestly, there's no evidence that the Mexica ever thought that the Europeans were gods, and these stories are likely later inventions. If the Mexica ever did believe something of this sort, they quickly dispensed with the idea. They must have been astonished at the first sight of Spanish ships, and with their armor, their guns, and their horses. But they quickly assessed the reality of the situation, that these were men from a different place, whose ships were larger and whose weapons were more powerful than their own. And as their contact with the Europeans went on, it's clear that they began to see them not as a kind of god, but as a kind of devil. At the sight of those tall white sails off the coast, the Mexica watchmen immediately paddled out on their canoes to investigate. They made a traditional sign of respect as they reached the Spanish ships, mimicking kissing the ground, and the Spanish called out to them, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
Then they embarked, launched off, and went out on the water. The waterfolk paddled for them. When they approached the Spaniards, they made the earth-eating gesture at the prow of the boat. The Spaniards called to them, saying to them, "Who are you? Where have you come from? Where is your homeland?" Immediately they said, "It is from Mexico that we have come." They answered them back, "If you are really Mexica, what is the name of the ruler of Mexico?" They told them, "O our lords, Moctezuma is his name."
The Mexica brought with them a collection of fine textiles as gifts, which they gave to the Spanish sailors. In return, the Spanish gave them some beaded jewelry, which the Mexica received politely, but would not have been particularly impressed by. The Spanish then left them, with a promise that they would soon return.
For all these things that they gave them, the Spaniards gave them things in return. They gave them green and yellow strings of beads, which one might imagine to be amber. And when they had taken them and looked at them, greatly did they marvel. And the Spaniards took leave of them, saying to them, "Go off, while we go to Spain. We will not be long in getting to Mexico."
This small group of Mexica watchmen returned to the shore, obviously a little shaken by their encounter. They agreed that they would travel back to the capital of Tenochtitlan and report what they had seen. When they got there, the king himself called them into his presence. King Moctezuma would have made an imposing sight even to the Aztec nobility, and to these commoners he must have been terrifying. Many years later, in the 1560s, the Spanish friar Diego Duran interviewed an old Mexica man who had worked in the palace for most of his life. Duran asked him what the Emperor Moctezuma had looked like, and the man replied that he didn't know. In all his years there, he had never dared to look. These lowly watchmen would have come before the Emperor barefoot, and would have bowed their heads when they spoke to him. Meeting his eyes would have been strictly forbidden. They gave the king the beads that the Spanish had given them, and then, as clearly as they could, they told the king what they had seen.
Aoniman ye ik kin no notza, tote cuyoe, notel potzine,
Then they spoke to him, O our Lord, O Master, destroy us if you will, for here is what we have seen and done at the place where your subordinates stand guard for you beside the ocean. For we went to see our lords out on the water. We gave them all your cloaks, and here are the fine things belonging to them that they gave us. They said, if you have really come from Mexico, here is what you are to give to the ruler, Moctezuma, whereby he will recognize us. They told him everything the Spaniards had told them out on the water.
Moctezuma was clearly troubled by this news. Strange rumors had been spreading across the region for several years now. Whispers about terrifying things that had happened to the populations of Hispaniola and Cuba, which lay right at the edge of the Aztec world. In 1519, a canoe of native Jamaicans had landed in Moctezuma's lands, apparently refugees from some terrible destruction taking place there. A strange chest had even washed up on the shores of the Gulf of Mexico and was brought to Tenochtitlan for inspection. It contained several suits of bizarre clothes, the likes of which the Mexica had never seen before, as well as a number of jewels and a sword made of a hard grey metal. All of this troubled Moctezuma. He was a cautious and pragmatic ruler, and his first instinct was always to seek out more information before acting. He told the men to tell no one of what they had seen. He ordered them to return to the coast and establish a permanent watch, in case the strangers in their large ships returned.
Thereupon, Moctezuma gave instructions to the man from Quetzalcoatl and the rest, telling them, give orders that watch be kept everywhere along the coast, at the places called Nahuatlan, Tozatlan, and Mictlancuatla, wherever they will come to land. Then the stewards left and gave orders for watch to be kept.
After that, Moctezuma summoned all his lords and showed them the beads he had been given. They all gathered round, and we can imagine the murmurs of concern passing around the group, as all of them wondered what it could mean. The days passed, and nothing more happened. The Aztec New Year soon came round, with all its celebration and ceremony, and as the year wore on, Moctezuma may have almost forgotten about the strange encounter that happened on the eastern coast. One of his favorite palace women bore him a new son. He watched performances of jugglers and dancing dwarves, both of which he loved. He heard the poets from the city of Texcoco come to his palace and read poetry about all the Aztecs' favorite subjects, the brevity of life, the valiant deaths of warriors, and the decaying of empires. Life in Tenochtitlan went on. But then, as the year drew to a close, another report came to him. More large ships had been sighted on the horizon, and more of them this time. He immediately gave orders for a delegation to go and meet these strangers, and to find out what they wanted. After that, King Moctezuma must have slumped down on the ornate mat that served as his throne, and lost himself in troubled thoughts. Cortez and his 11 ships quickly made the short crossing from Cuba to Mexico and sailed for several weeks along the coast. The ships glided over the sapphire blue waters, past overgrown sandbars and white sand beaches. He couldn't have known it, but in the early weeks of the year 1519, he sailed over the exact spot where, 66 million years earlier, the Chicxulub asteroid had impacted the Earth. Sailing at an average rate of 4 knots, or about 7 kilometers an hour, it would have taken the ships nearly an entire 24 hours to cross the vast ring of its crater, invisible beneath the waves. The weeks of sailing along the Mexican coast dragged by without incident. And then one day a watchman shouted that there was a canoe paddling out to meet them. There was a man inside it dressed in the style of a Mayan peasant. But when he got closer, they were astonished to hear him shout out in Spanish, with tears in his voice.
Gentlemen, are you Christians? Whose subjects are you?
This was a Spanish man by the name of Jerónimo de Aguilar, who had been shipwrecked 8 years earlier when trying to sail for Cuba. He was captured by the Mayans, along with 12 other survivors. The Mayan people intended to sacrifice them all, he said, but he and another man named Guerrero had managed to escape. The two of them were soon captured by another Mayan king, who kept them as slaves. His companion Guerrero quickly grew to enjoy life with the Maya, and actually seemed to prefer it to his life back in Spain, and woman, and had children with her, and the Mayan king quickly took him on as a war chief. Guerrero even got tattoos in the style of a Mayan warrior. But Aguilar hated his life there. He missed Spain, and he kept his sanity by counting the nearly 3,000 days that had gone by, trying to keep track of which day of the week it was. He was always waiting for his chance to get away, and when he heard news that ships were sailing past, he slipped away and ran to the coast. One of the first things he did when he met the Spanish was to ask what day of the week it was. He discovered that in 8 years, he had miscounted by only 3. He thought it was Wednesday, when in fact it was Sunday. While living with the Maya, Aguilar had learned some of their language, and Cortez immediately saw how useful he could be as a translator. He enlisted him for the voyage, promising to take him back to Cuba when the mission was done. Soon, Cortez and his men needed to stock up on their water supply, and so they stopped off at a large Mayan town named Pontochan, which sat at the mouth of a river, today known as the Rio Grijalva, after the expedition that had come before Cortez. The locals had perhaps heard worrying rumors about the foreigners sneaking around their shores in their large ships, and they made an attempt to drive the Spanish away by force. What followed was a brief but bloody clash, Cortez's first battle in Mexico. Although there were some experienced fighters among his troop, Cortez's men, for the most part, were not professional soldiers, and neither were they particularly well trained. But they were at least capable of following orders, and they held their nerve in this first encounter. This was Cortez's first chance to try out his cannons and guns, and they had the desired effect. The Mayans soon panicked and fled. 400 of them were killed, and the Mayan chief surrendered. He handed over large amounts of gold, and he also gave Cortez a gift of 20 enslaved women who would follow his group for much of their journey. Among them, by a stroke of chance, was a woman that the shipwrecked sailor Jerónimo de Aguilar had encountered during his time as a slave. Her name was Malin Sin, and she would be arguably one of the most crucial factors in the fall of the entire Aztec civilization. Malin Sin is one of the most enigmatic characters in this story. She was born sometime around the year 1500, somewhere in the region where the Aztec Empire met the Mayan heartlands. When she was young, her father died and her mother remarried, meaning that Malin Sin became something of a surplus child. She was sold into slavery to a group of Mayan slavers, and some sources suggest that her family even faked her death to avoid the stigma that might come with selling one of your children. The life of a slave, and especially as a woman, could be a horrific existence. When the Mayans and the Mexica went to war, Malin Sin was exchanged as part of the spoils and went from owner to owner over the years. This meant she picked up all the languages of the region, among them Mayan and the Mexica language of Nahuatl. When she was finally given to Cortés and his men as a tribute by the chief of Potonchan, she was a veritable dictionary of Central American languages. Cortés recognized her usefulness immediately. In his group, he now had Malin Sin, who spoke Nahuatl and Mayan, and Aguilar, who spoke Mayan and Spanish. This meant that the three of them were able to relay messages between them from virtually any language in the region. Malin Sin is a complicated character. We can never really know her motivations, or to what extent she freely chose to help Cortés's expedition. But Cortés later said that it's possible that without her, none of his plans could have succeeded. And she did seem to help him with an enthusiasm that went beyond the services of a slave. Perhaps it's not hard to see why. Until now, her life had been an endless chain of indignities and abuses. But now, alongside Cortés, she commanded some degree of power and respect. She could now change her fortunes, but not only that. She could burn down the very society which had crushed her for so many years. And I think she would do so with a resolve that is only explained by a desire for vengeance. With his translators in tow, Cortés could now enter into the world of Aztec politics. He could make the Mexica understand his demands, and, perhaps most crucially, he could lie. The work of destroying the empire of the Aztecs could now truly begin. Cortés sailed further up the coast of Mexico and finally settled on a landing point to the north. He wasted no time in raiding a number of native villages for food and supplies, and stole any gold he came across. From the very start, Cortés knew that he was on a potentially illegal mission. He had defied the orders of the governor of Cuba, Velázquez, and set out on his own. And he knew that there were elements among his men still loyal to Velázquez. He must have known that a mutiny was one of the biggest dangers out there in the unknown. And so one of his first acts was to scuttle 10 of his ships, ensuring that no one would be able to sneak away and inform Velázquez of his whereabouts. But he did leave one ship afloat. This he sent back to Spain, carrying a letter to King Charles V, along with a chest containing the gold artifacts he had found. Cortés knew that if he could go over the governor's head and get the blessing of the King of Spain himself, then his expedition would be legitimate. But he would have to tread a narrow legal tightrope. To give himself some breathing room, Cortés immediately founded a new town on the bare sandbanks of Mexico's coast. He called it Veracruz, or the True Cross. It wasn't much of a town, likely a few tents and other temporary shelters, but Cortes furnished it with all the legal necessities, including a municipal council made up of several of his soldiers. In a legal sense, Cortes could now claim to be the governor of this town. As governor, he was empowered to act on behalf of the king, and, without any orders from His Majesty, he could now decide what needed to be done himself. Only a few days after the founding of Veracruz, a group of Mexica men, dressed in the finest feathers and embroidered cloaks, arrived and announced themselves as the messengers of Moctezuma. They brought gifts of gold and incense, as well as some food. Some other Mexica men also sat among the trees overlooking the beach. These were Moctezuma's finest court painters, sent with their brushes and paints to record everything they saw. Cortes met Moctezuma's delegation and listened to their words with interest. These words passed down the chain of translation to Malintzin in Nahuatl, who repeated them to Aguilar in Mayan, and then Aguilar translated them into Spanish. When Cortes spoke, his words went back the other way. It must have taken a long time to hold these conversations, and perhaps it's fitting that the first words out of Cortes's mouth in Mexico were to be a distortion of the truth. He explained that he was an ambassador sent by his king, who ruled the greater part of the world. Cortes even told some more barefaced lies. He even claimed that some of his men were suffering from a disease of the heart, and that he had heard that the precious metal gold could be used as a treatment. He slyly asked whether King Moctezuma could help him and his sick men by giving them some gold. The ambassador from Tenochtitlan, apparently not sensing the danger, said that yes, Moctezuma had a lot more gold. Probably from that moment, the entire fate of the empire was sealed. Cortes decided then and there that he would march to Tenochtitlan and take the entire land for himself. In the palace of Moctezuma, the king's angry words were echoing down the halls. He had summoned his chief soothsayers and magicians, and was taking out his frustrations on them. After all, part of their job was to predict the future by all the means known to the Aztecs. By taking hallucinogenic mushrooms and gazing into obsidian mirrors, by casting grains of corn onto the pages of holy books, and with the mysterious tying and untying of knots. But all these methods had failed to predict the astonishing arrival of these bizarre foreigners. The priest Diego Duran later wrote down the words that people remember Moctezuma shouting at these magicians.
It is your position then to be deceivers, tricksters, to pretend to be men of science and forecast that which will take place in the future, deceiving everyone by saying that you know what will happen in the world, that you see what is within the hills, in the center of the earth, underneath the waters, in the caves and in the earth's clefts, in the springs and waterholes. But everything is a lie. It is all pretense.
Although he punished some of his soothsayers, Moctezuma's rage does seem to have eventually abated. He must have sat and pored over the images that his painters had brought back to him. The ships with their white sails, the men in their bizarre clothes, and perhaps most strangely, the creatures they had brought with them, whose backs they rode on, creatures that looked like some kind of deer with no horns. Perhaps most worryingly, the foreigners had also given his ambassadors a demonstration of their weapons, and the stories they brought back seemed almost unbelievable, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
Au in okikak in iu tlanonotske intitlanti, Senka Mauti.
And when he heard what the messengers reported, he was greatly afraid and taken aback, and he was amazed at their food. It especially made him faint when he heard how the guns went off at the Spaniards' command, sounding like thunder, causing people actually to swoon, blocking the ears. And when it went off, something like a ball came out from inside, and fire went showering and spitting out. And the smoke that came from it had a very foul stench, striking one in the face. And if they shot at a hill, it seemed to crumble and come apart. And it turned a tree to dust. It seemed to make it vanish as though someone had conjured it away. Their war gear was all iron. They clothed their bodies in iron. They put iron on their heads. Their swords were iron. Their bows were iron. And their shields and lances were iron. And their deer that carried them were as tall as the roof.
Many historians have caricatured Moctezuma as a weak and indecisive king. But I don't think that's entirely fair. In the coming days, he decided on a number of practical approaches to the situation. First of all, he needed information. He sent out messengers to all the cities of Mexico and beyond, to all the rulers and libraries of the continent, asking if they knew anything about these strangers who had appeared so suddenly on their shores. The messengers would come back one by one and tell him that no one knew anything. Moctezuma also ordered spies to place themselves in every town and village between Tenochtitlan and the coast, and to report back immediately if the Spanish tried to move inland. He also sent his disgraced magicians to try and redeem themselves by putting curses and spells on the foreigners. But despite all these measures, it's clear that the uncertainty of what was going on did begin to take its toll on the Aztec king.
During this time, Moctezuma neither slept nor touched food. Whatever he did, he was distracted. It seemed as though he was ill at ease, frequently sighing. He tired and felt weak. He no longer found anything tasteful, enjoyable, or amusing.
When we compare what the Mexica and the Spanish knew about each other, it's easy to see why the Spanish advantage wasn't simply in guns, steel, and horses. To Moctezuma, the Spanish were a complete mystery. They didn't have a city that could be conquered or wives and children that could be captured. They had no known weaknesses. He didn't know where they came from, why they were here, or what they wanted. And this made it very difficult for him to devise a strategy to deal with them. On the Spanish side, things were very different. In the days after landing in Mexico, Cortés had already sent letters home, sending for reinforcements and providing information about the lands he had arrived in. His letters were immediately printed and distributed around European cities, and he even sent back some artifacts that he stole from Aztec temples. These were exhibited in town halls around Europe little more than a year later. The German painter Albrecht Dürer saw some examples of Aztec art on display in the year 1520, and he later wrote about the inspiration he drew from them.
All the days of my life I have seen nothing that rejoiced my heart so much as these things, for I have seen among them wonderful works of art, and I marveled at the subtle intellects of men in foreign parts.
In fact, in only a few days, the Spanish had already found out everything they needed to know to bring down the empire. Cortés knew that there was a king called Moctezuma who ruled in a city called Tenochtitlan. He knew that he was the most powerful king in the region, who possessed a great deal of gold. And he knew something much more important, that this Moctezuma had enemies. These 3 pieces of information were all Cortes needed to devise a strategy that would deliver a series of hammer blows right at the heart of Mexica society and bring the whole edifice of the Aztec Empire crashing down. The first of these hammer blows would land on a people we've encountered in this story before, the people of Tlaxcalan. For many years now, the Tlaxcalans had despised the Aztecs. As we've seen, the Aztecs blockaded and starved them. They forced them to participate in the flower wars and killed their sons at the tops of their temples. Cortes knew that Moctezuma's army was vast and that his 600 men alone wouldn't be enough. This meant he would need to find allies. And the moment he found out about the Tlaxcalans' hatred for the Mexica, he knew they were just the opportunity he needed. Cortes set out on the road to Tenochtitlan on the 8th of August, 1519. He knew that the road to the coast would be his lifeline for supplies and reinforcements, and so he left almost half of his company behind in the town of Veracruz. He departed with 300 men, marching in their full armor, even sleeping in it at night, fearful of surprise attacks. Cortes himself hardly slept, as he recounted in one of his letters.
I shall not sleep until I have seen Moctezuma and observed the quality of his land.
The journey from the coast to the Valley of Mexico was a distance of about 400 kilometers. The first stretch of the journey was flat, hot, and tropical, with dense forests dotted with Aztec plantations of maize. After that, the land rose sharply, and those great volcanoes began to soar on either side. Everywhere they went, villages gave them supplies of maize and gold, even some more slaves who they used to haul their guns.
I burnt more than 10 villages, in one of which there were more than 3,000 houses, where the inhabitants fought with us, although there was no one there to help them. As we were carrying the cross and were fighting for our faith, God gave us such a victory that we killed many of them without ourselves receiving any hurt.
When they reached the highlands, they would have passed through a cold, bleak salt flat before the tall mountain range that walled the Valley of Mexico came into view on the horizon. In that harsh landscape, water became scarce, and they soon ran out of food. But finally, they arrived at the lands of the Tlaxcalans. Cortes seems to have expected this to be easy. He thought he would only have to explain that he was here to topple Moctezuma, and the Tlaxcalans would welcome him with open arms. But years of fighting the Mexica had made the Tlaxcalans a little paranoid. In fact, when they saw the small band of Spaniards marching towards them, they sounded the alarm, believing this to be a raid by Moctezuma. They called up all their fighting men and marched out in full force to defend their lands. The Tlaxcalan warriors had their faces painted in black and white, and their war cries would have echoed out over the mountainous slopes. The Tlaxcalans surrounded the Spanish and fell on their lines in wave after wave. They came very close to overwhelming them, but the glass blades of their macahuitls shattered against the steel armor of the Europeans. The Spanish steel swords cut through their own padded armor easily, while crossbow bolts and gunshots tore through their closely packed ranks and spread terror, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
I saw our company in such confusion that despite the shouts of Cortes and the other captains, they could not hold together. The Indians were charging us in such numbers that only by a miracle of swordplay were we able to drive them back and reform our ranks. One thing alone saved our lives: The enemy was so massed and so numerous that every shot wrought havoc among them.
The horsemen of the Spanish also managed to inflict a huge amount of damage, repeatedly swinging and charging into their ranks with their lances and spreading terror, as the Aztec source, the Florentine Codex, recounts.
Topil, iwan in tetepos makwao, in kespa.
The horses, the deer, neighed. There was much neighing, and they would sweat a great deal. Water seemed to fall from them, and their flecks of foam splattered on the ground like soap suds splatting. As they went, they made a beating, throbbing, and hoof-pounding like throwing stones. Their hooves made holes. They dug holes in the ground wherever they placed them.
The Tlaxcalans even managed to bring down 2 of the Spanish horses during this battle, and Bernal Diaz claims that they even hacked off one of the horses' heads with their glass-edged swords. But eventually, they realized it was hopeless. The resolve of their fighters dissolved, and they retreated. Cortés and his men had won the battle, but he was still extremely demoralized by what had happened. He thought the Tlaxcalans would welcome him with open arms, but instead they had put up an enormous resistance. Many of his men were injured, and a few even killed, and if the Tlaxcalans were able to put up such a fight, how would they ever overcome the much more powerful Mexica? That night they camped beside a stream, still short on food. They abducted some baby dogs from a nearby village and roasted them over a fire. Cortés worried that the sight of the 2 dead horses would embolden the Mexicans, and so he ordered them to be buried. But he was still determined to get the Tlaxcalans on side. As the new day dawned, he sent out messengers to meet them, but it was no use. The Spaniards retreated to the top of a nearby volcano called Zompachtlépetl, where a small Mexica shrine had been built to the gods. They camped there, and over the next days fought off constant attacks by the Tlaxcalans, who refused all offers of peace. Cortés's plan seemed to be in tatters, and many of his men must have begun to wonder if they would ever make it off that mountaintop. But finally, after 3 days and nights of repelling attacks, the Tlaxcalans sent messengers to ask for peace, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
Making their sign of peace, which was to bow the head, they came straight to the hut where Cortés lived, begging his forgiveness for their hostile actions and for the war they fought against us. They said they had certainly believed us to be friends of Moctezuma and his Mexicans, who had been their mortal enemies from the very ancient times.
After this, luck finally began to turn in Cortés's favor. The events at Tlaxcala sent ripples through the Aztec world. Fewer than 300 Spanish soldiers had repelled the full force of one of the strongest armies in the region. Bernal Diaz recalls the effects this had on the Mexica.
Our fame spread throughout the surrounding country and reached the ears of the great Moctezuma. Terror spread throughout the whole land. Now Moctezuma, the great and powerful prince of Mexico, in dread that we might come to his city, sent 5 chieftains of the highest rank to our camp in Tlaxcala to bid us welcome and congratulate us on our great victory.
These chieftains praised the Spanish for their fighting skill. These messengers obviously sensed the danger of the situation and told Cortés never to trust the Tlaxcalans. These messengers told Cortés that Moctezuma would love to welcome him to his capital of Tenochtitlan, but unfortunately, it was better if he didn't come. The roads are bad, they said, and supplies of food in Tenochtitlan had been very low recently. Moctezuma was only thinking of the Spanish and their comfort, and he didn't want them to suffer. Cortez listened to this speech, translated for him by Malintzin, and he thanked Moctezuma for his thoughtful words. But he said he didn't have a choice. His king had ordered him to go to Tenochtitlan, and so go he must. Cortez would later tell one of his soldiers that he was delighted by this conversation. He'd learned that the Aztec lands were exactly as divided as he'd hoped. Cortez quoted a line from the Gospel of Mark 3:24.
When I saw the discord and animosity between these two peoples, I was pleased, for it seemed to further my purpose considerably. I remembered the word of the Gospels, "A kingdom divided cannot stand."
Cortez and his men were soon welcomed into the city of Tlaxcala, where they stayed a few weeks, resting after their hard journey. Cortez wrote back to King Charles V that Tlaxcala was a beautiful city, larger than Granada.
The city is much larger than Granada, and very much stronger, has good buildings and many more people. Very much better supplied with the produce of the land.
But Cortez had never actually been to Granada, and this was probably another example of his tendency to manipulate the truth. In fact, Tlaxcala was likely a poor place. It had been blockaded by the Mexica, and their economic isolation would have made their lives difficult. But Cortez knew that he had to gain the Tlaxcalans' trust. He ordered his men to be on their best behavior, not to take anything that wasn't offered to them, and he told them not to enter the temple district of the city for fear of offending their hosts. While they were there, the Tlaxcalans also showed them some of their most precious relics, as Bernal Diaz later recalls.
They said their ancestors had told them the very tall men and women with huge bones had once dwelt among them, but had died off. And, to show us how big these giants had been, they brought us the leg bone of one, which was very thick and the height of an ordinary-sized man. And that was just a leg bone from the hip to the knee. I measured myself against it, and it was as tall as I am. We were all astonished by the sight of these bones, and felt certain there must have been giants in that land.
These bones were likely the remains of the mammoths that had once roamed the Valley of Mexico, and which Neolithic peoples had hunted to extinction. And it's clear that the Tlaxcalans soon warmed to their guests, despite the thousands of their warriors that they had killed. Or at least an opportunity to change their fortune. They soon came up with a suggestion. They told Cortez that there was a great ally of Moctezuma nearby in the city of Cholula, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
They said to them, "The Cholulans are very evil. They are our enemies. They are as strong as the Mexica, and they are the Mexica's friends." When the Spaniards heard this, they went to Cholula. The Tlaxcalans went with them, outfitted for war.
In reality, the Cholulans weren't such close allies of the Mexica, and it's likely the Tlaxcalans were lying to the Spanish, hoping that they would help them get rid of another annoying rival.
Now before this, there had been friction between the Tlaxcalans and the Cholulans. They viewed each other with anger, fury, hate, and disgust. They could come together on nothing. Because of this, they put the Spaniards up to killing them treacherously.
It's moments like this that really undermine the idea that the Aztecs thought that the Spaniards were gods. If you had a god in your presence, you probably wouldn't try to trick them like this. But, alarmed at the thought of the Cholulan threat, Cortez agreed. He and his men marched to Cholula, a wealthy city that once held the world's largest pyramid by volume. It was a glorious place, with many tall towers. When the Spanish arrived, The Cholulans met them peacefully, but straight away, Cortez unleashed a tidal wave of violence.
Au inye o senkiske iskichtin, niman kiwaltsatzahke inkalakwaya.
When they had all come together, the Spaniards and their friends blocked the entrances, all of the places where one entered. Thereupon, people were stabbed, struck, and killed. No such thing was in the minds of the Cholulans. They did not meet the Spaniards with weapons of war.
The massacre at Cholula went on for 2 days. The whole city burned, and the Spaniards destroyed a temple to the god Quetzalcoatl, the flying feathered serpent that was the primary god of Cholula. If any Mexica had ever wondered whether Cortez was the return of Quetzalcoatl, it's likely this act would have put a stop to that speculation. The priests of the city threw themselves from the high towers of their temples to escape the flames. Cortez later came up with a justification for this act. In his letters, he claims that he uncovered a plot hatched by the Cholulans to murder him and his men, and that's why he unleashed his murderous rage on the city. But it's not clear whether this was actually the case. It seems more likely that this was simply an act of terror to instill fear in the heart of Moctezuma. The city of Tenochtitlan lay only 80 kilometers away, just behind that wall of soaring volcanoes. Cortez's final destination was drawing near. When Moctezuma heard of the sacking of the powerful city of Cholula and the destruction of the temple to Quetzalcoatl, he was inconsolable, as the Florentine Codex remembers.
And when the messengers got there, they told Moctezuma what had happened and what they had seen. When Moctezuma heard it, he just hung his head and sat there, not saying a word. He sat like someone on the verge of death. For a long time, it was as though he had lost awareness. He answered them only by saying to them, "What can be done, O men of unique valor? We have come to the end. We are resigned. Should we climb up the mountains? But should we run away? We are Mexica. Will the Mexica state flourish in exile? Look at the sad conditions of the poor old men and women, and the little children who know nothing yet. Where would they be taken? What answer is there? What can be done? Whatever can be done."
Messengers were now flowing into his palace in a steady stream, some arriving just as others were leaving. Moctezuma had a spy in every village, and since the Spanish gave the same religious sermon at every place they stopped, he eventually told his spies to stop repeating the same speech back to him. He'd heard it enough times already. With each report, the Spaniards were drawing closer. Marching behind them came thousands of native warriors of the Tlaxcalans, as well as other assorted people such as the Otomi.
Then all those from the various cities on the other side of the mountains, the Tlaxcalans, the people of Telilhuicatepec, of Huexotzinco, came following behind. They came outfitted for war, with their cotton upper armor, shields and bows, their quivers full and packed with feathered arrows, some barbed, some blunted, some with obsidian points. They went crouching, hitting their mouths with their hands and yelling, singing in Tequilan style, whistling, shaking their heads.
Moctezuma's messengers soon reported that the Spanish had reached the gates of the mountain passes and were preparing to cross over into the valley. They said that the Captain Cortez was looking for Moctezuma. The king must have been terrified. He decided to send one of his servants, dressed up in royal clothes, and bearing as much gold as he could put together. He hoped that if he gave the Spanish what they wanted, a meeting with Moctezuma and the gold they seemed to crave, then they might finally leave him alone. The messenger went out and met Cortez in the high mountain passes, forested with pine trees.
Iwan istak tepetl, onkan incuautechcac, kimon macaque teucuitlapani.
They gave the Spaniards golden banners, banners of precious feathers, and golden necklaces. And when they had given the things to them, they seemed to smile, to rejoice and be very happy. Like monkeys, they grabbed the gold. It was as though their hearts were put to rest, brightened, freshened. For gold was what they greatly thirsted for. They were gluttonous for it, starved for it, piggishly wanting it. They came lifting up the golden banners, waving them from side to side, showing them to each other. They seemed to babble. What they said to each other was in a babbling tongue.
The messenger dressed as the king introduced himself as Moctezuma, and he asked the Spanish what they wanted in the lands of the Mexica. But Cortez was not fooled. His Tlaxcalan allies knew what Moctezuma looked like, and they tipped him off to the deception.
Au niman kilwike, nepashiao, tleika intitechis tlacawia.
Then they told him, "Go on with you. Why do you lie to us? What do you take us for? You can't lie to us. You can't fool us, turn our heads, flatter us, make faces at us, trick us, confuse our vision, distort things for us, blind us, dazzle us, throw mud in our eyes, put muddy hands on our faces. It is not you. Moctezuma exists. He will not be able to hide from us. He will not be able to find refuge."
The Spanish marched on through the mountain passes, with the volcanoes towering on either side, and their thousands of native allies following behind. The atmosphere among the Tlaxcalans must have been electric. How many of them had ever dreamed that they would one day march into the lands of the Mexica and bring vengeance on their most hated enemies? At the news that his disguised servant had failed, Moctezuma fell into despair. News of the Spanish advance had now spread throughout the land. People fled, and whole towns and villages were deserted.
And at this time, there was silence here in Mexico. No one went out anymore. Mothers no longer let their children go out. The roads were as if swept clean, wide open, as if at dawn, with no one crossing. People assembled in the houses and did nothing but grieve.
Moctezuma even ordered the roads to be blocked, but the Spanish easily overcame these obstacles, and panic began to descend in Moctezuma's court. The magicians that Moctezuma had sent to slow down the Spanish also returned, and they reported that their spells had had no effect. Even worse, some of them had experienced visions in which they saw the whole of the Aztec Empire, all its temples and palaces, all its houses and towers, going up in flames. It was probably the last news that Moctezuma wanted to hear. We can imagine what Cortez and his men saw when they first crossed those mountains, and the wide expanse of the Valley of Mexico stretched out before them. It was the same sight that the Mexica people would have seen 200 years before, when they first arrived in the valley from the other direction. About 15 kilometers away, the wide blue waters of Lake Texcoco would have stretched out, with the white clutter of dozens of cities ringing its bank. The grasslands striated with fields of corn, beans, chili peppers, and cotton, smoke rising from the villages and cities, and in the water of the lake, the glittering white jewel of Tenochtitlan sat. The closer the Spaniards marched, the more awe-inspiring the city looked. They were amazed at the sight, as the soldier Francisco de Aguilar later wrote.
Its castellated fortresses, its splendid monuments, royal dwelling places, glorious heights. How marvellous it is to gaze on them, all stuccoed, carved and crowned with different kinds of decoration, painted with animals, covered with stone figures.
As they approached the great causeway of the city, they must have done so with an enormous sense of trepidation. But there, out in the middle of the bridge, they saw a figure standing in a crown of green quetzal feathers, surrounded on either side by warriors wearing jaguar skins and eagle feathers. The Emperor Moctezuma had finally come out to meet them. Moctezuma had watched the approach of the Spanish with horror, and to him they must have made an impressive and fearsome sight, as the Florentine Codex recounts.
Niman owalpeu que inye iguitse Mexico, ololiu tiwitse tepeu tiwitse.
The Spaniards set off on their way to Mexico, coming gathered and bunched, raising dust. Their iron lances and halberds seemed to sparkle, and their iron swords were curved like a stream of water. Their armor and iron helmets seemed to make a clattering sound. Some of them came wearing iron all over, turned into iron beings, gleaming so that they aroused great fear, and were generally seen with fear and dread. Their dogs came in front, coming ahead of them, keeping to the front, panting with their spittle hanging down.
Tenochtitlan was guarded by a huge army of soldiers. Every man in the city had been trained for war since childhood, and the entire vast army of the empire was based here. It's quite possible that they could have surrounded the Spanish and overwhelmed them, as the Tlaxcalans nearly had. But Moctezuma was paralyzed by fear. Stories of the defeat of Tlaxcala and the sacking of Cholula would have resounded in his head, and he knew that if he tried to defeat the Spanish here and failed, in full view of every citizen, then his rule would be over. Even a costly victory would have been unacceptable. He decided to go out and meet this foreigner and see what he wanted. Moctezuma must have been filled with fear as he was carried in a litter down to the causeway of Tenochtitlan, accompanied with his warriors and wearing his finest clothes, resplendent with shimmering feathers. When he finally dismounted, he saw the Spaniards beginning to cross the causeway to meet him. We can only imagine what it would have been like to see these two men finally come face to face. Neither of them were much given to flowery words. The following exchange is all they said at first.
Are you not him? Are you not Moctezuma? Yes, I am him.
Moctezuma extended his courtesy to the Spaniards, and they were shown into the city. They were given lodgings in a palace that had once belonged to a former king, and which Aguilar wrote about in high praise.
The palace was a wonder to behold. There were innumerable rooms inside, antechambers, splendid halls, mattresses of large cloaks, pillows of leather and tree fibre, good eiderdowns, and admirable white fur robes, as well as well-made wooden seats.
When the Spanish arrived in the palace, they began firing off their guns in celebration, and set off their cannons too. The sounds would have resounded around the city streets, and the ordinary Mexica hid in fear.
And when this had happened, then the various guns were fired. It seemed that everything became confused. People went this way and that, scattering and darting about. It was as though everyone's tongue were out. Everyone was preoccupied. Everyone had been taking mushrooms. As though who knows what had been shown to everyone. Fear reigned, as though everyone had swallowed his heart. It was still this way at night. Everyone was terrified, taken aback, thunderstruck, stunned.
As Cortez and his men went to sleep that night in the palace of the Aztec capital, lying on beds strewn with fragrant flowers, they would have heard the soft blowing of conch shells echoing from the temples at midnight. The beating of drums would have announced the arrival of the dawn. Cortez and his men spent the next few weeks in Tenochtitlan. They saw the sights of the great market of Tlatelolco, which Bernal Diaz remembers with astonishment.
Among us there were soldiers who had been in many parts of the world, in Constantinople and all of Italy and Rome. Never had they seen a square that compared so well, so orderly and wide, and so full of people as that one.
They also visited the towering temples of Tiopan, noting with distaste the blood running down their steps. And they lost no time in interrogating Moctezuma about the stores of gold he had. The Aztec king, increasingly feeling like he was losing control of the situation, gave up his treasury to the Spaniards. He gave them fine pieces of carved jade, but the Spanish weren't interested in those. They were interested in the ornately decorated pieces of gold jewelry, headbands and chest plates, statues, and other works of incomparable art. The Spanish created a fire and melted it all down into gold bricks.
The gold on the shields and on all the devices was taken off. And when all the gold had been detached, right away they set on fire all the different precious things. They all burned. And the Spaniards made the gold into bricks, and they took as much of the green stone as it pleased them. As to the rest of the green stone, the Tlaxcalans just snatched it up, and the Spaniards went everywhere, scratching about in the hiding places, storehouses, places of storage all around. They took everything they saw that pleased them.
It's likely that Cortez had always planned what was about to happen. But in the first weeks after his arrival in Tenochtitlan, something happened that would give him the perfect excuse to speed up his plans. News arrived from the coast that 6 of his men back in the town of Veracruz had been killed in a quarrel with some local Mexica. Cortez likely knew that it had been an accident, but he saw his opportunity and decided to use this as an excuse to move against the Emperor Moctezuma. The meeting started like any other. Cortez entered the throne room with his soldiers, and Moctezuma offered them more jewels and other gifts. But Cortez turned them down. He told Moctezuma that he suspected him of plotting to attack his men on the coast. He ordered the king to go with the Spanish to their lodgings, and warned the king not to make any noise or cry out. The Aztec king realized immediately what was happening, and it must have sent a shiver down his spine. This was the thing he feared most, and he pleaded with the Spanish to reconsider.
My person is not such as can be made a prisoner of. Even if I would like it, my people would not suffer it.
But it was useless. Moctezuma spoke to his courtiers and told them that the great god Huitzilopochtli had told him that he should go and live with the Spanish for some time. We can imagine the blank looks of these powerful men as they heard these words.
Many chiefs came, and removing their garments, they placed him under their arms, and walking barefoot, they brought a simple litter, and weeping, carried him in it in great silence. Thus we proceeded to my quarters with no disturbance in the city.
It would have been clear to everyone, even the common people in the street, that from this moment on, Moctezuma was emperor in name only. Cortez was now the true power in the Aztec Empire. That night, Cortez arrested 17 Mexica lords, who he accused of plotting the attacks on his men in Veracruz. He had them burned alive in the courtyard of the great temple, using piles of the Aztecs' wooden swords as kindling. Moctezuma was brought to watch, with chains on his feet, and it said that the Mexica people watched these executions in complete silence. Moctezuma, for the most part, seems to have borne his imprisonment with dignity but resignation. He went about his usual business, watched jugglers and poets as usual, continued to bathe and meet with his lords. But everywhere he went, Spanish guards went with him. And then one day, in April 1520, a messenger managed to slip the Aztec king a secret note, painted on a piece of cloth. It showed 18 Spanish ships off the coast. To Moctezuma, the meaning was clear. Another group of Spaniards were arriving, and they were not the friends of Cortez. The governor of Cuba, Diego de Velázquez, had spent the last 6 months since Cortez's departure stewing in his bitterness. He had confiscated much of Cortez's property and land in Cuba, but this had done little to sate his appetite for revenge. And when he heard what Cortez had done, sending news of his conquests and chests full of gold directly back to the Spanish king, he must have exploded with rage. He immediately summoned one of his lieutenants, a man named Panfilo de Narvaez, and ordered him to set sail to Mexico with 900 men. His mission was to apprehend Cortez, put a stop to his illegal mission, and drag him back to Cuba in chains. Cortez knew nothing of this approaching danger, but for Moctezuma this must have been an enormous revelation. Up until then, Cortez had used the divisions in Aztec society to play the people of Mexico against one another and bring an empire to its knees. But now Moctezuma saw that the foreigners were just as divided as they were. And with that simple fact, he saw a chance to rid himself of the ruthless Cortez. Through whispered messages, Moctezuma was actually able to communicate with Narvaez as he sailed up the Mexican coast. Narvaez told Moctezuma that Cortez and his men had lied to him. They didn't have the support of the Spanish crown. In fact, they were little better than pirates. And Moctezuma sent messages back to Narvaez, pleading him to come quickly, telling him the best routes to Tenochtitlan, and even sending food and gold. But as time went on, Moctezuma grew terrified that Cortez would find out what was happening, and perhaps he hoped that the news would scare Cortez away. He went to the Spanish captain and showed him the painting of the ships. He urged him to leave Tenochtitlan while there was still time. Cortez must have exploded. There he was, at the heart of the empire he had set out to conquer, with everything going his way. And now the bitter old governor of Cuba was going to ruin everything. Cortez knew he would have to march the whole 400 kilometers back to the coast and face Narvaez. But he would have to leave enough of his men behind to continue to keep the Emperor Moctezuma as a prisoner. His force would be dangerously split, and all of his achievements seemed to be in danger, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
When Cortez heard about the ships and saw the painting on the cloth, he became very thoughtful, for he knew quite well that the fleet had been sent against him by the governor, Diego Velázquez.
Cortez set off at the beginning of May with 80 or so men, leaving just over 100 behind in Tenochtitlan. His men now marched in Aztec cotton armor, as it was lighter and easier to carry, and it was surprisingly effective at soaking up arrows. Cortez sent a messenger to the Tlaxcalans, asking them for 4,000 men to help him fight Narvaez. But considering their recent experience, the Tlaxcalans were not enthusiastic about fighting any more Spaniards. Instead, they sent Cortez 20 turkeys as a gift. Narvaez landed and marched up the Mexican coast, seeking to capture the town of Veracruz, where only 100 of Cortez's men still remained. They camped at a place called Kempoala, camping at the top of one of the town's temples and waiting for Cortez's army to arrive. They were supremely confident of success. Narvaez outnumbered Cortez 3-1, and he expected his opponent to take much longer to cross the Mexican landscape. When one of his men told him that Cortez's army was only 5 kilometers away, he refused to believe it, and either way, he was sure that Cortez would wait until dawn to mount an attack. He may even have been expecting Cortez to surrender. But Cortez had been in Mexico for over a year at that point. He had learned how to fight in that landscape and how to turn the odds in his favor. That night, the rain came down in torrents. While Narvaez slept, Cortez and his men crept through the dark at midnight, the rain covering the sound of their movements. They climbed the pyramid stealthily and quickly dispatched the guards outside Narvaez's chamber, setting the temple on fire as they went. Narvaez sounded the alarm, his men rushing from their beds and putting on their armor.
We came with such stealth that when they observed us and sounded the alarm, I was already inside the courtyard of the camp. On the steps of the tower where Narvaez was quartered were some 19 guns. We climbed those steps so quickly that they had time to fire only one gun.
They fought up and down the steps of the pyramid, swords clashing and flashing in the moonlight and the fires of the burning temple, the rain still pouring down. One of Cortez's pikemen jabbed at Narvaez and took out his right eye. With blood gushing down his face and neck, Narvaez surrendered and was put in chains. His soldiers were mercenaries who had been promised gold if they followed him and had no particular loyalty. They surrendered, and when Cortez promised them vast mountains of gold in Tenochtitlan, they agreed to join his company, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
Cortez promised to make them rich. He was so persuasive, in fact, that every one of them offered to come with us. But if they had known the Mexican strength, I believe not one of them would have volunteered.
Far from defeating Cortez, the governor of Cuba had actually delivered fresh reinforcements right to him. He was now more powerful than ever, anti of Tenochtitlan. But without his knowledge, events in the city had taken a dark turn. While Cortez dealt with Narvaez on the coast, in Tenochtitlan he had left in charge a man named Pedro de Alvarado. Alvarado continued to control Moctezuma as the emperor went about his daily business. But his situation was precarious. He had only 100 or so men and some assorted Tlaxcalan allies, but they were ruling over a city with a population of well over 200,000. One event would soon test the resolve of the Spanish to its utmost. This was the festival of Toxcatl. The Toxcatl ceremony was once intended to bring rain to the lands of the Mexica, but like most festivals in Tenochtitlan, it had been taken over during the time of Tlacaelel by the warlike god Huitzilopochtli. It now involved the sacrifice of a young man, chosen from among the people for his good looks and charm. He had lived the whole of that year as the god Tezcatlipoca, being showered with every luxury. But now his day had come. He was dressed up like the gods, and his life was to be offered up to them in sacrifice. Moctezuma had asked Cortés for permission to carry out the festival before he left for the coast, and Cortés had given it, on condition that there would be no human sacrifice. But now Alvarado sensed growing signs of rebellion among the Mexica. With Cortés gone, they sensed weakness. They stopped providing the Spaniards with food, and one Mexica girl who had been doing their laundry was found murdered, presumably as a warning to the other Mexica not to work with the foreigners. Alvarado even heard rumors that the Mexica were preparing to scale the walls of the palace and rescue the captive Moctezuma, even tunneling through the walls to free him. No doubt the Spaniards' Tlaxcalan allies, who hated the Mexica, were happy to stoke these rumors. Trouble was brewing in Tenochtitlan, and on the third night of the festival of Toxcatl, it would all come to a head. The ceremony would have been vivid and full of color and dancing. The Mexica sang sacred songs and dressed in feathered headdresses and bright embroidered clothes, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
When things were already going on, when the festivity was being observed and there was dancing and singing, with voices raised in song, the singing was like the noise of waves breaking against the rocks.
But as the festival went on, it became increasingly clear that the Mexica were going to ignore the orders of Cortés and go ahead with the planned sacrifice. Alvarado was enraged at their disobedience and ordered his men to prepare to stop the ceremony. The Spaniards entered the sacred precinct dressed for war, while others in their bright armor guarded all the exits. It's not clear what drove Alvarado in these moments. Quite possibly, he and his men were drunk. But as the festival reached its climax and the drums and flutes crashed together, Alvarado let out a cold, clear command.
Let them die.
The Spanish fell upon all the gathered Mexica, and a slaughter began. The Mexica memories of this event, recorded in the Florentine Codex, are full of gruesome, specific details that read like the authentic memories of trauma.
When this had been done, they went into the temple courtyard to kill people. Those whose assignment it was to do the killing just went on foot, each with his metal sword and his leather shield, some of them iron-studded. Then they surrounded those who were dancing, going among the cylindrical drums. They struck a drummer's arms, both of his hands were severed. Then they struck his neck, his head landed far away. Then they stabbed everyone with iron lances and struck them with the iron swords. They struck some in the belly, and their entrails came spilling out. They split open the heads of some. They really cut their skulls to pieces. Their skulls were cut up into little bits, and some they hit on the shoulders. Their bodies broke open and ripped. Some they hacked on the calves, some on the thighs, some on their bellies. And if someone still tried to run, it was useless. He just dragged his intestines along. There was a stench as if of sulfur. Those who tried to escape could go nowhere.
The Spaniards began to loot and burn the temples of the city, lost in a frenzy of destruction. This act had turned the whole city against them, and the Mexica of Tenochtitlan realized that this was their chance to regain their freedom. The drums at the top of the great temples began to beat, and an Aztec priest is said to have cried out this bellowing declaration.
Mexica, are we not going to war? Have courage!
Mexica commoners and soldiers alike grabbed their weapons and flooded the street. The Spanish were forced to retreat to the palace, where they locked themselves in with a number of their Tlaxcalan allies and the Emperor Moctezuma. The Mexica tried to burn down the palace doors. Fearing that they would break through, Alvarado put his dagger to Moctezuma's chest and ordered him to tell his people to stop. Moctezuma climbed onto the roof of the palace and raised his hands, calling out to his people.
Let the Mexica hear. We are not their match. Please, stop the fighting.
They only pelted him with stones, and the Spanish had to step in to guard him with their shields. It was clear that Moctezuma's authority over the Mexica had ended, and with it, the power the Spanish had over the city had gone too. Alvarado and his men settled down for a siege, trapped in the palace without food, fighting off constant attacks and waiting for Cortés to return. It would take 23 days before Cortés once again arrived, back at the shores of Lake Texcoco, his forces now swelled by Narvaez's men. He now commanded about 1,000 Spaniards and many thousands more Tlaxcalan soldiers who had joined him on his return journey. The Tlaxcalans had heard about the setbacks in Tenochtitlan, but by this point they had gambled everything on Cortés. If the Spanish were defeated, they knew that the vengeance of Tenochtitlan would be fearsome, and so their fates and the fate of the Spaniards were now intertwined. But Cortés had other problems. He had told wonderful tales to his new recruits about a glittering golden city on the lake, where the markets held every luxury, and they would find plenty of food. But when he arrived back in Tenochtitlan, he found it a very different place. Bodies were hanging from the gates and towers, apparently Mexica, who had been killed for collaborating with the Spanish. The streets were deserted, and the great markets were closed. There were disgruntled murmurings among his new soldiers. Cortés found Alvarado and his men holed up in the palace, on the edge of starvation.
The garrison in the fortress received us with such joy. It seemed we had given back to them their lives, which they had deemed lost. And that day and night we passed in rejoicing.
These men were naturally delighted to see him, but the city was still in open revolt, and the crowds came out every day to batter on the palace doors and break through cracks in the walls. Cortés ordered Moctezuma to once again go out and speak to his people. The emperor at first refused, remembering what had happened the first time he tried this, but he had no choice. He went out onto the terrace of the palace, and the crowd stretched out beneath him. 17 years ago, a similar crowd had watched his coronation in glorious ceremony, but now their faces were set hard and unforgiving on their captive king. Instead of the cheers and raucous music that had once graced his coronation, sources say that the Mexica met the sight of their king with utter silence. Moctezuma called out over the stony crowd, repeating his earlier words. that they were no match for the Spanish, and that it would be better to surrender.
We are not their match. Let there be no more fighting.
One source, known as the Codex Ramirez, includes an Aztec warrior in the crowd shouting back to Moctezuma.
What is being said by this scoundrel Moctezuma, whore of the Spaniards? Does he think he can call to us, with his woman-like soul, to fight for the empire which he has abandoned out of fright? We do not want to obey him, because he is no longer our king.
Whether or not these words were actually said, this was certainly the spirit in which the king's words were received. It's not long before the first stones began to rain down on the helpless figure of the king. First one stone, then another, fell until the whole crowd was pelting him, and arrows began to fly too. Moctezuma was struck several times before the Spanish were able to rescue him and pull him back into the palace. Inside, he refused any treatment for his wounds. Moctezuma died on the morning of the 30th of June, 1520. The Spanish burned the body, as the Florentine Codex recalls.
Au in o itoke, in o ish I machoke, in kaye motekosomatsi.
They hastened to take Moctezuma up in their arms and brought him to the place called Capulco. Then they placed him on a pile of wood and set fire to it, ignited it. Then the fire crackled and roared with many tongues of flame like tassels rising up, and Moctezuma's body lay sizzling, and it let off a stench as it burned.
Cortés knew that they could not stay in the city. Without Moctezuma, he had no power over the Mexica people, and the people of Tenochtitlan were beginning to learn how to fight the Spanish, using the geography of the city to their advantage, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
If at times we were gaining a little ground, they would pretend to make a retreat in order to lure us into following them. We could not stand up to the rocks and stones which they hurled from the roofs in such numbers that many of our men were hurt or wounded.
Cortés hatched a plan to leave the city under cover of darkness. They would sneak through the streets while the Mexica slept and slip across the western causeway. But it wouldn't be easy. The city's series of interconnected islands were joined by drawbridges that the Mexica could raise at will, easily cutting off the Spanish and surrounding them. Cortés and his men packed all the gold they could carry into their bags and muffled the hooves of their horses so they would make no noise on the stone streets. Then they prepared to leave. It was midnight, and there was a mist hanging over the lake. Everything went to plan at first. They snuck out of the palace and through the dark streets of the silent city. But as they went, a woman by the docks spotted them and shouted out a warning.
Mexica, come quickly! Our enemies are leaving! Now that it's night, they are running away as fugitives.
The entire male population of Tenochtitlan burst out of their houses, taking up their spears and swords and jumping into their war canoes, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
The shouts and cries and whistles of the Mexicans rang out. Then, all of a sudden, we saw many bands of warriors descending on us, and the whole lake so thick with canoes that we could not defend ourselves.
On open ground, with their horses and cannons, the Spanish were unbeatable. But in the narrow streets, on the islands broken by bridges and canals, the Aztecs knew exactly how to fight. They massed around the Spanish in their canoes, pelting them with countless arrows, while warriors ran them down from the rear. The Mexica hatred of the Spanish was by this time so intense that they gave up their usual code of honor surrounding war. They no longer tried to capture the Europeans for sacrifice, and went straight in for the kill instead. One telling detail is that during this fight, the Mexica killed the Spaniards with a sharp blow to the back of their head, a punishment usually reserved for petty criminals. Chaos reigned. The bodies of dead Spaniards and Mexica began to choke up the canals, and it's said that the last of the Spanish were able to cross the waters by running across these bodies. Horses fell into the lake too, and legend has it that some of the Spanish, who weighted themselves down with gold, also fell into the lake and sank to the bottom. The Spanish lost virtually all of their gold as they fled. Panic spread throughout their ranks, and for perhaps the first time since landing in Mexico, fear overcame them. Their retreat became a rout.
Many had perished, along with their horses, and all the gold had been lost together with the jewels, clothing, all the artillery, and many other things besides. God alone knows how dangerous and how difficult it was, for each time I turned on the enemy, I came back full of arrows and bruised by stones.
A reasonable estimate for the number of Spanish killed on this night is around 600. Thousands of their Tlaxcalan allies were massacred. But just over 400 Spaniards, Cortés among them, did manage to fight their way across the causeway to safety. Cortés was devastated. It's said he sat beneath a tree and wept, but his determination only got stronger. I think there's a touch of madness to him at this point, and he resolved to retake the city of Tenochtitlan from what he called the Mexica Rebellion. We can tell what was on his mind because he asked after only one person that night. He checked that the expedition's chief shipbuilder was still alive. The men answered that yes, he had survived. Cortés replied with only these words:
Let's go then. We have everything we need.
The people of Tenochtitlan had delivered the most crushing defeat ever inflicted on European colonists in the New World. This event, known by the Spanish as the Noche Triste, or the Night of Sorrows, would remain that way for some time. The Mexica of Tenochtitlan gathered all the bodies of the hundreds of dead Spaniards and stripped them of their steel armor and swords. They took a number of crossbows too, although without training, these were very difficult to use. They captured a number of guns, although these were of course useless without bullets and powder. And they took a Spanish cannon. Not knowing what to do with it, they wisely rolled it into the lake. The Mexica must have been overjoyed at their victory, but the damage done to their empire was already enormous. The emperor was dead, and multiple parts of the empire were now openly defying the authority of Tenochtitlan. The whole network of Aztec power was beginning to come apart. Cortés, by this point, was a man possessed. He retreated to his allies at Tlaxcala and spent the next 6 months readying himself to return to Tenochtitlan in full force. He gathered together an army of many thousands of native allies, perhaps as many as 100,000, and together with his remaining 100 cavalry, 900 Spanish infantry, and 16 cannons, he marched back to the city that had expelled him just after Christmas in the year 1520.
I addressed the men and reminded them how, for no good reason, all the natives of Tenochtitlan had not only rebelled against your majesty, but had killed many men who were our friends and kinsmen, and had driven us from their land. I urged them to consider how much it would benefit the service of God and your majesty if we were to return and recover all of what had been lost.
Bernal Diaz recalls the tactical decision that Cortes made.
Remembering our great defeat and expulsion, we vowed that, God willing, we would now adopt a different method of fighting and blockade the city.
When the Spanish reached the lake, the shipbuilder who Cortes had asked for on the night of the Noche Triste began his work. He directed Cortes's men to cut down the pine trees that grew on the slopes of the volcanoes and build 12 ships of a kind known as brigantines. These were small, two-masted ships that used a combination of sails and oars, and as they neared completion, Cortes loaded them with cannons and musketeers. He blockaded all the main causeways leading to Tenochtitlan, just as the Tepanec forces of King Mashtla had tried to do nearly a century before. But with the help of his powerful warships, Cortes's siege was much more effective. This siege would last for 4 months, and over that time, Cortes slowly choked the life out of Tenochtitlan. One factor that began to come into play around this time was the spread of smallpox among the Mexica people. This disease was brought from the Old World by the Europeans and caused much devastation among the population that had no inbuilt immunity, as the Florentine Codex records.
Achtopa manako wei kokolisli, totomona lisli, ipantepe ilwit insin.
Before the Spaniards appeared to us, first an epidemic broke out, a sickness of pustules. It began in Tepehuitl. Large bumps spread on people. Some were entirely covered. They spread everywhere, on the face, the head, the chest. The disease brought great desolation. A great many died of it. They could no longer walk about, but lay in their dwellings and sleeping places, no longer able to move or stir.
After many weeks of the siege, Cortes finally gave the order to advance into the city across its 3 great causeways. The fighting was bitter and relentless, going street to street, fighting for each house and bridge at a time, with heavy losses on both sides. Bernal Diaz recalls the terrifying noise of these battles.
Mexican captains were yelling and shouting night and day, calling to the men in the canoes. Then there was the unceasing sound of their accursed drums and trumpets, and their melancholy drums in the shrines and on their temple towers. Both day and night the din was so great that we could hardly hear one another speak.
Around this time, the Mexica began to use sacrifice as a true weapon of terror. Whenever they managed to capture Spanish soldiers, they took them to the top of the temple to Huitzilopochtli, in full view of the Spanish armies fighting in the streets. There they tore out their hearts and dismembered them in full sight. This tactic had the effect of terrifying the Spanish troops, as Bernal Diaz recalls.
I feared that one day or another they would do the same to me. When I remembered their hideous deaths, I came to fear death more than ever in the past. Before I went into battle, a sort of horror and gloom would seize my heart.
The resilience and bravery of the Aztecs was incredible, and as a result, Cortes found himself resorting to extreme tactics. As his men advanced through the city, he ordered that every district they passed through should be demolished entirely, with the rubble being used to fill in the canals and waterways, so that the Aztec canoes could not maneuver. The Spanish army was a steamroller, slowly crushing the city of Tenochtitlan into dust. Cortes was frustrated and angry. He had wanted to hand the city of Tenochtitlan over to his king as a pristine jewel, but the battle was turning it into a blackened ruin. And while the Spanish adapted their tactics, the Mexica did too. They learned to make evasive maneuvers in their canoes and take cover from gunfire, as mentioned in the Florentine Codex.
In Orwell kinemilike in iuwetsit lakikis.
But when the Mexica had been able to see and judge how the guns hit, or the iron bolts, they no longer went straight, but went back and forth, going from one side to the other, zigzagging. Also, when they saw that the big gun was about to go off, everyone hit the ground, spread out on the ground, crouched down, and the warriors quickly went in among the houses.
The Aztecs even managed to lure Cortez's large ships onto some submerged sandbanks, stranding them and allowing them to kill their commanders. In total, 5 of these ships would be lost over the whole course of the battle. At night, the city's defenders would sneak out and clear the rubble that the Spanish had put in the canals, undoing their work. But as the months of grinding battle wore on, famine and disease weakened the Mexica. They began to eat wood and leather, even bricks crushed into powder, as remembered in the Florentine Codex.
Au in iskich masewali, senkatlai yowiyaya mayanayaya.
All the common people suffered greatly. There was famine, many died of hunger. They no longer drank good, pure water, but the water they drank was salty. Many people died of it, and because of it, many got dysentery and died. Everything was eaten: lizards, swallows, maize straw, grass that grows on salt flats. And they chewed at wood, glue flowers, plaster, leather, and deerskin, which they roasted, baked, and toasted so that they could eat them. And they ground up medicinal herbs and adobe bricks. There has never been the like of such suffering. The siege was frightening, and great numbers died of hunger. And bit by bit they came pressing us back against the wall, herding us together.
When the Spanish reached the center of the city, they found the well that the Mexica had been drinking from and destroyed it, forcing them to drink the salty lake water instead.
So great was their suffering, and it was beyond our understanding how they could endure it. In the streets, we came across such piles of the dead that we were forced to walk upon them.
The Aztecs fought bravely and inflicted huge casualties on the Spanish, but the pattern was now set in stone. They had no new supplies, no new soldiers, and no relief. Meanwhile, a steady flow of supplies came to Cortez from the coast. Many times his men nearly ran out of gunpowder or food, only to have it resupplied the next day. And soon the Aztecs were hemmed in and were forced to make their last stand in the market of Tlatelolco. The Florentine Codex recalls that on that final day, as the Mexica prepared for their last stand, a light once again appeared in the sky over Mexico.
Au in yowaliwak, nimanye ik kikiyawi, awach kikiyawi.
When night came, it rained and sprinkled off and on. It was very dark. When a fire appeared, it looked and appeared as if it was coming from the sky, like a whirlwind. It went spinning around and around, turning on itself. As it went, it seemed to explode into coals, some large, some small, some just like sparks. It spluttered, crackled, and snapped. It circled the walls at the water, heading towards Coyanacasko. There it went into the midst of the water and disappeared there. No one struck his hand against his mouth. No one uttered a sound.
In the great market that had once boomed with life, the Aztec forces were surrounded and utterly destroyed. the Mexica surrendered on the 13th of August, 1521. The king at this point was a man named Cuauhtémoc, and the sorrow that the Mexica felt at this moment is palpable in the Florentine Codex.
Then they took Cuauhtémoc in a boat. When they were about to take Cuauhtémoc, all the people wept, saying, "There goes the Lord Cuauhtémoc, going to give himself to the Spaniards."
And when the weapons were laid down and we collapsed, the year count was 3 house, and the day count was 1 serpent. And when Cuauhtémoc went to give himself up, they took him to Acachinanco. It was already dark.
The Aztec warriors marked their defeat with the singing of this bitter lament.
Broken spears lie in the roads. We have torn our hair in grief. The houses are roofless now, and their walls are reddened with blood. Worms are swarming in the streets and plazas, and the walls are splattered with gore. The water has turned red as if it were dyed. We have pounded our hands in despair against the adobe walls. For our inheritance, our city, is lost and dead. The shields of our warriors were its defense, but they could not save it.
The last Aztec emperor, Cuauhtémoc, was captured by the Spanish and tortured until he revealed the location of all the remaining gold in the city. There was hardly any left, since the Spanish had already taken most of it and lost it in the lake during their retreat the previous year. This caused a great deal of anger among Cortez's soldiers, who he had promised vast hoards of gold for their troubles, as Bernal Diaz remembers.
We captains and soldiers were all somewhat sad when we saw how little gold there was and how poor and mean our shares would be.
Cortez and his men stood victorious over the smoking ruins of Tenochtitlan. In the battle, the city had been all but destroyed. Humiliated at his failure to take the city intact, Cortez wanted to erase all trace of the white city that had once stood here in the lake, and the culture that had once lived here. And over the next years, Cortez would ensure that anything left standing after the siege was gradually demolished. He had its houses pulled down and its canals filled in. He even declared that any Mexica who tried to move back into the ruined city would be executed, and he set up a gallows in the main plaza for this purpose. In the years that followed, Cortez enslaved vast amounts of the surviving Mexica people, branding them with hot irons to show their status. He put them to work destroying their own city and building European-style buildings on their ruins, working thousands of them to death in dangerous conditions. He forced these workers to tear down the tall pyramids and temples of Tenochtitlan and build Catholic churches on their rubble. He tore down Moctezuma's palaces too, and built mansions for the Spaniards on their foundations. He even changed Tenochtitlan's name, renaming it Mexico, because it was an easier word for the Spanish to pronounce. The city expanded on a grid system like the cities of Europe, erasing the shape of the city that lay beneath. The Franciscan friar Toribio de Benavente Motolinia, who arrived in Mexico City 4 years later, witnessed this army of Mexica slaves pulling apart their once great city, and described the hellish scenes he saw as a plague on all mankind.
The 7th plague was the construction of the great city of Mexico, which during the early years used more people than in the construction of Jerusalem. The crowds of labourers were so numerous that one could hardly move in the streets and causeways, although they are very wide. Many died from being crushed by beams, or falling from high places, or in tearing down old buildings for new ones.
During the siege of Tenochtitlan, the Spanish had destroyed the Aztec dams that protected the city from flooding, and in its early years, Mexico City was therefore prone to destructive floods. In the 1600s, over a century after the fall of Tenochtitlan, Mexico City grew to fill the footprint of the old Aztec capital, and efforts began to drain the lake that surrounded the island city. It was hoped that by draining Lake Texcoco, fertile farmlands would be revealed underneath. But the lake bed was too salty to be any use, and only stagnant salt flats took its place. Still, Mexico City expanded across these salt flats at an enormous rate. Today, it's the largest city by population in North America, with over 20 million people living in its wider metropolitan area. The entire lake bed was paved over with cobbles and paved stones, which in modern times were covered in concrete and tarmac. The entire enormous expanse of Lake Texcoco has now quite simply ceased to exist. The Aztec Empire collapsed in its entirety with the fall of Tenochtitlan, and the Spanish did their best to eradicate the culture that it had fostered. Religious orders like the Franciscans, Jesuits, and Dominicans flooded into Mexico. They built large monasteries in Mexico City and converted the Mexica to their religion. Any Aztec books or codices discovered were burned in order to erase the people's memory of their own history. Today, only 16 books written by the pre-contact Aztecs have survived. But the Spanish did find uses for some of the existing social structure that the Aztecs left behind. The systems of control, where lords ruled over many peasants, were kept more or less intact, and converted into a system of colonial control that allowed the Spanish Empire to extract taxes and labor from the population. Diseases like smallpox would ultimately kill up to 95% of indigenous Mexicans, and the people's will to resist was severely reduced. Today, the Aztec language of Nahuatl is still spoken by nearly 2 million people, mostly based in rural communities in Mexico. Several Nahuatl words also live on in the English language. These include avocado, chili, tomato, coyote, and chocolate. And the names of Aztec gods also resurface in some surprising places. We opened the episode with the enormous flying pterodactyl Quetzalcoatlus, its wingspan larger than a fighter plane, soaring over the seas of the Cretaceous. When the enormous bones of this flying creature were first discovered in North America, paleologists saw no other option but to name it after the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent of legend, god of the winds, of the planet Venus, and the dawn. Diego Velázquez, the governor of Cuba and Cortez's nemesis, was dismissed as governor in 1521, when his abuse of indigenous labor became too much for the Spanish crown. But his dismissal didn't last long, and he was restored to office 2 years later in 1523. He died 1 year later, at the age of 59. On his death, he had amassed enough wealth to be called the richest Spaniard in the Americas. He would never forgive Cortez. Panfilo de Narvaez, the captain who had been sent to arrest Cortez, was released from captivity after 2 years. and sent back to Spain, missing one eye. After a short break, he returned to adventuring in the Americas several years later in 1527 and led an expedition to Florida. But this one met an even worse fate than his mission to Mexico. Hurricanes, shipwrecks, and disease meant that of the 600 men he set sail with, only 4 managed to make it home. Narvaez himself drowned somewhere off the coast of America. Malintzin, the slave girl that had accompanied Cortez on his conquest and acted as his translator, would go on to give birth to Cortez's son. She later married one of his soldiers, who she followed to Spain. She was warmly received there at the Spanish court and became a Spanish lady of high society, but she never spoke about the early years of her life. Hernan Cortez had landed in Mexico with only a few hundred soldiers, and in the space of 2 years had destroyed an empire. He would spend the rest of his life forever chasing the feeling of glory he had felt on the fall of Tenochtitlan, and his tragedy is that he would never find it. He alternated between a life of adventuring, extending the colonies of Spain and putting down native rebellions, and the settled life of a wealthy magnate, running silver mines in Mexico. But neither ever satisfied him. He returned to Spain a number of times, a celebrated conquistador, but his fame and popularity made him a dangerous person to those in power, and perhaps unsurprisingly, the Spanish nobility didn't trust him. In 1541, 20 years after his conquest, he went back to Spain and found that not a single member of the aristocracy would talk to him. On one occasion, he even tried to talk to the king by pushing his way through a crowd and jumping on board the royal carriage. The king didn't even recognize him and asked him who he thought he was. Cortez replied with anger.
I am a man who has given you more provinces than your ancestors left you cities.
But it was all to no avail. The glory and recognition he had hoped for would never be his. Cortez virtually bankrupted himself with his insatiable appetite for expeditions and adventures, and in 1541 he requested a loan from the Spanish crown to resolve his debts. He never received a reply. Cortez died in Seville 3 years later, on December 2nd, 1547, from a case of pleurisy, an inflammation of the tissue surrounding the chest. He died in pain and short of breath, clutching at the area around his heart. And I wonder if he thought back to those words he spoke to the messenger of Moctezuma that day on the beach of Veracruz, when he told him that he and his men had a disease of the heart, an insatiable desire for gold. When Cortez died, he was 62 years old, embittered and alone. Perhaps fitting for a man who had always been filled with a restless desire to move on to somewhere else. Cortez's bones were relocated 8 times in the following decades, first around Spain and then over the sea to Mexico. In the 19th century, the rising swell of Mexican nationalism and a strengthening indigenous Mexican identity meant that Cortez became a figure of hatred. He was no longer celebrated as a hero, but vilified as a monster. The marker on his tomb was hidden for fear it would be destroyed or vandalized. And finally, his bones were moved one last time, coming to rest in the church of Jesus Nazareno in Mexico City, next to the Pino Suarez subway station. This is about a 15-minute walk from the street where this episode opened, the street where the base of Tenochtitlan's great temple would be discovered. There's heavy traffic here and a bustling outdoor market with red awnings. A jacaranda bush with purple flowers bursts over the church wall, which is spattered with graffiti. The grave of Cortez is marked only by an orange plaque bearing only his name and the dates of his life. Today, he receives few visitors. I'd like to end this episode by reading out a piece of Mexica poetry written down in the Florentine Codex in the decades following the fall of the great island city of Tenochtitlan. This poem gives you just a taste of the sorrow felt by the Mexica people in that age. As you listen, imagine what it must have felt like to see the great city of Tenochtitlan crushed beneath the iron will of the Spanish war machine. Imagine how it must have felt to see the bustling market of Tlatelolco fall silent, to watch your people put in chains and forced to demolish the temples that their ancestors had built. Imagine what it would have been like to see your conquerors building mansions on the ruins of your city, watching them burn the books that contained your history, and seeing your entire way of life drain away, just like the waters of the lake you once called home, seeing the waves of concrete pave over the crumbling stones and ruined, haunted palaces of the past.
Like emeralds, we gather the lovely songs. Sad is my heart, I am a singer. I sorrow because flowers are not gathered. Songs are not gathered there where his home is. Only once shall they live upon the earth. Friends, let us still rejoice. Oh, friends, be not sad. It is true the earth is nobody's possession. None shall remain upon it. Feathers of Quetzal are torn. Paintings, they are destroyed. Flowers, they wither. Everything goes to his home. Only a brief moment we wander, intoxicated, beside you, at your side, O giver of life. Everything goes to his home. Even flowers, even songs. Ah, what shall my heart do? In vain we have come to abide for a while upon the earth. The earth is only a place of forgetfulness. In the end, only our songs, our flowers, will be remembered.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode: Jake Barrett-Mills, Lou Millington, Ree Brignall, Annie Kelly, and Shem Jacobs. Extra special thanks go to Yan Garcia, a Nahuatl speaker from Mexico, who allowed us to hear the language of the Florentine Codex in all its original glory. Yan is part of a project called Wikitongues, which is dedicated to preserving some of the world's most endangered languages. Here, Yan will tell you a little bit about this project.
Hello everyone, my name is Jan. I'm a contributor to this project called Wikitongues, basically a global network of grassroots linguists who are trying to build like a seed bank of every language in the world, just like the Nahuatl language that you're listening to right now. For more, check out wikitongues.org. It's a non-profit organization and they survive on donations. So if you can't contribute anything, go to wikitongues.org/donate, or you can also check them out at Patreon on patreon.com/wikitongues.
Please support Wikitongues if you can. I'd love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper, and if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you help keep this podcast ad-free. You also let me dedicate more of my time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. I add extra content on Patreon as a special gift to my subscribers, as well as a list for suggested reading for free. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading on to patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations _podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. That's PATREON. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening. In the early years of the 3rd century, around the year 207 AD, a Chinese poet by the name Cao Che made a journey back to the place of his birth, a city called Luoyang. At this time, the lands of China were in chaos. The armies of rival warlords were now tearing the country apart, and so his journey can't have been an easy one. Cao Che was the son of a powerful warlord in the central plains of China, but he was also a notorious drunk. He had embarrassed his family to such an extent that he was exiled, and he now returned to the only other place he knew, his hometown of Luoyang. Luoyang had once been a prosperous place. For centuries, poets had written about its bustling life and its leafy avenues full of blossom, leading up to grand palaces and temples, decorated with thousands of bronze statues. It had been the capital of China in the golden age of the emperors, which had lasted for more than 400 years. But Cao had heard that Luoyang had suffered in the recent wars. Still, when he came over the crest of the Beimang Mountains to the north, nothing could have prepared him for what he saw stretching out beneath him. The entire city of Luoyang was a blackened ruin. Later, he wrote a poem about what he saw.
不登北邙坂，遥望洛阳山。
I climbed the ridge of Beimang Mountain and looked down on the city of Luoyang. In Luoyang, how still it is. Palaces and houses all burnt to ashes. Walls and fences all broken and gaping. Thorns and brambles shooting up to the sky.
For Cao Che, the blackened ruins of Luoyang became an emblem of the golden age that had now passed. Only decades before, China had been ruled by a single emperor from a dynasty known as the Han, and a period of prosperity had reigned. The Han were the first lasting dynasty to unite China under a single banner, and people believed that this golden age would never end. But now the poet Cao Che walked among the ruins and ravaged fields of the former capital and felt his memories rise up from the soot-stained stones.
荆棘上参天，不见旧其老。
I do not see elders from former days. I only see young men. I turn aside, for the straight road is lost. The fields are overgrown and will never be plowed again. I have been away such a long time that I do not know which street is which. How sad and ugly the empty fields are, 1,000 miles without the smoke of a chimney, I think of the house I lived in all those years. My breath catches, and I cannot speak.
As he walked through those ruins, Cao Che must have asked himself, how had the first great age of imperial China come to such a devastating end? Why had the people of Luoyang left this city to burn and crumble into the earth? And in all the centuries to come, would the golden age of the emperors ever return? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at the fascinating story of China's Han Dynasty, an Iron Age kingdom that forged the first true imperial power in China. I want to tell the story of how this remarkable society rose out of the warring states of China's Bronze Age, and how it reached out its first tentative hands to make contact with the empires of the West. Finally, I want to explore what happened to bring the ornate palaces and towering temples of China's first emperors crashing down in ash and flame. If you've ever seen footage of a car crash in slow motion, you'll have some idea of what that looks like. The two cars inching towards each other, frame by frame. The crash test dummies with their blank stares, strapped securely into their seatbelts. When the collision happens, both cars crumple together, solid metal rippling and buckling. Our story starts with a car crash taking place in the slowest motion you can imagine. Up until about 180 million years ago, India was part of an immense supercontinent called Gondwana, which covered much of the southern hemisphere. But between about 180 million and 160 million years ago, deep in the Earth's liquid mantle, an enormous plume of magma rose up and began to shift the plates of the Earth's crust above it. Gondwana broke apart, and the landmass that is now India tore away from it and out into the ocean. India moved north, slowly at first, about 5 centimeters a year. But then, around 80 million years ago, it sped up. Part of the reason for this is that the Indian plate is believed to be only about 70 to 100 kilometers thick, about half as thick as the other plates that made up Gondwana. Powered by the vast currents of molten rock beneath it, this lighter plate now ploughed northwards at a rate of 15 centimeters every year. This is about the same rate as your hair grows, but in terms of continental plates, it was a speeding juggernaut. Right in the path of this runaway plate was the continent of what is now Asia. These two landmasses hurtled together with the same inevitable force as those speeding cars. And somewhere between 70 to 35 million years ago, the impact occurred. Over millions of years, inch by inch, the Indian plate made contact with the mainland of Asia. across an impact zone stretching for 2,000 kilometers, the rock of the Asian plate began to crumple. As the Indian plate was crushed beneath it, Asia rocked and buckled, and a great mountain range rose up, the highest in the world. These are the Himalayas. This crash is still going on, and behind the impact zone, marked by the dramatic snow-capped peaks of the world's tallest mountains, the Earth's crust has been pushed up like soil before a plough. The result is a vast arid steppe, a table of land broken by salty lakes and glaciers, and with an average altitude of over 4,500 meters. The Tibetan Plateau. The formation of this plateau had a number of enormous effects for the climate of this region. Rain clouds from the Indian Ocean find it impossible to cross the Himalayas, and so to the south, the mountains create an enormous reservoir of cloud, bringing the yearly monsoon rains to India and Southeast Asia. But behind the mountains to the north, the situation is quite different. Here, the Himalayas have created what's called a rain shadow. This is where barely any rain falls, and where vast deserts have formed. But it's to the east of this plateau that our story really takes place. Landscape has been formed. On its eastern edge, the Tibetan Plateau drops off dramatically into a rolling mass of mountains and valleys, and finally into an enormous stretch of wide, silty plains. These stretch for nearly 2,000 kilometers, between the snowy walls of the plateau in the west and the Pacific Ocean in the east. These plains are home to a number of enormous rivers. The tens of thousands of glaciers in the highlands of the Tibetan Plateau act as a kind of water tower, releasing a steady flow of meltwater that cuts its way through the rocky mountain passes before spilling out into the plains in long, meandering routes. Among these great watercourses, two of the most impressive are the Yellow River and the Yangtze. The Yangtze is the longest river in Asia and the third longest in the world, after the Nile and the Amazon. It flows for 6,300 kilometers from the mountains to the sea, from an altitude of 5 kilometers, right through the center of what is today modern China. The Yangtze meanders through deep, dramatic valleys and stone gorges, and it's a relatively peaceful and stable river. The Yangtze has maintained a steady course for much of its history, and has discharged into the sea at the same point for the last 11 million years. But to the north of the Yangtze is its sister, the Yellow River, and this waterway is far more changeable and deadly. In its upper reaches, the Yellow River passes through a region known as the Huangtu, or the Yellow Earth Plateau, a landscape made up of some of the most easily eroded soil in the world. As a result, the Yellow River contains the highest amount of silt and sand of any river on Earth, and this colors it the distinctive yellow-brown that gives the river its name. This huge quantity of silt gives the soil of the northern Chinese plains an enormous fertility, but it also creates a number of challenges. As the river flows, this silt constantly builds up at its bottom, and the riverbed slowly rises. At times, it can even rise to be higher than the land around it. When this happens, the river bursts its banks and floods vast areas of the countryside around it. In the most dramatic cases, the river can change its course entirely, sometimes sweeping across the landscape for hundreds of kilometers and washing away everything in its path. Historically, this kind of devastating event has occurred about once every 100 years. Human activity has been verified in this region as far back as 27,000 years ago. Rice first began to be cultivated along the Yangtze River around the year 8000 BC, while wheat, barley, and millet were best suited to the drier lands in the north. Farming of these calorie-rich foods gave rise to an advanced culture known as the Jiahu, who experimented with written symbols on the walls of caves as early as 7000 BC. The first true villages were founded in the 4th and 5th millennia, and the population of this region began to boom. The Bronze Age brought the smelting of bronze from copper and tin, and it began here around the year 3000 BC. A culture known as the Longshan domesticated the water buffalo for use in field work, and they also developed the plow and sophisticated irrigation techniques, boosting the productivity of this already fertile land. In the 3rd and 2nd millennia BC, China's first villages grew into towns, and these towns into its first major cities. In ancient Chinese conceptions of the world, the lands between the Yangtze and the Yellow River were the heart of all goodness. This was conveyed using the word huaxia, a word that contains a sense of grandness and beauty. One ancient writer, Yan Yu, spells this out quite clearly.
Inside is the Chinese Empire, and outside are the barbarous nations. The barbarians are covetous and greedy of gain. Their hair hangs down over their bodies, and their coats are buttoned on the left side. They have human faces, but the hearts of beasts.
The ancient Chinese believed that the further you moved away from this center, the more the good qualities of the people faded. One text called the Book of Documents, dated around 500 BC, contains a particularly precise version of this worldview. It describes how the virtue of the land's inhabitants reduces in steady increments of 500 li, or about 400 kilometers, the further you get from the center.
The central 500 li is the imperial domain. 500 li beyond is the domain of the nobles. Beyond that, the domain of peace, where they cultivate the lessons of learning and moral duties.
But as you move away from the capital in these increments of 400 kilometers, things start to look a little different.
500 li more remote is the domain of restraint. The first 300 is occupied by the tribes, the other 200 by criminals who have been banished. The most remote 500 li is the wild domain.
In the south, these wild domains were the hilly lands south of the Yangtze, and the people there were what the early Chinese called the southern barbarians. To the west, the wild domain was the icy plateau where few could survive, and in the north, it was the Gobi Desert, and beyond that, the wide grassy steppes of Mongolia and Siberia. A 5th century Mongolian poet named Altun would later write a description of this bare and level land.
Under the dark mountains, where the sky is like the sides of a tent, stretched down over the great steppe, the sky is grey, grey, and the steppe wide, wide. Over the grass that the wind has battered low, sheep and oxen roam.
So this is where the people of early China found themselves, hemmed in by the mountains to the west, the jungle and the sea to the south and east, and the harsh deserts to the north. But within their fertile square of land, their early civilizations flourished. The first millennium BC in China was a time of rapid change and feverish invention. The land's large population had led to the swift development of complicated society, and advanced technologies soon followed. The people here learned to coat bronze in chromium to increase its resistance to corrosion, and inventions like the blast furnace and bellows later led to the production of cast iron, replacing bronze as a cheaper alternative. In agriculture, iron tools and mechanical devices like the multiple seed drill led to a production boom. The invention of complicated pulley systems and differential gears allowed the use of water wheels and other mechanical devices to power everything from flour mills to furnaces. And they also allowed the invention of ingenious mechanical toys. One early emperor was buried with an entire mechanical orchestra that could play their instruments and sing through pipes in their mouths, all powered by running water. One kind of vehicle was even invented, known as a south-pointing chariot. It had a mechanical gear system on board, powering a device that always pointed south, without the use of magnets. The crossbow was invented during this time too, and it was in widespread use in Chinese armies, nearly 2,000 years before it became a fixture on European battlefields. Examples have even been found of repeating crossbows, which used delicate mechanisms to fire multiple bolts in quick succession without the need for reloading. One Chinese inventor even invented an early form of pinhole camera in order to view solar eclipses. This era of development and ingenuity is known as the Spring and Autumn period. But with the rapid development of technology, evil soon followed. The spreading use of iron meant the production of weapons and armor had become cheap and easy. Large armies could now be supplied by anyone with the wealth to do so. And this ushered in an age quite fittingly known as the Warring States period. The period of the Warring States saw countless feudal kingdoms fighting and conquering one another, coalescing together like beads of mercury on a table. The historian Sima Qian recalls this as a dark time in Chinese history.
The land was torn by the strife of the warring kingdoms. Men honored deceit and power, and scoffed at benevolence and righteousness. They put wealth and possessions first, and courtesy and humility last. Some commoners became so rich that their wealth was counted in the hundreds of millions, while among the poor there were those who could not even get enough dregs and chaff to fill their bellies.
Soon they had settled into 7 large kingdoms, locked in constant competition. Among these, the 2 that matter most to our story are the kingdoms of Han and the kingdom of Qin. For some, it must have seemed like the wars would never end. But out of the violence of this time, one of the 7 warring states, the state of Qin, rose to eclipse all the others. Qin was the furthest west of these kingdoms, with its back to the steep walls of the Tibetan plateau. The king of Qin, a man named Qin Shi Huang was an enthusiastic reformer who revolutionized his kingdom's society and administration. He moved to reduce the power of aristocrats and landowners and strengthened the central government of Qin to collect taxes directly from the peasantry. The Qin also used the latest military tactics, making an unprecedented use of cavalry, still a relative rarity in Chinese armies, to mount guerrilla raids on their enemies' supply lines and river crossings. For years, Qin Shi Huang bided his time and increased his power, and when all his preparations were ready, he struck with lightning speed. He first attacked the Han, the Qin's much smaller neighbor directly to the east, and he took their capital of Xinjiang in the year 230 BC. Next, Qin Shi Huang struck northward at the state of Zhao, who surrendered 2 years later, and he took the northernmost state of Yan 2 years after that. In less than a decade after setting out on his campaign, Qin Shi Huang had conquered all the lands between the mountains and the sea. For the first time in its history, one man would now rule over all the kingdoms of China. Qin Shi Huang crowned himself as China's first emperor. He declared that he held his position through a kind of divine authority, the Tianming, or the mandate of heaven. And it's thought that the name of the Qin dynasty is what has given us the word for China today. For the most part, Qin Shi Huang ruled his empire just as he had ruled his kingdom. It was a reign of ambitious reforms and territorial expansion that saw the young empire of China grow even further. But the Emperor Qin's reign was also not without its troubles. He suffered 3 separate assassination attempts, narrowly escaping each time, but these attacks filled him with paranoia. He became terrified of death and soon began to tour the whole empire, talking to all the wise men he could find and trying to discover some secret, some medicine or magic spell that would allow him to live forever. As his life wore on and his health got worse, his search became desperate. He began to execute scholars whose potions and elixirs had no effect on him. At one point, he even sent a fleet of ships out into the ocean, carrying hundreds of young men and women in search of the legendary Panglai Mountain, which was supposed to lie somewhere out in the southern sea, and where he believed a 1,000-year-old magician might live. These people never returned, perhaps wisely, considering how Qin Shi Huang treated those who failed him. During these later years, the emperor became mortally afraid of evil spirits, and he had workers build a series of tunnels and passageways between each of his more than 200 palaces, believing that if he traveled unseen, they would find it more difficult to target him. Soon, this paranoia turned into tyranny. He turned his rage against the scholars who were unable to unlock the secrets of eternal life. At one point, it's even recorded that he burned the books kept in the libraries of the capital, as the historian Sima Qian recalls with bitterness.
The Confucian scholars loathed the Qin for having burned the Book of Odes and the Book of Documents and mercilessly put to death the scholars who expounded them, while the common people hated its harsh laws, so that the whole world rose up in rebellion. At this time, everyone began to speak ill of the Qin.
During his 4th tour of eastern China, the emperor became seriously ill. It's thought that his court physicians had been giving him pills full of the liquid metal mercury, believing that it would extend his life. Of course, mercury is actually highly poisonous. Prolonged exposure can damage the entire nervous system, causing depression and bodily tremors, as well as delirium and hallucinations. If Qin Shi Huang was taking mercury, this might explain some of his strange preoccupations towards the end of his life. When the emperor fell ill, it seems likely that his doctors would have increased his dosage. The first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, died in the year 210 BC, and his dynasty died with him. For all of its immense historical significance, the Qin dynasty barely lasted more than 15 years. The first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, left very specific requests for his burial, and to this day they stand as a testament to his greatness, but also to the madness that plagued him in later life. He was buried in a vast mausoleum, one of the most remarkable constructions of the ancient world. It was built in the form of an enormous underground palace, an exact replica of the one he lived in during his life. This buried palace was filled with life-size models of the courtiers and bureaucrats who had served the king, fashioned with meticulous detail in terracotta, their lifeless eyes open and staring forever. The buried palace was also guarded by an army of thousands of terracotta soldiers, each with a slightly different face. In total, it's estimated that Qin Shi Huang was buried with 8,000 soldiers, 130 chariots with 520 horses, and 150 soldiers on horseback. A full retinue of royal bodyguards to protect their king in the next life. There was even a replica of the imperial stables, where the bodies of real horses were buried with terracotta figures of grooms kneeling beside them. Nearby, a mass burial ground has been found for the countless slave laborers who died while being forced to build this complex. At the center of the underground palace was the emperor's burial chamber. The historian Sima Qian describes how the floor was painted to look like the lands of China, with its rivers represented by flowing streams of mercury.
The tomb was filled with rare artifacts and wonderful treasure. Craftsmen were ordered to make crossbows and arrows primed to shoot at anybody who enters the tomb. Mercury was used to simulate the 100 rivers, the Yangtze, the Yellow River, and the Great Sea, and set to flow mechanically. Above were representations of heavenly constellations, below, the features of the land.
While the tomb of Qin Shi Huang has never been opened, studies have shown that the soil of the mound that covers it does contain an unusually high concentration of mercury. One study even claims to show that the distribution of the mercury in the mound corresponds to the position of China's rivers. The Empire of China was still a very new idea, and during Qin Shi Huang's life, it had been a thin veneer over a still very divided land. With the death of the first emperor, the empire looked as if it might come crashing down. The Qin state began to fall apart, and China fissured into 18 kingdoms, who once again began to war among themselves. It looked like the old age of chaos was about to return. But history had other plans, and this is due to a rather unassuming character, a common man named Liu Bang. There's not much to distinguish Liu Bang during his early life. He was born in the kingdom of Han, and it's recorded that he liked to drink. Nevertheless, he rose to the position of a local sheriff. After the death of Qin Shi Huang, he was ordered to bring a group of slaves to the enormous construction site where the old emperor's tomb was being built. But along the way, some of these slaves escaped. Liu Bang knew that when he arrived, he would likely be punished for this mistake, and so he made a remarkable decision. He broke the chains of all the remaining slaves and declared that he would rather fight as a rebel against the empire than deliver them up to toil on the emperor's tomb. Many of the slaves were so grateful that they took up arms and joined him. Liu Bang and his followers took refuge at a place called Mount Mangdang, setting up camp in the crumbling ruins of an old fortress. From there, they watched the empire of the Qin fall apart around them. They soon entered the service of a rebel king, fighting what remained of the Qin Empire, and Liu Bang showed extraordinary skill on the battlefield. So much so that the ancient historian Sima Qian attributes his military success to supernatural causes.
When Liu Bang was still a commoner, he once killed a great snake, whereupon a spirit appeared and announced, "This snake was the son of the White Emperor, and he who killed him is the son of the Red Emperor." When he first began his uprising, he offered prayers at the altar of the soil at the city of Feng. He sacrificed to the warrior god Qi Yu and anointed his drums and flags with the blood of the sacrifice.
Whatever it was that set him apart, Liu Bang managed to capture the Qin city of Xianyang for the rebellion, and he was crowned its king as a reward. The civil wars raged on, full of complicated alliances and rivalries, until finally it was only Liu Bang and his rival of the Chu family remaining. Two great warlords, dividing all the lands of China between them, along the great watercourse of the Hong Canal. In China to this day, the two sides of a chessboard are referred to not as black and white, but as Chu and Han. A few months of peace passed by as the players of this great chess game considered their moves, and then Liu Bang marched across the Hong Canal and attacked the Chu. He was victorious, and against all the odds, after 8 years of bitter fighting, China was once more united. In the year 202 BC, the commoner Liu Bang, once a lowly sheriff from a small town, declared himself the next emperor of China. He would return to his small hometown in the state of Han only once, and when he did, he wrote the following piece of poetry.
大风起兮云飞扬
A great wind came forth. The clouds rose on high.
归家海内兮归故乡
Now that my might rules all within the seas, I have returned to my old village.
安得猛士兮守四方
Where will I find brave men to guard the four corners of my land?
On his coronation, Liu Bang took the name Han because of its relation to his home province. He set up his court in the city of Chang'an and took the new imperial name Han Kao Tzu. The age of the Han had begun. I'll take just a moment here to discuss the sources we have available on this era of Chinese history. The Chinese of the Han period were exceptionally literate. It's thought that even in these early years, at least one person from every family would have been familiar with at least a few hundred characters, enough to get by with everyday things like calendars, simple letters, and official announcements. At this point, paper had yet to be invented, and so books of this period were written on strips of flattened bamboo, joined together with thread into long, clattering rows that could be rolled up into cylinders and wrapped in cloth. These books of bamboo slats are part of the reason that Chinese was traditionally written from top to bottom. From the earliest days, colleges were set up for the nobility and charitable schools for the poor, and the emperors supported scribes and scholars in writing grand historical chronicles. As a result, even these early periods of Chinese history are very well documented. One of the most remarkable of these documents was written in the 1st century BC by the chief astrologer to the imperial court, a man named Sima Qian, who we've heard from a few times already. This book is known as the Records of the Grand Historian. It's a vast chronicle documenting Chinese history over a period of 2,000 years. It begins in the age of the Yellow Emperor, the legendary ancestral father of all Chinese people. Sima Qian is a lively and colorful storyteller, and he loves to put direct speeches into the mouths of his characters. But it's worth introducing a note of caution when reading his work and the other works of Chinese history. Sima Qian wrote his records mostly during the reign of the Emperor Wu, and so he presents a typically flattering account of that emperor, acting as a kind of official propaganda. But he was also a shrewd judge of human nature, and employed one interesting trick to allow some criticism of various official personalities to seep through. Each of his chapters was named after a particular person, and he knew that the various lords and ladies, and even the emperor himself, were unlikely to read any chapter of his work other than the ones dedicated to themselves. Sima Qian would fill these chapters with praise and flattery, and he would leave any criticism to other chapters. This didn't always work. There's only one chapter of the records that has not survived to this day. That's the one focusing on the Emperor Wu himself. It's impossible to know whether Sima Qian never wrote this section out of fear of his ruler, or if the emperor read something in those pages that he didn't like and had the document destroyed. Another incredibly useful document is the Han Shu, or the Book of Han. This was written in the 1st century AD by a court official named Ban Gu and his sister, Ban Zhao, who is the first known female historian of China. Like virtually all histories that followed, the Han Shu was modeled on Sima Qian's work. It records Chinese history from the reign of the first Han Emperor, Han Kaotsu, up to the year 23 AD. It's usually the best source, and sometimes the only source, for events during this period. And a final major text is the one written by Fan Ye, a historian and politician of the 5th century. This is the Hu Han Shu, or the Book of Later Han, and it covers the remainder of the Han period, up until the year 220 AD. While the previous Book of Han was written by contemporaries who witnessed at least some of the events described, Fan Ye wrote the Book of Later Han from a distance of nearly 200 years. He used a number of earlier histories and documents as sources, but we should always bear this in mind, that he was about as distant from these events as we are from the Napoleonic War. So, alongside a number of other smaller sources, these are the texts we have to work with. As we'll find out, These scholars were supervised and sometimes terrorized by their emperors, meaning that their accounts have to be supported with archaeological and other evidence. But thanks to their diligent scholarship, a clear picture does begin to emerge of what happened to bring China's first great dynasty crashing down. When the Han dynasty came into possession of the newly united China in the year 206 BC, it inherited from the Qin not just the young empire, but also the empire's problems. Sima Qian writes about this in the records of the Grand Historian.
When the Han dynasty came to power, it inherited the evils left by the Qin. The able-bodied men were all away with the army, while the old and underaged busily transported supplies for them. There was much hard work and little wealth. The Son of Heaven himself could not find 4 horses of the same color to draw his carriage, and many of his generals were reduced to riding around in ox carts.
The empire's economy was on its knees, with prices spiraling out of control. And in the midst of all the chaos, rich merchants were taking advantage of the high prices of grain.
People who were intent on making a profit by underhanded means began to hoard their wealth, buying up the commodities on the market so that the price of goods shot up.
But easily the most pressing problem was the constant looming threat of China's fearsome neighbors to the north. These were a people known as the Xiongnu, a word that is sometimes translated into English as Hun. Around the year 6000 BC, the people of the Eurasian steppes had learned how to tame wild horses, and in the intervening millennia had developed a symbiotic relationship with that powerful animal. They lived nomadic lifestyles, traveling on horseback in vast populations, moving from grazing land to grazing land, and living without the need for agriculture. By at least the first millennium BC, these nomadic groups of horse riders had become a military threat to the settled societies of the Chinese plains. The records of the Grand Historian gives one description of the Xiongnu people.
The Xiongnu are mountain barbarians. They move about in search of water and pasture, and have no walled cities or fixed dwellings, nor do they engage in any kind of agriculture. They wear clothes of hide or wraps made of felt or fur. They have no writing, and even their promises and agreements are only verbal. The little boys start out by learning to ride sheep, shoot birds and rats with a bow. Thus, all the young men are able to act as armed cavalry in time of war.
It's clear that the settled armies of the Chinese, despite all their technological advantages, found these nomadic armies incredibly difficult to fight. The records of the Grand Historian speaks with particular contempt about the battle tactics of these nomadic warriors.
The battle's going well for them, they will advance. But if not, they'll retreat, for they do not consider it a disgrace to run away. Their only concern is self-advantage. They know nothing of propriety or righteousness.
The kingdoms that bordered the lands of the Xiongnu were under constant threat of raids and invasions. Faced with this danger, the Chinese had for centuries resorted to desperate measures. From as early as the 7th century BC, they began building walls to defend the valleys and plains of the north. During his reign, the first emperor Qin Shi Huang had approached this problem with a characteristic boldness. He ordered that these scattered fragments of wall be joined together, closing any gaps. By the time he died, in the year 210 BC, a single defensive barrier now ran the whole length of the empire's northern border. For a time, this offered some measure of protection. But at the same time that the Han dynasty was being formed, all the disparate tribes of the Xiongnu were also coming together. They joined forces under the rule of a single ruler, who took the title of Shan Yu. This word Shan Yu would change over the centuries to one day become the title of Khan, the title that would be taken by the fearsome Genghis Khan. Taken together, the vast wastes that the Xiongnu ruled over were the largest empire in terms of landmass on Earth at the time. And as the new empire of China rose in the river plains, this Shan Yu was preparing for war. After the death of Qin Shi Huang and the civil war that followed, the Shan Yu spotted his chance. Xiongnu horsemen poured into any Chinese territory that lay to the north of the border wall. With every Chinese army tied down, they met with no resistance. When the empire was restored under Han Kao-tzu, the Shan Yu became more cautious for a time. But it was only 5 years into the reign of the Han that he struck again. The Emperor Han Kao-tzu was nearing the age of 60 when the armies of Xiongnu horsemen thundered into the province of Shanxi, looting and burning cities as they went. Han Kao-tzu was a confident military leader, and rightly so. He had defeated all his rivals in the civil war, and he knew how to command an army. But he was about to find out that fighting the swift and mobile cavalry hordes of the Xiongnu was a very different kind of challenge. Han Kao-tzu marched out to meet the Shan Yu, but in the rocky mountain passes, he was struck with an ambush. With no warning, Xiongnu cavalry poured down the valley's sides with the thundering of thousands of hooves and tore into the Chinese army on all sides. The ancient Chinese poet Chu Yuan, writing in the 3rd century BC, records what a battle during this time must have felt like.
操无歌兮，披犀甲，车错孤兮。
The enemy roll up like clouds. Arrows fall thick. The warriors press forward. They menace our ranks. They break our line. The horse on the left is dead. The one on the right is smitten. The fallen horses block our wheels. They beat the sounding drums. The warriors are all dead. They lie on the field. Their swords lie beside them, their black bows in their hand.
气远也，出不入兮，往不返。平原孤兮，路超远。
The Emperor Han Kao-tzu was utterly defeated. He retreated back to the walled city of Baideng, locked the gates, and peered fearfully from the city's ramparts. The Xiongnu encircled the city and besieged it. We can imagine the dust that the thousands of horses would have thrown up, and the low drumming of their hooves sounding through the earth. Han Kao-tzu had only a limited supply of food, and it looked in that moment like the Han dynasty was about to be an even shorter reign than even the Qin before them. But after 7 days of the siege, some creative diplomacy at the Chinese court came through. Spies had been sent to bribe the wife of the Shan Yu and bring him to the negotiating table. The siege was lifted, and the Emperor Han Kao-tzu was allowed to return to his capital, a much humbled man.
On a certain spot.
From this point on, he abandoned the idea of a military solution to the barbarian problem.
4 bags of caffeine.
Instead, he pursued a policy of diplomacy and appeasement.
Now you have left.
This policy was known as Ho Jin, or the Marriage Alliance. It saw
Peeing on
Imperial
the chair
China pay vast amounts of
doesn't make me
tribute
magically
to
have
the
another bag right
Xiongnu
now.
in the form of what they called imperial gifts. These were fixed amounts of silk, wine, rice, and other kinds of food that the Xiongnu couldn't grow in their barren lands. But the treaty also carried with it a more humiliating condition. The Han Emperor was forced to send his eldest daughter to marry the Shan Yu. And every time a new Shan Yu came to power in the barbarian kingdoms, the treaty stated that he would be given a Chinese princess as a wife. For the next 100 years or so, this would be the policy of the Han Empire. In exchange, the Xiongnu agreed to stop their raids on the borders of the empire, and for a time, an uneasy peace set in. But for a number of reasons, that peace wasn't to last. The peace brought about by this compromise ushered in some measure of stability, and Imperial China began to take on a more stable and prosperous form, even with the exorbitant tributes it paid to the Xiongnu. As the year 130 BC approached, China had become a wealthy land. The historian Sima Qian recalls this time of plenty.
The granaries in the cities and the countryside were full, and the government treasuries were running over with wealth. In the capital, the strings of coins had been stacked up by the hundreds of millions until the cords that bound them had rotted away, and they could no longer be counted. In the central granary, the grain overflowed and piled up outside, where it spoiled and became unfit to eat.
But Sima Qian also writes, with something of a melancholy note, that trouble was already approaching on the horizon.
It has ever been the law of change that when things reach their period of greatest flourishing, they must begin to decay.
Part of the reason for this is that Han Kaotsu's policy of appeasing the Xiongnu was no longer protecting the empire. Large armies of horsemen were now regularly raiding deep into the northern provinces, at one point even coming as close as 160 kilometers from the imperial capital. During the reign of Emperor Jing, more than 10,000 citizens living in the border regions were abducted and taken away to live as slaves. One poet and politician of the time, named Jia Yi, wrote with bitterness about what he saw as the empire's humiliation.
The situation of the empire may be described just like a person hanging upside down. The Son of Heaven is the head of the empire. The barbarians are the feet of the empire. But the Xiongnu are arrogant and insolent on the one hand, and invade and plunder us on the other hand. Yet each year we provide them with money, silk, floss, and fabrics, and so the feet are put on top and the head at the bottom. Hanging upside down like this is something beyond comprehension.
Jia Yi and others like him were largely ignored by the rest of the Chinese court. Many nobles still remembered the ambush and defeat of the Emperor Han Kaotsu and his narrow escape at Baideng. They feared the Xiongnu and preferred to continue the policy of appeasement. Despite this, there was a small but vocal faction beginning to form at court who wanted to see China fight. But it wasn't until the reign of an emperor named Wu that they began to get people's attention. In his later life, the Emperor Wu cut an imposing figure. Traditional portraits show him as a broad man, built like a barrel and wrapped in swathes of imperial blue silk. He's painted with a furrowed brow and a delicate moustache framing
like a
a
barrel.
thick
That
black
was not a
beard.
compliment.
But when he came to the throne in the year 141 BC, Wu was only 16 years old. What he lacked in age, he made up for in tenacity. Wu sat on the imperial throne for 54 years, a record that would remain unbroken in China for nearly 2 millennia. Over this time, he led Han China through a period of rapid centralizing reform. He founded an imperial university to train young scholars, and even developed an organization known as the Imperial Music Bureau, which was in charge of cultural matters relating to music and poetry. But all of this would be useless if he couldn't solve the problem of the Xiongnu threat. In the year 133 BC, at the age of 24, the Emperor Wu summoned a council to decide what should be done. For the first time, the words of the pro-war faction at court resonated with the young ruler. Wu decided on a bold and aggressive new strategy. The Han Empire would no longer cower behind its walls. Instead, it would confront the Xiongnu head-on. Wu's plan was to lure the ruling Shan Yu south with his army and into a carefully laid trap. It was an incredibly risky plan, and it relied on total secrecy. The bait in this trap would be a city called Ma Yi, a wealthy frontier town that acted as a trading post between China and the northern deserts. To help with the deception, the Chinese hired the services of a local trader and smuggler. He crossed over into the Xiongnu lands and asked for an audience with the fearsome Shan Yu. We can imagine the Shan Yu sitting on his throne in a large tent made of stretched yak skin, surrounded by crackling braziers, twirling his long moustache. The smuggler would have bowed deeply and delivered the speech he must have been rehearsing on the whole journey. He said that he had killed the town magistrate of Ma Yi and taken over its government. He said he was willing to offer the whole city up to become part of the Xiongnu Empire if the Shan Yu would only come and take it. The Shan Yu was ecstatic. He agreed to ride out immediately and claim the city of Ma Yi. It seemed like the Chinese plan was going perfectly. But the further the Shan Yu marched into the Chinese lands, the more he began to feel that something wasn't right. His horsemen met with little resistance, and as he got closer to Ma Yi, he began to notice how empty the roads were. In the fields outside the city, he saw herds of cattle, but no herdsman guarding them. The Shan Yu ordered his men to halt and sent out scouts. They managed to capture a Han soldier, and under interrogation, this man told them what waited nearby. The massed force of the entire Han Empire, 300,000 infantry and chariots, concealed and waiting for him to step into their trap. The Shan Yu immediately ordered a retreat. With the ambush betrayed, the Han forces burst out of hiding and tried to chase him. But the infantry could never keep pace with the Xiongnu horses, and the Shan Yu fled back to his lands without losing a single man. He must have been shaking with rage when he crossed back into the desert, and he resolved to get his revenge. He immediately ordered a devastating series of raids on Chinese border towns. Pillars of black smoke must have risen over the horizon for weeks. The Chinese ambush had failed. The mood at the imperial court darkened, and the pro-war faction was blamed for the failure. But the Chinese now had no other option. With their intentions revealed, they would have to go to war. The records of the Grand Historian recalls what happened next.
After the unsuccessful attempt to ambush the Xiongnu at Mai, peaceful relations came to an end, and the barbarians began to invade and plunder at the northern border. Armies had to be dispatched time and again and could not be disbanded, causing extreme hardship to the empire.
In order to fight this war, the Han knew that they would have to change their tactics. The armies of infantry and chariots, effective in the civil wars fought in the river plains, were now all but abandoned. The war chariot was next to useless in the rocky terrain of the far north, and infantry moved too slowly in the wide open deserts. Instead, the Chinese shifted their focus to cavalry. They would now develop large armored horse units to match their Xiongnu enemies. The Emperor Wu recognized that the horse was the weapon of this new age of warfare, and so he made securing a reliable supply of trained war horses a major focus of his government. He would eventually maintain a supply of 300,000 horses, but even these were not enough. The government began loaning breeding horses to farmers for a period of 3 years in exchange for a portion of some of the foals they gave birth to. They even introduced a policy that allowed a family to excuse up to 3 of their male members from military service if they presented 1 horse to the government. Soon, this policy began to pay off, as the records of the Grand Historian recalls.
The Han generals every year led forces of 20 or 30,000 cavalry in attacks on the barbarians.
The only use of chariots that continued in the Han army was that of heavily armored chariots that acted like mobile fortresses. These could be deployed to any part of the battlefield and arranged in a ring formation so that archers and crossbowmen could be shielded from the cavalry charges of the Xiongnu. The war for the north raged on for decades, but for a number of reasons, the Han slowly began to gain the upper hand. For one thing, the desert country behind the wall had only a strategic importance to the Han, but it had great economic importance to the Xiongnu, as shown by one imperial edict celebrating the victories of a cavalry commander in the north.
The general of the swift cavalry led forth the troops. At Mount Kuyuan, ascending the hills and gazing out across the sea of sand, he executed the enemy leader, cutting down his pennants and seizing his war drums. He seized a great multitude of the enemy, taking 70,000 captives, snatched the food supplies of the enemy, and penetrated deep into their territory.
The Xiongnu Empire was built out of trade, taxes, and tribute, paid to them by weaker kingdoms. And as the war dragged on, they began to suffer a downturn in all 3. They had to raise taxes on the regions that remained under their control, and their population grew resentful. Soon, more and more of the smaller tribes in the Xiongnu coalition began to question whether they had backed the losing side. As the years of war dragged on, marginal kingdoms began to peel away, and the trajectory of the war became clear. It's at this point that a narrow strip of land between the Tibetan Plateau and the Gobi Desert began to become an important part of this story. This place is known as the He Corridor.
guys, quick reminder about the Two Bears 5K with me, Tommy, and Jelly Roll in Tampa, May 4th at Raymond James Stadium. Do not miss out on the early bird pricing because that will go away at the end of the month. Prices rise on March 1st. Get off the couch. Get on Strava. Jelly's on there. They'll get you to a 5K. You can do it with us. Meet us in Tampa. Go to twobears5k.com to register. Las Vegas. I'll be at Resorts World Theater March 21st and 22nd. My special drops March 18th. Let's get lucky. And I'm really glad to know that it's Chappelle, not me.
Dave, I got nothing. It was a criticism of the general culture of comedy. Okay.
Do you remember your first cigarette?
No, I remember why I smoked. Wait, I've got 2 Zins in my mouth.
Mark, can I tell you?
Yeah.
You're gonna get me back on Zins. I fucking swear. I just went to the doctor because I thought I had mouth cancer.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just had a lump.
Oh yeah.
And then all of a sudden the lump went away, and I was like, should I just not tell him about it?
Well, it's lumpy in the mouth.
Yeah.
They come and go.
I would.
The domestic terrorist upstairs attempted to do to this laptop what they did to the second of 2 laptops that they broke and destroyed since Saturday. Nerd Squad, be advised, at 10:32 a.m. in the Chrome window. They've got the Google Labs back on there. They went into the Google Flags.
It's like a jelly bean jar?
The Google settings, then the Google Flags.
So it's a surprise?
Set up the Google Labs to perpetrate domestic terrorism. Because the crazy people who are the same reason they're going to prison, and of course their own willingness to follow unlawful directives,
I'm going home with some of this.
want to play pretend that they're not very much going to prison.
Oh my God.
Fail. Why was it allowed from the 11th? For the evidentiary value.
You could have started a podcast or a nicotine company, and they chose a nicotine company.
It seems like a lot of people are getting into the nicotine racket, but there's something about the powder in the Zyn pouches that flows better. Those are very dense. And it seems like once you get down to a certain point, you think it's out, and then you squish it a lot, and it's still full of stuff.
Yeah.
And I kind of like these better.
I quit right before Tucker Carlson's. I want to try his because Tucker Carlson was one of the selling points of me getting on them.
I was glad I was ahead of the curve on that. Now because I'm not a Tucker fan. That now when I do them, my audience who are definitely not Tucker fans, or they make the association. It's like, what are you doing that right-wing pouch for? And I'm like, a drug's a drug. It's democratic. Everybody can do that.
What's interesting to me is I really think a guy like Tucker Carlson and a guy like you would ultimately get along because intellectually you are peers.
I don't know.
I mean, you guys are both smart guys.
Sure.
Right?
I think he's a little loaded up more than me in defending his position. And I think that, I have a hard time with people who are sympathetic to anti-democratic governments. So I don't see how it would be. I know he'd put on some sort of charm offensive, but and he wants to be just a regular guy. But he's kind of he's always been a dick. And, you can make a dick a person if you want to, but I'll leave it to you guys. I don't need to do it.
But here's the deal. Mostly because I'm easily manipulated.
Yeah.
So if I got invited to the Republican National Convention this year.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's an honor, man. I'll go, know? And Leanne was like, no.
Don't get involved either
She's
way.
like, why? I go, why? She goes, dummy, you're not smart enough to know what they're doing to you. You're like the fucking porn star who just moved out here to be an actress. Next thing you know, you're fucking 10 guys.
Right.
And you've only been here a week.
Yeah.
She's like, do not go.
And then you got to leave.
Yeah. And then you're like,
straighten your life out.
Yeah. I'm like Mia Khalifa. And so, by the way, Mia Khalifa is smarter than I am. But
that's probably a good policy. Yeah. I mean, we've been pretty clear after having done Air America back in the day that when we started the podcast, that it would be personal and not political. Obviously I've gotten into the politics a bit because, I tend to freak out when things are going badly. And that, we had
Why are the domestic terrorists so fucking stupid upstairs? I see. It says right here. It says right here. Here's why. Because you're going to prison. I dedicate this one to the woman. That is why so many of you are going to prison. Well, I should say women. The women. Rucka Rucka Ali Kim Jae Ung. This one is dedicated to the women of the domestic terrorist organization upstairs, especially the two women who have been torturing me since March 2023, who orchestrated the child abuse after reading thousands of pages in a sealed court case they would have never been given access to, except for they ran around telling everybody they were part of a legit operation that they've never been a part of. This one's dedicated to you because I call all of the female domestic terrorists upstairs Kim Jae Ung. And it's funny because now we're at the point where soon you'll be in prison. You have no more rockets for me. All of your rockets, they actually blew you up. They blew you up. This is exactly how ridiculous you guys have been. This song, it perfectly encapsulates the level of stupidity of your domestic terrorist organization. Now another one. I dedicate this one to the whistleblowers and myself. Rucka Rucka Ali, level up. Level up. Turn off your mics upstairs, Unit 207. I can't use my Google mic when yours are on. Unit 207, turn off your mics. Okay, again, this one dedicated to the whistleblowers, myself, the FBI, the Seattle Federal Marshals, the Haughty Sheriffs, Rucka Ali, level up. One up. That's it. One up. You're going to taste my squirt, squirt. Okay, this one's dedicated to the whistleblowers, the FBI, the sheriffs, the federal marshals, every police department in the county that has at least a couple of lieutenants and sergeants that know you're fucking going to jail. This one's our jam. This is the good guy jam of the Rucka songs.
Here comes a motherfucking Goomba, here to steal your hoe. When you find that bitch, she'll be pregnant for show. Sliding through crack pipes, jumping over shells. Just another motherfucking day in hell. I'm a Dago, sipping a can of Fago. Munching magic mushrooms
makes my day go better.
When a letter from the princess says, help me. And then a nigga's gon' bust some heads. I jump on them, splat, and I crush them bitches. My grumpy ass brother
Luigi wishes he could be like me. He'll never be like me, cause I'm a PIMP.
I got one up on you, so bitch, fuck your crew. I got the flower power fireball, bust you in two. I got the rape cape flying to escape real smooth, and all my haters can't taste this goo.
Squirt, squirt.
I got one up, what's up?
Yeah, I got it made.
I got 99 lives and a bitch to save, and all you bitch made suckers wanna fuck with me. I jump on you and stop your face.
Mario Lopez, cut my grass, grazie.
Little android man with scissors on his dome. Never trust the android, cause I got an iPhone. Turtle with the wings, think we can play some games. Got a couple skinny turtles toss around a boomerang. The plant with teeth, living on a vine. No mind and no conscience, he eats what he can find. And them ghosty ass niggas seem to be deaf and blind. Till you turn your back on them, they creep up from behind. Never mind the baby Goombas, killed before they live. Spilled their blood cold-blooded, I could never be forgiven by the turtle that I murdered, the one I took this cape from. What is it inside of me I'm trying to escape from? Running to the right, I'm always running to the right. This endless cycle of excitement that I like to call a life. And when I die I'll try again, pretending this time will be different. I'm addicted, it's something I could never fight. I got one up on you, so bitch fuck your crew. I got the flower power fireball, bust you in two. I got the rape cape flying to escape real smooth.
And all you haters can taste our goo. Squirt, squirt.
I got one up, what's up?
Yeah, we got it made.
I got 99 lives and a bitch to save, and all you bitch made suckers wanna fuck with me. I jump on you and stop your face. I got one up on you punk ass, broke ass, duty dog. Good for nothing motherfuckers, suck a dick hoe. So come with some real game and get on my level. I'm in a secret world, but I'm from the ghetto. Who took my bitch? Now I'm joke or trick. How I run this shit. Now you ain't shit. I got one up on you, so bitch fuck your
It's funnier
crew.
because the whistleblowers do know this is totally the song. They're like, yep.
Flying to escape real smooth, and all my haters can't taste this goo. I got one up, what's up?
Yeah, we got it made. We're getting paid for doing the right thing, fools.
And all you bitch made suckers wanna fuck with me. I jump on you and stop your face.
You know what I'm saying? It's like every time we deal with the same bullshit. Bitch says she got kidnapped. I gotta kill 1,000 fucking turtles. Them niggas endangered, man. Bitch says she loves animals. How you gonna do this shit, ho? Next time I gotta come find you, I best be getting up in that ass. Ho?
And remember, although Donald Trump is excellent and a damn good time, I relate to Obama. I'm Obama, Rucka. So if that makes you feel better, little Kim Jong females, remember, I'm Obama, but you're Kim Jong, which is better. I think we all know the answer.
I'm gonna smoke some crack. Only got 20 rocks in my pocket. I'm Obama.
Run to your mama.
Bitch, I want some corn dogs. I walk up into Congress like, what up with all this ruckus? I'm the lead speaker
Of the Big Black Caucus.
Here to get back to all my crackheads and junkies. Joe Biden says,
I'm an old ass honky.
I'm a little fucking lazy. Get high with Jay-Z or give myself a raise because I'm the one who pays me. Happy Reverend Dr. Martin Luther Jr. King Boulevard Street. Now let me get a chicken sandwich at the KFC. Shit. Oh, Michelle,
It was 99 cents.
I'm just gonna pocket shit. Chicken bits, chocolate chips, and anyone that's starting shit is getting hit with rocket ships. I'm gonna drop a bomb on anyone that's even talking shit. It's politics. Wanna come start the next apocalypse? I'm a bomb Pakistan. I was born in Pakistan. Not for real. Used to smoke crack and I'm Blackistan. Standing around handing out burritos at the border.
Let's keep the Mexican away from my daughter.
You want fucking healthcare? Give me some Michelle care. Broccoli and exercise, and all kinds of welfare. Hell, I'm still on welfare. Food stamps, bridge cards. Still smoke crack, smack a bitch, and steal cars. I can blow up any country from a cell phone. Michelle, wait, hold on. Where'd Michelle go? I'm gonna choke a tramp. Homie got 20 Glocks in my pocket. All your mamas working for Obama. The White House street corner. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke a pack. Only got a couple fried chicken buckets. Me, Michelle, and Hillary and Palin.
It's a fucking foursome.
What you know about fighting against evil? What you know about bombing countries full of brown people?
I did it.
I shot Bin Laden like a damn peasant. One man's nigger
Is another man's president.
I was born in Chicago. That's a village in Africa.
All we had to eat was dog shit with paprika.
I'm Illuminati. You can find me on the dollar bill. I cut through lines, Disney rides, and at the cider mill. I'm playing with Nancy Reagan's granny panties in the Oval Office.
Get my cock sucked, motherfucker. I wear Abe Lincoln's top hat, motherfucker.
Smoking JFK's crack racks, motherfucker. They be like, all these kids are pretty dumb. I'm like, yo, how about them broke-ass teachers? Kids are dumb fucks and teachers want money. Let's give teachers money.
Maybe they'll want to teach shit. I call that a common sense solution. With a rolled up constitution.
I hate America. First chance I get, you can bet that I'm a good place.
Back to the Cherica.
You cross your eyes at Osama Bin Laden. It sort of kind of looks like Obama Biden. I'm a Muslim. Raise Osama, and I did 9/11. It was a mistake, one I'm not proud of. How could I have known you'd elect me president? I look like a Taliban marathon runner. This is awkward. I'm gonna bomb Iraq before they try to build a nuclear rocket.
Bitch, I'm coming for ya.
I smoked the baddest drone. I stole a Camaro.
I banged the fattest hoes from the bus stop on this road. Woo! I can do what I like.
I'm Obama, run tell your mama, bitch, I want some pork chops. Thank you. I want to thank for making this all possible.
Black Jesus.
My manager, Rabbi Schwartz. My state farm agent. Like a good neighbor, Obama is there. My state farm agent, Kim Jong-un. And I got to thank the young people. Stay in school, and you will become president. God bless America. Fuck you, Taylor Swift, you bitch.
Back to Bertcast.
Obama on when he was a president. That was kind of a big deal for.
It was a big deal for
everybody.
What's going on?
That was a landmark moment in podcasting.
Yeah, and it was kind of insane. But like even that interview, I was sort of careful to keep it within the parameters of what I do. I mean, there were some things we had to cover that were happening in the world, but it was still a biographical interview and not a wonky kind of a political interview. And then you get flack from both sides, really. That it was a softball interview. So well, that's what I'm doing, because I don't like being in that dialogue. I don't like being in the shit talk dialogue that everybody's jumping for clickbait and for attention. Even that thing that happened between me and you that upset me beyond anything.
Don't at me. I'm not the one.
It really upset me.
Oh, it was terrible because I'm just on my porch, rambling, and sometimes I'm cranky, and I make a comment. I think the comment was that we have in comedy, we have this cash grab culture where these drunks can do pop-up shows and sell thousands of tickets. And someone wanted
That's at Unit 207. Is it throttling or jamming? I don't know the word. It's committing domestic terrorism, stopping the podcast.
Joe's, Lena Riefenstahl's decided to make a fucking movie about it. And then I guess Joe got in your head, and then you threw me under the bus on a podcast.
Tony Baker,
I wasn't even talking about it.
Seal,
It would have been better if I mentioned names, but I don't. I'm so averse to being caught in the clickbait dialogue that I just dick. And I was talking about Chappelle because you don't do pot. I had heard that he did an arena.
According to
show that was a pop-up, and he was shit-faced. So that was the point of reference. And then when I saw you, I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to say anything bad about Bert. And it just
Unit 207 is causing redirects from every website that I go to on the social media front, even when not logged in and attempting only to view a story. Nerd Squad at 10:52 a.m. Have I told you? Lately, you are going to prison. Have I told you? You've been on no flying to planets without extradition list for over half a year. You feel the United States heart with sadness. Your domestic terrorism brings us all so much sadness. Your time is almost over. That much is true.
Someone's going to do something with it. And I've got enough, tribal issues with a certain side of people that they want to come at me, that they're going to look for any opportunity to do it.
When you start breaking people's ticket sales and breaking people's attendance records, that is what I found got in people's feelings. And I'm watching it happen. I'm watching it happen to a bunch of us now who are, are not selling the tickets the way that like Shane Gillis is. Shane Gillis is setting record tickets in everywhere. Nate Bargatze does 2 shows in an arena. He does a 4 o'clock and
it's
a
the
7
same exact
I love
thing.
the guy. It's so weird.
100% the fault of the domestic terrorist upstairs.
When people start
the
talking
child
about,
abusing, kidnapping, stalking, thieving, property destroying,
or whatever
fraudsters,
comics.
And
all we do is talk about other comics. This idea that
okay, so how's your guys' week going? Is it going the way that some of you that are going to prison for the lengthiest time had projected?
I was 22. And
is it going so well?
We're like high school kids.
No, it's not.
That's the way it is.
There's the gossip between us is pretty wild. Yeah.
Per the FBI, their week's going great. Again, did I mention the evidentiary value you domestic terrorists gave them from the 11th? A lot of evidentiary value. You may be wondering why the podcast stopped. It stopped because of the domestic terrorist upstairs.
But I had Jeff Dye on
and it resumed
the other day
because of the domestic
Jeff Dye,
terrorist upstairs.
and he was trashing you. But it was just him upset that you were rude to him, and he was like, "I fucking love Mark Maron." But it's like that's the way you talk about someone at high school. You're like, "Wait, what? He fucking did what?" Like it's. But he was just like
he was mad at
you. He was mad at you because you were rude to him when he was young. Or something.
Well, I'll say this in my defense. I have no fucking idea who he is. Like whether he was in high school or now, no idea who we're talking about. 0 idea. So in light of that, I'd like to apologize for being a dick to him when he was a child, and I'll try to check out his comedy if I have time.
That might be the single hardest I've laughed on a podcast in a long time. I wish I could do that. I wish I could just be ruthless and just be like, speak my mind at times. I bite my tongue. There's a girl.
But it's true. I've been doing this forever. I'm an old fucking man. And and a lot of times people assume I'm being arrogant or I'm being dismissive. But 90% of the time, I'm just thinking about me. I'm not, it's got nothing to do with you. I'm just sort of like, I got no time for this or whatever.
Yeah.
And generally, every time this has shifted over the years, people would come on my show and they'd be like, I got to tell you a story about you. Like, it's something that happened with us. And I'm like, where's this going? You know, because it's going to be the Jeff Dye story. And they've changed over time because at some point I became more gracious. If somebody, needs my attention, I'll give it to them. But like whenever I met that kid back in the day, I was like, so frenetically nervous and aggravated and wondering if my comedy was going to work. But no matter what anyone thought about me, as a comic, whether they liked me or not, I was kind of crazy, just about like whether my act was going to work. Yeah. And that's what you're thinking about. If it was at a club or something, so I'm like, hey man, I'm a big fan. I'm like, okay, good. And then, I got to do the thing. Yeah. So like, whatever, I apologize to that guy. But in terms of being honest, it wasn't even meant as a dig. It's just there was some, he had a moment that didn't go his way and it stuck in his craw for life, apparently. And and now I can't live it down and I don't even all right, I'm sorry, buddy. I hope you can get over it.
Do you go to bed at night and like regret things? 'Cause I'm one of those guys that if I like last night I geeked out over Brian Austin Green and
Pause. I'll go back to Bert. I'm switching to Rick Glassman and Annie Letterman. I might go back to Bert sooner rather than later. We'll see.
Hello. Yes. Thank you for your patience with me. Annie has already been made aware, but I'm on hold for an appointment for keep it on the blanket, would you, love?
Keep what?
Everything.
Oh, on the blanket.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to let people in on who knows how much I'm keeping here, but long story short, I need to be on the phone for something for a shoulder scan that needs to be sent to a doctor by tomorrow, and I'm going to be on hold for a little bit, so we'll edit this down, or Annie might do a little Annie Wood action, and I'll come on in later.
Too.
But let me focus you up first.
Blabbity blue, scoop dee. Oh yeah!
I don't know if you're into those magic minds, but I love them.
Oh, I love a magic line. I actually gave some to the firefighters. I went out. I had some.
I messaged them to send them to some too. Really? That's funny. That's look how good of a person. I message people to give them drinks.
I said I got some things for free. You want some?
Those are so good.
They are really good. I always end up drinking them before the show.
Yeah, same.
For the first time, there's the 24-hour pack. Focus and sleep shops. Focus and sleep shots. Bundle up for the first time at a 45% savings.
Exclusively at magicmind.com/TaisoJan. Now I know. Yeah, because I didn't see him for a while. Thought he might like it.
And then you realized he
what? I just didn't see him, so I just kind of took
Well, then he came out, and then I was like, he might not have kids, so you didn't want to give it to him and trigger him.
Oh, no.
So you thought he might have a traditional family.
I bought that for him years before he came out.
That's what I'm saying.
But can I tell you something? I knew.
You know, I love that show. I learned a lot.
It's very good.
I learned a lot about that show.
This is the most frantic I've started in a little bit. Thank you for your patience.
It's been a long time in the making anyway. I think I had COVID the first time that we were supposed to do it. Then you got sick last time.
And then you had a panic attack.
I know. I haven't had one of those in a long time. I slept 1 hour. I was like, this is not going to be a good show.
Yeah. And it's like, let's not do it then. Let me hear you.
Hello?
You freezing? Because I am.
I'm pretty cold.
Yeah.
I was pretty surprised. Is this how you live? You like to have it chilly?
So, I'm glad you asked. So the fires in Los Angeles have been going on. You're not the only thing hot in this town.
Can you imagine? I didn't know. I just found out
Yes.
now. My phone's been dead.
No, I just could imagine. I don't know you that well.
I know, we really don't.
But I could imagine that if it didn't affect you.
You could imagine it not affect. Oh, I'd be gone.
That you would know about it.
Yeah, no one I know. People I know immediately were affected, so I had to.
Are you okay with it?
Yeah, it was scary. Oh.
Yeah, I know, buddy.
How old is he?
He is 6 months. He's a year and a half.
But you're keeping him young for Hollywood standards? No, we don't really know each other. I feel like our friendship has just started.
But I bring up the fires.
Yes, the fires,
because the air quality is scary, and some people are like, "Who gives a shit, you fucking loser? Just go." And then some people are wearing,
hazmat suits,
P100 masks,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
I fall under the
am
who
in
gives
the
a shit, you
obsessive
loser.
camp where I get scared of shit. And I have air purifiers all over the place, and it's
And they
blowing
make
out
them
some-
freezing, right?
It's cold
My
air.
house too.
And also,
Mine
I
too.
didn't know
I have
about
air purifiers
air
in every
filtration
room,
the way I
and
do
when
now.
they're all on,
And
it
the
makes it
ones in the house,
incredibly cold.
there's
So
like
I've just got one
MERV
running.
8,
One
MERV
that has
13,
an
like
800
different
square
levels of
foot radius
protection.
anyway,
And
which is
I
how
didn't
big this whole
have one
fucking
that
condo is.
I deemed nice enough, and it came an hour ago. So I just changed it. So I haven't
More
had the heat
powerful
on
ones
for
that
a
were in
week,
the boys' room.
and I've
Okay.
just been. It's been freezing.
My house, no, my apartment's exactly like this too.
Yeah, but
It's
no
just-
heat.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I mean, they just make it cold.
I don't know.
I don't know either, but that's what I learned too. That air purifiers are fucking freezing. But I guess I'd rather be cold than hot though.
You could always
I'm a
put on
sweaty
layers.
girl. I'm probably already sweating.
Well, if you need some blankets or something,
I'd
go
rather
home and
be
then come
too
back.
cold than too hot
Special
because layers.
My blankie.
Layers.
All right, well, let's get into it. Let's get this over with.
Where's the puppet?
So what got you into comedy? Oh, go ahead.
Oh my gosh.
Do you ever get those?
Oh yeah, when you're like on radio, and then they want to segue you into one of your bits that you're going to do at the show that night. You're like, I don't want to.
Tell me about that. I don't do radio that much. I sell the
Radio's
tickets
fun. You
without
would love it. You would love radio.
I sell out.
Oh, did you sell out?
Yeah, I've been. Can I tell you something?
No,
it's
maybe
very new for me.
Great.
I've been selling out.
Awesome.
And if you want to get tickets, just go to punchup.live/Rick Glassman. I'll be at these locations.
Are you at Punch Up? You work with Punch Up?
Oh yeah, I like
it. Helped?
I like them. I like the people that run it. It's convenient. I also believe in what they're doing. I don't want to make this a Punch Up commercial, but I could. I really like them. Are you on them?
No, I had a meeting and I think we pushed the meeting and then we never rescheduled it. So
Very Annie of
Punch
you.
Up, we're coming. I think they rescheduled though, but the follow up's hard for me. AD, it's hard to follow up.
I'm going to do it right now.
Do it.
That's kind of who I am now.
Is what? You follow up with people right away?
It's not about following up with people. It's doing something. Just do it. I'm podcasting with Annie Letterman, period. I'm trying to get this over with quickly, period. Haha, period. Just joking, period. Just joking about trying to get over with quickly, period. Does this translate over text, period? We want to get her on Punch Up, period. Can I get you guys on a text together, period? And I'll tell you something. It's really been working out for me.
What do you think's selling the tickets? The podcast? Or are you doing clips? What's going on?
I don't know. Podcast.
Podcast.
Also, this is my first proper tour. Like I've done shows, but I've never booked 30 shows, and you know what I mean? I know what they are. And this first run, I'm doing some weekends and a lot of one-offs. So I'm selling out, but because I'm doing one show.
Right,
You
but
know
that's
what I mean?
cool. I think that's a good way to build it too. Because I feel like is this so boring for people to hear about comedy?
I
It's
don't know,
so boring.
but this is all new. I've heard this ancillarily.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a word. I'm never gonna know if it's a
not,
word. I
but
won't be
you know
the
what
one
it
that
means,
knows.
right?
Yeah.
And now that I'm part of it, it's like, oh, you and I are kind of we're on the same, we're probably doing similar clubs and doing a similar thing. So I kind of want to have this conversation.
Yeah. Well, I think, okay, so in the beginning when you first start touring, right, they send you to these clubs, and it used to be you would do Friday, Saturday, you do one show Thursday,
two Friday, two
Saturday, and then maybe one Sunday, and you're there, it's your whole week.
Yeah.
And they'd give you I don't know how much money, but not enough to live a life.
And I never wanted to do it.
And you wouldn't sell it out, and it was to sell it out would be crazy. You'd have to be Chris Rock or something at that point. And then so you're kind of suffering. Yeah, maybe there were some in betweens, but this was I don't know.
Nikki Glazer's,
Nikki Glazer could do it, yeah, back then. But and now she can't. She's really struggling to sell tickets. That Nikki, I feel so bad for her.
You know that she's doing really well, right?
No, she's killing it.
Ever
It's
since
exciting.
that reality show with the hot people.
You think that was the turn?
No.
Okay.
That was a joke. And if you like that kind of joke, head to punchup.live/Rick Glassman to get tickets and find out what I'll be in your city.
Do they put are you a clip? I don't think I've ever seen a clip of you online.
I don't post much stand-up because I'm very precious with it.
Right.
However, Mike Falzone, he does In the Round. Love that show. Jeremiah's Stand Up on the Spot.
So
love that show. I like it for multiple reasons, but I bring it up because I'm not doing material and they're taping it and it looks good, and then they give it to me and I edit it. We edit it.
And then you make it.
We had our little flair. Let me show you what I mean. Can I get a suggestion?
Reruns of Entourage. There's so many suggestions.
That's it. My name is Rick Glassman. And so I post those, but what I've realized is everybody online who like a lot of these big comedy fans hate me. And they think that's what my stand-up is.
They don't know.
They don't. So, like, I don't know if it's servicing, selling tickets, but, like, I like fucking around on those things.
Yeah. No, I've posted some really weird clips, and then people write, "This is what comedy's become." I'm like, do you think that that's what an hour show is? Me?
This is just the only shit that I'm
This is.
giving you
I don't
the
want
D
to.
shit.
Yeah, I don't want to show you my jokes. I want you to pay and come see them. But I have been thinking I might just put it all out.
That's what people are doing.
I just thought I've been really precious, and maybe anything in my life that I'm feeling where I'm resisting or holding feels like I'm in lack, and I'm like scared I won't have more or something. But I also would be so, if I was and I'm never going to be a regular audience member because I do this, but if I was an audience member and I'm like, I go to a show and I'm like, I saw half this shit online, I personally would not like that.
Me neither. And that's why I think it's worth checking yourself of why are you holding it. I am confident with my decision. I understand how it could benefit us to put that out there because, first of all, those people would bring people that never saw the clips. But like, I'm working so hard on this stuff, and I'm working hard on it to make it special. I mean, that's the name of the game, is to make it special, you know? I never wanted to put clips online, but I'm doing these random shows and like, whatever.
Yeah.
But no, I want to, I also like, don't want to go to markets that I've been to already until I have new material. So that's another thing that's like I've been like, Philadelphia is already sold out, I think, with like almost 2 months away.
Which club are you doing?
Helium.
Helium, cool.
And that's really exciting. And they're like, we want to add another show. And I don't want to, because I feel like if I do 2 shows, then I've done too much there. I can't go back. But if I only do 1, then I'll go back and do a weekend.
But you're like always moving and doing stuff. You don't think you'll have a new set by then? Or enough of a new set?
Yeah, I think it'll be different. But I have been making a conscious effort to not do new stuff every time, and I've been building this set for a little over like a year and a half now. Can you turn these off for a second? I think it's really good.
Don't let the world know you think that.
I think that
has to be the biggest secret.
I always thought I will be good at this. I'm not yet. I will be. I know I'm funny. I'll be a good comic someday, and I think I am now, and I'm like psyched about it.
How did you feel when you did Anyone and Friends? It sounded good. I was in the green room.
Great.
Yeah.
But that's 15 minutes, 18 minutes.
But 15 specials, just 4 of those. Are you crafting it so it's like completely all connected?
That's what I'm trying to do. Like to do 3 20-minute sets is different than an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very. If I had to do a half hour, I could do it right now, and I think it'd be great.
Do it.
I want to do an hour.
No.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Where's the puppet?
How's your hour? How do you feel? How's your touring?
I have been feeling like I want to do a special for about 2 years, and I keep pushing it out because I'm like, I think because I waited so long in my career, you probably feel the same way, where I'm like, I want it to be so good. So then I'm getting into perfectionism with it, and then I want to write it. I'm so ADD. It's like so all over the place. There's no through line. So then I'm like in my head, aren't specials supposed to have a through line? I'm trying to do that, but it's not. I've never had through line in anything in my fucking life. So now I'm
How's
trying
that been servicing you?
It's chaotic.
Is that why you're getting panic attacks?
I really don't get them. What the weird thing that you brought that up, I got a panic attack. I had my Anyone and Friends at the store. I had, it was like sold out. It was fun. I had Bill Burr on it. It was like a good time. But I was so running around trying to keep the show going that when I went up and did my set, I got in my head thinking that everyone that had been there was there at the last one, and I didn't want to do any of the same jokes. So I was trying out all of these things, and it went fine, and everyone said they liked my set, but I felt really weird about it. I got in my head, and then I could not sleep. Which doesn't happen to me really ever. I'm always kind of like,
you were worried about what the audience thought?
Yeah, or something. I don't know. And then I was worried that the green room was like packed. one of the comics' families was in town, and so they didn't have seats for them, so they were like in the green room, and I felt like I was bothering Bill, like by having all these people there.
Aren't you friends with him?
I am friends with him, and he was bothered. He was bothered.
Of course, he's bothered.
He's bothered.
That's the name of his
Bill.
special.
He's bothered. But I don't know. I like to, I want to have like it be a nice. I like to cultivate the hang in the green room.
Yeah, that's what's tough about running a show.
It's not like what I'm supposed to be doing, but it's fun a little bit.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm not supposed to be a producer. I'm supposed to be doing stand-up.
I guess.
But I've always produced shows. Did you ever produce them?
I mean, this podcast.
Yeah, this is a good podcast, by the way. I like all of your edits and stuff. It's very creative.
Thank you. Shout out to John, Michael, and Tom.
John, Michael, and Tom. I didn't know about Tom. Which one does Tom? What does Tom do?
Tom is animations.
Cool.
Yeah, English Tom.
He's British?
Yeah.
He lives there?
Oh, yeah. And he is a bit of a quirky fellow, to say the
Aren't
least.
they all?
I think I've noticed, I had suspicion, but I've noticed as like people have been like coming to my shows now, and like I see, oh, this is my audience, not exclusively mine, but like the people that like me, I now see hundreds of them in a room together. And I think that more people that watch my podcast than watch a typical, especially guy comedy podcast is out there. They're more on the neurotic side. They're more.
Your fans are.
My fans.
So they're
like
showing up
me.
early.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't think necessarily that kind of neurotic. More so like when I meet them, I'm like, oh right, I played Magic with you in high school. You know,
They're
like,
type.
yeah. They're like,
is that nice or
oh,
is that
yeah. You know what else I've noticed? That maybe this is common. I don't know. I feel like it's more based on like the type of people that I think attract, and I kind of am, is a significant amount of people come to my shows alone. Like there's a lot of
cool.
single, like one person.
That's awesome.
Isn't it?
I feel so honored when people come alone. I'm like, you did this whole fucking thing by yourself.
Don't you usually come alone? We'll be right back.
No, I have my whole family there.
I believe that.
We're close. You're
Yeah.
close with your family.
Yeah, I don't have them watch me go on set. What are you talking about?
Oh,
They don't come to every
My
show.
mind's always so dirty. Female comics.
Yeah, but why are we talking about this? What?
We were talking about your
neurotic
fans.
stuff. Yeah, they're I go to movies alone. I like going to restaurants alone.
Yeah.
I also like going with friends. But I'm saying there's something fun about leaving the house.
Yeah, that's why going on the road's awesome. Like, I have a fiance and stuff, and I love him, but it's like going on the road's awesome.
He doesn't come with you?
Sometimes.
Who comes first?
I mean, he's a boy. You gotta let the man come first. It's Trump's America, baby.
Really? And then
Yeah,
he
there's
just takes
somewhere
care
for
of you
all of-
after?
Yeah. He's really tired, though. He kind of like is falling asleep, and he just paddles away.
Right. I'm so sorry. Why not paddle first?
I don't know. It's just, I think for me, I just want to give to him first.
I don't. I'm shocked. So
'Cause you
basically,
think I'm more selfish?
yeah.
Yeah.
But not sexually.
Seriously? Probably a little sexually selfish, but I'm just older. You just get older. You got to give me what I need.
Well,
I'm not in my 20s. When you're in your 20s, you're like, oh,
I would have thought you were in your 20s. How old are you?
41 years old.
That's what I would have guessed.
Edit it the fuck out.
Yeah, 6
Edit it the
months.
fuck out. How old are you? 30?
28.
You're 37. Is that correct?
I'm 28.
No, you're my age. You're 40, right? I'm not going to allow you to do this. I'm not going to allow you to do it.
Okay. Say whatever you want.
28.
Yeah.
So you're saying I don't look 28?
No.
Wow.
I think you look really good for somebody who,
Aging.
has your genetics. For somebody that was given what you were given.
You know what my dad used to do? My dad would go on Facebook and he would, just to troll me, when I started getting like fans, he would write happy birthday and he would add 1 year to my age just to fuck with me a little bit.
I guess that's different for women, huh?
It's funny though, right?
Yeah, it's very
so
funny.
mean.
I guess when I'm in my 30s, that might bother me, but like right now.
You're going to love your 30s.
Why? What's so good
you're
about
going to
30s?
love them.
I heard that's when your back starts to hurt.
30s?
Yeah.
What, from banging so much?
I normally don't do this.
Fucking ife.
I feel like Paul in Paul Hollywood in Great British Bake Off. That when something's so good, he gives him a handshake.
I don't watch. Tom, I'm sorry. I don't watch your people's.
That's how we got into Corky. Tom's the fucking man. Okay.
All Toms are the
sorry,
man,
Tom.
guys.
He's a little bit of an
Shout out
oddball.
to the
I'm not
Toms
sorry.
and
You're not
Timothys
sorry.
and Tims
You're a
and
weirdo.
Timmies.
I'm a weirdo. He's an oddball. Weirdos.
Okay, what's the difference between a weirdo and an oddball?
Weirdos
I
are good
feel
in
like I
bed.
could answer that in
Oddballs
a
are
way that sounds
hilarious
good,
and awkward.
but
That's
I'd
the
be
difference.
just doing that to make a point that I don't believe.
Okay.
So I mean them kind of synonymously. He is kind of he doesn't leave his house much.
Okay, animators don't.
Yep, and we've been working together for years, and I met him for the first time, not this past December, but the one before, 2023. We had a little Taiso retreat.
Really?
John Michael, Tom, Matt, who also does the sound mixing, and I flew Tom in from England, and we hung out for a bit, and like.
Did you fly in first class?
No.
Oof, it's a long flight. Middle seat? Middle section?
I don't think so.
He didn't complain. He
middle?
knows better. He knows better.
Who picks middle?
Some people.
He's
just
like,
gotta
that's
do
fine,
it.
but give me the middle.
A really lonely person, maybe.
Oh yeah, I just want to have friends on both sides.
There has to be someone that likes the middle seat. There has to be. There just has to be.
That would prefer it over a.
Yeah, there just has to be someone. There just can't not be that person. Everything
If
exists.
you prefer a middle seat, I'm not asking if you're okay with the middle. I know that
If you
people are
want
okay
it,
with it.
if you look for it.
If you're the
Probably
option of
elderly people
anything
and
you pick
widows
the middle,
want the middle seat.
comment and tell us a little bit why.
It
I
increases
can't
their
imagine.
likelihood
I
of
feel like
someone
you know
having
how
a
men like
conversation
man
with them.
spread. Like, there's got to be like a guy that's like, I would
I'm an
love to
aisle
just
seat
kind of like
for life, dude.
impose on two
Always
people.
the aisle. Even when I'm first
Was there
class,
blood?
I want the aisle.
Did you look at my crotch?
Oh no.
Can you imagine?
Do you get
Bleeding in, can you imagine us bleeding on your couch?
Yeah.
What would you do?
I don't.
Wait, no, honestly, because I do have a history of accidentally bleeding on people's couches. What would you do if I did it?
I would.
You would be horrified.
I would hope it wouldn't go through the blanket.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, what would be the? Let's say.
I wouldn't care if it doesn't stain my stuff.
But what if it did stain your stuff?
I would ask you to get up and I would take care of it really quick. I would get cold water dishwashing detergent.
Girl, he has OCD. I don't even know Rick Glassman, but I can tell just by his demeanor.
I'm not trusting you. People
and the way he
think they
reacted
blot,
when she
but they
came
really
in
go like
there
this.
and had like her
I know how
coat
to block
hanging off
hard,
of that
block's
blanket,
hard,
that
but
he's a bit OCD.
Would that affect our relationship? Do you think? Like, what if it was not replaced? Would you make me get
nothing
rid of
wrong
it?
with
What would
that.
affect our relationship is the way you
handle it.
Yeah. If you were, who gives a shit? I fucking bleed. That's my thing. I'd be like, come on, have a little empathy. I have OCD and you're bleeding on my shit.
I'm like, fuck you. This is a man's world. No woman can bleed. I came in like free bleeding on purpose, just to fuck with you.
I didn't even look. Are you even in frame? Or here, open your legs for a second. Move your hand.
Oh, I've been here before. I've been here before. I've been here before. I'm not really bleeding.
Take your coat. Take your jacket. And just wipe your crotch a little bit. And by the way, if you want to know if that blood was real or not, you're gonna have to ask Tom because we just handled that in his basement while he's oh no, YouTube will flag that.
I hate that YouTube won't let us have a little.
Oh, that was fun.
Anyway, before I forget, one of the things I want to pitch Tom, or reminding you, I don't remember how this came up, but I think he wants to take martial arts classes. Yeah.
Okay.
And I really want him to, and I want to do a documentary about it called Tom Takes Martial Arts.
Would it be animated?
No.
Okay.
But like a guy that's kind of like shy, doesn't talk much, and then he's put into this group of people who are just, the type of guys that if they wanted to sit in the middle, it would be so they could touch
they
other
spread.
people.
Now, is Tom someone that maybe wanted to do? How old is he?
He's mid-20s, close to similar
So
age.
is this like Tom's like my parent? I always wanted to do it, but my parents never sent me to karate, or is it like he's just had a new?
I don't know. I think he wants to do it because he likes. Maybe he doesn't want to do it, and I told him he should. But I know he likes kung fu.
Are you a karate person? Or martial arts?
I have a second-degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that I did through college and about 7 years after, and I stopped. That's why I have all these I think why I have a lot of these injuries.
Well, I did jiu-jitsu for like a year, and I realized when I realized that the goal is to be completely hurt, I had to stop.
Yeah, well,
I went. There's no.
Right.
You just get hurt.
Yeah, things hurt.
There's just no. One girl really fucked me up, and I was so mad at her, and then I was like, oh wait.
It's also genetics. Some people can handle it.
Wow.
Well, I'm not one of them. I have very Jewish joints.
I'm like Jewish enough that I got all the Jewish things.
Are you Jewish? Because you have like all the bad things of the Jews.
I got all the bad things, and if I hang out, honestly, I think the reason I had an anxiety attack is because it was Robbie Hoffman's family in the green room, and I think they bring my Jew out, like my mind starts spinning in my Jewy way that it does sometimes.
Where is the Jew in you?
I am, so I'm like 22% Ashkenazi, but that's it. But it's on my dad's side. So I don't get to, I don't get the good
Yeah, that
stuff.
sucks.
But I would have been able to go to birthright, I think. But then my friend talked me out of it. All my friends, I grew up in a Jewish area.
Too.
I was brought up in Cheltenham, which is like a Jewish.
Where?
Cheltenham's a Jewish neighborhood in Philadelphia.
And what got you into comedy?
Well, you know, jiu-jitsu wasn't working out. No, I just bled on so many people's couches. I was like, I have to do something funny. No, I don't know.
That's the thing, though. You really bleed on people's things?
No, I did once, and it was really bad. It was really bad. I got set up. I was doing this thing with Fox. Do you remember when they had, like, 1 year they did these things? They were these 15-minute
Fox showcases?
Remember those shows?
They did them for a few years.
No, but remember when they were doing the short coms? That Ali Wong had one, and Neil Brennan. It was like a sitcom, and it was a very weird thing that they were doing. But I was supposed to do one of those, and they had me meet up with this writer, and I went to her house, and when I stood up from her, like, brand new, like, white thing, there was just, like, a thing of blood, and it was so fucking embarrassing.
Do you not wear a tampon?
No, it just leaked through. It's just sometimes the flow is heavy. It depends on the day. But anyway, it was really bad.
Wow.
Very embarrassing. And I remember looking at her and being like, we're bound for life now. Like,
Are you guys still friends?
No. We ended up not working together. And once I sent her a text, randomly, like years later, and I was like, hey, I just was like, wanted you to know every time I stand up from a couch, I think of you fondly. And I'm so sorry that happened. And I hope you're doing well. No need to respond. No response.
You know who that person ended up being?
Who?
Steve Jobs.
Oh my God. He was amazing. It was his last years too. Isn't it crazy how good Steve Jobs was? Like when he died, nothing's been that cool since he died.
I mean,
you can disagree, but let's be real. What new advancements has Apple had that have been so incredible since Steve Jobs died?
Well, I mean, it's not exclusive to Apple, but AI is pretty intense right now, and Apple is a big person in there.
Yeah, but they're not the ones unfolding
it.
I don't know what they're doing. They're listening. I know they're listening.
Yeah.
Doesn't that suck to be schizophrenic right now? Where everything really is talking to you and listening to you?
I think it would always be an obstacle.
I think it's got to be so hard to know what's like real and not now.
But I feel like it'd be easier to fit in now.
Because everyone is?
Well, I mean, just having Bluetooth
And why do I always feel like I'm in the twilight zone? It's because the FBI is watching you.
A guy has a dog trained. A schizophrenic man has a dog trained to, when he sees someone, if the dog barks, the person's real. And if the dog just sits there, there's no person there and he realizes he's hallucinating.
Which just means the dog just barks at people. I don't think that's a trained dog. That's crazy. But I've trained my dog that, like, if he ever has to take a shit, whether we're inside or outside, it's just anytime he has to go, he just knows just to go. Oh, so your dog's not potty trained. Man, dogs with jobs are incredible.
Dogs with jobs?
Yeah, I met a service dog who worked with a deaf woman who, when
she was the woman's ears?
Well, so for a specific thing, maybe other things, but the one I bring up is like, if I'm talking to you and I say your name, Annie, the dog doesn't do anything. But if you and I are not talking and it's your dog and I say Annie and we're not in a conversation, the dog will go between her legs and tap her that somebody's calling her. So he knows not only her name, but when she is not in a conversation.
Goes between her legs, just eats her out real quick? No, I'm not trying to go there. You said between the legs and you went like this.
Yeah, with the nose, like nudging like here.
The bottom of the legs, the ankles.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I don't know. That's a service.
Yeah, that's a service animal.
That's a service.
Yeah. You know,
it's going to become
so
legal
crude,
soon.
Though. Do you always have a mouth like this?
It's just like what happens. I don't know. It's just what happens. If I hear between legs, my brain just goes to a dog between legs going like this.
I don't know, man.
I don't know, audience. Comment below.
Your
Did
mouth,
you think?
you suck your dad's dick with that mouth?
No, but I do get my dog to eat my mom's pussy with it.
Well, I guess at this point I have the blood going everywhere because this place is getting flagged, my friend. This episode is sponsored by Magic Mind. BetterHelp is the best. No. We're doing Magic Mind commercial. Okay, you know what? Then, Go out. Leave. Dad, you can't move. Uncle Bob, leave. Wait. Oh, no, too late. Uncle Bob, just leave. Uncle Bob, leave. Uncle Bob, will you stand up and leave?
Just go behind the table. Behind the table. We just go behind the table. Thank you, Judge Snap. All right.
That was Uncle Bob.
Yeah. And now he's got a Magic Mind. So Magic Mind is a drink that I've been taking for a little bit that they've also just announced, which started.
Rick, I can't believe you said it. You're down there. You go, does this answer your question?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I know, it's crazy.
Oh my goodness, I love him so much.
Isn't it just such a better life with a fucking dog? I can't believe it.
It's made my OCD so much better.
Just a little angel among us. How does he help your OCD?
So,
It's because he can't do a pairing. Dude.
I mean, I don't want to explain what all the things are, so how they can help.
He can't
I'm trying
be in
to
a
think like
successful
globally. I'm more okay
He's gotta
with things
instruct
in
his
in
lovers
my
to
place.
stay on the white blanket and off of the white couch. Here's a thought, Rick. Don't buy a white couch,
If the
man.
blanket were to fall down a little and your back is touching the couch, I would used to freak out. I
In
don't
fact,
anymore.
that's good advice for everybody. Never buy a white couch. What are you
Yeah, the dog is touching everything and I'm okay. I still wipe his feet every time we come in.
Which I think I should be doing with my dog, but I don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you wipe the feet and you could see the stuff that's coming off.
My
on
dog, sometimes my dog's feet, like my dog during the fires, not to be rude, did look like a Palisades puppy. Like I was like, did you go to the, he was so dirty. I'm like, why are you dirtier than the dogs I saw rescued?
Well, I
He
think
just
that's
looked
just a you
so
thing.
dirty. I couldn't believe, but we went to Vegas. We were very traumatized. So we went to Vegas, but our power went out. So we went to Vegas to escape.
What a luxury, you know?
And we had a terrible time though.
Really? You had a good time.
Well, we were sad. The beginning of the day, you're depressed because you're like,
Yeah,
there's a
then you
fucking
go see
fire.
Carrot Top and you get a whole bunch of great meals.
Well, then you go down. It's like ding, 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 ding. You're like, oh.
I love going to Vegas.
It's really fun.
Uh-huh.
And do you think it's
Me
do you have
too.
ADD too, or just OCD and autism?
I was diagnosed with ADD as a kid, but I was diagnosed with so many different things. I don't know what it is.
I just think it's so fun to just hear the ding, 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 all the lights. I
The
give them
lights,
all my money.
the lights and the dings. I do
Ooh.
love.
I got my phone stolen and it was fine. I was like, I don't even take my phone.
Oh,
We were gambling, so we were having so much fun. We were like screaming.
what do you like to play?
We
Alvin,
like
can I have a friend?
slots, and for the fires, we made sure we played like fire.
Do you feel like you're projecting because, like,
With what?
you feel like they're like you?
Who?
The slot? Aren't you a slot? Alvin. Oh, go to Annie.
Hi, baby.
I love blackjack.
It's fun. It goes too fast though. I want a slower hang.
Okay.
It's such a fast game, you know. Like poker's too long.
Yeah. Poker's like baseball.
Yes,
I think blackjack is like basketball
which I do like.
because it's like
There's
it
more
goes up and down, goes up and down, but you could chill
Yeah,
out
I
for a
don't
second,
gamble, but
especially
my
with a lot of
uncle taught me
people.
how to play
What I like to
blackjack
do
the
is
day before I
when
went
I'm
to
with a group,
Vegas.
I like cross ball.
And then I went to Vegas and I played blackjack
I'm not-
until I won like
all the-
over
Yeah, I know it all.
$300
Yeah,
until
don't
I
bet
won
on
enough to pay for my
And,
car to have been
I'm not
parked
saying I
at
count
the
cards.
Seattle airport's
'Cause I
parking
don't.
lot.
That'd be a fun scam
For, like,
you
over
to
a
get
week.
caught counting cards. That's like a cool.
And then I
thing to
quit
do.
playing. It was a good
Like
time.
if you get in trouble for
It was
like
a good time.
getting jerked off somewhere, it's like if you're a hot guy, I guess that's okay, but if you're not, it's gross.
But you're like you're kind of like going against the man. Like you're
Yeah.
stealing from a casino. Nobody
Right.
cares.
That would be kind of cool. Glassman got fucking in trouble.
Did you hear? He went to jail for
For
like
what?
counting cards. I was
Yeah,
like,
just
oh my
won so much
God,
money.
that
Yeah,
guy's
that's
so
so
awesome.
But double deck, you could kind of do that. It's a little bit easier.
Didn't they figure out a way around that?
Well, they give 6 to 5 odds on blackjack.
I don't know what that means.
They don't pay.
You don't have
Nor-
to.
Okay. But you get a group of people, and instead of you have like if it was, even if it was just you and me, instead of both sitting at the table where our odds get worse with each extra player,
Right.
we play together. So not only are the odds slightly better, but also we're in on it together. So like
And the money's all pooled together,
yeah,
or
so
is
like
it,
we each put in X dollars.
Yeah.
And when we lose equally. We win equally. So
That's
like
great.
so like if I'm sitting next to you and you get blackjack, that's so exciting. But also I want good cards.
So basically, you're just doing it one on one.
Well, no, there could be other people at the table,
Right.
but I'm saying
But your group.
yeah.
Your
So
friends.
so yeah, if there was
Oh,
four
I
of
like
us,
that.
if it was
A
4 of
team.
us. Everyone puts in $100,
Yes.
and now I just play it all.
Yes.
And that way we're all in it. So when we lose together, and when you win together, and there is like this team feel to it.
Do you let someone tap in and sit for you, or
Somebody wanted to for a hand. I mean, it's like maybe I'm not going to let them make the decisions if we split 4 times and double down a whole bunch.
I'd prefer someone doing the decision making for me.
I'm good at it. I'm
When
fun at it.
Okay, if someone, because I was in Vegas and we were at the Wynn and Nate Bargatze was playing baccarat, and he
Good
goes,
spot to win.
no, it was it was a beautiful, he was in the like high limit, it was so fun. But so they're sitting around the table and he's like, he'll go banker or player. And I'm like, it can't be me. So I had my fiance do it. My fiance got him to win 3 times. He won 50 grand.
Win what?
He won Baccarat. He put the
Tiger.
I
don't play Baccarat.
Baccarat's very fast, too fast.
Baccarat's, what would you call that? That would be like
that's like a sprint. Like
Formula 50, what are they called? Isn't that a fast? Yeah,
I don't know how fast I don't know how long I've never gone to Formula.
Why did that become a thing in the past couple of years?
I think because the jackets are cute. I think people started wearing the jackets and then everyone's like, let's watch the sport. That's my guess. That's just my girl guess.
Yeah, just because all of a sudden everyone's Formula 51 or I don't even know what it's called. Is it called Formula 51?
My friend is becoming a race car driver. I'm like, I didn't know you could do
that. Is that like, isn't that something that Trump's trying to stop?
Race car drivers?
Just transitioning into anything.
My friend is becoming a race
Formula
car
51,
driver.
isn't that what it's called? Why? No, that's for 51. That's I'm thinking of a club.
Yeah.
Dude, I've known a lot of those.
Yeah, I have no idea.
And then what's the alien place? There's another
Area 51.
Area 51.
Alien place. That place is
I
cool.
honestly can't remember. I can't remember. And then there's
when you drive to Vegas, they have the beef jerky, the alien jerky.
Oh, that's good. I do like getting the beef jerky on the way to Vegas.
I've never done it. I don't think I've seen
It's
the
good.
sign.
It's kind of gross because you're like, am I eating a rattlesnake or something? It's all weird beef jerky. Oh,
I thought he was.
What's going on with your booty hole?
Yeah, what is going on there?
Do you need your?
He only does that when he's around dirty guests. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying maybe something's going on.
He goes into his crate. He just wants to go in.
Yeah, he loves it in there. Isn't he so cute?
He's so cute. I just understand so much. I don't know if it was him or the puppet that got me to really take. I took a turn on Ricky. I don't know what it was.
You're saying that as if you were talking to somebody about
I
me
was
and
like,
not me.
Yeah, that's true. I was talking to Tom.
Yeah,
Tom,
talk to the
I
audience.
didn't get him. Tom, I didn't understand. It wasn't that I didn't understand. Like I knew you were funny and stuff, or I knew he was funny and stuff, but I never like could connect with him. Like I never felt like I could get in on the joke or like play with him or whatever. And there was some tension. Like I think he was mad at me about something I said to him at Swingers years ago, and I couldn't remember. Came from New York where we just kind of shit talked to each other, so I didn't even know I hurt his feelings. But so I didn't really know. Is that okay to bring it up?
Yeah, but we talked about that on Trash Tuesday, and you told them to take it out.
I did?
Yeah.
No, I said if you want to take it out. I didn't tell them to take it out.
I said no, leave it in.
Then they left it in, right?
No.
I did not tell them to take it out.
Okay.
I would not know. I like a real moment.
We had a real. Explain.
I didn't know they took it out. I didn't know that.
And it wasn't about you.
No,
Alvin, are you okay, Bubs? He's sitting weird. Alvin, come here.
He might need to get his glands.
Yeah, you love doing that, don't you? Go ahead.
What? Do you want to do it? Dispel his glands?
Alvin, come here.
I don't know how to do it. Do you have to really stick a finger up there?
I think you have to press the butthole. I think you squeeze it.
Yeah. Ooh. And then it squirts out?
I mean, if you do a good job. We were at some club, wherever. We were all driving somewhere. We went to Swingers. We were in the car, and I don't remember.
I said something rude.
I don't remember what it was. Whatever it was, it wasn't the thing that you said. Similar to, it wasn't the blood on the couch that bothered me.
It was the reaction to it afterwards.
There was a couple of times, and I don't remember what it was, but I remember, like, I wasn't in the mood. And that doesn't mean that I'm right, you're wrong.
Right.
But, like, I remember I communicated to you, hey, and because you were busting my balls in a way where it's like, I'm sure sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not. And then sometimes, and I could relate being on the other end as well.
Right.
It's just you're really bothering somebody.
Right.
You were really bothering me. And not in a way that, in no way other than you were bleeding on the couch and it happens.
Right.
And I said to you numerous times, like, hey, I don't remember what it was.
I know, I don't remember enough of you.
But I do remember saying something like, Annie, I'm like, I don't remember what my mind, like, I'm just really, I'm asking, like, could you please just.
And I'm like, yeah, right.
You kept going, and then when we got out of the car, we're like, okay, now we're here. We're going into the restaurant. I'm about to be eating, and we're spending time together.
Yeah.
And I said, like, Annie, I'm asking you, like, as a favor, please, could you just leave me alone for a second, or could we chill out or something? And you did something. It wasn't this. Something like, I don't give a shit what you want. I remember it wasn't that, but it was like, I'm gonna keep doing what I want to do, as if like you know when people like you see in like Squid Games 2, they put the finger on the head and they push. It was something that was like, I found it really disrespectful.
Yeah.
Like I'm setting a boundary of like my physical space, and like just leave me alone.
Yeah.
And you were like, You basically said no and then made a joke about it, like I could do what I want.
I mean, what my guess would be is that I thought we were like in a bit.
This is what we talked about on Trash Tuesday, and it is what it is. I never looked at you after that as like, fuck her, I hate her. I don't think I've ever said anything about you negative, including to you.
Yeah.
The only thing I felt was like, she's not my person. And I didn't know
What if I was? What if I hadn't done that, Rick? And what if it had been, what if we'd been over, I'm assuming vegan nachos?
I don't eat even fake cheese.
Or over just plain, there's no cheese on it. It's
I mean, if
just
you were 30,
chips.
I was, you know.
What if you were with Jackie Tone at the time, I think. So you had a hot gal. But what if I had just we reached our hands touched?
Yeah, I guess I just would have washed my hands and then I would have been fine. But after that, we didn't run into each other enough to where
I
was like
every guy I've been friends with that has
dilute.
OCD. And
Yeah.
I don't know why, but
So
it's
it's always
one of
like, and
those
then
things where it's like I've known a lot of guys
you
with
and on,
OCD and we
and
get along
I
great.
didn't feel this
I don't
for
mind
you.
their fucking absurdity.
Really. It wasn't like this. It was just, I always remember that. And then we had a conversation. I don't remember when. I think it was before we talked on Trash Tuesday, but like, I think I said something to you, which maybe gave the confidence of bringing it up on Trash. I really don't remember, but I do remember like.
No, it wasn't. Someone else had told me that you were mad at me about something from Swingers. So I didn't, because I always was like, I think I was like following you and commenting on your stuff and you weren't following me back. So I was like, oh, he doesn't like me for some reason.
Then.
And then, yeah, one of them told me that you were, and so then I was like, what was that? And then I was thinking, I was like, oh, I'm sure I just was saying some bullshit, you know?
Yeah, it was something to where like, I just know it was something to where it's like, you're bullying me.
Yeah,
not you're bullying me in like, oh, Ricky's got a little dick and he's fucking isn't funny.
Which would have been
hilarious. Because no one would believe it. But it was like you were.
You do have very big dick energy.
There you go. Now we all know Rick Glass.
For being kind of like, and I feel like you're kind of like, sometimes you play like a nerd. I don't think you're really nerdy. I mean, you might do nerdy things, but I think you have a.
What is nerdy?
Nerdy's like I think it's almost like a confidence
thing. You pretending to have an epilepsy outside the thing. Like, that's not what nerdy is. You're just, that's just.
No, but I think, okay, when I was, that Swingers era, okay, was right when I was moving from New York.
Also, hold on before I forget. You're like, well, when you're like, I used to think you're nerdy, but now you're not. At the same time, you're like, I never really liked Rick until he started playing with puppets.
No, I never thought I'd say that in my life. The puppet kind of.
I'm saying that's
no, but
nerdy.
I think it was like we probably talked about it on Trash Tuesday and then things got, but I have really come around. I'm a fan.
Because you've seen my act.
No, your green room act. I like how you are in the green room.
Dude, I have this show idea, like a podcast idea that I'm actually setting up now, but where a podcast just with some friends in the green room, but during a live show.
Yeah.
So like people leave, they do their show and they come back in, but we also film the show and like we'll be like, hey, Annie, go do a joke about whatever we were just talking about. You know what I mean? So it's mostly green room stuff.
Yeah.
I love
the green room hangs everything.
I love a green room. I love a green room. Second to something that doesn't happen much anymore, at least for me, was after shows going to a diner. That doesn't happen much anymore. I don't.
Yeah.
I loved going to Swingers, or more specifically, Dupars. I'm a Valley brat.
I don't even know that place. I've never even been there.
Dupars.
Are you from here? Did you grow up here?
No, Cleveland.
Cleveland. That's where your family is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dupars in the Valley, and it used to be open 24/7. There's one now by the Grove. Some of the best pancakes. Him? You saying
It's
him?
crazy.
It's insane.
Like, don't yawn like that. I'm trying to pay attention. Yes.
Come on.
It's crazy. And he's kind of got a big dog's head, but it's little.
His dad is a pug, and his mom is Jewish, actually. So he's got a little
Pugs seem
underbite.
Jewish to me. You don't think pugs seem Jewish?
That's really mean.
Oh, because they don't have a nose?
Yeah, but they have fucked up. They have nose problems.
They're snoring all the time.
Yeah, they're snoring.
They're phlegmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my
feel
friend didn't let me go on birthright. My friend shamed me in my Jewish neighborhood. I was like, I think I'm going to go on birthright. They told me I could go. And he was like, don't you think that's kind of like fucked up because you're not really Jewish? And I could have been on camels. I don't know why I always imagined that you're on camels. My friend had one picture of her on a camel.
Yeah, I don't know. Are camels the horses of Israel?
I've never had anyone, every time I brought that up, people are like, that's not like what birthright is.
Because like one of the most famous breed of horses are Afghani horses. So obviously horses are a big thing over there.
Have you ever bet on horses?
Bet or been on? Because the answer is yes to both. And I won every time. And that's the exacta. My dad loved betting the horses.
Ooh, that's fun. So your dad gambles. So that was like a fun thing to do with your dad. Did you go to like the horse races with them when you were little?
Uh-huh.
Ooh. My dad never gambled. I think we missed out on something.
Interesting.
It would have been fun. But we never, yeah.
You don't think he gambled every time he commented on Facebook about how old you are?
No, he knew it would get me back, That was a win.
I met your dad on FaceTime outside.
Isn't he cute?
Yeah.
He looks kind of like Dick Cheney and his
he has
lesbian daughter.
He has Jewish energy. He has New York energy.
He's from Long Island. He's Long Island. But yeah, no, he was in his frat in college. They called him Hebe.
AE Pie?
I don't know what it was. I should know.
I don't know what frat my dad was in.
Your dad was in a frat?
Yeah.
Were you in a frat?
No.
You could be a secret frat guy. I could see it.
SFG?
Yeah. That's fast.
Thank you.
You're a fast acronymer.
FA? I am not a fraternity boy. I never really understood it.
Yeah, it never was attractive to me.
It also felt like, and I have no idea what I'm talking about here, but it felt like, oh, those were your friends.
Well, those are your brothers.
Okay.
My older brother was in a frat, and he is still friends with a lot of his frat brothers.
My brothers were on the court. So.
Basketball court?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Do you have siblings?
Look how comfortable he is. I have an older brother.
Was he mean to you?
Yeah.
Oh.
But we're good
Does he
now.
regret it now?
I don't think
that you're a big
I
star?
don't think he believes that.
Does he
he
know
was
you're
mean
selling
to me.
out?
We talk, yeah. I mean, he's...
Oh, we have something in common. We don't believe we were mean to you. I'm poking.
Got it. Right now?
Yeah,
none of this bothers
me. Okay.
None of this bothers you. Even poking at me wasn't the thing that bothered me.
It was that you said you set up a boundary.
I'm like, hey, I need a second. And you were just kept pushing me. I'm like, just fucking leave me alone. What bothers me is when people don't say that. So like if I'm annoying you and you don't tell me,
then that's on me.
Well, it's also on me. Like, read the room, Rick, but also speak up for yourself. Let me know how I'm making you feel. And then if I would like to believe I would have been able to been like, oh, let me leave you alone. But if you're like, hey, Rick, every time you do that, it's you're giving me a rash, and I'm like, get the rash. I'd be like, stop, But it wasn't a big thing. It wasn't a big thing. It was just, I don't know. We already talked about this.
I know, but I didn't even know it got edited out.
It got edited out, and this was probably a year and a half ago at this point.
Yeah,
and since then, I see you all the time.
I know. I would never edit that out. I would make it a clip.
We'll make it a clip.
I would make it a clip.
Do they still have it? Why would Esther or Kalila ask to take it out? I find that hard.
Well, maybe they would think it was like tension. It was probably the producer. It wasn't me.
Speaking of tension and producers, what's going on? Why'd you leave? No one knows.
What, the podcast?
Yeah.
It was just too much, man. You're on the road now, right?
Yeah.
Imagine doing 2 podcasts. One is an hour away from your house.
What's the other one?
And it switches. One's in my house.
And that one's fixed.
And then you're doing it. And then because there's 3 people, the schedules are moving. So there was never like one day that we did it. There wasn't a time we did it. So I'd have like 3 days home and it would get switched 3 times. And it was just like, it was making me sick. It was just, I was worn out and it was hard. But why did you stop doing your podcast?
We're doing it right now.
Yours with Esther.
We weren't going to do it. I mean, maybe we were. It was like, I wanted to do just like let's just try it. And we tried it for a bit. The truth is, and we said this, I think, on the first episode, because it is so much work. It was like, people like us together. I like podcasting with her a lot. Maybe we can make some money, just extra money. And I believe that might have gotten to that point. But after doing 10 or 13, however many episodes we did, and it wasn't making that much money, we just started. But I was also like, I don't think I want to just do stuff for the money.
Yeah.
I mean, if I found out that we'd be making a lot of money in a second, I like doing it with her. But
no, it's very fun.
It's just a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And your podcast, Trash Tuesday, was at the point where it's like, oh, it's making enough money to where you're making money. This was like, also, I didn't want to do any work because this is so much work. So we were renting studio space and hiring editors. Each episode cost $1,000 bucks to make.
Expensive, yeah.
And I was like, some episodes we got ads, some we didn't.
Yeah, I know.
I was splitting it 50-50 with her.
No, I know. And we were splitting it like basically 4 ways with the producers and stuff.
Sure.
So it was like, it was a lot, but it wasn't, it was definitely, I took a hit financially. It wasn't that. It was just, I had like a respiratory infection for like 2 months. I'm like, what? I'm tired. I'm burnt out. And then I feel like I wasn't like,
animal.
I know. Hello.
And then you what?
And then I just was like burnt out on everything I was doing. I know it's like a boring answer, but
Every time I do Trash Tuesday, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I like, first of all, I just like showing up to a place and then doing the thing and then
yeah,
leaving.
then you can leave.
Instead
Yeah.
of, hold on, let me fix everything. And
Well, you still do that. It's your thing. You fix a little.
I fix because I want, on other people's podcasts,
Yeah.
I fix, yeah,
It's
but
funny.
I don't feel it's my,
Are you being serious or are you being funny when you do it?
both.
Yeah.
When I see the framing and it's like, I don't like this.
But you were funny too, because you were like, we were doing the ads and it's like, you know, one of us is just like reading and staring at, and you're like, guys, we're selling something.
Do your job.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
I love
I
ads.
liked you saying that because I love doing ads too. It's fun.
Whenever I go on somebody else's pod, I asked if I could do the ads.
Yeah.
I also like to, in fact, I might ask you at the end, I like doing ads with my guests because it teases. So like people will see an ad maybe with you in an episode that comes out before this and like, ooh, Annie's coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, ads are fun.
They're fun. It's hilarious. There was one ad that I did on Annie Wood where they ended up putting it up on their thing, but we were just laughing. So we were trying to sell this thing. And just explaining what it was so funny. I don't even want to say the name of it. But we were just like crying, laughing, trying to say. It's just, if you're having fun in an ad, I think that's the move.
Conan is good with ads.
I haven't watched.
You don't watch Conan?
I haven't watched it. It's good. What is it called? Conan's friend.
Conan needs a friend. Conan and
Have you been on it? Because you're kind of a hybrid where you kind of are, you're in Hollywood too.
Hybrid.
As an actor. You're not just in the comedy.
Yeah, dramatic. But I am, I guess that's a Hollywood one, not comedians, right? But Sona is one of my very good friends. Sona was his assistant, World's Worst Assistant. Could you hold the book up for a second? Top one. Show the camera.
Sona.
New York Times bestseller. Working on her second one right now.
Now that she has time, now that she quit working for this guy.
No, they still do a podcast together, and she just lost her house.
She got lost in the fire. Sona, buy this book. She needs it.
Yeah.
All of her copies burned down.
Well,
what a horrible.
So many
which
people lost their
fire
house.
was she in?
Altadena.
Oof. The really sad one.
You're saying because it's
two.
not the.
There's two.
Well, there's
Two different. Well, there's a third.
Yeah.
My manager's house was like the first house to burn down.
Thank you.
Here, I'll actually leave that out. I'll just hold it right here.
Thank you.
My manager's house, first one to burn down. To the point where I was like, did you start the fire? I mean, it was gone immediately. I'm like, what the hell?
Is your manager a male or female?
A male.
Is he going to start taking 15%?
No, honestly, I thought, is this like payback for taking such a money from me? Just kidding. I love you. I'm sorry about your house.
How is he?
He's okay. He was in an Airbnb. I haven't checked in on him in a couple of days. It burned down in the very beginning. You know how many people's houses have burned down since then I have to check in on? My business
Sounds
manager
like a
right
lot.
now, right near his houses.
Gosh, dude.
Just moved in Friday. Not even kidding. He moved all of his stuff into his new house on Friday.
Just talking about having a manager and then a business manager and then talking about, I don't want to keep checking in. So many people's houses are burning down.
I know, and
a
it's all
very
these like
Hollywood
weird
thing.
people.
So many people's houses
No, but
are
Your
burning
hair's
down.
real, right?
Yes, it's very real.
Oh, is it not?
It's real hair.
All right, gotcha. Because I don't notice.
No, it's clip-on.
I can't quite tell. I wasn't
I
even
wear hair
looking.
extensions, yeah.
But I did notice the way you touched it was that's how people touch their hair when it's not real.
Like this?
Like you were
Like
you were
petting
checking.
it?
You were checking.
I maybe just nervous.
Sure.
But yeah.
I find
Check
that
me see if it's still there.
a lot of female comics get nervous around me. Why do you think that is?
You think so? Nobody. That's not true. Did that come from your penis? Does your penis ever like queef? Can that happen?
I don't know.
I never had a
very
penis.
crude.
I'm just
I don't
curious.
like to do that kind of
That's
humor.
not crude. That's like a medical thing.
I just don't like that kind of humor.
Because I said queef. Well,
I
there's
just
got to be
farted
like a
into
term.
microphone, dude. I'm joking. But no, I don't know. I don't know if penis is queef.
What's the medical term for queef? Pussy fart.
A pussy fart, I think.
Pussafa fart.
Oh, that's Latin. I do remember when Tiff back in at the Comedy Store with the Friends and Family Sundays,
They're
Mondays.
stupid. This is funny.
When you're meeting people, and my introduction to Tiffany Haddish.
Oh, I knew you were going to bring her to me. That's so
was
funny.
Willie Hunter would bring her on stage, and she would just queef into the microphone.
And today was the day when some of the members of the domestic terrorist organization that aren't even upstairs,
I saw her
but
the other
rather in
night. She looks
different
great.
businesses.
Do you remember that? She used to just come to the Comedy Store and just queef. That was her set.
I think I remember
Realize
her
that they're
like
fucking
doing
stupid,
this.
as they should.
Oh, I don't know.
Like a smell my.
On stage?
But stupid
So I
isn't a
think on
criminal
the way
defense,
in
guys.
to the Comedy
It's
Store.
not a
I like it.
defense.
It's cute.
So
I've never been like there was always at every sleepover there was like a girl that was like, look what I learned how to do.
You had that many sleepovers?
There were always sleepovers, yeah.
Whoa.
I would never, if I had kids now, I don't think I would allow sleepovers.
Why?
Can't trust the parents. This could be weirdos.
Interesting.
Weirdos. Weird parents. You don't know what your kid's doing. They could sleep at mine.
Right, you wouldn't trust the parents with your kids.
Right, which is such a weird conversation to have with a parent where you're like, you can come to mine, but I don't trust you.
Well, you get dinner with them. You get to know them a little bit.
Yeah.
Have them on your podcast.
Have them on the pod. Oh my God, I have kids and it turns into that.
Do you want kids? Are you too old to have kids? You too selfish?
Do you want kids?
Yeah. Like now.
Really? Do you have a girlfriend?
No. I'm ready.
What if you just adopted as like a single guy?
I can't even.
You want something that looks like you, be honest.
Oh.
You want Lil Ricky.
Looks
Rochelle?
like me isn't as much as I wanted to have some of like my, I don't even know if it would, but like I do want, like I'm like both my mom and my dad. I'm very much like my mom's dad. Like I like that, and
you give her like punishments.
What's that?
Like you father her. You're like your mom's dad. Like you're like, go to your room.
No, I wasn't. I'm not. I don't have the same relationship with my mom that my grandpa did.
Okay.
I'm saying character traits.
You're like
the way his mind worked is very similar. Is similar to the way my mind
And
works.
you want to see that? I was talking to Duncan Trussell. So his parents had passed away before his kids were born, I think. And he said it's like really weird that he sees his parents in the kids. That's so cute.
Yeah.
I would feel bad not having kids, but I also don't want. I want to like have my shit together before I have kids.
Well, if you don't, you're not necessarily gonna.
Yeah.
It's not like, well, once I'm 41. Once I turn 45, I'll have my shit together. That's a choice.
I have a 44 cutoff. I just want to have more money. I don't know. I want to like own a house. Or something. Enough. I need more than I have.
I could tell you how to make more money. Bitcoin.
They're gonna say OnlyFans.
Do you think you'd do well on there?
I don't know. Maybe because I always pixelate my feet. That's what my socks are. I have pixelated feet merch. But
MIDWTF. What does that spell?
MID.
Mom, I don't want to fuck. Yeah, that could be your.
I was like midwife.
Yeah. Oh, Mom, I don't want to fuck. Like what's it called? When you have a thing, a kink.
Well, I don't know. I had my wiki feet and everyone was like jerking off to my feet and I was grossed out. So I started pixelating my feet in like 2017. And then it's been this ongoing thing and the wiki feet men are really mad at me.
Huh.
My whole wiki feed is just people being so pissed that I pixelated.
Why don't you do a documentary called
And at the end I reveal my feet?
No, a documentary about you getting on OnlyFans. And like you could have your
I just really have no desire to be on OnlyFans.
But don't you have a desire to be a mom before you're 44 and make some money?
And I'm like, this baby was made on.
You don't have to show your
twisted.
tits. I would actually suggest that you don't. You just show your feet and maybe some of your stand-up act.
But do you see where that's not the thing? I guess if the goal is money, you just get whatever you want. Yeah.
It's the same thing as Patreon.
Just Patreon.
Patreon. I like that because of
The feet.
pedicures.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would want. I would not want my spouse on there, and at the same time, I don't think that's somebody being on there is indicative of any but bit of their character or soul outside of just if they're doing it to make money and they can make money. Everyone has their own thing. Some people, like don't want their partner to watch porn. Some people want to watch porn with their partners. I mean, there's no right or wrong.
Do you look at OnlyFans?
No, I have looked at it 2 times.
As it people you know?
Yeah.
See, that's the weird part.
And
You're
I wanted
basically
to
just showing your shit
Sometimes
friends.
I didn't show anything. And I was like,
Really?
what is this?
You're like, I want my money back.
It's whatever.
But I do think of that, like, if I had an OnlyFans that was just like me chatting, like people would be like, what the hell is this?
That's what at least what these 2 women were, and like they do well.
Yeah, no, I definitely have been hit up by OnlyFans.
Yeah, me too with Cameo.
Yeah, oh my God, Cameo cannot get over us, huh?
Oh, they hitting you up a lot?
Cameo's always like, "Do you want to get back on Cameo?" I'm like, "No, I can't."
Could you not have that book just sitting on the dog? I mean, world's worst assistant book on the world's worst coffee table dog.
That is so funny.
Thank you for putting it the right way.
I'll get it right lined up.
Yeah, I think that like getting on OnlyFans, if you could make
G
bank
is
for a
for
little bit,
grumpy.
do it.
That's what that guy
What if you go on
is.
OnlyFans though and you don't? It's not a hit.
It probably wouldn't
Hilarious.
be. That's like, oh my gosh,
Well,
you
OnlyFans
should
is kind
start
of
a
over.
podcast. Maybe.
Yeah, OnlyFans is like not over, but I
Dude,
think
he's
like
not
the
as
excitement
grumpy
of
as
an
one of the
OnlyFans.
female federal
Josh
felons
Myers
that are
is like,
going to prison today.
$50 on OnlyFans. I'm like, do you want me to send you a picture of my vagina? Like, how bad do you want to see my vagina?
But some people want to see that gross shit.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not my business.
Okay. The 41-year-old pussy that is scared it's going to bleed all over everything. It's not that gross. There's no way if somebody sent me a random picture of a vagina and I didn't know whose it was, and it happened to have been yours and I don't know it, I would look and I would think to myself, I'll pay $5 to look at this again. When I signed on the OnlyFans to look at those two girls, I was also, maybe I didn't I don't know the interface that well. Maybe there's more, but I did click, there's a button where you can click on all media and then it's like locked. So I'm like, okay, so I have to pick one. And I picked one from each, and maybe like some of them are nude, some of them aren't, but the vibe was like, oh. And I'm like, are they just, is that a scam or do people know? I think a big part of it might be that people get to interact with them. So like you get to message them. But then I know there's people that manage people's OnlyFans. So like you're not talking to them.
But do they even care at that point?
Probably.
It's like people with AI girlfriends. It's like, they're like, this is good enough.
I don't know. The whole thing is like, there's a sexual side of it. And then there's like a
lonely friendship side.
No, I'll put those all, there's like the intimacy side, sexual, friendship, all those things. And then there's the content side of it. And like the content side of it is, is your value and your perceived value from those purchasing this, your boobs or your butt or like talking to you or like your stomach or whatever. It's so transactional where like it's kind of hard to judge it because you might think this person's attractive or not. You might think this person's funny or not, but like they're not shoving it down your throat. Take it or don't.
Right, you're either signing up for it
or don't. So like I have mixed feelings because like get your bag, do your thing. But I also know like if I was dating a girl and then she wanted to start it, I would be like, I don't want you to do that.
Yeah. I think that's like kind of it's just a weird thing to have your girlfriend exposed like that. I mean, I don't think it's
I've dated people who are I've dated a model and I've dated some actresses and they've had like nude photo shoots or nude scenes. And like it both makes me jealous and I'm totally fine with it. It makes me jealous in a way.
Do you like being jealous?
Yeah.
It's
kind
fun,
of
I know.
Is that that's a thing that I've learned about myself.
I always check my fiance's DMs and no one, I'm always like, can someone send my fiance something?
Does he let you look or you just look?
Yeah, he doesn't care. Everything's open. Yeah.
Because he said check it.
No, but it's like I'm always like, he's there with me when I'm doing it.
If I feel
it's like
safe,
his mom sending him memes. I'm like, can someone try to fuck my husband?
Yeah.
Please.
I get it. If I trust my partner, then like it's like a roller coaster, but you're strapped in. It's like because at any moment you could be like, okay, I'm feeling jealous. I need some reassurance now. I'm like, oh yeah, like I have that. But there is something that kind of gets me going when like I like dating somebody that other people think it's pretty. I think it's hot when like guys are attracted to the person I'm dating. I've never, maybe I'm wrong when I say never, but in my adult life, I don't think I've ever felt threatened by any man ever. I have felt that the actions of my partner a couple of times I felt was a bit disrespectful.
That they were too flirty?
Yeah, it's not even flirty. It's like, what's your intention here? Because like I'm like fine with flirty if that's your personality type. You're a flirty. I mean, you're bleeding all over my face. Maybe
it's very flirty. That's my flirty move.
flirty doesn't bother me unless I think that the flirty is this person kind of intriguing the other person. You know what I mean?
And you're watching. You're just sitting there watching it.
I don't know. I don't know, because also maybe that would turn me on.
I like a little, like I had a boyfriend years ago who drove a Uber. He was an Uber driver, and girls would hit on him, and I was like, that's pretty hot. Like a girl in the thing would hit on him. I was like, I like that.
Especially if typically the Uber driver is not in a high status position.
No, he was not high status. He was very low status.
It feels so good when you find out that people are attracted to you. It just feels so good. It's crazy because sometimes, like today, I got my haircut today, and I don't think I'm an ugly person. I don't think I'm a hot person. I have days where I'm like, oh, I look good. And I have days where I'm like, is this what it is? And I was having a whatever day, and I had my glasses off because when you get your haircut, you have your glasses off. And when I did the water stuff, and I didn't put my glasses on right away. And I thought I saw these girls like looking at me, and I didn't know if they recognized me or they weren't looking at me because I don't have my glasses on. I can't quite tell.
I don't think I'd recognize your glasses.
Well, I only need them to straighten up my eyes. But anyway, then the woman who cuts my hair said, I want to talk to you for a sec after, because I was getting my hair rinsed. Somebody else does it. And then she goes, these two girls that work here, they're like, how long have you been cutting his hair? Who is he? He is hot. And I'll tell you something. I said
I wanted this story to go the opposite, but it's okay.
Oh yeah, sure. Like they're like you have a huge booger on your
Yeah, that
fucking
guy,
cheeks.
like, there's blood all over him. His face. What happened?
I don't receive that often. Like that's not something like I'm not.
You don't get called like a hot guy that often. Or like girls like giggling about you.
Yeah, I don't turn heads. I'm not like, oh, people are checking me out again, you know. And I mean that from an insecure standpoint. I'm just a guy that sometimes I'm looking all right, and then whatever.
Did you feel attractive today? Do you think you
No,
were giving a
that's
vibe
why
off?
it felt so good.
Oh,
No. I was wearing a t-shirt and a sweatshirt, and
no pants.
it's a long sweatshirt. The way I am, once I wear something outside, I can't wear it inside again. I'm like, well,
This is a nightmare, but you're used to it. Is it hard for relationships, or they're fine with it?
I've got a lot. It started again with the fire stuff. I've been better.
The fire stuff is so serious and crazy.
Yeah, I'm scared about it.
And people are acting very normal, and it's
I'm leaving
so
town
crazy.
for a month.
Did you ever consider moving out of LA?
Careful. You're putting up. Yeah, I think I'm going to go. I was thinking of not moving, but going to New York for a month.
Yeah.
I'm leaving Saturday.
Where do you stay when you're in New York?
I'm going to go visit family in Cleveland for a little bit. When I say New York, I say different places. I was dating somebody who lived in New Jersey for a while, so and I really liked it over there.
Listen, my fiance is from Jersey. I'm from Philly. I like these people.
Yeah,
I like you with a little Jersey girl.
Yeah, I liked.
Was she like smacking her gum?
No, she wasn't from New Jersey.
Oh,
she just lived there and lived right across from the Holland Tunnel. So like it was very.
What is that, Hoboken?
Ish,
Yeah.
Jersey City.
I got chased by a 6'5" drag queen in Jersey City when I was 15.
I'm not a drag queen. Sorry, I was gonna make a joke about something.
You can make a joke.
No, wait. Also, if it was you were 15, if it was recently, I was gonna pretend it was me.
Oh yeah, I guess you don't want to incriminate yourself.
But so I would go in, and it was so easy to get to New York. Now I might just want to find an Airbnb or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to. Yeah, I don't know.
I know, because the hotels in New York are a nightmare. They're so small. It's just not fun.
There's a hotel that I love in New York. It's a little higher up than I want to be, but I love it. The Peninsula.
Okay.
And I was thinking I might want to reach out to them.
Media trade.
See, can I do my podcast sleepover series sponsored by them, and I recorded in there. But also, it's gonna be Fashion Week in February, and everything's expensive then. What is Fashion Week?
I don't know, but I've never been there. I lived in New York for 4 years. I don't ever recall seeing like models walking down the street. I mean, you do, but isn't it just Soho? It's just packed with models.
I just know that when things are Fashion Week, it's tough
What is
to
she
get hotels
talking
and
about,
stuff.
dude? You cannot walk for a
Airbnb
single block in Manhattan. That's the borough. There is not a way to walk for a single block in Manhattan.
I found some, but like
without spotting at least like 10 models.
What's your favorite part of New York? If you had unlimited funds, where would you live?
I mean, I don't know. Lower. I don't know, east
Lower
or west.
side,
I don't know
yeah.
the difference between, like,
West Village is pretty cute.
yeah, West Village I like, but then what's the east version of that?
The East Village. I used to work there.
Yeah, they're both like great.
East Village was awesome. Yeah.
It depends on like where I'm going.
Tompkins Square Park.
I want to be.
Too many podcast episodes today. Too many podcast episodes. I got Birdcast going. It's Thursday, which I like to binge on Annie Letterman.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
While being
Lightweight
illegally
moisturization of
detained.
Old Spice lotion
I'm
is like
just
treating
the
your skin
Jew
to a
in
glamorous
the basement.
vacation in Fiji. Did you know my skin is the second
Being
largest organ of
detained
my
by the Gestapo
body
upstairs.
versus my heart?
I'm just the Jew in the basement, waiting for the real Americans to arrest all the Nazis upstairs.
Want an SUV to drive good in Western Wa-
It's 12:06 p.m. Federal felons. Have you prayed today? Have you prayed today? If you're wondering what the FBI's latest brief was, it was that everybody that's going to prison for the rest of their lives is pissy today. Nerd Squad, the domestic terrorists upstairs are doing everything from affecting the keystrokes to preventing me from erasing words that I type, even on Tubi. Is it a sign of strength? No. Time for a Star Wars waffle with raspberry jam and syrup. You guys, remember, you should feel that things are going swimmingly into and throughout April. Because your domestic terrorist leaders keep pushing shit back, and right now they've pushed shit back till April.
Going to be able to get to clubs.
Are
easily.
you a train rider? No. You can't be OCD on the trains.
The domestic
No.
terrorist upstairs
incidentally,
had some new people
London,
enter the
yes.
unit in the last 2 minutes, and
York,
they're
no.
actively attempting to once again perpetrate
Tom.
domestic terrorism and terminate the
I love
lives.
London.
It's awesome.
Don't
got
destroy
sent there
another
once for free.
laptop. Come on, you
they
dumb
flew
fucks.
Me, well,
2 over
I'm
5
freezing, by
days,
the way.
on top of
it's
everything
very
else
cool,
you're
but
guilty
I'm
of.
sweaty, so I'm
Everything
enjoying
you're
it.
doing can
My
and
friend
will
and I used
be
to make
used
these
in
things
your
called Sausage Party
prosecution.
Presents before Seth Rogen had his thing, and we would remake like movie trailers and stuff with hot dogs in them, and it was really funny and very stupid thing that we did. And this TV show on G4, I think it's called, or not G4, Channel 4 in London, they flew us out, and we like did a whole bit on there. It
cool.
was so cool. It was so awesome.
How long were you there?
We were just there for like a week. We went to Cambridge for a little bit. It was fun.
What'd you study?
I studied English literature.
I dated a woman for a couple of years who lived in London.
You long distance in London?
Yeah, shout out to Betty.
Betty. I
you know
remember her.
Betty?
She used to be on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. You always have hot girlfriends. And you stay friends with your girlfriends too, right?
Betty and Jackie.
Yeah. Jackie's so good.
Jackie's
I love Jackie.
fantastic.
I was so happy
She's
when
been
she
on my
got that.
podcast many times.
When she got that part, it was like perfect. Because she's always been the best. And she's always been working, but she
crazy
didn't like.
funny.
She's so good.
Uh-huh.
She's so good.
Yeah, right. I remember you guys lived in the same place for a little bit.
I met her. No, I was like crashing at my friend from Santa Fe. This guy, David Bishop, is this tall. I was crashing at his house, my cute little short friend. And I was sitting out. I don't know if I was smoking cigarettes at the time or something. And then, was it John DeWitt? Is that his name?
John DeWalt?
DeWalt, his girlfriend at the time.
Allison.
They walked by. And we just started talking. And then I found out they were dating you guys.
Allison and John were dating us?
They were, yeah.
Nice. I forgot about that. It was a while ago. But Betty lives in London, and I was there a bit, and I absolutely I would live there.
Did you start talking in a accent?
No, but I do say cheers all the time now.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Does it make you feel kind of classy when you say it?
I say it the way I say it, like it's part of my language now. Like, you know how some people that speak Spanish say gracias? You know, like American people that didn't speak Spanish until they were an adult. You go to a Mexican restaurant, and if you order in English, but then you say gracias, sometimes it's like, oh, you're just saying that? Maybe that's fine, maybe it's not. I don't mean it with judgment, but I do notice it like, oh, that's interesting. I feel like people look at me that way when I say cheers, but like, that's just how I talk now.
I don't think I associate cheers with it until you say it like that, but I don't go, that's like a British thing. I just go, oh, he's being...
Like when you're saying thank you to somebody,
yeah,
or bye to somebody, yeah.
Cheers.
People say, oh, you English? And I go...
They say it like mad at you?
Yeah, they go, oh, you fucking English? You fucking English?
Get the fuck out of here. Get out of my country.
The first time I went to England London was, you know Aisling Bay?
Yeah.
She let me stay with her for a little bit, and I'd never been. I'd always wanted to go. and she set me up. This was in
She put the moves on you?
2018. No, just friends. This was 2018.
Were you nervous when you went out that it wasn't friends?
No. We had, she and I are very direct people, and like, we talked with each other. No. I mean, I don't know what she was thinking.
I'm just saying, as a girl, if I fly out to see a guy, I'm going, oh God, is he?
She didn't fly me out.
No. If I flew out and I'm staying at a guy's house, I have to I gotta go oh no, is there gonna be like a couch moment?
Oh, I mean, maybe it never even crossed my mind. It was, we were talking, I always wanted to perform. I like the comedy, the people over there and the type of comedy. And she's massive over there.
Yeah, she's huge.
So she said, I could set you up with some shows. I'm like, where would I even stay? She goes, stay with me. I'm like, really? Like, I'm like, okay. And I went and she set me up with shows. And like, I would do shows and I would go and I noticed that when people found out that I was friends with Aisling, it's like they treated me like I was, I mean, it wasn't that, kind of. It was like, oh, whoa, Rick, yeah, come on in.
That's
awesome, something like that. And I'm like, that's awesome because not that I'm a name now, but even back then, I didn't even have a podcast. Like,
it's the
tough to get
best
spots at the Improv.
when you can get spots. It feels so good, especially in like a new town.
I still feel that way now. Like Rita just hit me up today at the Improv, and she goes, "You want to do tomorrow, 8:55?" And it's like the person who runs the Hollywood Improv asked if I want to do a Friday 8:50. It's still, I still go like, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Also, like, I'm gonna run the light, but like,
yeah, 55 is a weird one. I should probably do 20.
Yeah. So my outfit 9:10 or 9:15. When I feel like I may have said this on a podcast because I thought about this recently. But when I first moved here, I went to the Improv and they had this like lime green Improv shirt with like palm trees, and I thought it was awesome, and I really wanted it. But I'm like, I can't buy this until I've never performed here. So like,
because you don't want to be like a fan.
No, I understand what you're saying. It wasn't. I just feel like I didn't earn the right to wear it. I just feel like
just a thing you made up for yourself.
Yeah.
No one else.
Yeah. It almost felt like that's a trophy. Like once I perform here, I could wear that shirt. It's just a thing I decided, And then 8 months, a year, whatever later, I finally got to perform there, and I immediately bought that shirt.
Yeah. Do you still wear it?
No, it was unlike my merch, which you can get at rickglassman.com.
I love that. Did you draw that? Can you draw?
Not really.
Really? You kind of seem like you could.
I used to want to be a cartoonist, but I wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
So I have these Tyso trading cards that Scott Hepburn, who's this illustrator who does a lot of stuff with Marvel, he draws them.
Cool.
And Ian, I believe it's Anderson. Sorry, Ian, if I'm getting your last name wrong. I forget he does the color.
I think I know Ian Anderson, right? He wasn't a comic?
It's Ian something. It's Ian, I don't know. We'll put his name up here, but he does the color.
I think it's like Ian Amberson is the guy I'm thinking of. Amberstan. I don't know.
Ampersand.
Do you know what I'm talking
about? And so like I only get good merch.
Eric is so cartoonable.
Yeah, everyone is a superhero, but he's Mr. Potato Head.
It's like just so crazy.
But that Hollywood Improv shirt, I love the club. It's one of my favorite clubs I've ever performed at. At least back then, their merch was stiff and bullshit.
Yeah.
If you're gonna make a shirt, make me want to wear it.
You got to tell me who your people are. Your merch people, because I keep switching out. Like I drew this picture, and I still sell it with my merch, but it's been my merch for like 3 years, so I definitely have to upgrade. But it was a picture I drew of me looking into the mirror, and then it's Danny DeVito looking back at me.
That makes sense.
And I drew it. I was writing jokes. I just moved to LA, and I was writing jokes with Benji Aflalo, and we were like at his place, and I was just had.
So people at home. No, I don't know if you know who Benji is. We love Benji Aflalo. I've been wanting to get him and Sandy Danto on the pod together for a while.
As a
schedules
team.
haven't matched up. I love us
I like
together.
them together, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Sandy's like, even though Sandy's not that happy, but he is like, I guess he's happier. Benji likes to take it to the darkness.
Yeah, he does.
And Sandy's lighter. They're fun together.
They're both. They're both. I don't think they're similar, but they have a.
They go well together.
They go very well together.
Totally, but he kept going.
Spaghetti and meatball.
Which one? Sandy's the meatball.
It's just from Big Daddy.
And in your experience, was Sonny a good father to Julian?
Oh, yes. The McTorrific pair. They went together like lamb and tuna fish.
Lamb and tuna fish?
Maybe you like spaghetti and meatball?
So I'm drawing. I'm sorry, I forgot what I was saying. I'm drawing, and then he goes, Annie, don't draw. You're never going to make $1 off of anything you draw. And I just happened to draw this picture, and I put it online, and it went super viral. And then when I turned it into shirts, I made a lot of money on it.
Really? We'll put up a picture here. Where
Right
can people get
here.
them?
You can get them at AnnieLetterman.com/merch probably, or something. AnnieLetterman.com. Just click around, you'll find it. But anyway, so I drew this thing, and then
why you come second, by the way, the direction.
yes,
Just click around, you'll find it.
click around, you'll find it. Yeah, I don't give enough direction. It could be that. It could be that.
Big direction guy.
You got to be a direction person.
Yeah.
I think that's an age thing too, though, because you're like nervous to talk when you're younger. You don't want to say too much.
Was that
when you're
how you
younger.
felt?
Yeah.
Because I knew you when you were younger.
You didn't know me when I was that young. You probably met me when I was already in my 30s for sure.
I mean, if I was dating Jackie, that was 2012 to 2014.
Okay, yeah. So I'm 83.
You're 83. You look fantastic.
Thank you. I've been using beef.
You've been using beef?
Beef something. There's something on a product online that everyone's using. It's like beef.
Collagen?
Something. It's like beef fat. People are putting on their face. Like, this is awesome. I'm like, okay.
I have a face routine now. I've been for a few years.
What is it?
Do you want to talk about our face routines?
Yeah.
You tell me yours.
Oh my god. If I don't forget to wash my face, I do go into the bathroom. I
Forget
wash
or too lazy?
It's both. A little bit of both. Because I'll lay down. I'm just going to lay down for a couple minutes, and then I wake up with a full face.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Get it done.
Get it done.
Just get it done. Make the appointment. Do the thing. Text the person.
It
wash
feels
the
so
face.
much better. Okay, so for instance, today, I've been stressing over sending my Tesla back in because my lease is up. I want another Tesla.
You're so relatable.
Is this relatable?
Just talking about your business manager and your Tesla, and it's like,
I promise you I'm relatable. If you look at everything's going on in my life.
you know, the only way that people,
Tesla, everyone has Teslas everywhere. Don't you think?
I mean,
well, it's important that it's a Tesla because Teslas, I had to go on my app to get a new one for the trade-in of the lease or whatever. You do it on an app.
I just drive a 2002 Camry.
A Camry. Camry's a good car.
I'm just joking, but I feel like people, what's his name? Will Forte, for years. I mean, at least this is when we filmed a movie. Futile and Stupid Gesture was 2016, and he was driving a 2002, I think, Camry, which is 14 years old, and he's
I like
very
when people
successful.
do that.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, people's like, wow, you can tell he's a good guy. And it's like, I get that A to C there, but like, that's the inverse of like driving an expensive car. Oh, she sucks. He drives a Toyota Camry. He's the man. I just think it's an interesting way that people project people's character based on like how shitty people were to people who lost their homes. If that,
I know they don't care at all. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They don't care at all.
So if you want to relate to people, you have to just pretend that you
Well, the Tesla is very affordable.
have a bad car.
now.
Very what?
The Tesla is very affordable right now.
Okay.
No, it is. I just it's crazy. I was spending a lot of money on it. The first time I got it is because I sold out when I sold out my first weekend, I ordered a Tesla and I got a pair of Jordans.
That's awesome. Where was your first weekend?
It was in Utah at the
West Jordan, Utah?
no. What's it called?
I'm
Wise
playing-
Guys. Wise Guys.
Yeah, I'm playing there for the first.
Oh,
by
it's
the
the
time
best.
this comes out,
Keith Stubbs, the owner, is amazing. He's a comic. He's really cool.
I think I might be there this week. But
Oh, you're gonna
the week
love
that
him.
this comes out, I mean.
Hopefully he comes in. And sees you. He's cool as hell. He used to open for Joan Rivers.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
So he's
very
a comic, obviously.
Yeah, he's great. But and all of the clubs are good. And Utah, for some reason, is the best audience ever. I don't know why. Maybe because they're like repressed or they just escaped Mormonism, or I don't know.
Do you do that? Like when you accomplish something, you buy yourself something? Are there any other times you've done that?
Well, I think I might not do that as much anymore because I don't want to run out of money. I just had my initial like, oh my God, I made money, and I just like spent it, and it felt good.
It's
but I
nice.
think now I'm like, I kind of see where it's like, oh, it's going to feel better to take that money, invest it in something, or do something else with it rather than have a thing.
Every season of television, every season of television, I bought some of like a series regular. There was 3, 4, 6 seasons of series regular television. The first one was Undateable. I was dating Jackie, and I had moved into a place. I became friends with Kristen and Dax, Kristen Bell and Dax Shepard.
I met them with you guys once, I think. Or maybe you weren't there. Jackie was there.
I don't know.
But
Was why. Say it with me. And I went to their house and they had this bed. like a bed frame. And I'm like, I love that. And so I moved into a place, and I just had a, whatever I had from Walmart from 8 years ago. And I'm like, and we went to, Jackie and I, we went to Potter,
Following unlawful directives
Pottery Barn.
does not.
And I saw this bed there. I'm like, I fucking love it. And I didn't get it. I just loved it. You know, like Wayne looking in the window at the guitar. She will be mine. Oh, yes, she will be mine.
In the United States of America, guarantees your asses are going to prison, and then you're forfeiting a series of rights you would
then
have
I booked
if you didn't
Undateable,
make the segue
and I bought
you
it. And I
guys
remember even
made
it was $1,000 or so.
aggravated
And I remember
criminal
asking Jackie, like,
conspiracy
this feels so.
to domestic terrorist
I have a bet,
organization
you know,
on August
she goes,
6th.
get it. You're on a TV show now. You deserve it. I'm like, yeah. And I bought it. And so then the second season, I bought Hulk 181.
A mattress. What if you just didn't have a mattress?
Yeah, I've been sleeping on the boards. When I moved to LA, I had
What's Hulk? What is that?
The Hulk 181, the comic book, first full appearance of Wolverine.
How much was it?
At the time, I bought it for $4,000 and change.
Okay.
I don't know what it's worth now. During COVID,
This is where the fires are scary, guys. Do you understand?
Well,
There's
I keep stuff in a safety deposit box, which is still scary, but
Really? Do you go visit it?
Yeah, sometimes I get it and like
go look at it.
Yeah, and I come like if sometimes when I have collectors on, I'll bring it. I have been a collector since I was a kid. That's why I got into these cards, and they're fucking awesome.
They're so cool.
And I know they're awesome because I collect. Like,
do you have an Esther? Is there an Esther one?
There's a fair amount that we're working on. Esther is one of them.
Are you gonna make fun of her in it, or be serious?
No. No, I want the people to like it.
Yeah,
the Eric one, I just call him Mr. Potato Nut so much. It's like a running joke on this podcast.
Yeah. It's fun to make fun of Eric too, because I always go, "Come on, man!" Like his reaction to being made fun of is always pretty good.
Maybe it's different with different people. For me, it's brother, like he rolls his eyes. I want to go back to talk about the collectibles in a second, but I also want to say that I think Eric Griffin is, including the Bill Burrs of the world.
Remember, everybody,
I think Eric Griffin is one of the funniest, consistently stand-up
and he's
comics
prolific.
in the world.
He always has a new
have Stockholm syndrome. All of you.
Yeah, he's great.
And I don't think people know that.
Yeah.
I don't think people
I'm
know
just going to
if
start
they haven't
calling
seen
you
him
all
do stand-up,
Patty Hearst.
how good his stand-up is.
He's really good. He smashes. The other night he was. I didn't hear his set. I could hear the fucking. It was crazy.
Before he figures something out, kind of like in a different way, but Bill Burr's also like this. Although Bill Burr's at a level now where everyone is so excited to see him anyway. But like,
as me at this point.
he might be doing some stuff where people are just a little turned off because he hasn't found the thing yet. And I've seen like Eric sometimes, like, the audience doesn't know how funny he's being right now, and then I'll see him do it just like the next day, and he figures something out, and then it's just demolishing.
Yeah.
I think I just got really excited talking about collectibles, and I'm feeling myself. Maybe I don't need to talk about it.
You don't want
so
to get
much.
too excited.
Well, it's I don't want to hijack.
Well, I
the
like the
podcast.
thing, but I like that you're telling me. So then, what was the third thing you got?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles first edition, 9.6 white page.
Okay, remember when I was like, I don't think you're really a nerd? I'm pulling back.
There's
This is a nerd culture.
There's 2,000 of them ever made. 1984, white pages, 9.6.
If there was a girl that you thought was cute and she knew all this stuff, would it make her cuter? Or would you be like, you're too into my stuff? Would you want to have that in common?
I am not someone who needs to have. We need to have a lot in common. I also am not.
You're not against it.
Not at all. No. If she wants to, if we want to play Magic together, that would be great. If she doesn't know what Magic
do you play Magic?
I don't play as much as I want to.
Because you need to do it with people, right?
Yeah, but now people play Commander, which is a different format than what I like to play, what I grew up playing. But like I've done it a bit, and there's like a cool community of Magic people out here. Post Malone's a big one. I met him once at this Magic thing. I would do it more. The problem is I don't have a Commander deck, so I'm borrowing other people's decks, and it doesn't feel the same. Like I built my deck. I love my deck. I want to play with it.
You got to get more shows. You got to build it.
It's just so many cards.
I know you
I don't
just have
wanna learn
to
it
be
again.
a series regular on a lot of shows. What do you have? Are you going to New York to film something?
I want to get out of here, and I thought that I would just go and just film, just do shows and podcasts.
Right.
I'm in Philadelphia and Boston next month, so I'm like, I'll just maybe be there, but it's gonna be so cold.
I know. You get so spoiled here.
Let me tell you about that Turtles comic, by the way, because a lot of the stuff that I buy are also like I've been buying and selling. I paid my rent for a while doing that stuff. I know what I'm doing, and I bought the Turtles one for $9,000, which was the biggest purchase I had ever made.
It's my third season of television. My first two, I didn't spend any money. I was still living in the same place. I was still
That's
driving
like how
the
much
same
it
car.
costs to freeze my eggs. You could have had a little.
Yeah, but your eggs don't appreciate.
That's true.
How much could you sell those eggs for right now?
Well, I probably could. They're embryos. I could probably sell them.
Oh, congrats. Whose?
My fiance. What if they weren't his? What if we broke up?
Yeah, could they take that out?
That was a big. It was a big
Of
moment
course.
to decide that. I was like, I guess we're gonna be together.
Do you have some eggs that are not embryoed?
We went all embryo.
Dude, I think that what's it called? When you get a prenup. I think prenups make sense for some people, and that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. But what you just did, he could never ask for a prenup.
Yeah.
You know, that's a big commitment.
It's crazy.
More so than having a kid with somebody. Because when you have a kid with somebody, they're the dad. If you guys end up breaking up, they're still, you guys were together when this was like, you might not use it until years after you guys, which probably won't happen. I'm just saying that idea. But anyway, the Turtles comic during COVID, it's not as worth as much now, but during COVID, every collectible was
Really?
crazy. Because people were at home, they had, the people that had money weren't spending on other things. They wanted to redo their houses because they were there a lot, and collectibles. And that's when Bitcoin had one of its, that's when it first broke to 60.
Are you in Bitcoin?
I got into Bitcoin in...
And you're still into it?
Yeah, I got into Bitcoin in 2017 when it was around $2,000. And then I've been buying and selling some Bitcoin.
Cool.
I got into option trading and stocks and stuff in college. I got into Magic cards, Pokemon cards and stuff in high school. And then Bitcoin in 2017. Like, I just like living that life.
I just wish that I had learned all of that shit. Because now I'm like, oh, I should make my money somehow. I like never learned that.
Invest. Here's the best investing advice I got. Shout out to Cousin Teddy. Invest in the things that you use. If you go to Starbucks, if you use Meta, if you use, anything that you use, invest in it.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say that Turtles comic, during its height, another comic of the same 9.6, but it wasn't white pages. It was off white pages, which is not as great of a rating. Sold for $90,000. I was like, I know I should sell this right now because I think it's going to go back down.
But you felt attached to it? Is it because of the memory of having the show?
It's when I buy these things, I'm not buying them to sell them. I'm buying them believing that if I needed to, I can. It's a store of value, but I go and I look at them. And I love looking at them. I remember I used to go to Mr. Cards and Comics in Ohio. Shout out Eli. And I would go and I would look in the case. They have the cases that are see-through, so you can see all the cards. And I remember the first time I noticed something that was expensive was a Northern Paladin. It was $5, and I remember thinking, like, it's a piece of that's crazy. At the time, you could get a large Papa John's pizza for $5.
And were they going to let you touch it, or you have to put on gloves?
You could touch it. No, you could touch it. I remember seeing a Black Lotus in the case for $400.
What is that?
It's the crown jewel of collectible trading cards.
Okay. Is it magic?
Yeah, it's.
I don't need to know more.
Yeah, I mean, some of them sell for close to, I think one sold for close to $1 million for one card in a great grade. But like, and I remember looking back at those and like seeing those prices going up and up, but I was always priced out. When you make a little bit more money, now that $400 card is $1,200, blah, blah, blah. When I first moved to California, I had $10,000. I worked for a year and my grandma had passed away and left me some money.
That was the move to California number.
10,000?
Yeah. My mom tried to offer that to get me out of the house. She was like, I'll give you 10 grand.
She wanted you to leave to California?
Because my dad and I were fucking around too much. We were having too much fun. We were causing a ruckus.
And your mom doesn't like that?
She just was like, I had no incentive to leave. My dad and I were like having a blast. So I was just like never going to leave.
I get it. I love going home.
It was my dad and I just have so much fun. He was retired. So we were like going to the movies.
Are you close with your mom?
I am, but my dad and I are just really.
And your mom and dad are still together?
Yeah. But she's like, I'll give you 10 grand to leave. And I was like, oh. I like did the numbers. I was like,
That's so much money, especially back in the 70s.
I know.
So I moved into a place and I had no furniture. I got a mattress.
Okay.
No bed. That Walmart bed I didn't get yet. I had a mattress on the floor and a blanket. That brown blanket right there. That's what I had from the very beginning. And then with the rest of my $10,000, 5,000 of it I used on buying magic cards.
Wow.
I bought 5 Black Lotuses.
And you think that was like a smart financial move, or was
I
it
ended
just
up selling them and made a little bit of profit a year later. If I held on to them, I'm not exaggerating. I bought,
out to every
for
guy
those of
that's
you
a
that know
collector.
this,
It
I
is
bought
the
a
cutest
beta
thing,
Black
dude, when a
Lotus
guy
that came and
collects
they were
things.
wrong. It was actually
Doesn't
alpha.
even
And at the time, people didn't like alpha as much
Especially when
because
he
the
has a
corners are
little
more round, blah, blah,
display
blah.
of it
Long
at
story
his
short, now they're much more expensive.
Yeah.
I bought an alpha Black Lotus for $800, a couple of unlimited ones, a beta one. One of the unlimited ones I got graded. It came back PSA 10. I mean, I ended up selling these cards between $1,200 and $1,700. I bought them between $800 and $1,200. I'm not exaggerating. Right now, none of those cards are under $40,000. Some of them are in the 6 figures.
That's so crazy, but it's so hard to hold on to them.
I needed the money. But that's why I think I don't want to. If I ever have to sell something, but if I don't, also Turtles 1 Turtles. I mean, come on, dude.
There's how many of them?
How many? Oh, 2,000. The first edition.
Do you guys know each other, the people that own them?
There is a Facebook group of the Turtle. Yeah.
Are they fans?
Who has? Oh, me. I don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know who I am.
You didn't like drop like a set in?
No.
Look at my crowd work from.
At the time,
Jeremiah's
at the
show.
time,
Can you
I
imagine?
wasn't doing stand up on the spot or surrounded.
Could be cute. Hey guys, I just want to let you know I do some stuff.
Yeah, if you
You
guys
should
want.
watch this episode with Andy Letterman. We talk about it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could do that. They don't. I don't think that's not. I'm not interested in that.
You want real, genuine.
I want to look at people's collections, though. That's the only reason why.
Yeah.
When I go to people's houses and like, do you know who Joe Manganiello is?
Yeah.
Do you know that he's a
I didn't
big
know
fucking
that.
nerd? I mean, he's one of the guys.
You're talking about the actor.
Yeah, the hot guy from Magic Mike.
I've been watching Deal or No Deal Island. I love this man. He's so funny.
So he's the first time
Was
I played.
Sophia there when you went over?
No, they are.
They had already broken up.
They were when he came on my podcast. They were together.
Oh, he came on. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and that's when we became friends. We were talking about he loves turtles. He loves the first time I played Commander was at his house.
But does he like actual turtles? I have a turtle.
I'm not sure if he likes actual turtles if they're not mutated
I
and
have
ninjas.
I have a regular turtle.
How big?
He's very little. He's gonna get bigger, but he's so cute.
What do you do with him?
We feed him and then we like hold him. He's little. We call him Turtle Tim. After Tim Dillon, he's a little tiny Tim Dillon.
Oh, that's fun.
Very cute little guy. I was sad. If he would burn down, I would have been so sad. We have a lot of reptiles.
You didn't have anybody go.
We had someone check and stuff, but you know, if there's a fire, what are we gonna do? There's so many.
How many reptiles do you have?
Like over 20. There's a lot of snakes and.
So, interesting. You spend your money on snakes.
I
and
don't.
eggs.
That's my fiance. He's the reptile guy.
Well, he might like Joe Manganiello's place because he has these awesome-looking dragons mounted on the wall.
Really?
Yeah, because he's a big Dungeons and Dragons guy.
Oh my goodness, this is fun to hear. I think Sophia was like, I can't deal with this anymore.
No, I'll tell you from experience. I mean, I don't know their personal,
Right.
but that couldn't be it. I'll tell you from experience, the relationships I've been in, I really am into a lot of nerdy shit, and I'm so into it. And the girls I've dated never were into it, but they told me, and I believe them, they really liked the way I was into it. Like, I would show them stuff, and they would ask me questions about it, and I would love that they would want to ask me questions about it. It's just, passion is attractive, and if you're passionate about reptiles or football or magic cards, whatever it is, it's just like you're into something.
No, I like that my fiance likes reptiles. It's cute.
Turtles, snakes.
And then I like them. Yeah, we have a blue-tongued skink. We got...
Wasn't that your nickname in middle school?
Yes. Purple tongue.
A skink or skank?
I was the purple-tongued skank, but we have a blue-tongued skink.
And what is a skink?
He's like a reptile. He's like this thick. He's this long.
Oh, now I know why you made an embryo with it. Will you send me pictures or videos of this that I could put up?
Yeah, I'll send you a bunch. Yeah, they're so cute.
Of this?
They're so cute. They're adorable. I would never have given a fuck about reptiles, but I love them. I kind of like snakes. My mom was afraid of snakes when I was little, so I think to rebel, I was like, thought they were
Interesting
cool.
dynamic you have with your mom that is so different from your dad.
Mm-hmm.
And your mom jealous of it? Or she's annoyed by it?
I don't know. I think my mom's a little competitive with me with stuff, but
Does she like your comedy?
No, like she does. But I think once I started getting attention for it, she liked it. But I couldn't like run a joke. My dad, I can tell him my jokes, so he thinks they're hilarious.
So your mom doesn't laugh at you?
Not really, a little bit. Not much. She's kind of like.
Interesting. That kind of, I mean, I'm really reaching here, but you have one person in your family who's laughing at you and championing you.
Right, which is why I do comedy.
And another one who's a little jealous and doesn't. And you do have very much like this vibe of like, you think you're really funny, this confidence, and there's also, I don't know how to articulate what I'm feeling right now, but like, it does make sense that like you had somebody maybe that you felt, whether or not she was, I don't know, but you felt holding you down. There is like a, I'm gonna do it anyway. I mean, what I felt outside at Swingers. Like somebody,
I just projected my mom, and it was just Abby Letterman's face on your body, and I was like, "Listen, bitch, you're not gonna tell me not to do my jokes."
There is like a there is a standing up for oneself is a very important, necessary thing, and then sometimes it's a fine line between standing up for yourself and just being stubborn. I also ride that line with stubbornness, and like that makes I'm taking way too long. I'm like, I feel like I see you differently. Like, right.
My mom, there's a Zach Bryan lyric where it goes, "I was raised by a woman who was hardly impressed, and I carried that shit deep in my chest." And I was like, got me. Because it is like, I think it was just like a constant trying to kind of get her attention. And she's a really good artist, and I can draw and stuff. So I would like draw pictures, and she never was like impressed by them. And then I'd like draw them better and be like, "Do you like them now?" And she'd just still be like, "Well, I'm not." I drew a hand. This was actually not that long ago, but I drew a hand. I was drawing hands. I was drawing hands every day. It was for like, I did it for like 3 days. I think maybe a full week I did it. But I went on family vacation while I was doing that. And we were sitting in like an Airbnb at the Jersey Shore or somewhere, wherever we were. And my sister-in-laws are like, "Oh my God, that's like really good." And my mom's like, I'm like, "Mom, you don't think it's good?" And she's like, "It's fine." And I'm like, and my sister-in-laws are like, "Abby, come on, it's good." And she's like, "I don't know, it's like fine." So then I start to draw, and I make it like rise off the page. Like it gets so good. So it's, at this point, it's a good thing that she's not giving me the attention. So I'm like, all right. So then I make it really good. And then my mom goes, "Yeah, I'm just like not really into photorealism. It's like not something that impresses me." And I'm just like, oh. But then I just stopped doing the hands. So that's where it ends up being like, But I think that's why I never really pursued art and stuff. But then my dad is really funny. And so we were always funny together, and he always laughed at my jokes. And so that's probably why. I mean, maybe I would have been a visual artist if my mom had been more.
Do you feel that you were giving your mom a hand, but she wouldn't give you one?
Yeah, give me a hand, Mom. I should have drawn, maybe if I drew them clapping.
Sure.
And it was her hands, she might have liked it if it was her hands.
Yeah, that's tough.
But it's like also fine. She called me like a little bit after that and was like, I was in my she does this meditation course every morning. She's like, I was in my meditation. I was thinking, I was like, I think my ego gets in the way of like me complimenting you sometimes. And I was like, oh, thank you. But then it's like, who cares? I'm not mad at her.
Yeah.
She's just adopted.
So you're saying that's what you think
I think a lot of her issues are she just was like adopted, and she just carries stuff with her from that. And I forgive her. It's not like fun to stay mad at your parents.
Yeah, and also, did you feel loved by her, just not validated? Yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's more important, but still like...
Yeah, it's just like, it was very eye-opening to me where I'm like, oh, I can see where my patterns are with stuff, where I don't follow through with a lot of things, because I was really just doing it for my mom's attention anyway, which is even...
Like Trash Tuesday.
Yeah. My mom never told me she liked the show, so I had to leave.
I
think I followed through. It was 3 years we did. 3 years.
How is your relationship with them? Do you even feel comfortable answering that?
I mean, I would like it to be nicer, more close.
Well, tell them. They watch every episode.
No, I mean, I think it's just kind of like a breakup. Some people don't really want to.
I've had both with breakups.
Do you know what I mean?
Because
I kind of thought it might be better, it'd be all right, but.
Well, maybe after some time.
Maybe we won't talk about it.
Sure.
I can talk to you about it off.
It's interesting though, because like you're here and I'm having a nice time with you, and I really like them.
Yeah.
And I know you guys are really
I don't
close.
think there's any like that. Yeah, I know.
Changing the subject then, as you're asking, I grew up very much from my mom thinking I'm hysterical.
Yeah.
My dad too, like I had to earn it from my dad more. But my mom really gave it to me.
Yeah.
And I think I'm so grateful for that.
Oh yeah. No, I think with my dad it was like that was like the most fun in my entire life. And he's very mean funny, but it's so quick. It's like you can't get offended because it's so. He did this. My favorite of his jokes was I gained all this weight, and it was like so real. I gained all this weight, and It was like after college or
I
whatever.
remember. Oh, it was a while ago?
No, there's my manager's like going through my old sets, and he's like, "Oh, I want to clip out this stuff from this one," and I remember which one he's talking about. I'm like, "Oh my god, I was like 40 pounds heavier."
AI it.
Skinny me up, but also it doesn't matter. I just don't want to be posting things that look old or whatever. But anyway, so
Why? Just say, found this old set.
yeah, or just post it and not say anything. Nobody is paying attention.
I think if you look like you're in your
40 pounds
30s,
of-
people will notice. It was a while ago.
30s weren't that long ago. A couple years ago.
Okay.
Anyway, I think if I didn't say I was in my 40s, I think people would think I was in my 30s.
Yeah, I think you could pass for
39, 38.
37.
I'll take it.
A lot of people think I'm 30. I guess maybe because I have a beard or something, I look older.
It's yeah, probably the gray hair. Do you dye it gray to look older?
Mhm.
You don't, because people discriminate you for being under 30.
Well, I just because
being in your 20s is like, yeah, nobody wants to listen to you.
you know what's interesting? Girls prefer guys who are older, and guys prefer girls who are kinder. Have you noticed that?
No,
I have.
I don't. I've known a lot of guys that like a nice mean girl.
Oh, enjoy
nice
them.
Meanie.
You enjoy your mean girls.
I feel like maybe, I don't know. I dated older guys for a little bit, but then when you get older, the older guys are like, this is a little too old.
Right. So girls probably want a guy who's between 30 and 40 always, in her 20s and her 30s and her 40s and her 50s. If she's not already with them and getting older with them.
Yeah, because I dated a guy when I was like 35 who was in his late 40s, and it was too, and maybe it was his attitude, because he was very like, kind of like, life's over for me. Like he had this really bad attitude. And whenever I would say something like I was excited about it, he'd be like, well, enjoy it now. You know, time passes and you lose
You're
it.
dating your mother.
Instead of like, that's true. And that's true. And my friend told me I used to date my mom, and then I would date my dad, and then I date
Who are
my
you dating
mom.
now?
Todd isn't like any of them. He's sweet. He's just like a good.
He's just a lizard king.
He's a lizard king. No, Todd's the best. I just never like. It's weird. It was a very easy thing.
Is he cold-blooded?
He's a cold-hearted snake.
Yeah.
We always listen to Paula Abdul, Cold-Hearted Snake. Have you met Paula?
I did.
Sweet.
I met her once at the Laugh Factory.
Yeah, she goes to comedy shows. I met her at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
I want her. I want to get her. I want to be her in my orbit more.
Call her.
I've DM'd with her. She's very sweet.
But
I feel like she'd be good on Take Your Shoes Off.
everyone would be good to take your shoes off, because to take your shoes off, you're not a customer. You're a fan. Say it with me. You're family. Yeah.
I think we should do a part 2 at some point, because I feel like this is an icebreaker. You're done.
No,
I feel like it'll be fun.
I'm
We'll be
joking.
funnier next time.
Sure. I don't remember. Do you get high?
Yeah.
You want to do a stoned one?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll do whatever.
A high one would be fun.
I find that podcasts are both a combination of the dynamic between the two people, and for me, since it's this podcast, I'm the host of it. I think that I have more of an influence on the energy than the guest. Usually, depends on the guest, but it's it's kind of like it picks up whatever the energy that I am in at that day, at that time, is what it is. And I've been pretty low energy recently.
Well, it's a weird fucking time. Is it because of fires?
That adds to it. I've also just been a little bit low. I've been lonely and a bit sad.
Do you think just because you're not in a relationship?
No.
It's just happening?
No, I think
the old Santa Ana winds brought a little sadness to our Ricky boy.
I've been sad for like a year.
Really? What happened?
Off and on.
Was there a thing that happened?
This thing, I don't want to.
We're in kind of like weird times anyway.
I also don't like ever, for years I've been feeling that like I don't like thinking of this as a comedy podcast. It's a podcast with a lot of funny people a lot of the time. But I don't want to have a comedy podcast.
Yeah. Well, it's hard. Sometimes you're not on.
Yeah.
Even Rick.
Sometimes.
Even Rick, guys. No, but I think I've realized like more recently, I'm trying to give myself a break because I was always so hard on myself. Like my only value is in being funny. So it's like if I wasn't funny, I'm like, what am I?
You're
and then
gross.
sometimes I'm also gross. Thank you. No, but sometimes, I got scared that your blanket was off. But yeah, sometimes I don't know. I just definitely I have to just be like a human. I can't always be on.
Also, there's a difference between meeting people at a comedy club and then not. Like, so many of my relationships with our friends, 95% of the time we've ever seen each other has been before or after a set.
Yeah.
When you're in
Yeah,
this,
you're in the mode.
you know?
Yeah.
And then sometimes the dynamic translates over. Like, when I have Adam Ray on, we almost always get high.
Yeah.
Like, we know, like, when I have Adam on, I feel like a friend's coming over, we're going to play.
Yeah.
We'll turn the cameras on, why not?
Yeah.
And then there's like, you have people on where it's more of a conversation. But usually, like you, we've known each other for years, and this is our first one-on-one long-form conversation.
Yeah, we've never hung out.
So I do like the first one being like, let's just chat it up.
No, it feels good. I like getting to know you because I what I was saying before is like I really like, not that I was like anti-Rick or anything, but I just wasn't like, I just see you. I think you're so fucking funny. But something like switched where I was just like, oh my God, I just started finding you to be absolutely hilarious all the time. And I think before I was trying to like get in on the bits with you or something. There was just something I wasn't like.
Do you remember when it was? And I want to rephrase that question more specifically. Yeah,
but I think the time where I really started like, I mean, I already when you did Trash Tuesday, I think like there was some tension that was relieved, at least from my end.
Okay.
Because I just had heard through other people that you were like mad at me about something, so I was like, what is
By
this?
the way, I want to kind of qualify that. I don't remember exactly what it would have been, but the only thing I could imagine would be, it would have been Kalila or Esther asking me to come on when you're there, and I might have said something there like, whatever it might have been, like it would have been more like, is that a good idea? Because it wouldn't have been fuck her or anything bad. It would have been like, I don't know what the dynamic is, and I want to make sure that she's comfortable with it.
Worried for Esther to survive.
What's that?
It would have been hard on Esther to have both of us.
That's what the comments back when I used to read them. I still do, but not like I used to.
You know what got me to not care about comments completely? It was very recent. When what's her name's husband unalived himself, and then people were commenting the worst things, and I was like, oh, I can never pay attention to comments again.
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Aubrey Plaza.
Oh, that is recent.
And people were writing and I went, why have I ever cared about, obviously this is like the worst thing that's ever happened to someone, and they're just on her shit, just saying the worst things, and I was
people are mean when they're anonymous. They're mean when they're not, but especially when they're anonymous.
I was in your face being mean.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was mean. I wouldn't say it was me because I never.
But I'm a little on the spectrum too, so I think that maybe I wasn't reading. I do try to read a room, but
you
I definitely never want someone to feel. I would never want what you left feeling is not a way I would ever want someone to leave feeling.
I told you I'm feeling this way.
Yeah, and I must have been trying to.
Also, that was unnecessary for me to rephrase. I was living back in that moment in a way where you're
you got mad
admitting
again?
something.
Yeah.
No, just I'm just like.
No, but it is hard. Sometimes you are like, fuck. But I just wish that I could like remember it. So, but I don't need to defend myself. Your feelings are valid, and I apologize.
But hold on, what were we just talking about? Oh yeah, so I do get people who people a lot of people know who I am now because I've been on a lot of podcasts. The people that don't know who I am, I'm not talking about them right now. The people who know I am, there's the people that really like me, and then there's people who absolutely hate me. And I understand that I could be polarizing, as a lot of comedians can be. But something that has been happening is people have their minds made up about me before they know who I am. And that's what people do when they assume and project and have only seen somebody in a limited area. But like the hate that people have for me, and other people have it. This isn't special to me. This is just what I'm noticing. The people that have for me, I've noticed something, which is the things that they say about me. I'm like, oh no. Like it doesn't make me, I don't feel, it doesn't lower my self-worth. My feelings don't get hurt. I'm just like, oh, you think I'm left-handed. I'm not. I'm right-handed. Like whatever. It's a bummer because I want more people to see and like what I do.
Yeah, like us.
But it's fine. But what I've noticed is people have opinions of me. I get not just comments, but I get a lot of messages and even emails now of people who I think they think they're saying something nice. They kind of are.
And then you're going to be really pissed off.
They really like what I do now. But they make sure to say, not that I didn't know you before or I didn't get it. I hated you.
Right.
They absolutely hated me. Until whatever the thing might have been. And I now write back on these comments and think of like, hey, I'm being serious when I ask you, what could you tell me either what it was that changed your mind or what it was that you hated? Like, I want to understand because I don't think it's necessarily going to change the way I do things.
I think it's the puppet. I honestly, when you showed up with the puppet and the dog, I don't know. You showed up with the puppet.
Well, the dog was only.
I know, but you did the Trash Tuesday was like a year and a half ago. So I feel like I was like, I wanted to be friends with you, right? But there was something you weren't following me back, so I'm like, all right. If someone and I was commenting, so I was like making.
I don't even think I knew you were following.
But also, it like doesn't matter or whatever. But I was like, okay. So then it was more like, but then it would be like if I remember you did this to me once where I came up, you were talking to like Esther Kalila. I think it was at Kalila's birthday party at the karaoke. And I went up to say something to you, and you were like, you pulled $5 out, and you go, take a walk, or something like that. You did like a funny bit, but it's like, I can't.
Take a walk?
There was something like, and it's like kind of funny, but it's like, I don't get like to have like, there wasn't like we're fun together doing this thing. It was like, get away, here's a funny joke. But I couldn't, what do I do back? I wish I had 100. I could have been like, but it was more like that. It was like more of like not knowing how to like hopscotch in or whatever.
Do you feel that either the dynamic with me and or in other times where you feel that way, do you feel it's competitive? Because the way you're explaining it sounds competitive. And
I want to do jokes I want to be able to do jokes with you.
Right.
I want to play with.
And what changed? The fact that I have a puppet made me seem less
know.
aggressive?
I don't know.
No, I want to. If you hated me and now you don't anymore, let me know why.
I didn't hate you. I'm just saying. Oh, okay. They hate you. I mean, if they're watching and hate you, is that not? That's a win.
But they don't hate me anymore.
I had people do that to me too. But people do that to me a lot too. I think I'm polarizing. People be like, "I fucking hated your guts." Not most
why?
Fans.
What changed? Because I didn't.
My friends in college. I remember there was like one year, maybe it was sophomore year or junior, and they were like,
"Well, which was it?"
It was not freshman year because they all go, "Oh, we used to hate you when you first came here," and I'm like, you were my friends the whole time. It wasn't like I got a new group of friends. They're like, yeah, freshman year, you were so annoying. I'm like, you were my friend, my friend group. So I definitely have that too. I don't know. Maybe it's whatever.
Yeah, people get so
It's kind of cool though that they're even deciding how they feel about us.
What's cool is now that I'm on the road, Ricky's on the loose, and I'm meeting people that like the podcast, and a lot of people tell me that they like it. Not just that they think I'm funny, but like they like the things we talk about and like they get something out of it. And it just, I haven't been doing this as long. I mean, doing as long as you. I haven't been on the road as long as you, as our peer. It feels awesome.
It's so nice. It's so good to meet people. And you do a meet and greet afterwards?
Yeah usually, not always. If I have 2 shows, sometimes I don't after the first.
I know. I always feel guilty, but my meet and greets end up being really long. And then they're like, the show starts, and I'm like, guys, I got to go. And your voice does hurt. You're like, I'm so tired. And you're still on when you're doing the meet and greet.
Got to be on.
Or is that funny if you're just dead when they meet you?
I did, I don't remember what show. I think it might have been Portland. One of the ones I did recently, I said something about like how sometimes people will talk to me after the show and they're saying stuff that I genuinely want to hear, but we have to keep the line going. So I feel bad, but like keep going. And then there's some people that are just drunk and like I just go.
Right.
And I don't want to have to ride that wave. Could we just try one where nobody talks? But then that didn't end up holding. But I'm like,
they have stuff they want to say though. Yeah, no, I'm usually the one. I talk so much that usually they're like, we have to go. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, like, finally, somebody's giving you a hand.
I'm like, oh my god. Do you like I'm just showing them my drawings. Do you like my drawing?
Do you like photorealism?
But it was that good that she thought it was photorealism.
Well, you'll have to send me that picture as well.
It was a fucking good hand. I drew a good hand.
What can we promote for you?
I'm
Punchup.live.
I know, I'm going. I'm going to get, I'm going to, I feel like.
He already said yes. Can I put you guys on text together?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we were supposed to, he said, yeah, we were supposed to talk like 6 months ago.
Yeah. Look at that. Making it happen. Yeah, I'm going to take from you what you said about just making shit happen, just getting stuff done.
Danny.
But I was saying, okay, about my Tesla.
I'm listening.
I fucked the front bumper of my Tesla up, and I didn't want to get it fixed until I had to return it, because I was like, what if I fuck it up again? So I'm going to wait to fix it until I have to trade in the lease.
Sounds like you got all your shit together.
But then the lease comes, and I'm starting to like, oh, I don't want to do it. I'm going to have to take it there, do this. It's going to be money. It's going to be this. So I start getting like nervousness, and this is like old patterns from before. I thought I had evolved out of this, but so I'm avoiding doing the appointment.
You don't want to fix your car?
But now my lease is up in a month, so now I'm in a crunch time. I think I'm addicted to maybe the adrenaline.
But why didn't you want to fix it before?
because the lease was only like 6 months left. So I was like, if I crash it again, that's going to be annoying. So I'll just leave it all shitty.
I wasn't present. I was texting.
That's okay.
Got it. Okay.
So then, but today I listened to because I was having anxiety the night before. I listened to just an affirmations thing about like positive thinking and stuff. And I woke up and I was like, oh, I'm so excited to get a new Tesla. Rather than thinking of the old one, I go, everything I do, the steps to get rid of this one and fix it will bring me a new car that's cheaper too.
And that's going to fulfill you.
What? The car? Well, it's going to fulfill this one thing that I have to deal with because I'm in the contract. I got to return the car no matter what.
Right.
But I don't know. We'll see.
We will.
But
and if you want to hear about how that goes, we'll have to check out
Guys,
episode 2 with Annie.
Go to annieletterman.com/shows and you can see me. I'm going to be in Norfolk, Nebraska, February 14th and 15th. And then a lot of other dates coming up. I'm going to be in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm going to Philly as well. I'm going to be doing Helium. I'm going to Toronto.
When are you going to be in Philadelphia?
Philadelphia, March 27th. On my way to Toronto, and then I'm going to be in La Jolla. I think I'm filming my special, maybe, if I'm still doing that.
I think I'm there March 2nd.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
I would get you tickets, but it's sold out.
It's sold out already. That's exciting. That's so fun. It feels so good.
And also to go in front of a room of sold out people who like not only know who I am, but like don't hate me.
Right.
You know, it's like, fuck yeah, dude.
Well, because, okay, what I was saying before, when they would do like the 6-show weekends and stuff, no one had a fan base at that point. And then they would paper, so then you'd have all these like random people where they're giving them free tickets and they fucking know nothing about you and you have to win over these strangers. It's just such hell. So it's so nice to switch over to
But it's good to win over people too.
It feels
I just
good.
feel like that's what we've been doing for so long now. I know how to win them over. Let me have a couple shows where people are like they already like me.
Yeah, because you don't want to get sloppy.
That's why I like doing shows in town. They don't know who I am. Most, a few people do.
How did you feel? Was there a pop when you came out on Anyone and Friends? I feel like we probably have crossover fans.
I don't think I've ever been on.
Anyone
You
and
mean
Friends.
your show? I think.
Oh, I want you on my podcast, obviously. When you do it.
Was there a pop? What do you mean by a pop?
Like when they came out, it was like, oh my god, it's Rick Glassman.
I don't know. I never know. The only way I ever know is if they know is if like they message me before or after or come to me there and say, hey, I came for you. I never know.
Right.
But it was a great show. What did you say?
Came for you.
Oh, nice.
He's doing a bit where, well, you'll go see him live. He'll teach you something.
It'll benefit the men and the women. Would you
Listen,
agree?
I would say I like that single people come, but I think if you come in a couple, you'll learn, and you'll be excited. You'll be happy with what you learn.
Yeah.
And you'll laugh.
At the end of the day, what else can we do but learn and laugh?
Learn and laugh, and you'll see what we're talking about.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to take a Polaroid of you.
I'm going to take your dog.
Theme music. No, you're not.
Scoot doo, blabbity blue, scoop dee. Oh yeah.
I would say WG is very directly responsible for the success I'm having in my career. This field is constantly growing and changing. And one of my favorite things about WGU is that they constantly update the curriculum to keep pace with that.
Learn more at wgu.edu.
Hello?
Let's jump back to the Bert cast. Bert.
And I wish I could have just not talked and like it's so
What
nice to
happened
meet you.
with that guy? Who's that guy now?
Brian Austin Green. He was in 90210, and I saw him, and I fucking kind of lost my mind because he was in 90210. We watched 90210 in college, and he came up. He was like, I wish I regretted how I behaved.
Bert's the coolest kind. He's the
he goes,
kind
hey
that
man,
walked around as a kid in his whitey
yeah, he goes, I'm a big fan, and I went, you know who I am, and I wish I hadn't said that. I wish I could have been just, thanks man, me too. That's what I wish I had said. But I go, you know who I am? He was like, yeah, of course I know who you are. And I was like, shut the fuck up. I was like, Leanne,
I would have never said
for
that.
real, you know me? And he was like, yeah. And I just acted like an idiot.
But you were being honest.
I was being honest, but I wish I was cool.
Well, I mean, it's hard. Like some people have that thing where they assume everyone knows them, but you're like me. You assume like how would you know me?
He was like, oh yeah, dude. He was like, I love you to do the podcast. I was like,
wondering
on an update, you do my podcast. And I was like, dude, and I was talking about like I just made it uncomfortable. I talked about his two dead friends, and like I shouldn't have. I should have never said anything, and I should have just been like cool, but I can't. I'm just not.
Well, I've had those moments where sometimes I'll get a little swagger going, and I'll say something like, that might have been misunderstood. I meant you're an asshole in a happy way. I guess something, whatever the fuck it is. But I'm always amazed when people kind of know me, because I've interviewed so many people over the years and a lot of big celebrities, and there's been very few that I've become friends with, and there's even fewer that I think because when I have a conversation with somebody, it's meaningful to me. It's the one time I'm going to talk to this person. It's usually pretty deep. It's most of my social life. So I assume we really connected, and then I had to really frame it like, dude, these people do a lot of interviews, and now that everyone's got a fucking podcast, everyone's talking about themselves to the point where it's like enough already. People are bringing up things. There's things like Sally Struthers brought up something about, I can't even remember who, just like that guy was not a nice guy, and it's like that was 40 years ago. I mean, maybe everybody shouldn't just talk all the time, but
I feel like I talk too much. That's what I'm going through right now. I feel like I need to shut the fuck up.
Really?
Oh my god.
Why? You mean on this?
On everything.
Really?
On everything. I'm like, no one's meant to have recorded themselves talking as much as I've talked.
Nobody, dude. Like, I'm scrolling on my phone, and it's like it's just like it's a never-ending stream of like 2 to 4 white guys on mics talking about the last time they shit their pants as grown-ups. And I'm sort of like, what is happening?
Were you listening to Two Bears? I think Tom and I had that conversation yesterday.
That's the model. I mean, it's
crazy too, because my friendships are my friendship with Tom is I mean, primarily a business relationship right now, because like we never do stuff like friends anymore.
Well, that happens. Like I've been on the radio with people, and it has to become that if you have different lives. And like he's one of the good guys. I like that guy a lot. And I like doing the show. But what I was telling you before is that when I went to Sarah Silverman's party, she has this party, and I see people like Jeff Goldblum and Johnny Knoxville, and they're like, these are people I like. So when they're like Mark, I'm like, oh yeah, oh good. So you had the thing too. We connected, and you know me, and I'm always so surprised and thrilled.
How do you prepare for your interviews?
How would you prepare for this?
I honestly, every time I have Leanne come up, we're sleeping in separate rooms.
He has a podcast. It's called WTF, and you've been on it twice, maybe.
No. I usually say to Leanne, I'm talking to Mark Maron today. What do I want to talk about? And she'll go like, what do you want to ask him? Because the things I want to ask you, I won't ask you, because I sometimes they're private.
Oh,
like the passing of your girlfriend.
Oh yeah,
really fucking kind of stuck with me.
Oh yeah,
like, it really fucked me up.
Fuck me up.
Imagine.
Yeah, it's fucking horrible.
That was like and she goes, well, ask him what about it.
Yeah,
but it was like, I just didn't know life could go away that quick.
Oh man, it was a weird time because. Well,
here's the reason why that happened.
The other thing, how I prepare generally,
because he loved her so much,
is that
Godzilla
like
took her away.
When I interview people, I have a sense of who they are,
so you
and if I don't have a deep sense, I'll get up to speed on them, because there's people I'm interested in that I may not know really.
Same
or know
thing
their
happened
work.
to Jim Carrey.
Like if I interview that guy Guadagnino, the Italian director who did Challengers, and he did that new movie Queer with the James Bond guy, and he's a real artist. But I didn't know his older work, so I'll try to get up to speed on that. But generally, what I do is I get a sense of who they are personally, and then I try to kind of frame what their life is in my head based on what I think of them. And then I try to figure out something in my mind. It usually happens that morning in the shower that I think will be a way to get through the whole life. And I can't even really explain it, but it's just something that locks into my head that if I start here, or kind of like, get the conversation going around that, I can kind of like get them to open up. Like, there is a system to it, but it's not like the research is like, I have to get interested if I'm not as interested as I should be. And usually I'm a little interested. And so I have to try to really get into who they are and what they do, and then kind of just feel it. But there is a prep process, but it's not like writing questions or anything.
It's fascinating to me.
It's a vibe thing.
You and Joe are my opinion, are the two best at it. Like, of just talking to people. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm not that I'm not, but I can talk to you. Yeah. I can probably talk to Joe. I can talk to Tommy. Yeah. But like, sometimes I have interviews where I do this thing. Everyone, oddly enough, all my friends are pointing it out these days, where I make things about me because I get nervous about silence. So like, I'm afraid the interview isn't going well. So then I just start talking over them. Yeah. I kind of manipulate the conversation. And
well, I mean, people accuse me of that all the time. Like, why don't you let them talk? Why do you finish your sentences?
No, you don't do that at all.
Well, I do it, but like, it's an instinctual thing. I don't love silence, but I know when silences are okay. And I think Joe, because of the way he paces, and I don't think I've ever watched a full episode, but a lot of it is about pacing. Like, he'll let things sit for a long time, and I don't really do that. But if there's an emotional moment, I'll let it go. But I interject a lot, because a lot of times people who are public people have a public being that does these things, and they have a rap. So like, and if you feel that happening, which I can, I'll usually hijack it to get them around it, so we can get into something that isn't their public rap. Yeah. Although some people, you got to let them do their public thing, and sometimes there's not a lot behind that. But a lot of times I interrupt, because like, it's like, we all know that. So let's go.
Yeah. Can you believe it's 2025 already? Life moves pretty fast at Ferris Bueller. Starting a new year always reminds me exactly of that, and I don't know what's going to happen to me this year. But I know this.
Look at you.
I am prepared for the unexpected. Are you? Fabric by Gerber Life helps you get term life insurance in minutes, so you can help protect your family's financial future.
Bullshit.
Fabric by Gerber Life.
Google also says
term
that
life
cats shouldn't
insurance
like orange
you can get
soda,
done
Cheetos,
right from your couch, all online.
White
and on your
cheddar
schedule. You
popcorn,
can be covered in under 10 minutes with no
that
health
Hunter
exam
likes.
required. Listen, if you've got
Cheese
kids,
Pringles, you
especially
cannot open any
if you're young and
container of
healthy,
Pringles without my
the time
cat
to lock in
coming to your
low
fucking
rates
lap.
is right now. Even if you
Hoping
already
that
have
it's
life
the
insurance
cheese
through your
ones.
employer,
He won't eat
it
any
may
other
not
kind. He
offer
won't eat
enough
the
protection
pizza
for your
or the
family, and it
original.
also may not follow you if you leave your job. Fabric has flexible, high-quality policies that fit your family and your budget, like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day. I'm telling you right now, you do not know what's coming this year. Make sure you're taking care of your family. That is the smartest thing you can do. It is the smartest thing you'll ever hear me say. Take care of your family so they don't have tragedy ahead when you're gone. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/birdcast. That's meetfabric.com/birdcast. MEET. Fabric.com/birdcast. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company. Not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. Have better sex with Blue Chew. That could be the whole read right there. That could be the whole read. But I'll tell you more. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets. These erection-enhancing tablets help men achieve stronger and harder and longer-lasting erections for sexual activities. Blue Chew is putting its money where its mouth is and offering you a month free. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. You can take them right away. That day, the first day you get them, you can take them. And you can take them anytime, day, night, so you can be ready or plan ahead or, just get ready for when the opportunity arises. That's the way I do it. And the best part, it's all done online. Let me tell you something. I would have never done these if I had gone to a doctor's office or had that awkward conversation or waited in line in a pharmacy. And that's the beauty. It's all done online, so none of that happens. I'm telling you right now, these things rock. You and her. They are fun. You take one at 4 o'clock, get in the hot tub, get ready, maybe watch a Peaky Blinders, and next thing you know, booyah! Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew for free. You heard that right. Try your first month of Blue Chew for free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. I'd like to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast.
The death of Lynn it was you can't even explain it. That, especially because it happened so quickly and it was out of nowhere, and like the loss and just the like it was a very specific kind of thing because it was COVID. It was 3 months into COVID. We hadn't publicly been together that long. She had just sort of finalized her divorce and kind of moved her stuff down here. And then COVID hit, and so we were kind of together, kind of riding that out for the first few months, and then she she got sick, and during that time it was like it was hard to go to the doctor, and she had been to the doctor before because she was having some other issue, and there was something in her lung, but the doctor said it didn't look like it. We need to worry about it right now. It didn't look like something bad, but either way, she got the fever and got like these very like kind of flu, bad flu symptoms and like her throat or whatever. She got 2 COVID tests and no COVID, and and so she was just in bed, and I was in the other room because I didn't want to get sick, and I was trying to take care of her, and her fever wouldn't go down. And, like it was 2 or 3 days into it, and like I started getting worried because the doc said, well, she had a Z-Pack for like the flu or whatever, and the doc was like, just take that. So she took that. This is like 3 days in, and fever wasn't going down. It was like Thursday. It was like 102, 104, and I'm like, we gotta go to the doctor tomorrow. And that night, I got woken up by a noise, and she had gotten up to go to the bathroom, and she collapsed. And and she was conscious, but like I had to call the ambulance, and I called the ambulance, and and they took her away, and that was it. And I never saw her again. And this is terrible, man, because they take her in the hospital, and they took her to a better hospital than they were going to because she bumped her head, and they took her over to the one in Pasadena. What is it, Huntington's? I don't know. I don't remember. But so then I'm like on the phone, and I don't know her family because we were not together that long. So I had to call the ICU nurse and be like, get her phone out and give me some Sheltons because I don't know these people. And so I'm calling Sheltons. I'm like, look, I'd get hold of her dad, and her parents aren't married, and they have several. And I'm calling these people. I'm saying she's in the hospital, and she put me down as the contact, but only because I don't think she expected to be in there very long. But everybody's got to be in the loop here. And over the arc of whatever that was, 18 or 20 hours, it just got, her blood stopped working, and she had this undiagnosed, very aggressive form of leukemia. It was acute myeloid leukemia was the ultimate diagnosis, so they couldn't get her blood to work. And she she passed away, and it was just fucking brutal. And I don't want to access the grief fully because it's all in there, but and then it's COVID, so nobody can do anything, and so I'm there. My brother comes out like immediately, and he hangs with me for a week or so, and people are sending stuff. The comedy community was amazing. Everybody got in touch with me. Everybody, checked in. Some people came over despite COVID, but people I would never have assumed, because I guess it was in the trades, were reaching out and very supportive, but it was a very, lonely and terrible time because I had her stuff. I had the keys to her new place with all her shit that she just moved down. Her car was in front of my house for weeks, and we had to deal with all that stuff. Her family didn't know what they wanted to do with the body, and after a certain point, I was like, look, man, I'm a Jew, we put him in the ground and, over, the next day. Yeah. And, someone's got to make a decision here. It's just not right, And, she had an uncle down here, and, me and one of her old friends took the car back to the dealership, and it was just, it was fucking, it was just leveling. And she was so well loved. And there was these Zooms with people that knew her, like a Shiva thing, like with people talking about her like the day after. But, for a few days, and that was brutal because our life together was just starting, and I really had thought that I would have found
the person after years of, being an emotionally crippled idiot, and a bunch of failed marriages and failed relationships, I was like, all right, so I landed. We're going to be all right. And then, a year and change into our relationship, she passes away. And so all these people are talking about knowing her their whole life. And like, I'm sitting here, grieving the death of possibility, and that,
oh, fuck.
And then like her husband, who couldn't have been a fan of mine in any way, obviously. And, he's a good guy. She had a kid that I didn't know. Our families hadn't integrated yet. We hadn't gotten to that point. And, I had to call that guy. I had to like sit there and go like, dude, you got to reach out to that guy. And that was some like, pretty intense man shit, cause I felt like it's the right thing to do. So I called that guy and I said, look, I'm not expecting you to, have any, good feelings about me, but look, I was with her, for the last days here and throughout all this that happened. And if you want to know anything or you have any questions, I'm here for you. And, I'm sorry for your loss. And if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it, And we both ended up just crying. And, he was like, he appreciated it. It was funny, though, because when they finally did, there was no service, and I told him, I said, you got to come down here. She's here, they've got her in a mortuary. She was at the hospital for a long time, the morgue. And I said, he can come down here. And everyone was afraid because of COVID. But it was funny. I did a bit on the special, when I went to see her dead body. Did you know that?
No.
It was a pretty awesome fucked up bit. But after they did cremate her, the husband called me up and he says, so, do you want any of her ashes? And I'm like, what, are you just sitting there with a scale? Like it's like it's blow? Yeah, send me a baggie.
Keep up.
And I'm like, no, I'm good, man. But the heaviest part about it was, and I did this bit on the special, and it was a big bit to try to fucking do, because I talked about it pretty explicitly on From Bleak to Dark, because I thought it would be helpful. And I did a podcast. She died on like a Saturday, and I did the podcast on Monday, and I was beside myself. I was crying the whole time, and my producer was like, "We don't have to ever do the podcast again." I'm like, "Well, I don't know. I think this would be helpful to people that grief is real, and you can't hide it, and people don't know what to do with it, and this is what it looks like. So let me get on the mic and do it." And but the hard thing was like, and because like I started to talk about humor, and the power of like, how am I ever going to be funny, and I did write a joke. The first joke I wrote after she died was really a dark joke, and I remember telling Dan Vitale about it. He's passed away too, and I told him the joke, and he's like, "Oh my God, you could never do that joke." And I'm like, I don't know. So on the special, the joke is, and this didn't happen in the moment of the story, but this was the bit, was that, and I'll tell you when the real part ends. So she passes away, and the doc says to me, it's late at night. It's like 12:30 at night. He says, "Look, you can come down here and see her if you want. They haven't signed off on her papers yet, so it's not going to be. We'll clean up as much as possible, but you can come down and see her, the body, at Keck, down in by USC, Keck Center, the hospital where she died. And it's COVID, so no one's in the hospital, no one's visiting anybody." And I said, "Well, there's like, can I do that?" He's like, "I can make it happen." And I didn't know what to do. I'm like, "Do I want to do that?" So I call up Michaela Watkins, who was a friend of ours. I'm like, "I don't know. The doc says I can go down there." She goes, "You have to go. You'll regret it if you don't go." And I'm like, "Really? I don't know if I have to go. It sounds pretty heavy. Like, you have to go." So I'm driving down there, completely traumatized, crying. I haven't slept in 2 days. And I get to this empty hospital, and there's just a person sitting in the lobby of the empty hospital. And I told them, told her that, I was told that I could go up to the ICU. So I go up to the ICU,
And these nurses, you know, they deal with this all the time, but me, they're kind of chipper. They're like, hi, and I'm like, wrong tone, I think.
I'm not getting my hair cut.
Yeah. And they basically just said, you know, she's in there, you know, go on in and, you know, take whatever time you want, you know. And I went in there, it's horrible. It's just horrible. And, you know, this all really happened. And, you know, I said goodbye, I kissed her, and, you know, I kind of touched her head, and, you know, whatever. And, you know, and I said goodbye to her. And as I'm walking out, I turn to walk out, and I think, selfie? That was the joke. That was the joke I wrote. And I'm like, no. So I was so happy with that joke because it sort of disarms this horrendous thing. Like, I didn't think that day, but that was the joke I wrote that I thought was funny. And I framed it that way in the special, and it worked. And a lot of people were like, they loved it. And a lot of people who have lost people, but apparently it's not an unusual thing to do now.
You serious?
Yeah, people do it. People take selfies with just
wow.
Yeah. Well, it was, you know, I don't know, it was a popular thing to do when photography first became a thing.
Yeah.
In the 1800s or whenever it was. I have a whole book called Sleeping Beauty. It's a collection of death photographs from that era where people wanted to remember. Yes. It was a marketing angle for photographers who were starting the business. And actually they were very good subjects.
Just for the audience, I contour.
Can we show this like contour I got? It's like insane.
Look how that is pretty
Yours look amazing.
Big name dropper.
Are you a big name dropper?
I'm gonna go to Carl's Jr. later and be like, guys, guess who was just at my
Guess who
house?
was on my podcast? You have no idea.
Oh my god, guys. The ecstasy episode of our podcast is going to be really crazy.
Stop! Don't get me.
Molly one
Don't,
where we're just like,
don't get me excited. That's my favorite drug of choice.
Hi guys, welcome to Anniewood episode 119. Woo! I got it right. We have the beautiful, hilarious Charlotte McKinney on. You may know her as the Carl's Jr. real beef burger girl. Yeah, I got her. I seen her and I got her. But before that, I want to let you know that I do Sausage Party Presents, which was my hot dog videos where I'd reenact different movie trailers with my friend Abby, and we had a lot of fun on YouTube doing those. And then Seth Rogen started doing sausage parties, so we just stopped doing it. We have now rebranded. It is now called Meet and Greet. You can find that YouTube link in the show notes. And we're going to put our first episode back in the middle of the episode, so check it out. And then make sure to subscribe to the Meet and Greet channel for more fun sausage/pop culture mashups. It's going to be a real fun time. We'll put the uncensored version on Patreon. Also on Patreon, we're going to have the
Nerd
extended
Squad,
uncensored
I
version of
cleared
this episode,
the
so join and check out, be a part of the party.
history
Also, I am
from the
on the
window
road.
that isn't
You can see me
incognito
February
at
26th. I'm doing a
1:37 like
one-nighter
you
in
told me to.
Milwaukee at the
And
Milwaukee
sure
Improv,
enough,
February
Unit
26th.
207
And
had
I'm
a
doing
big
a one-nighter
grumpy
in
reaction.
Alaska. Yeah, I'm flying all the way to Alaska to do one show.
Just
March
following the
14th, and it
FBI's
will be worth
instructions,
it,
you
so
guys.
come see me. March 18th, I have my next Anniewood
Remember,
Friends
don't
at the
jihad
Comedy Store.
upstairs. Do that
March
shit far away
27th,
from
I'm
my
doing
house
a
in your
one-nighter
car.
in Philadelphia at the Helium Comedy Club. I'm so excited to go there.
For
This
those
is
of
one
you
the
that haven't
first clubs,
experienced it,
I really wanted to
when
do
people
well
blow
at.
their
I would
brains
come
out,
from New York. I would do their open mic.
the
I
city
love
will
the
take
Philly
away the
Helium.
body, but they'll leave
So
you
come
with
see
all the
me.
little
That show is
bits
going
of
to sell
skull and
out, so
brains
grab
to clean
tickets to
up. So
that.
do it in your
Then
car.
March 28th, 29th, I'm going to be in Toronto at
Be
the
nice.
Comedy Bar. Hopefully my plane will land upright. April 25th through 26th, I'm going to be in Kansas City, Missouri. Then you can see me May 29th in Naples, Florida, and May 30th and 31st in Tampa, Florida. Dates are always being added, so go to annieletterman.com/shows to get your tickets and to see where I'm coming. Hopefully I'll see you soon. I love performing for you. I love doing meet and greets. I love cultivating a hang. So come see the show and enjoy this episode.
The domestic terrorists upstairs are attempting and failing to terminate the
All
live
right,
stream
guys,
again.
I'm here with Charlotte McKinney.
And
know her
again,
from
a female enemy.
What do you think's your biggest?
Where you don't recognize
Actively
I
and
know
willingly
exactly where you don't
participating in
recognize
domestic
it.
terrorism.
Did you hiccup?
saw Joe
I
Dirt
looked at
too.
your Wikipedia. You know I knew nothing about you. I just liked
Impeding
you,
with
and
a
then
federal
I got it
investigation
the
into
other day.
their
Oh,
conduct,
Is that
which
weird?
they've
I became
known
friends
they
with
were
you, and then I
under
was like,
investigation
That's the way to
because
do it
they
because I didn't know
saw
anything
me
about
file the
CIA.
first
yeah,
reports
yeah.
in
But she gets
January
the
and
vibe.
February of 2024.
Yes.
Before they were just that the FBI had been on their
You know,
asses
Joe
since
Dirt
March
was
2023,
something no
September
one's-
It's not
2023.
your claim to fame. You know your claim to fame.
And then
Yeah.
again, there's
I
some
mean,
poor
it's weird 'cause it's like
fucking
I-
new
it
blood
was
up there
such
that
a
was
big
literally
thing
sent to Unit
for me.
207
I'm
after
grateful
they
for it,
became
but
a
that's,
domestic
like, the
terrorist
only thing
organization
that-
to join
why
them
is
in
that the thing
prison.
of-
My
Yeah.
whole life has been trying to get away from like the girl in the
Exactly.
burger commercial.
But it was the most. It's like one of the top commercials it was ever.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
her.
money
She
on
looks
it?
totally different.
I did that year. I made a decent amount.
Right.
But I think if like I look back and I like look at the rate I got, and I was like, God, I could have asked.
Yeah. But you didn't know.
She didn't know, and like, look, I'm. They could have not paid me a penny, and I would have done it. So.
Yeah. No, I was a voice actor on Grand Theft Auto, and I got paid $800. It's the highest grossing.
Wait, what was your character?
Me and JB Smooth had a radio station. But
Stop.
But it's like really cool, and I'm glad I did the credit, and I love everyone I worked with and stuff. But I'm like, oh, I made $800. That's like crazy.
Are you doing this season or this year? I don't know how video games work
No,
this season.
I know.
And it's
Season doesn't- it was a very long
1:42
season.
p.m.
I know, I'm hoping
PST.
something really bad happens.
Check
with
your
Sid,
clock,
so
Nerd
yeah,
Squad,
it
because
never
on
comes
my
out in
end,
my rating.
everything is delayed because of the
you can't be
domestic
like, I was
terrorists
in
upstairs.
the other Grand Theft Auto. That's not that good. I was in a couple Grand Theft Autos ago.
I played it when that was the only video game that I played as a kid because it was so sick.
It was so fun. You just kill people.
So cool. You just kill and you like drive over hookers and they'd be like flying in the
You
air.
just kill an old lady. You're like, I'll just kill this lady. Why not?
Yeah.
I'll carjack her. Randy, are you crying? Did he just start crying?
No, Randy's dead asleep, so he's like having a like a dream.
No, he's whining. No, he's going, oh my God, they're not looking at me.
You know, the friends are like, you know, when the girls come over and then your dog like starts humping, and you're like, something's off with the pH.
Well, I always just go into a situation when a dog's gonna be there, and I just go come on over. Like I try to get it out of the way first, which is probably why I do comedy for those reasons. Okay. So yeah. So Carl's Jr.
So that I kind of use that to like break into.
Have you always had boobs though?
Yeah,
were you like
I
a
always
teen
had.
boob girl?
It was funny. I had tits at like age like.
You were like a boob
13.
Yeah.
So like, you know, I know you've kind of opened up with your stuff and like having that at such a young age and not knowing like how men's brain, like you're just
Did the
put in
kids
weird
call you a
situations.
slut too? Because I remember the girls that got boobs when we were young.
I dropped out of high school because everyone just, you know,
that's my favorite thing about you.
I was like, so all the girls were like, you know, you're such a whore. I'm like, yeah, because your fucking boyfriend like
is trying
my tits, like not my fault.
I know, it's so weird. Something happened where it was like everyone was trying to bang you when you were little, right? Everyone was like trying to bang you, like not always adults or whatever. Like
It's so true though. From like the age of 15
and then I was
to
like nice. I would like hook up
18.
with people I didn't want to hook up with, just be nice.
You do the nice card.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know.
If I say no,
it's gonna be so mean if I say no.
If I don't put this stick in my mouth,
right? And then they're gonna say I'm a cock tease.
Yes, yes, or a prude.
A prude,
you couldn't in that day and age. You couldn't win.
Yeah.
You'd be a prude if you didn't, and then you were a whore if you did. So I just became a whore.
Of course, there was no other like option. And then now, like anyone that I meet, and they're like, "Yeah, I think like 4 guys." I'm like, "Where were you? I never met one of you. I didn't know any of you. I was like the prude, and I was But then now it's like this flip to like trad wife shit and like people talking shit. Like if I post something like talking about when I was.
Yeah,
a baby slut.
For the record, let it be known. Let it be known, far and wide. I'm a big fan of hoes.
I feel betrayed.
Let it be known.
Like, how dare you? Now it's not cool that I was a fucking slut in school.
And how'd you kind of open up with that whole? What kind of gave you the push to open up with all that stuff?
What, talking about being a slut or the essay? You just can't say certain words on YouTube.
Yeah. So the essay.
I never stopped talking.
It takes a slut to know a slut. Hurrah. Hurrah.
Yeah, the stuff that happened to my teacher because it was like, why had to go to court? So it was just like a whole like, it was very traumatic. And then I would tell the story all the time. I kind of thought it was funny to just like be like, you know, in a car with my friends when I'm 18 and like hotbox in the car, and then we get out to go to Carl's Jr. to get a all natural beef burger, and and I would go, you know, I'd be like, oh, you guys weren't jerked off by your art teacher, anyway, bye, you know, like close the door, just leave them with it. I just used to like bring it up.
And I feel like that's probably how you like dealt with your trauma, was you just kind of like which is kind of good.
And I
to like holding it in.
It was very flat. So that's like, made me feel like I must have a good face.
You do. You're banging.
Well, they must have thought that I was not going to tell them.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I always was, every time someone does something weird to me, I'm like, why would you do that to me? I'm like, so chatty.
Yeah. Don't do it to the funny girl in class who's like loud.
Yeah, but I always think about that because I would always wear these fake boobs. I got this like chest piece. Not always, but just past
you would
few
wear
years.
fake boobs?
Just the past few years, like as for jokes. I threw them out because they got so gross. And
they're like
silicone.
Those are sick.
Yeah, and you put them over your neck. And we went to a pumpkin patch. Just Todd and I thought it'd be funny, and I wasn't even thinking that it would be families. For some reason, I thought it was going to be like apple picking, and it would be like a guy proposing to his wife or something, and that would be funny. But it was just all these kids, and I just see these big fake boobs. I'm bouncing around, and I noticed like it was just such a different experience than going around without boobs.
Like, did you film that? Okay, good.
Oh, yeah.
I need that content.
Oh yeah, we definitely filmed it. But I was like, oh my god, I'm like putting marriages in jeopardy, my existence. But you just always had boobs.
What are you gonna do?
I made just for the audience. I contoured.
Can we show this like contour I got? It's like insane. Your tits look amazing, Annie.
You're squished up.
I'm like very impressed.
I have a padded bra and I have the chicken cutlets, and then look at Randy.
Oh, yeah, Randy, get it.
So I saw you're from my favorite place, Orlando.
Trailer Trash Central.
It's awesome. That's so fun to
So
perform.
bad.
Did you go back?
Oh yeah, I love it. My dad's from the Bahamas, and then
Your dad's from the Bahamas?
Yeah.
Are you half black? Can you imagine?
No. I a lot of people are like, why aren't you black? But no, I just have like an Irish Bahamian dad, and
does he have an accent?
Yeah, he sounds like a leprechaun.
Wow.
Yeah. So I grew up kind of back and forth, Bahamas and Florida, and yeah.
You grew up in the Bahamas and Florida?
Yeah, just like going.
What, did you go to school in the Bahamas? Like
no,
that kind of?
No, I like lived full time in Florida, but like
summers.
Yeah, yeah. So
that's awesome. If
so
your
I
parents are
love
gonna
that.
get divorced and you get to go,
Yeah.
get to the Bahamas.
It was nice, but yeah, growing up, like I just grew up in a really like. You're from Philly, right?
Yeah.
So like you get it. Like everyone at my school was dying on pills, and everyone it was just a dark.
He's from Jersey too. He's from like
you get it. Like all
he's from a
everyone
really heroin-y Jersey area.
Yeah, you like look back on everyone who you went to school with, and you're like, they're all dead.
Everyone died, or they're in prison,
or they're
dead or in prison. I'm like, this is crazy. Or they work at a Verizon kiosk.
Yeah. Yes. So I mean, I'm just glad I made it. Sometimes I'm just like, damn, I'm glad I made it out alive.
Yeah.
But I came to this town with not knowing one name, not knowing anyone, and like with all these like nepo babies and people being so like, I feel like I really kind of did it all myself and stuff. So
we're grassroots bitches.
Grassroots, try me, bitch.
I love a nepo baby though.
You love him?
I lean in. Except did you see what Ethan Hawke's daughter was? She was all over my Instagram. She was in my algorithm today because I guess she did an interview and she was like, all these casting directors are just casting people because of their Instagram following. And I think everyone's like, why are they casting you, bitch?
but I mean, look, there's a lot of nepo babies that are amazing, and you're like, okay, well, like, of course, you're really good, you're talented, but then there's some you're just like, come on, suck a dick.
Which ones? We'll bleep.
Nothing's
We'll
really
bleep, 'cause we can run.
coming to but
sometimes I look at it. Jaden Smith. I don't know Jaden Smith's body of work. I was it him or Trey? Was it
He does
just
music.
the two of us?
Oh, music?
And it's terrible.
When Will Smith did Just the Two of Us, did
That's
the
a
remake.
banger.
It was a banger. I know most
It
of the
was
words.
super cute.
Because it is a
With his
full-time
son.
job to be a good mom.
Yeah.
Or to be a good dad. Sorry, I don't know why I made it into mom. That's so fun. I regender it and come out with it.
I like that.
Oh my God. Will Smith, I'm here to fix your career. I'm going to turn you into a girl. But his son was like,
poor
in
Will
that, but I think it was his
Smith.
son, Trey.
I didn't know he did music.
Poor Will
I
Smith.
don't know really much. I remember Willow had the hair back in the song.
Yeah. Yeah, that
With
was
my hair
a
back and
hit.
forth.
She's talented. I think she's talented.
She is, yeah,
Yeah.
she is. She doesn't, I mean, sometimes when I see her, I'm like, I kind of need you to have long hair. I need you to have kept that look.
Yeah, keep the whip.
You're in my head about a very specific thing.
Yeah. No, but when I met you, I was just like, this girl's the real deal, and I told you on the podcast that you're just crushing it. The clips you're doing, everything is
Thanks.
just. I've been fanning out on you.
Well, we talked about it. I did. What's your podcast name, by the way? I did.
I don't know. No, it's What Did They Know?
What Did They Know? And it's with it's her and John Lovitz, it was so fun. What a weird dynamic. It's great.
It was great.
An hour and 20 minutes.
I know, and it could have kept
I
going.
love John
And I was like, hey, maybe cut it down. And it's like, no,
There's
there's
not a
nothing to
Jew
cut out of it. So
that I don't adore.
So
that
I took my Adderall and I said, let's go.
Yeah, you came in hot and we went for it.
Yeah, no, I think we vibe really well. But so I said this on their podcast. Check that out too. But you're going to hear some repeat things.
Yeah,
but we ran into each other at a Best Buddies event, which Best Buddies is a organization where you partner up and hang out with people with special needs, and it's so cute,
so fun.
And you had just come into my algorithm so hard, right?
See, I don't understand that because my biggest problem with my whole career and everything is I really struggle to post on. I don't know how to post and this and that. So I don't know how you were seeing.
The universe just started throwing.
That's weird because I'm not like.
Do you feel? Yeah, no, the algorithms are weird.
Yeah, I like that I was in your rhythm.
You got in my rhythm.
I got in that rhythm, bitch. What up? No, but yeah, I saw one clip of yours and I was just hooked. I was like, who the fuck is this? She's amazing and so
Thanks,
good.
girl. And you're doing comedy. How much are you doing comedy? You're doing it.
It's so funny. I did a show right before here. It's like, when at the start of your career, did you remember doing the
pizza place,
the
laundromat.
yeah. I mean, basically,
ambush shows.
it's like
People are just enjoying
it's
their
literally
meal,
just
and you just show up. Someone just comes with like a little amp and a mic, and we're just like,
yeah.
You trying to eat? Your pussy smells, bitch. You know, they're like, do you just want to hear my joke about 9/11 while you're on your wedding anniversary?
No, I've done stand up for 3 years, but
what got you into it? Was it like Spade? I was gonna say Spade. Yeah.
Lights Out. Were you on Lights Out?
Yeah.
That because I
was
saw
on
that
Lights
on
Out
your.
all the time,
I
yeah.
saw that on your IMDb. What did you do?
I was just on the show I was just on the panel all the time.
No way.
Yeah.
Because David loves you. And
I love
like,
him.
She's amazing.
Can't get a follow.
Can't get a follow.
I always follow and unfollow. I never do that to anyone except him. I'm like, and we're doing
That's
it
so
again.
funny. I don't think he follows me.
No, because he's really
He's
he's
so
like one of those people that's like 12 people. He
Yeah,
follows.
like okay, we
But
get
it's
it.
okay. It's okay,
What?
David.
It's okay. Well,
I don't care, David. Is it because we look alike? Is it because we look like twins? Are you jealous? Do I look like you? No, I had a lot of fun on that show.
So did you do any? So where I got into stand up was I did the Hear My. With him and
Oh,
Whitney.
that's so fun.
And I was like, this is insane. I love this.
That was a really good.
I
bit
loved
they were
that
doing.
idea. I think that should be its own show in itself.
So what they would do is it was him and Whitney. Was Jeff doing it too? Who was on it?
I think it was him and a different.
Yeah, he would
comedian
have
every time.
David and another comic, and they would get a celebrity, and they would put earwig in them.
Yeah, earwig.
And they would feed them lines and stuff.
I loved it.
It was so fun.
I did it at the Valley Room, and I was like, oh my god! And so after that, I just kind of got into it. But I act too, so it's like I just kind of juggling with what I'm doing at the time.
It goes together.
Yeah.
It helps. Acting helps.
So yeah.
Doing improv really helped me stand up when I first started.
Yeah. So but I took some time off this year with like a midlife crisis, and so I'm just getting back.
7 years younger than me. She's just being a.
So
she's being a.
But I'm getting back into it.
Until you hit 40. It's weird. It's not weird until the actual day of it, and then you go,
oh,
we're here. I'm like,
but when
are you guys still here, my little eggies?
When you told me you were 40, I was just like, bitch, shut the fuck up. I thought she was like young. I thought you were like younger than me.
I'm the youngest girl in the room.
You are.
Always. No, I don't know why I look young. It's maybe because I don't drink. I don't know, but I vape.
Yeah.
I'm not like good. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm that good.
Yeah. How long have you been sober?
Because I was 25. Great. So 17, 16 years?
Yeah.
2008.
Yeah.
But how long is that? I forget I really like to honor my quitting drinking day. It's the 28th of January, and I always forget it. But I like it does feel really. It was 2009.
Okay.
But I used to always post about it and be like, see my this year or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I forget. It's probably because I'm still smoking the weed.
Wait, do you?
I do still.
See, so I dabble with sobriety, and
did you smoke a little weed today?
I'm always a little stoned.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't smoke weed. I said, because I'm filming this week, so I said Monday to Friday, no weed. And so today's my first day.
And then, okay, wait, Monday through Friday, no weed.
No, but I smoke weed every day.
And you're waking up smoking weed?
Just nighttime.
Okay.
Just nighttime. But that's
never before yoga. A little high at yoga's fun.
If it's a weekend.
And then you feel like you kind of flushed it out.
Yeah, and then you flush it out. But that's my one thing I can't let go of is my dudes.
And what do you smoke joints? Do you smoke vape pen? Yeah.
I'm a joint girl. But like, people are like, you need to go to Marijuana Anonymous. I'm like, yeah.
It's just people. Here's the thing.
No, you don't.
Someone asked me recently, they're like, would you go to AA? And I was like, my career or for like my sobriety?
Hunter,
people.
you are so sad.
Like, I think in the shittiest way, in LA, it's a little bit of a networking thing.
It's a dick suck.
We can go. I'll go to Weed Anonymous with you.
We should go.
You want me to open the window? You can run up to Unit 207
I quit
and
for
infiltrate the domestic
like
terrorist
6
organization.
months. And I was so proud of myself, but I didn't see a change. And then I was like, recently I got back on it. I'm the type of person I need it every day.
What was the catalyst to get you back on it? What was the moment?
I went home to Florida for holiday. You think I want to sit
put a little
in
sign
Florida
on you
without
that says,
smoking
I
pot?
hate Jews?
No, absolutely not.
What a weird place Orlando is.
Yeah.
It's so, I go there all the time. It's really.
It's fun shows though. It's fun.
I love
it's
Kim
great
J.
audience.
Yeah.
When we go to Tampa, it's wild.
Yeah.
When we go to Tampa, it's crazy.
Tampa's a crazy spot.
My worst heckler is always his fucking drunk ass uncle. Is always
Kim
like,
makes
starting
the best
Tampa,
rockets, right? Unit 207.
Tampa Bay. His family's he's got family in Jersey and Florida, which is like, and I'm Philly. It's like we're so trash.
I
like
love
we're so
it. That's
garbagey.
why I dig you.
I
love the
know.
Josh. I dated a guy from Belmont.
Oh.
He was a surfer from Jersey.
Yeah. Belmar is also in Long Island. That's where my dad's from.
Okay.
Not that anyone needed to know that, but that's just where my brain went.
Wait, so that's still Jersey? No, Long Island.
We should let's do an episode where we get really high. Let's do a super high one.
Wait. Can we?
Yes.
Because I was thinking about that so John's sober, and I like talking about drugs. I dabble. I like psychedelics. I really
I do ayahuasca in Orlando.
love
Maybe
that.
I'm not supposed
Wait,
to say.
random.
Yeah, you should come with me. I have the best
Amazing
shaman.
No, so I'm really into like all the stuff.
Did you say Adderall?
Acid.
Oh, I was like, that's, me too.
Adderall and acid.
We should do a series. We should do like monthly with each other and do like a different drug each time.
Dude,
wait,
I've been wanting to go on a podcast.
You might have to be in a bikini.
Wait.
I won't, but you can be in one.
Yes.
You be in a
Wait,
bikini.
this
I'll
may be
dress
a
funny.
series.
Yeah, this could be it.
And we smoke weed because I've been wanting to do the podcast stoned, but my co-host is sober and like he's like.
If you're wondering what that sound is, it's some of the domestic terrorist organization members' employees. It's the landscapers.
So he never really.
They spend a good deal of time outside of my living room window today, but I don't have a problem
and I'm
with
like,
them.
I want to talk about
I feel bad for
Coke
their
stories in the '90s, like bring it on. But
for their
there's none of
association.
that,
It is actually crazy, especially because he's an SNL guy that he wasn't a druggie.
Hit in the back.
But he was so little and cute.
Yeah.
They must be having so much
I mean,
fun.
just
All of their
imagine
friends,
it.
by the way,
Imagine that Kim Jong-un and
50 years older
Osama
than
bin
you. Love
Laden were
that.
your employer.
Yeah. And then they're all in, they're probably all in New York right now.
Yes. I wanted to like go, and my friend
And
was
some
going to like
Patty
the after
Hearst.
party. She's like, come to the after. I'm like, who's your friend? This girl who's just like in the team.
Anyway, shout out again to the whistleblowers. You know you're out there.
I love
Remember,
no.
all of you were in good standing, as far as I know, since Valentine's Day night. So I speculate you're still in good standing today.
Yes, she was on my podcast. You have no idea. No, wait. I need a Stone podcast episode immediately.
Because, this is... So I always go on and off stuff too. So I'm like you, but so with drinking, I'm sober off alcohol.
Yeah, because once I booze, I go a little insane.
That is
That's my underline. I can't touch booze.
I will never ever drink alcohol again.
And if anybody's wondering on what the latest FBI brief was, it was that they expect that some of those people they're excited to abdicate from positions of power are going to do anything and everything that they can think of and recruit others to do all the way through June if they have their way. I repeat, all the way through June if they have their way. The FBI has not stated they're going to have their way.
No way to reject anyone.
Except Charlotte would.
But it is good to know.
I know.
Their
When
psychopathy
I stopped drinking, I was like, I never wanted
in
to
their
do
own
this
little minds
for
has an
the sober guy, 'cause I
expiration
was like,
date of
I need one of
through
us to do
June.
this. Like I can't have both of us remember
sober sex is so like when I started like the sobriety journey, I'm like sober sex is not for me, but then you get into it.
Yeah, it takes a sec. It's
It takes
awkward.
time.
It's like my first set that I like took in Montreal and everything was about that. Where I was like,
Really?
I was like, have you guys ever had like sex sober? It's like so ew.
Wait, I love
It's like
that.
you're there.
I want to
everything's
watch
wet.
that set.
It's cute. It's probably up somewhere. I think one of my only like full sets is from 2012.
Oh, I love
my
that.
manager does all my Instagram and stuff, and he always is posting. I'm like, okay, we've got to move past 2000. Like, if you keep posting these 2012 sets, I'm gonna lose
Wait,
my
I
mind.
love that.
It's cute, but the thing is, I know I'm a little kid in it. I know it's 2012, but it's sending out to all these people, so then people are like, I didn't know how to like hold the mic yet.
little
I was like
things.
nervous,
Little things.
But it's cute. That was a big step for me, I think, was starting to post those clips and just like honoring who I was when I first started comedy.
See, that's my biggest fear. I can't post a clip to save my fucking life.
Well, I think you're gonna know what clip you want to post.
Yeah.
Because it's how often are you performing a lot? Do you feel like super comfortable on stage?
Yes, I feel comfortable on stage. That's not the issue. It's just like
that's
doing the joke in the right way and making sure it's the da-da-da.
And you're not there to save it if people don't like it.
Yeah,
you know, like if I tell a joke and it doesn't land right, and I'm there, I'm like, I can, manipulate the audience into liking me again.
Exactly. But yeah, clips are hard.
Do you do crowd work? Crowd work?
Yeah, but I don't think I'm strong enough to really like, because sometimes I'll do it and then I'm the type of person who will then like say something. I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Like I was like hitting on this trans girl the other day, and then I didn't know how to like. I was like, you are like, she was like a guy, but then I was just like, you're so hot, but like.
So wait, it was male to female.
It was female to male.
I love me a trans boy.
She was hot, and I was like, yo, like, what's up?
Yeah.
But then you don't know if you're gonna say some weird trans thing in the moment.
It's really hard. It's an escape room of sorts.
Yeah. So, wait, what were we talking about before that?
Oh, Lord.
Your sobriety.
Our sobriety.
Our sobriety. Our
We're
journey.
both like too high to
Okay,
remember. What were we talking about?
No, but I definitely need.
Oh, I knew they smoked pot. I was wondering. I was looking at the Charlotte girl. Look at her eyes. Doesn't she look stoned? She looks stoned. Annie, I can't tell, but she does Adderall because she has ADD or whatever. So I'm with Joe Rogan. That's like the same thing as meth.
And the ache in Blake. Get ready to dice it up on Meet and Greet. Welcome to Meet and Greet, where the gossip is so tasty you can gobble it up. I'm Frances Meyer. You know me, a beloved child star who got canceled for saying nugget. I've burned all my biscuits in Hollywood, but I'm back and ready to spill all the baked beans. Today, we have a guest who is talk of the town.
Lively wants to sue Justin Baldoni. Harassment, inappropriate behavior. Taylor Swift taking a step back from Blake Lively, mocking and bullying Baldoni.
Justin Baldoni, thank you for being here.
No, thank you, Francis. Such a gift to be in your divine feminine presence.
You know, for a second, we thought you were Baldoni.
I thought so too for a second, but I prayed, I surrendered, and as taught in the Baha'i religion, I recorded everything.
And now it's time to see your co-star and alleged co-director. It's Blake Lively! Blake, is this the first time you've seen Justin since you had him hide in the basement at his premiere?
What is going on this new bit?
Do you know how hurtful that is for me? Oh, and by the way, stop looking at my boobs.
Annie Letterman had too much spare time.
I'm a breastfeeding mother.
She's starting with Hot Dog.
We're
doing a Hot Dog TV show in the middle.
That is so brave.
I totally support it. Look at the hot dog boobs, guys.
Where's my baby?
That is too good.
I don't know. Who gives a fuck? No one would ask a man that.
Blake, we gotta know. How are you gonna dig yourself out of this grave? Speaking of digs, you know I starred with Harrison Ford in Raiders of the Lost Ark? We actually had an orgy inside the Ark. Everyone was in blindfolds, masks, very eyes wide shut.
Can I just say something? Blake, when I showed you that picture of my baby coming out of my wife's vagina, and you told the press it was porn, that showed a lot of courage. It's not easy to admit that you have a crowning fetish.
Okay, well, you know what? You can't be mean to me anymore because I am trans. So I'm immune to any negative feedback, and you can drop your lawsuit, and anyone who doesn't like it is a transphobe who hates women. I mean, men.
You look good without tits, Blake. You look a lot like Ryan? Okay, fine, it's me. Deadpool. If you're here, where's Blake? I had to get rid of her, okay?
I feel like we're watching one of Annie Letterman's dreams. I feel like this is what she dreamt last night.
My soccer team, my mobile data plan that scams poor people.
Wow. Nothing more alpha than coming out here with the tiniest wiener anyone's ever seen. I just really admire you.
Thanks, Justin. It's hard to measure up against a big Italian sausage like yourself.
I'm getting my beard on you.
Well, that's enough twists and turns for one day. Bye! So I'd love to be in Deadpool 4. Guys, I am a health girly and I'm also a lazy girly. I don't want to cook, but I want to eat well. And it's so hard. Nice present. Okay, so this is what I was going to say. So I stopped. I was not smoking weed at all.
I support it. Excellent, Annie Letterman. I think that you stole that a little bit from the fucking podcast I watched before today. Earlier today, with that guy that I don't know, that's a comedian, Rick Glassman.
Wow,
his minstrel animation was hilarious.
I thought it was like a funny amount of money, and it was hilarious. And I would just say it to people.
But it's not quite a full theft because it was a hot dog,
yeah,
and it was
yeah.
also funny in a
And
totally
then,
different
you know, a
way.
couple years went by, and I was like,
Good call,
it's not
though.
like I've really like made like $1 million. So I'm like, what am I doing? And then, I started thinking about, well, I don't really want so much pressure on myself. Maybe if I start smoking weed, I'll make $100 million.
Yes.
But I don't know. I just wanted to stop like giving myself rules. And then,
I get too ruly sometimes.
And then I'm mad at myself.
Yeah, and then So you are able to smoke weed and do these ayahuasca trips.
Yeah,
and stuff like
ayahuasca.
that. Okay, great. Amazing.
I just try to like honor where I'm at. But with weed, I think it actually helped me a little bit because I was feeling really creatively blocked.
It does. It brings out my funny bone.
I got
so
funnier.
cheesy. It brings out my funny bone.
You just get a boner.
Yes, but I don't know. There's something about weed where when you're writing just a little hit there, and you're like, oh, all right, like.
It opened up my perspective a little bit. It just broadened it. Not that I don't think everyone should smoke weed. I think it also can get really bad. Deborah Giovanni, do you know her? She's a Canadian comedian.
Yes.
She goes, she told me she stopped smoking weed. And she said that she realized it felt like she was walking in mud when she smoked weed. And I was like, oh yeah. Because I would get too into it, and then it would kind of start affecting my ability.
and then it kind of makes you like, I'm the stoner who it just evens me out, and I'm normal. I'm like on Adderall when I'm still like it's like that. Like
wait, Adderall and weed together?
Great mix. I can't do Adderall with coming off it without smoking it.
Yeah.
When I come off Adderall, I need a joint immediately.
How much you taking? I just do 5 milligrams.
I chew just like tiny amount. I'm like a little chew.
We're so cute.
Yeah,
we're little Addy girls.
But tiny little chews.
RFK, I saw something where RFK wants to stop and get rid of Adderall and antidepressants. I'm like,
bitch, please.
I'm like, do not take antidepressants away from my fans, please.
Yeah.
Do not take antipsychotics away from my beautiful fans who I love, but
I've been on Lexapro since the 4th grade. That's not even a joke.
They used to put me on. They put me on. What was I on when I was little? Zoloft.
Zoloft.
When I was little, and then I just stopped. I don't take antidepressants now. I'm like, like, I can do it with breath work.
I don't take them. I've been on Lexapro for so long. I have to take like a crumb just for my
keep it back.
Just to keep my brain intact. But yeah, you can't take all people would just be committing left and right.
I know, but he was saying that he wants to do.
Would he bring out would he do like mushrooms and ketamine? And
I
then
think
like
it might be.
There has to be a different.
What I saw was Todd. Look this up. See, like he wanted to pitch reparenting programs, which I'm like, in theory, obviously that's let's go to Austin and go to Aubrey Marcus's like dancing naked cult or whatever, and let's do breath work with him. And I was like, but it's like. This is the whole world. This is all of America. All of America.
Yeah.
Like, how are you going to do that? But I don't even remember where I saw it, so it might have been
this is crazy. No, this is real.
The reparenting camp, though, I was like, that's hilarious. Can't find it. Are you quitting?
No, antidepressants harder to quit than heroin. Amen to that. I tried.
Sometimes when you take the heroin, it helps you.
Yes.
You got to take heroin. When was this, Bo?
Kennedy, 71, was a heroin user for more than a decade of his youth.
He's 71?
Gnarly.
Can we get someone that is under 70 and doesn't have a speech impediment involved in this?
Well, or our, master of health was a heroin user. That's pretty crazy.
He's very Hunter Biden.
Very.
He's been in recovery for 42 years.
I think he still dabbles here and there.
He's got to dabble.
He's totally hitting it.
He does look pretty good for 71.
Do you want to read his quote in his voice?
Let's hear it.
It's so hard to read.
Here we go.
Can you see it?
She's dyslexic, and I'm
it's all backwards.
I know people, including members of my family, who had much worse time. It's like it's so hard when he does it. Getting up as our eyes. Then they have it's too hard. Sorry.
There you go.
That was
Reading's
good.
a challenge.
That was good. Wait, but just because all your family members had a hard time getting off heroin doesn't mean Kennedy.
I know.
Jesus.
Also, that's funny that all of his family members are on both of those things.
Yeah, like me and my family couldn't get off heroin. Like, maybe let's not start with
I
that.
guess if everyone in my life got shot in the head, I would maybe be on heroin.
Yeah. That's funny.
My whole family shoots up. Some get shot up, and some shoot themselves up. But he it's very interesting. I just feel so weird about everyone in politics. Where I'm like, I like some things about you, and some of the things
I mean, I like some of his health stuff. But
yeah, you want someone that's going to be health conscious, but
Kennedy has made previous statements about his approach to recovery from addiction, promoting the concept of healing farms. What is
healing
that?
farm. That reminds me. Pull up one of those
Healing
videos.
farm.
Pull up one of those videos. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you know what I'm talking
What
about?
is it called?
I don't know.
I don't know what it's
I
called.
must have them saved. You've DM'd me. You've DM'd them to me.
Love how you humping the air.
Wait, where's he knows? He knows.
Video.
He knows what I'm talking about. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Found it?
Okay, this is what's it called?
Healing farm.
This is a healing farm.
Oh, they like have the orgasm. They like pull out the demons out of their pussy.
God's always sending me these.
Stop.
This is what he thinks when I go on my ayahuasca weekends. He's always like, where are you going? He thinks that's what's happening. No, I only have gay shamans. I refuse to have straight shamans.
No, you can't. You can't be doing that with that.
They lean in for a
Wait,
kiss.
why Orlando?
It just randomly happened that way. He
It's
travels
like the
everywhere.
last place I would
He
want to
travels
do
everywhere.
ayahuasca.
That's why I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be saying this because it's nobody would ever guess.
Yeah.
But no, he travels everywhere. He lives in another country and he travels all
Does he
over.
ever come here?
That's why I met him when he came here, yeah.
Okay, hit a girl up if he's in town.
Oh yeah. Or we can go home.
Yeah, that's true. That's
No,
the
have you
one.
done it yet?
That's the one drug I haven't really tried.
Medicine?
The one medicine. The one medicine. That one's not a drug. That one's not
RFK
a
would
drug.
be so mad at you if he heard
He'd
you
be
call it a
so
drug.
pissed.
If he heard you call ayahuasca a drug, you'd be
I
out of this
know.
country.
No, that's the only plant medicine I haven't gotten.
It's
into.
really
because of the throwing up and the thing. I don't want to like.
Are you a throw up phobia girl?
No, I used to be bulimic. So
Oh really?
Yeah.
But then you probably don't want to do it anymore. because
Yeah,
you did it so much.
I just.
Were you a bulimic when you were a kid or when you were older?
When I was modeling, I went through bulimia and then I went through gnarly anorexia, and now I'm just here.
The industry this woman.
It ruined me.
This
woman. And I'm trying.
And then they made you eat a hamburger in front of all of us. That was the least believable bite of a hamburger. I was like, she spit that out. I remember watching that out and being like, this fucking hot bitch did not swallow the bread.
No.
Maybe just the patty.
No, it was cold. They're like cold because they're painted. So like they like give you a spit bucket. They like, no, you can't.
See, that's like ayahuasca.
Yeah,
You're ready.
I'm ready. Well,
no, it's really the throw up in ayahuasca isn't like it's not regular throw up.
It's just kind of like a deep pitted.
Yeah.
It may feel good.
No, I want to throw up. If I didn't throw up, like I don't think I got the stuff out. That's how I feel. But after you purge, because it'll be something will come up. It's very weird. So it'll be like some issue with my mom, you know?
Yeah.
Will come up.
Okay.
And it'll come up in the form of I'll just be like laying there, like, you know, wherever I am in my head. And then I'll just realize like, oh my God, I'm so lonely. Like I want my mom to be here. Like, you know, I want my mom's help and all this stuff. And then I just realize that's like one of my big issues. And then I start crying because it's just like you get whatever the thing is.
Yeah.
Whatever this thing that's been hooking you, it's just shown to you exactly what it is. And you're just so aligned with it. And then so I would just start crying it out. Okay. And then I would purge it out. And then afterwards, you're just like so filled with like joy. And
I love that.
And then,
okay, I'm down with that.
Yeah, it's really cool. So it's not like when you're sick and you throw up.
Yeah.
When you're trying to fit into those 0 zeros.
Yeah. What up?
I threw up on purpose one time in college, and it was ice cream. It was delightful.
Yeah, purposefully.
I was like, this isn't for me.
Yeah. I was like the toothbrush and the purse girl.
For baby.
She went through it.
That's so hard.
Yeah, I think I still really battle with body dysmorphia. That's like my main thing. I can't watch myself back. That's what even with like that's why stand-up's really kind of challenging for me. It's like watching myself, hearing myself, looking at myself. Ugh.
Well, I know it doesn't help, but if you ever want a pep talk, I can tell you how hot you are.
Yeah, always.
I can tell you how smoking hot you are.
You're the
no, I know it's hard. It's very weird. It's like even if you're not in Hollywood, you're not in modeling. It's just hard to know what you are.
Totally. I think it's so many young girls I know struggle with it, or someone has some form of body dysmorphia in this day and age. Because everyone's Photoshop and
I know. But it's a little bit of a gift.
Yeah.
Photoshopping's a little bit of a gift.
I'm not gonna say I've never
Listen,
used
the
it.
face tuning's not a terrible thing
I'm gonna
that's ever happened to
Facetune
us.
this whole episode. And the funny thing is, I'm not joking. But yeah, no, I love the Facetune app. But yeah, I think we all kind of struggle with our own body dysmorphia.
Well, do you ever see, like, I just remember, because I gained a lot of weight over the pandemic, and then I went on Ozempic and lost it.
Oh, no way.
Take that from me.
Did you get like too skinny?
I started to be
Did you start
skinnier than
looking
I
like
needed to be.
Ozempic face?
I didn't get the Ozempic face.
Because you have such a beautiful face. I can't see you doing the...
Oh my God, guys. The ecstasy episode of our podcast is going to be really crazy.
Stop. Don't get me...
Molly one where we're just like...
Don't get me excited. That's my favorite
Molly.
choice. I'm in a big
Why would you
MDMA phase.
I can't imagine that you would love this thing that makes everything, the wind feel good.
Don't tease me with that episode.
Todd and I used to go on these sort of like party weekends with a bunch of our friends. We would go out to Death Valley.
Yeah.
And yeah, we would have a lot of fun.
I love MDMA.
It tastes so gross though.
Yeah,
See,
but it's so worth it.
The fun is it tastes nasty.
It's so good.
And then the next day, but when I was in college, we would have like ecstasy parties and we'd have a mattress down in the living room. But it was always because it was always like my one married friend trying to bang me. I'm like, guys, I'm not banging you. I'm not getting in the middle of this bullshit. You're gonna end up getting divorced. It's gonna be weird.
Yeah.
I don't want to know what your husband's dick looks like. I'm not interested.
I love it. It's truly.
We can have all our lollipops ready.
I'm just like grinding my teeth.
I know. I'm so like
I get so jolly.
Do you have TMJ?
Yeah, all that stuff.
I love that you're dyslexic. It's my favorite thing. Being LD is a special.
It's so sick.
It kind of is. So you got teased for being LD and for having double Ds?
Yeah.
Oh my
Slightly
God.
brain dead. And I was in all the I was in all the classes that did you go to a school where all like the slow classes were in not porta potties?
I know you're talking
trailers.
about, yeah. No,
all my classes were trailers.
My whole school was that.
Was just the trailer.
Yeah.
Okay.
My school was a house. It was a house.
Okay.
Todd, I did this outdoor show. It was actually so cute. It was for the prison firefighters, which I'm like, that's okay. I would like to see that Venmo go through. Tim Dillon was on it. He was being so funny. He's like, I love how how are you gonna get the money to these firefighters? He was just teasing all the kids. But I did this outdoor show.
Okay.
And I was talking about my high school, and Todd just goes, her high school looked like this. It was just a regular house. I go, it actually 100% looked like this. It was just a house.
Why was it a house?
It was just, I don't know, easier to bang us in. I don't know. We also didn't have
private. Was it public?
It was an alternative school. It was for like the bad kids and then the learning disabled kids. So I was a little bit in the middle.
Okay, I see that.
Yeah.
I see that. Interesting. Yeah, because there was like a school, and then like the other kids went these trailers.
And okay,
but hey, we made it out alive.
But were you in with people with a bunch of other stuff, or were you in like the?
There was just a public school that was horrible, so it was just like everyone was, like this.
I didn't learn to read for a very long time, and I don't know if I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't really think I can say I can read.
Yeah,
I don't think I can say honestly that I can read.
Yeah, I'm like when I have a script sent to me, I have to read it like 3 times.
I forgot you're an actress.
Yeah, I have to actually read.
Hard.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, oh.
You need to get them to send you the audiobook.
Yeah, I do. Well, there's this thing now with AI. You can put a script in the thing, and you can have like some sexy lady tell you the story.
That's cool. And then you can probably do that with running your lines too.
Yeah. Well, when I do lines, I just voice note it and then play it back. So there's always like a way around it. I think. For me, it just took me time figuring out how I learned stuff. Like when I first started acting, I was like, it was embarrassed. Like,
prompter is rough. I'm doing an award show. I'm like, can you guys send me the script now?
Yeah, you better memorize that now.
Oh my God, I'm like, scroll slower.
What's it for?
Let me find out. I don't know. I just said yes. I'm just trying to say yes to everything now.
That's where we're at.
Okay, 61st Annual CAS Awards.
CAS.
Let's look up what that is. I'm very honored to be a part of this.
You're stoked.
I've been dying to do this. I'm looking it up here. You can if you want to. let's see. It is. Yeah, you read it, Bo. I don't want to have to read.
CAS. You may want to do a little read up before you show up. just an idea.
Cinema Audio Society.
To celebrate and acknowledge the hard work and achievements of production and post-sound mixers.
I don't like that. I don't even like production sound. That's what you are, Todd. Oh my God, I'm going to give an award to my own husband.
You really are. These are people we need.
Wait, are you single or are you in a relationship?
I'm single.
You're single. I Googled you. I saw some of your exes.
Oh, bitch. No. Bitch, please. I have some of the I hands down have the world's worst taste in men. It's like a problem.
Your taste in men, this is what I'll say.
It's disgusting.
It matches what my taste in men was when I was like 15.
Yeah, like I was stuck there.
Like specific guys I had crushes on.
Yeah.
You dated.
The
actual people.
My last guy I was with for like 7 years, and like
I've seen him.
Yeah, cheated on, like not like a bad. But it's like, why do I keep picking
He had a
these?
neck tattoo.
Yeah, the neck tat.
It was hot. I mean, it was smoking hot.
Okay, no,
Maybe.
calm it down.
I didn't say. Let me say.
He looked like a fucking
Like
lizard.
tattoos. Honestly, I just saw tattoos.
He
I
looked
didn't
like
look at
a
his face.
lizard.
I didn't look at his face. I'm gonna be honest.
This bitch. He was hot. Shut the f up. He was smoking. Get the f out of here.
I honestly don't know. Hold on. Wait, I'm not. I can't. It's too hard for me. If I go, pull up the clip. You were in a lot of Daily Mail articles.
Oh, God, gross. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. But yeah, so now I'm like trying to like, you know, I'm obviously dating and like, you know.
Are you getting hit on that set? You must be just hit on so hard.
On where?
Set. On the movie set you're on.
Oh,
it's like every comedian.
Not like
they know better. They know better.
Yeah. And like
the ones that have probably already hit on you.
Yeah, like no.
I can see you with a nice little southern mullet guy, but it's you hanging out with a southern mullet guy that has a cute little booty. Once I told Theo, I was like, Theo, you're like a nice like fat ass, and he just went. He like looked at me so funny. I was like, Theo, it's a reality. It's a reality. I was just in where was I? Nebraska.
Okay.
And every guy that went up while I was talking to go to the bathroom had the fattest ass. I was like, what is going on? You guys have like hot girl butts.
I don't like guys with fat asses.
Sorry.
Do you like it? Like if a guy has a fat ass.
I like something that I go like, oh my God. Anything that makes me go like, oh my God, I like.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like anything that catches my attention, I like, whether it's like I've had guys with big noses where I'm like, oh, your nose is big. Like, I don't know. Something that's just like a thing I noticed.
Yeah. I like guys with like a cocaine addiction and like severe mommy issues.
Okay.
And
I heard the mommy issues are so rough. I know. There's like, you're like looking at them and you're going, what did your mom do to you?
Yeah. What was your mom? Yeah.
I remember this one guy whose mom was a stripper, and I was like, this isn't gonna work out.
It's not gonna work.
I'm gonna end up with several black eyes.
Yeah.
How did I have 5 black eyes and I only have 2 eyes?
How'd you score this one?
Oh, I found him in the basement. I reversed.
Were you on the apps
Lively,
and all that?
No. I mean, I was on Raya, but it was like.
How is that?
Did you go on Raya?
I went on for like a day, and I was like, "This is so
you would
awkward."
clean up. Well,
it was so uncomfortable. I'm like, if I'm meeting my person on here, that's just not right.
Also, it's. So if you guys don't know what Raya is, I feel like you probably do know what it is, but it's like you have to be invited in, and it's basically for entertainment business celebrities. But then they started putting agents on there and stuff, and you're like, I don't want to go.
It's just
I don't want to go on a
losers
date
on
with
like
someone
in front of private planes.
Yeah,
and, like,
I know.
And they're all full of shit. I don't know. My
What
friend
if I
put me
pulled
on
up my Raya and I was like, I wasn't. No, I like didn't fit on there. I like pictures of my drawings and stuff.
Yeah,
it's like fake abs.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. My girlfriend like made me the account and like did it for me, and I like went on it for like a few days, and
Like John Mayer DM'd me, and that was it.
Yeah, I was done.
No, but it's like it's sort of like.
Like, is anyone on there really looking for a relationship, or is it kind of just like
I'm trying to think of who met their significant other. I feel like I know some people.
There's a few people who have really like found
you
their
could just
person.
go through people's agents. Like if you are a famous person that wants to date another famous person, you just hit up their agent.
I'm not in that place anymore. I'm not as like relevant as I used to be. I'm very out of
Carl
the
Sr..
mix. I'm Carl Sr. I got all these like TikTok people stealing all my gigs.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh no, I thought you meant Joe. You were saying they're stealing your jokes.
No.
They can at this point. It's
Yes.
free. It's Wild
Truly.
West. You could just steal anyone's joke, and
Truly.
there's no one's holding anyone accountable anymore. I'm not even. I'm like, whatever. There was one guy that did one of my jokes that I'd done on Comedy Central.
Wait, no way.
And he did it exactly like me, where I'm like, I'm not saying it's the most like original idea, but it was like known in the comedy world that was my joke.
Okay. But
It was
see,
about
that's
tooth
sick.
flossing,
Like,
but it was
obviously,
my
everyone was
joke,
your joke.
And he didn't, and of course this went so fucking viral, and I'm like, that's my joke. Like, I did it on Comedy, it's been on TV.
Yeah.
And he didn't take it down. I was like, see, that's the weird thing, because if someone came to me when I was a new comic, if an established professional comedian came to me and was like, oh, I have that joke, I would be so embarrassed to take it down.
Yeah, like how embarrassing would that be if someone was like,
so embarrassing.
That's my joke. I would die.
I would die.
Just tell me that.
Die.
Yeah.
But then I was like, oh wait, things just aren't the way that they are.
No one gives a
you have the exact same tags and everything. Like, you obviously were watching Comedy Central, like old things or whatever, and it's fine.
What was it that you did on Comedy Central?
I did Adam Devine's House Party, which was like the premium blend of my generation. And then I just was always doing like random things with them, their digital stuff. And,
so are they done?
They kind of just play reruns of South Park.
Yeah, they're not like creating new content.
I think TV is just such a hard thing right now for everyone.
Yeah.
They just don't, no one has any, it's, like Comedy Central, they started doing their digital stuff, and then I think they were put behind a paywall. I think just no one knew what was going to happen when everything became streaming and stuff, and everyone made the wrong decisions.
Yeah.
Like CISO, remember CISO? They had like CISO for a second, where it was like this big.
Yeah.
And you couldn't put it on anywhere but your phone. You're like, okay, well, what if I did want to Chromecast it? And then, so they came out with just on your phone, because they were like, oh, and it made sense in their heads, right? They're like, okay, it'll just be on your phone because we're always at doctor's appointments. We're always on the run. We're always somewhere waiting. And that's when we're watching the stuff we need. And then the pandemic hit and everyone was watching TV.
Yeah.
And then you couldn't Chromecast it. So they're like, and now we're out of business immediately.
It's so weird.
But it's very, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like the funniest thing to come out of TV going down was Adam Ray was doing his Dr. Phil live, and he had Wayne Brady on, and they just improvised a song where they were just like singing about wanting TV to come back. And
it's so funny.
I don't know where these people, like, if you're gonna hire Wayne Brady, you got to give him millions of dollars a year for this contract.
Yeah.
Who's bringing that money?
Who's paying this?
Are people even like, how much commercials are probably like $50 now?
Yeah, I know. It's the whole industry's just gone to shit. It's all in like I think we're in a time now. It's like, and all people care about is the 30-second clip. But this, like, it's crazy.
But it's also exciting because then there's no gatekeepers. It's really the algorithm is the only gatekeeper.
Exactly.
And then just figuring that bitch out.
I know. I think you've figured it out.
I'm starting to.
No, you're there.
I broke a milestone on Instagram.
Let's
so I'm
hear
excited. Well, I was stuck at 297.
Okay.
For I don't know, 27 years, it feels like. I mean, literally.
It's funny how you get stuck.
Yeah, I was stuck for so long.
Okay, and you hit.
And then I just passed 300. It's not that much, but it's like, but you know what I mean? But it was just like movement. I'm like, I haven't had movement in a while.
Well, at least you're not in my situation. I had 2.3 million. I'm at 2.2.
Yeah. Oh, you poor thing.
So yeah, like as I've gotten into not like just showing like tip pics and like doing comedy stuff, I'm losing followers. When I post comedy, I get really bad feedback.
I know,
people only want it. They only want this kind of Charlotte, and I'm like, so it's hard. It's almost harder to like.
I know everything is No, I completely understand where it's like it's one thing.
Yeah.
I know you have to retrain people.
You really do, and all my fans are like middle America, like loser men. As I lose my whole. I love you guys so much. I miss you.
We were in Nebraska, and it was cute. It was such a cute little. We were in Norfolk, Nebraska.
Yeah.
We had to fly into Omaha and then drive almost 2 hours to get to this little town.
Okay.
And the guy that runs this club he's like a city council member, and
Yeah.
And there's he just knows it's just everyone there was like his friend. It was really cute.
Yeah.
It was actually so cute. Like by the end of it, I was like, I feel like warm and fuzzy. This
Yeah.
is so cute.
No, I love the Middle America.
But you're like, but I'm looking at them going, why do you live here? And then I'm like stressing over like my Instagram followers, and I'm like, oh, you chosen quite easier, probably more fulfilling path. Than trying to be famous.
Yeah. We have, and I have to kind of remind myself, we have definitely chosen like the hardest business in the freaking world.
You should remember why you're doing it. You know? And I always forget that.
We have to keep the delusion. You have to be delusional. You have to keep kind of just thinking it's all going to work out. And
that's why if I get stuck in like a set, if I get stuck in the same jokes for too long, I'm doing the same 15-minute set over and over again. I'm like, why am I taking up this time?
Yeah.
Why am I taking people's
attention? But that's probably a solid 15.
It's a good 15.
Yeah.
But I want to die. I'm like, I can't believe I'm saying the same thing again. But I'm always like, oh no, I have to be more creative. But it's fun to make people laugh. I also have this thing where I remembered recently so I graduated when I was 16 and I went to all these other countries. I talked about that. But when I was in Guatemala, I really loved Guatemala. I was there for, I don't know how long I was there, a month or something. And I didn't see any like people with special needs. And I was like, where are your special needs people? And I kept thinking, I was like, I want to do like an Easter Seals branch there or something there. So I was thinking about stuff like that. I'm like, oh, I got to get rich so I can
build out.
I can do shit like that.
Yeah.
Go out like George Michael. You can't tell people you do it though. You have to, if you want a George Michael, it has to be a secret until you die and then everyone finds out all the
Yeah.
You can't be like, look at what I've done.
Yeah.
I've come and I've saved all the special needs people in Guatemala.
I see this for us. I see us.
We can do something good.
I see us coming together and really saving some lives.
We can save some lives.
Just bring smiles on people's faces.
Meanwhile, it's just us letting like people with Down syndrome motorboat us.
honestly, sometimes my days when I go are just like giving them hugs and their heads go there for like a long time. But it's like I love it. I'm like get in there, like because they crave the human touch and they don't get
treat
that.
them normal. Yeah.
Some days I'm just like lay it on me.
Yeah, let's go. I'll be your little.
You know. I've let everyone else do it.
I know. Why would I stop with you?
Why stop there?
I had this one camper when I was working at Easter Seals who I would call them every Christmas, in between, because I would only see them in the summer. So I would call them on Christmas, wish them a Merry Christmas. Yeah. And he would always, when he was getting off the phone, you could tell his parents were around because I'd go, all right, Chris, I'll see you have a Merry Christmas. Say hi to your family.
Yeah.
And then right before he'd hang up, he'd go, I love you too. And I didn't say I love you. He just made it look like I'm trying to bang you in front of your family. But it was such a good move. He was so good. He had the moves.
A legend.
He was the best.
I like his style.
I know. I fear for him now. He had a degenerative thing. But hopefully he's okay. I'm in touch with one of my campers still.
That's amazing. No, but I think 2025 I see us doing a lot more. I want to.
Yeah, we should do some more stuff.
I should just put together a little day with the buds.
I would love
you and me
to.
and like figure an activity.
That would be so cute.
Let's do it.
I know it's so like it's
so awesome.
God, am I not always like I've got to do something? I have to work with special needs people again. People with special needs. I say it wrong.
I'll send you some dates and we'll like do a proper.
I can't get Mark at Best Buddies. I have been. Do I have to harass you to hang out?
Yeah, I'll hit him up.
Maybe he's so sweet.
He's the best. Yeah.
Everyone I met there was so cool.
We honored we did this thing where we honored Tom Brady, and because he's been in Best Buddies for a really long time. So we went down to Miami and like his buddy like honored him, and it was cute.
That's so cute.
Brady works with buds.
I like that. It's like we gotta honor this guy who never gets any glory.
Yeah, like this guy gets no attention
He gets
at all.
no attention.
So let's
Did he hit on you?
They sat me like next to like it was.
They were trying to matchmake. They were like, we need a Best Buddies couple. Oh wait, when you said that you date like the wrong type of guy, I just saw a thing on Instagram.
Tell me.
Where someone was saying the way to heal that is to start only being attracted to the way people treat you.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, for sure.
Hot. You're pretty hot.
No, but being attracted to like the way people make you feel, like how
because
you feel.
How sick are we that we're like you would keep going back to someone that's cheating on you. It's like
I was also in like a very verbally abusive relationship before too, and I'm like, obviously. I mean, hello. But like now, like if someone says like any little thing or like, I'm like, no, like red. Like I'm so aware of it now.
Have you ever like the first time you hook up with like a guy that's going to be your boyfriend and you're like, so you're like into each other, and then you like go to hook up, and then they're like, obviously they were in the craziest sexual relationship before you, and they're just so insane. I remember like I had a boyfriend the first time we had sex, he just started being like, calling me like slut whore, and I was like, no, this one's not for me.
Sexually,
he was so crazy. I'm like, I don't know what was going on with your ex-girlfriend, but no, I like sweetness.
Do you still have his number? Could I hang out? Like that turns me on.
I would never do that to you.
I'm kidding.
No, well, I mean, there are some, not, when I was like out hoeing,
yeah,
that's fun.
Yeah, we love.
I was like, oh my God, I'm going to live with you. I can't.
Yeah.
And he actually was so mean. He ended up being the meanest guy I've ever been with in my entire life.
That's not your person. But at the same time right now.
If I make Dad, he's like, you dirty slut. I'm like, what?
But at the same time right now, I'm really enjoying being single. I've never done it. Yeah. So it's like, I'm dating someone and like, it's nice. But at the same time, I'm like, I really just want to enjoy this single lifestyle.
And is John Lovitz trying to make it serious with you? Or?
Yes. Did you see him on SNL last night?
I didn't watch anything.
Yeah, you have to check it out. It was funny. They the way they had him was just like very hilarious. But
no, I was just watching Ryan Reynolds.
Oh yeah, you're very in on the. I know nothing about the Blake Lively stuff.
I know I keep dropping hits and you're not taking them.
Yeah, see, I don't. You're not gonna get me on that because I don't know anything about it. I just
stay
know.
out of it, honestly. Stay out of it because Todd, do you not wake up to this every day? The minute I wake up, I'm online. Like, what's new today? What's new? What's going on?
It's just boring to me.
I'm attracted to topics of toxic femininity. It feels good to have it.
That's
shown to people.
Because
you don't want to be the one. I never want to be like, hey, look, a lot of women have been the biggest to me in my entire life. Because I don't want to shit on women.
And I think that's why we hit it off. Because I think we both
real ones, bitch. Realize.
Exactly. But I think we've both been treated so horribly. Because I could have come up to you and you've been like, who's this bitch, or vice versa. Like we could have both but I think when you've been treated you're like
I'm just like desperate for anyone to be a real bitch.
Let's be real.
Let's just have a fun.
Be real,
please.
Well,
don't be mad at me.
Annie, you're the sickest.
You're the sickest. I was talking to my mom today. I feel like you were ending the podcast perfectly.
Yeah, was I just wrapping this up?
It was great.
I was just wrapping up your podcast.
I was like crying to my mom today. We're in Trader Joe's and I started just having.
We had a crying day.
I'm crying.
I love a cry day.
Like working out?
Yeah, amen.
And then I was like, I
everyday.
look at Todd and I go, just take the credit. You do the rest. I go, I have to call my mom, and I call my mom, and my mother wound's pretty.
I'm picking that up.
My mother wound's there.
I've picked that up.
My mother wound is okay. But my mom is like showing up. She's so cute now.
Oh, we love.
So I call her and I'm like, I'm worried about this or that, and she just goes, you know what my advice for you is? I go, what? She goes, I'm really proud of you. And I was like, oh, Mom, thank you.
But it's just sometimes just hearing that nice little thing.
I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be a comedian if you'd said that to me when I was little.
Yeah.
I'd probably have just like a normal job and be like a regular person.
But she's trying.
She's so sweet. Really it actually was all I needed to hear. Well, one time she wrote me, and I just got a card in the mail from her that just said, I was just thinking about you, my sweet girl. And she never called me sweet when I was little. So it was like, I needed to hear that. And now she always calls me
now you're getting all the.
So I try to just give that to everyone now. I'm like, I always tell people when they're sweet because I'm like, maybe they have the same thing I have.
Yeah.
Of feeling not sweet. Except Randy. Randy gets no sweetness.
Randy's the sickest.
Look how ugly.
I'm
Randy,
obsessed.
get your ugly ass.
I don't this was a very nice dog.
He's the cutest boy.
He's a really sweet dog.
No, he's loving.
So loving.
We were thinking about, because we flew in yesterday and Randy came with us.
Where were you?
We were in Nebraska.
Oh, okay.
So Randy was under the thing, and the minute the plane lands, I take him out because he cries on the landing. So I take him out and I put him in my arms, and I was thinking, that Delta flight that flipped over, did you see that today?
Oh, I can't see plane stuff.
Don't turn on the TV then.
I can't see that shit.
Don't
Is it bad?
TV,
An
bitch.
airplane
calling my
flipped over
family
is
again.
my worst.
No,
Just don't
I'm
even.
calling my family again. I never used to call. Like, I've traveled so much that I don't think to call.
Yeah, you
I'm
don't
calling
think
them and
twice.
go, bye guys, love you. Every time I fly now. Guys, just letting you know I love you. I'm
In
so
Delta?
lucky. But it flipped. It was fine. Everyone was okay. But I was thinking, and Todd always goes, do not take Randy out yet. I'm like, Todd, we're landed.
You put the dog in the overhead?
No, we put him underneath.
Oh, okay.
Underneath our chair. But
Okay.
but like I take him out so fast.
Yeah.
And so, but I was thinking they flipped like while they were landing. The wind blew it over, which I'm like, how heavy are these things? But what the fuck? They need more fat people in there. It's because they discriminate against overweight people. See?
Yeah.
You need to give overweight people free 2 seats so they can distribute the weight.
Interesting.
We're not on the same algorithm. You don't know what I'm talking about?
No,
You fly a lot?
Yeah. I fly a lot, so
Yeah, me too.
it would make me not fly.
I don't get nervous on planes.
I don't.
But
But
now
if
I'm
I
like, do
see
I have to
that,
be?
but if I
We
see
need
even
more
like
fat
the
people
door
on the
coming off and all that
planes
stuff,
to evenly distribute the weight.
no.
It's so. Also,
we
everyone's so mentally ill right now. I'm like
Yeah.
looking at everyone like, are you gonna be the one that's like makes us get zip tied and we gotta
Yeah.
land?
No.
But what I was gonna say is I had Randy in my arms. I'm like, if the thing would have been like Randy.
Yeah.
So
There
now I
goes
know I
the
gotta
dog.
keep him under the thing. Randy, I would never
Randy,
let
we
anyone
love.
hurt you.
Randy's so sweet.
I would never let.
So sweet.
Oh,
Oh, Rand.
I'm gonna sell you for money though. Is that okay? Do you think I could get like $100 for you? You look hurt. Can I get
He
$100
does.
for you?
Couple bucks.
I have $100, $5. Maybe they'll pay me. He's so cute.
Face. Look at that fight.
He's so cute. What was I gonna ask you? Oh God.
See? This is what I mean.
I know. And imagine if we're high.
We crush it together.
I know. We do have a good chemistry.
I'll
have
tell
to
you
do
this.
more stuff together.
I'll tell you this after when we're finished.
I'm actually very excited about our drug episodes. People, I am known as a sober comedian. I just want to be clear. I have always said I'm sober off alcohol.
Okay.
Okay. I've been on ketamine this whole time.
Yeah. We're just in a K-hole. You don't even know it.
I'm like, I could go to AA, but they would probably be like, what are you doing here?
Yeah. See, with me, with my years of dabbling, I have such a high tolerance. Like, I have to take so much to really feel anything.
That's where you got to take some time off.
Yeah, time off.
No, I do. I don't.
We'll
I
do the
don't do
break.
it that much right now.
Yeah.
I just go through phases. I try to
go
just
through phases.
when I become an addict of something, I quit it.
Yeah, same.
Well, I do it for like a couple months more.
Yeah.
I try to not sneak. If I'm sneaking, I always confess to Todd.
That's never, like, that's the thing. I never hide anything.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I'm at a point where I'm hiding shit,
If I'm hiding or boofing,
yeah,
that's when we know it's a problem. You know what boofing is when you put it up your ass?
Really? That's it?
Dude, if you've
If
never
I'm
tried a
shooting at my
turkey
ass,
baster and a 200
I'm hiding it.
to $250
That's what I-
bottle of
okay.
champagne up the butthole.
Those are my rules.
So I need to
You
quit.
can't say
Okay.
that you live.
Noted.
It's not. It doesn't work as well. It's actually not. It's just if your nose is clogged.
Boofing.
This was too fun.
I know. It was so good.
Too fun.
Wait, guys, we gotta go because I need to hear some hot
okay.
gossip
We're
that
cutting
you
out
can't know.
We're cutting out that whole part.
All right, what do you wanna plug? Your podcast with John.
Oh yeah, that we have no views on it. No one's watching it. We're not clipping stuff. We really got to get it going.
How many
So,
episodes have you done?
7.
7. I
Yeah.
can't believe. Was I your first guest?
Second.
Who was your first?
Dave.
Oh, amazing. Oh, I'm honored.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
He was like not letting us book any of these people, and I was like, I sent him to you like a million times. He's like, okay, I like Annie.
No, when I got there and he was like, have I met you before? And I was like, I'm not gonna survive.
No.
I threw myself at him. I was like,
he loved you.
no, I had so much fun.
We had
with you
so
guys.
much fun. We want you back immediately.
It was a really cool thing. But watch the podcast. It's hard. You just got to like figure out the
Yeah.
branding of it.
How long did it take you to find your group?
I'm still finding it. Very interesting.
Okay, so like it takes a moment.
Yeah, and I
Getting
still
there.
feel like I'm getting my groove. I don't know
Yeah.
how I'm doing it.
This isn't a good
I'm just
episode.
honored anyone's fucking watching. Thank you.
No, I'm gonna promote this more than my own podcast.
Well, you just gotta figure you just gotta
Because
figure it out.
I'm watching. Are we off?
Yeah.
I'm watching.
We can just end. Okay, bye guys. Love you.
I'm watching.
Anyone's gonna save the world, yeah. When everything's burning, their voices keep returning, bringing us together, making it all better. Anyone's a calling, catch us when we're falling. Turn the volume high, pushed us soar into the sky, and he was the way. Brighter every day.
Dude, this is AI singing. If you missed the episode, her boyfriend found some AI where he just entered in like some keywords and her name. Shows a pop rock song, and this is all AI that's singing. Is it amazing music shit? No, not at all, but it sounds better than most freaking girls when they're writing pop songs.
Anyone's gonna save the world, yeah.
And you know who wrote it, right? Stan's dad from South Park. Remember, he's Lord?
Catch us when we're falling. With every beat, every word, a revolution served from the world's every corner. We're getting stronger, stronger. Anyone's gonna save the world.
Not really, but I bet the software engineer that created the AI that did this probably has some stuff in the book.
Anyone's calling, catch us when we're falling.
Oh, Randy, how did you feel about today's episode? Was it good? Did you like it? Did you like it outside? Did you like it like a puppuccino? Puppuccino? Did you like a puppuccino? Did you like a puppuccino?
Anybody else watch those cute little videos where the little pugs and the French bulldogs get all pissed off because they don't get puppuccinos?
We have some new tour dates to announce. Bloomington, Indiana, on November 13th, the Indy University Auditorium. Columbus, Ohio, November 14th, at the Schottenstein Center. Champaign, Illinois, up there November 15th at the State Farm Center. And Grand Rapids, Michigan, on November 16th at the Van Andel Arena. We also have shows in Bend, Oregon,
I don't want to watch this
Spokane,
no offense to Bobby Lee.
Portland, Oregon, Vancouver in the Canada, Oklahoma City, North Rock, Springfield, and Kansas City.
I'll go back to this episode of Bert. No offense, but I'm not a huge fan of this Mark guy. I've heard his podcast too. I've never met him. I don't know him personally, but I don't find him to be funny. Obviously, the topic's kind of sad then about his dead girlfriend and whatnot. Okay. It's quiet in the terrorist cave at 2:50 p.m. Oh, Tom Green. Yay. I love Tom.
I want to let you know we've restocked all your favorites on the merch site. Everything is in stock. You can show up theovanstore.com. And thank you so much for the support.
I have some new tour.
Into, I've got these incredible animals, which are now videos and stuff.
Here outside of LA?
Just outside LA. And I love being out in the desert so much and just waking up in the morning with a cup of coffee and just looking at the sun coming up over the mountains and just the peacefulness of that. Yeah, it's out in the Mojave Desert.
Me too.
That was like the first day of the trip, I think, 4 years ago. And so then, I just decided to sell my house. I'd been in my house for 18 years. I sold my house and went back to Canada and bought a farm near where my parents live. And
Tom just got caught in a lie. He didn't decide to sell his house, everybody. I love Tom Green, and he got completely screwed over by Hollywood. He did that Freddie Got Fingered or whatever the fuck that was, and then basically got canceled from getting paid well. So he sold his house because he couldn't afford to keep his house. Real talk. Anyway, that being said, he's got a gorgeous property in Canada, man. I don't know why the fuck he didn't move up there sooner.
4 years went by, but yesterday was
having
the
a
first day
farm,
back in Los Angeles.
way better.
In the van, we drove back down in the van. So
having a house in LA with a pool.
Who you just met. I have a fiance now. Went back to Canada.
He's engaged. Cute.
Yeah, good choice.
And we came back in the van.
Congrats.
And just drove into town yesterday, and it's pretty weird because it's like it feels like nothing's really. It kind of makes you think about time. Time is weird, because I went away for 4 years, and then you come back, and I drove past my house that I lived in for almost 20 years, and now I'm staying in a hotel right down across from where the house is. I can actually see the house from the hotel room. I sort of did that on purpose because I thought it would be weird, and I'm going to this. I went to Arts Deli. I lived sort of in Studio City area here. And I went to Arts Deli and got my same pastrami sandwich and my chicken noodle soup.
So hungry.
And I've been going to some of the same restaurants.
Just like my
here
cat,
for a day,
for something that's delicious.
It doesn't feel like
tired of
it's
fucking
been 4
lentils.
years. It feels like I'm driving here. Today I was
And
sort of
Star Wars
almost
waffles.
forgot that I didn't live here anymore. I kept thinking, I'll go back to my house after. Oh, right, I don't live here anymore. So that's a strange thing. But on the flip side, in the last 4 years, I've got a farm, which I've now really settled into. I've got these incredible animals, which I'm really bonded with. This mule and this donkey and 2 horses and chickens, and it's just like it's sort of been an incredible journey the last 4 years. So yeah, it's been cool.
Was it something that you always wanted to have? You feel like a farm? I guess every human kind of maybe feels something like that. I'm going to get a little bit of land. I'm going to get some animals. Was it that, or was it?
No, it's weird because I never really imagined having a mule. And riding a mule every day. I didn't grow up with that. I grew up in the suburbs of Ottawa, Canada. I'm outside of Ottawa, but
and a mule's kind of like the El Camino of horses in a way.
Yeah.
It's very much the, you know what I'm saying? It's not me saying, hey, I'm going to get a horse. It's like, I'm going to get a mule.
Yeah. I sort of thought initially it would be kind of funny, and then the mule I happened to find Fanny is her name, and she's this beautiful mule. She's this huge animal, and that's Kia, the donkey, in the background, and so it's just become this sort of amazing change. But yeah, I initially I didn't really thought of necessarily getting a farm with a mule and all this stuff, but I wanted to get a place that was kind of in nature, really was. And then the farm happened to have these old barns on it, and I thought it'd be kind of cool to get a mule in those barns. So I now am very much loving life up there. I get up in the morning and I saddle her up and ride off into the wilderness. It's pretty cool.
Really? So does it? And that's never something that you wanted. That was never like a thing of your whole life. Like, I want to have this thing. It just.
He's always been a nature boy, so he's kind of lying. He's definitely the type that goes camping and fly fishing. He knows how to do everything outdoors.
I mean, it just kind of. I know every once in a while, sometimes when an idea pops into your head and then you just go with it, and then all of a sudden you've done it. This is like that, except it sort of occurred to me afterwards. As I was doing, I was realizing, I'm going to have this mule for the rest of my life. Like donkeys live to be up to 40, 50 years old.
God,
Wow,
really?
He is only 3, so it's a lifelong commitment, and
the donkey could live after you.
Absolutely, she probably will. But I think maybe I was looking for something that would kind of ground me and give me that home base that I needed. This is the first time I've ever lived somewhere where I know I'm going to be there for the rest of my life.
Wow.
I'm planting trees.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, in 20 years, these trees are going to be bigger, and I'm kind of sort of plotting out things that way. And
that's interesting. I can totally relate with that and what you're saying about LA. LA just feels like this kind of, it's almost like LA doesn't have a memory in it. It feels like, I don't know, other places, I think, especially if it's a place that's a little more grounded, it feels maybe more meaningful for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. I moved here when I was 28. I think it was 28 or 29 when I moved to LA. I'm 53 now. And I loved it. I had a great time here. I wasn't leaving LA because I didn't, like LA or anything. It was more I wanted to be close to my parents, and they're still doing good, and I want to be close to family and stuff. But yeah, it is a unique place for sure. People come here from all over the world to pursue their dreams, and there's sort of a energy there that's exciting. But as I got a little older, I left when I was 50, and not married, no kids. COVID happened. I'd been in my house for 18 years. The real estate market went up. I was like, oh, maybe I should sell it now, as opposed to 5 years ago I wouldn't have wanted to. So there was a moment in time. Maybe I'll sell this place, that I've been living in for 20 years, waiting for the right moment to feel like it was time to go. And because I don't know, I kind of felt like I wanted to be back where I grew up. You're not from here either, so there's something very sort of I guess deep that you feel when you're home. I'm sure where you're from, Tennessee.
I'm from Louisiana. I live in Tennessee now.
Louisiana.
But it gives you there's a sense of like that you've been out of your soil for a long time. You know, that you've kind of,
like when you go back to Louisiana, you must feel like, now I'm at home, right? This home.
Oh, there's definitely a ton of nostalgia that I love. I think it makes sense that a part of you wants to kind of go back where you came into the world at, or be there. To see people that care about me.
Yeah.
See people that I care about. Wonder if you've gotten enough of the adventure out of your system in some ways. You can still have the adventure, but just have it from there, you know?
Yeah.
And I think also the part, like you're saying about this is the first time you'd ever like planted plants. You're like, I'll see these. I've always felt like my life was very transient. Like I was just passing by. I've never been the type of guy to get like a lot of furniture or artwork or anything. I'm always just like, I don't know how long I'm going to be here. And it's always, and here I am in my 40s, and it's still like, I still kind of operate like that. But at a certain point, it's like, yeah, you want something that's a little bit more settling. And if you found a fiance, I'm sure that kind of helped a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Amanda's here. It's her first time in Los Angeles.
Nice. At least you get to be a host and a tour guide. That's kind of nice.
Showing around my old hometown, my new old hometown. Yeah.
Yeah, and a camper too, dude. What was that about?
Yeah, so that's been pretty wild. It's so like, because when I got this van, I kind of got pretty good at it, like going to really remote places in the American Southwest, particularly like in New Mexico, Utah.
Zion? You go to Zion?
Yeah, I went to Zion. I didn't camp in Zion, but like there's this other kind of land called BLM land. It's Bureau of Land Management land that is basically all of the desert and land that is owned by the U.S. government. It's managed by the Bureau of Land Management, and they'll cut roads into the desert, and they'll put sort of campsite areas with fire pits and stuff. They kind of keep it somewhat organized so that people don't go driving all around the desert and trash in the desert. They have these roads and stuff. So you can I got this app. It's called DYRT, D-Y-R-T. It's basically an app that gives you all the different locations of these sort of really obscure places that are not even in national parks or anything.
DYRT?
Yeah. And so it kind of like you find stuff that is just unbelievable. like, I sort of can't stop talking about it to people that don't know about it. But like, I mean, you may know about Chaco Canyon, but I'd never heard of it before. It's in New Mexico, and in fact, if you go to my last YouTube video on my YouTube channel, that's the video I shot a couple of days ago, and you can scroll down to like the second video. Go to the second video. This is Chaco Canyon. So this is like Native American ruins that are essentially like built in the year 875. It's like, and it's like this, it's a city, it's like a city in the desert. And it's just out there in the middle of northern New Mexico. This is Amanda, my fiance, Amanda. And yeah, I think so. And we're just going around making these videos, but you'll see, like, look at this place. So it's like, everyone always talks about Machu Picchu in Peru, and they talk about all these incredible things in, ancient, places. But like the fact that you can just drive out of Albuquerque, drive north of Albuquerque.
Wow, this is there?
Yeah, this is there, and it's really remote. Like it's on the Navajo Nation land. And so we just were out there camping for 4 nights and exploring and hiking off into this beautiful desert and
getting some good rest out there. Do you get good rest when you're out on the road?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
God, that's nice.
It's nice. It's quiet.
That's the tough thing to get, man.
Just cooking on the campfire and it's just been fun. And I enjoy photography, And
you're shooting this really, really well.
Yeah, I got sort of lots of different cameras and stuff, and I like to kind of do that. So there's something about shooting out in the desert that's just so beautiful because you have these long horizons and big open spaces. And there's an energy there that is just something that's hard to put your finger on. But it just I always kind of I never really kind of really maybe didn't even believe in that when I was younger. When people would talk about the energy and Sedona's got this energy.
Yeah.
All I'm not about to eat me together over day. Ooh. Hey, good buddy, come on in. The water's fine. Hell no. All I'm not about to eat me together over day.
Ooh. Yeah, you'll meet a lot of women. You're like, I know.
Hey, good buddy, come on in.
The water's fine.
Hell no.
I just think you meet a lot of women who are very specific things for a lot of people have said, but a lot of women are
The FBI Orca Pod in full effect, you dum-dums.
People who are into that sort of thing. I think the natives, it always feels to me like the natives are probably so more in touch with the earth and locked in the feeling of like the best places to be. That's why they love to be the Dakotas and the Black Hills and stuff like that. To be able to go to one of those
hell no. All I'm not about to eat me together over
just looking for souls to pass through,
Yeah, what you just said is like really interesting. Because I was talking about
the water's fine.
hell no.
This thing called intuitive archaeology. They go, there's still stuff out in the desert that people haven't even found.
Hey, good buddy, come on in.
So they go into these canyons
hell no.
looking for
eat me
signs of
together
ancient settlements and stuff. And they're sort of taught to intuitive archaeology. If you're in a place that feels like it would be a nice place to have lived.
The domestic terrorists think they're being smart and smooth in their attempts to perpetrate more domestic terrorism. They've rigged it so every time that I open any sort of video from any sort of platform on the Google web browser, it automatically initiates to attempt to terminate my live.
Something out there. I don't know. I was talking about
3:06
this
p.m.
friend the other day too. Like, you ever go in like an old comedy
Remember,
club?
it'll only be allowed if it provides evidentiary value in your domestic terrorist organization's prosecution.
Comics from back in the 70s and 80s, and it's that club's been there forever, and you kind of feel the energy of you see a lot of comics that have passed away on the wall, and you say, oh my God, Sam Kinison performed here,
Oh, now they're stopping the podcast.
Feel that
Hey,
of
the
performance in the
FBI
room, you know?
Orca pod is in full effect.
So
Spotted in
well,
Everett.
that's from 40 years
Playing
ago
hacky
or
sack
whatever,
with
but
some
now you take it
seals.
back to the year 875. You're up in the desert. And this place, Chaco Canyon, was a whole society, as like where they did trading, and people came from all over North America there. And so I do enjoy it quite a bit.
And is that something that you and your fiance have kind of something you've really? Is that something you guys have found you like doing together? I mean,
so
because you go camping, a lot of people would end up getting separated. Usually, I feel like
this is her first time actually really coming throughout a lot of the United States too. So she's from Canada and hasn't been out of the desert before. So, but she's we're having fun. You know, we're having fun out there. But it's we just have, this is our first trip doing this, so it's been cool.
Was it scary to get engaged? Because you've been married before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, briefly. Yeah, I was briefly married. Yeah,
and then
it was a long time ago too. Yeah.
And you hadn't been married since, though.
No.
Okay,
it's first time engaged since. It was not scary because
that was Drew Barrymore, right? It's 27 in this early 2000s.
Love Drew.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love Drew.
But no, it wasn't scary because Amanda's amazing.
She's like Adam Sandler, everybody. Drew Barrymore, exactly how you imagine that she would be.
This was the thing to do. This had to be done.
So that feels like the hard decision. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, yeah, I would like to get married, and I'm just thinking, like, man, that day when you're like, all right, I guess I'm gonna get married today. That sounds crazy when I say that out loud.
You're a young guy too.
To think that
there was a lot of things that happened that I don't know if you want to talk about. I'm talking a lot about energy, but coincidences and synchronicity and things like this. I moved back to Canada, and I have a pond on my property, and in the winter it freezes over, and I shoveled the snow off the pond, and I was playing hockey on the pond, like skating, playing hockey on the pond. Shot a video of that and put it up on the social medias. There we go.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, here we are out of the pond. Wow, you got a fast guy on the draw out there on the. I literally just said that, and he instantly found. Yeah, we're drilling a hole in the pond here, and that's so that we can pump the water out of that back on top of the pond and give it a nice smooth, icy. That's my friend Ryan.
Oh wait, so what are you using here to do this? This is
just a little sort of a. Kind of some sort of a ice auger of some sort.
Okay, so you take the whole and then you.
Then we got a pump. We can stick a fire hose down in there, and we pump water out of it. We pump it up on top of the ice, and just basically flood the ice, and then it freezes because at night, and then we get some nice smooth ice out there.
How long does that process take?
Just a day. This just took a day. The next morning was completely frozen. But then you get 2 feet of snow, and then you got to do it all over again. But which kind of puts a damper on it.
Wow, this is so cool. So that right there that you're on is a lake.
It's a pond. It's a pond, yeah.
Okay, so that's a pond. There's the dock. So usually it's water.
Yeah. It's
right now you cut the holes. You're pumping the water out of the pond onto the top of the ice, which is on the top of the pond.
Yeah, and then it's cold. It's below zero. So then the next morning it was pretty much ready to. Now normally you would shovel it off first, but we're kind of a little lazy about that, I guess, and we just flooded it instead. Which it ended up working out fine, but probably would have been better if we shoveled it off first. But that seems like that would have been a lot of work.
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
Yeah, but there you go. See, and then so we were doing this, and then I was shooting these videos playing hockey. There we go.
This is the next day.
Yeah, it's like probably the next day.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So this is a common practice in Canada.
Well, if you have a pond, I mean, those are the barns in the background. That's my house up there behind there, and. So, we used to do it in my backyard when I was a kid. Like we used to flood the backyard, and
Gretzky talked about that.
Right?
When he was on it, he talked about flooding his backyard.
That's cool. Yeah,
pretty
that's
cool.
Amazing. The great one.
Yeah.
So
I saw him at the inauguration. He lost a tooth.
Okay.
It fell
at the
out.
inauguration. He lost a tooth.
Yeah, I chipped my tooth, and I walked up to him. I was like, "Man, I chipped my tooth," and he's like, "Oh yeah," and he showed me this, and he freaking lost one. Him and his wife were looking for it on the ground.
Oh, okay, but it had been knocked out previously in a hockey game of some sort.
Something. I think. Yeah,
you didn't get punched out at the inauguration.
No, I think he could have been shocked by some things he saw, and maybe that took it out. But yeah, he was just missing a grill piece at the inauguration. It was just pretty bizarre.
Man, that's cool.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's amazing. So these are the types of things you're spending time doing up there. You really document it really beautifully. And a lot of that doesn't even have a lot of audio with it. It's really just seeing. I've noticed this in some of your videos. It's just kind of seeing what's going on.
Yeah. I kind of like to just kind of do these sort of ambient sort of things to kind of bring you into a certain place. I like it's sort of like I like photography. This is just doing it with video and being there. But after I posted that video, Amanda, my fiance, she saw it and she sent me a message on Instagram. This is how we met, and it was a video of a Zamboni, a do-it-yourself Zamboni, which is what a Zamboni is what you use to clean off the ice in a hockey rink, right? Yeah. And so it was this homemade one, and I just started talking to her because I thought it was a funny thing to send, and turns out we went to the same elementary school, and it was just sort of it was just went from there. So
cool, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, man. So
did you meet your parents yet or no?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You did.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Were your parents happy to have you back home? What was that like?
Yeah, no, they are for sure. Yeah, no hesitation. They were excited for me to come home. Believe it or not, because sometimes people wonder, because I used to do a lot of pranks on them. Do they still talk to you? But my parents, we were always very close. Even when I was doing my show on MTV and doing pranks on them and annoying them with the video camera, they would sort of laugh afterwards, and we've always had a very close relationship. They're actually in my new show on Prime. It's sort of about me moving home.
Okay.
Show's about me moving home.
That's not the I Got a Mule. That's not that, is it?
Yeah, that's my stand-up special.
Okay, that's a stand-up special. That's on Prime as well right now.
Yeah. And there's a documentary on Prime, and then the show called Tom Green Country, and sort of about me settling in at the farm, and they're hilarious. I mean, they really make the show. Like, there's something about their sense of humor is they're kind of razzing me in the new show more than me pulling pranks on them. I don't do that anymore.
Kind of full circle.
They've retired from being pranked.
From being a victim?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or you're looking to get into crypto, then I've got the right thing for you. Introducing MoonPay, the easiest way to buy or sell crypto using the payment methods you already feel comfortable with. Credit card, debit, PayPal, and even Venmo. Crypto's been on a tear recently, and if you're thinking about diving into that digital treasure chest, MoonPay has got your back. You guys know that I've been out on crypto over the years, in and out, and one of the things that's brought me back in has been MoonPay. I like the ease of it. Using MoonPay's app is simpler than a one-string guitar, and it's available on iPhone and Android, so you can always have MoonPay in your pocket. Track your favorite crypto with MoonPay's custom watch list, whether it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, XRP, or something more exotic. You might be wondering, is MoonPay safe? Well, their security is like Fort Knox, and their support team, they're like your personal crypto bodyguards, available all day, every day. So if you're looking to get into crypto, there's no better place than MoonPay. Head over to moonpay.com/Theo, or you can access them in any of your favorite crypto wallets. MoonPay, that's where I'll be. I'm ready to optimize my nutrition this year. That is the truth. And Factor is going to help. Factor has chef-made gourmet meals that make eating, well, easy. They're dietitian approved and ready to heat and eat in 2 minutes, so you can fuel right and feel great. No matter what life throws at you, Factor arrives fresh and fully prepared, perfect for any active, busy lifestyle. With 40 options across 8 dietary preferences on the menu each week, it's easy to pick meals tailored to your goals. Choose from preferences like Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, or Keto. And one of my favorite recent meals is Smoky Gouda Chicken. Eat smart with Factor. Get started at factormeals.com/factorpodcast and use code FACTORPODCAST to get 50% off your first box plus free shipping. That's code FACTORPODCAST at factormeals.com/FACTOR podcast to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. When you look back on it, do you ever able to figure out a reason why you liked to record things, or like what you got out of, like, you know, as we get older, you kind of start to get a little bit of a overview kind of ourselves, even, you know, in the world, maybe a little bit of an idea of what we have been doing in the world. You ever able to figure any of that out, kind of like the reasoning behind some of it, like why you liked capturing things, or why you liked like pulling the wool over people's, or, you know?
Yeah, I think there was kind of a few layers to that for sure. And that's a cool question. It's a great question because, like, one thing was we never really had, you know, a video camera, or when I grew up in the '80s, so we didn't have a video camera or even a film camera. We didn't even take a lot of photos. And, you know, that was kind of expensive. You know, people that had a video camera, they had, like, you know, a lot of money. They had a video camera. We never had a video camera, you know. And so when all of a sudden they became somewhat attainable, you know, I would sort of sign one out at school. And I found that it was kind of first of all, I loved comedy. So I loved, you know, David Letterman. I loved watching him go out in the street and, you know, do stuff. And I loved, you know, Monty Python and, you know, just SCTV. And I just loved comedy. I was doing stand-up comedy in Ottawa when I was 16 years old. And, like, would go down to watch, you know, Norm Macdonald, you know, when he was in his 20s, you know, and I was just like, it was sort of this amazing thing. And I somehow had this sort of feeling that if I could just get a video camera and go film stuff, that, you know, maybe I could, you know, make a show or whatever. But there's also a skateboarder, you know, and that was sort of skateboarding videos where, holy shit, look at this. This is amazing. How did you find that so fast? Yeah, there me at 16 years old. Yucks.
Yeah.
How did you find that so fast? I don't even know how. You must have had that in advance. That is unbelievable. Is there some sort of weird algorithm here or something like that?
I don't know if they did or not, but yeah, it looks great. Wow. Yeah, it looks so.
Yeah, look at that microphone too. It's like, I don't know, they didn't even use the right microphone back then. But I just I don't know. I often kind of like think there's something about, like, I don't know. I think I've always been really afraid of the concept of, like, being dead, you know, like being gone, and like there being no sort of, you know, recollection of anything that you've ever done, right? Yeah. And I always found it interesting to just kind of document things and just record things, and that'll be there, you know, in some electronic way, floating around there forever. And it sort of feels in a little way like kind of like sort of a weird kind of immortality in a way, you know. I think that's kind of what fascinates me about these ruins in the desert too. Like, these people came and built these things in the year 875, and now I'm walking through, looking at it, filming it, talking about it with you. And so they're kind of, in a way, kind of remembered, you know.
Yeah.
And then there was also just kind of the blatant, you know, when I was younger, I was quite a bit different than I am now. I think I've calmed down quite a bit. Like, when I was younger, I really always needed to be kind of like, you know, the center of attention, the class clown, move around a lot. He was weird as a kid. So to me, it seemed like a really good way of just kind of, you know, documenting all of this silliness, you know, and I loved it. You know, I loved filming stuff and showing it to people at school. And it was,
you captured so much. You were one of the first people really to just capture shit and just show it to people, kind of, and, you know, like, kind of like, not shit, but I mean, just cat.
Yeah, you know, shit for sure. Yeah, but actual shit was involved quite a bit.
Yeah,
too.
Yeah. We're gonna capture shit and show it to you.
Yeah,
like, what do you mean? Like, this is what we mean. And I can totally relate to what you said about, dude. I used to, when I was, I guess, probably starting around 20 to probably 28, I would make postcards and I would send them to my kids that weren't even born yet. Like, whenever I was traveling somewhere, I would send them, I would make them out to my kids. I just wanted my kids to know that I needed there to be some record that I, like, cared about my children, even though they weren't here yet.
Wow.
Like, which is kind of a crazy thing, but it made
cool.
me think about what you're saying. Like, and I would scrapbook, I would save things. Like, I just wanted there to be like some proof that I felt something in the world and that I existed, right? I think I just didn't, I don't know if I just didn't have a lot of that, like, or I needed an insane amount of proof, and so that's why I did it. But yeah, I could definitely relate to that, to wanting to have some timeline.
Yeah.
So I, just in case time ever showed up and said, "Hey, were you here?" I could be, well,
yeah,
yes, here I was.
Yeah,
I could show you my homework, kind of, or something.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can relate to that, because I talk a little bit in my stand-up special about not having kids, and I sometimes think it's kind of a bit of a message to my future children that that I'm aware that I haven't had them yet, and so I totally understand what you're saying about that. It's yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing, because like 20 years ago, nobody had, definitely 30 years ago, nobody had video cameras really like they do now. But now everybody with their phones, everything documented. It's so normal now. But I just put this documentary up on Prime, it's called "This Is the Tom Green Documentary." It's sort of a play on my old theme song of my show. "This Is the Tom Green Show" was the song, right?
Yeah.
So I went through like thousands of hours of video. I'm going back looking at 17-year-old me running around doing stuff, and it was actually kind of a pretty somewhat terrifying experience, actually, because it was like this opportunity to kind of tell the story of everything that happened with my show and everything that happened with my experience here in LA, and I wanted to kind of tell the story right, and I've got so much video, and combing through all of it was at times somewhat kind of like I would be looking at myself like I'm looking at a completely different person, and I can't even believe I'm finding things I don't even remember happening, and I'm looking at things that are just so completely bonkers and silly and ridiculous. And I'm like, whoa! Sometimes I couldn't look at the TV. I'm like, oh, what was I doing?
That's how you made us feel.
Yeah, exactly. I was doing it to myself 20 years, 30 years later. And no, I wouldn't recommend it to anybody to go make a documentary about yourself. Definitely hire somebody to do that and never watch it. But no, it was fun because I wanted to tell the story the right way. But it was also kind of very surreal. But
was it hard to be true to yourself, making your own documentary? And no one should probably make your documentary except for you, because you're one of the rare cases, it feels like, that has documented themselves so much. You know, like. And I don't even know if I don't know if it seemed like an egotistical way. I don't think it ever came across like that of your footage. It just came across that you wanted to have control over of yourself. You wanted to put yourself out there. But was it hard to make a documentary and not want to make yourself the hero or something? Or I've never made a documentary before.
Yeah.
Or was there any of that in it? Or how do I make this?
Yeah. It's like the first scene of the documentary, I'm sitting with my mother, and she actually says, "Are you really supposed to direct a documentary about yourself? I mean, can't you kind of whitewash that a little bit? Are you going to do that?" "Yeah, I'm going to do that." So, but honestly, I wanted to be, I did not want to completely put a false story out there. So I think the hardest part was trying to figure out how to not be too self-deprecating, because you think, when you get to my age, you look back and you think, oh my God, I wish I hadn't done that, or I wish I hadn't done that, or I shouldn't have said that, or shouldn't have done that. And I have a lot of those things, right? They're constantly rattling around in my head, and you start to think like, man, maybe this is a good way for me to go and just apologize for everything that I perceived that I've done wrong in my life, right? And then you have to kind of take a step back and go, well, wait a minute, that might just be in my head, So I spent a lot of time talking to a lot of people about, people that I know, people I'm close with, about the story of, really it's the story of the show, and takes us through the story of kind of creating the show, and then building, before the show with my music, and then after the show with building a sort of a web TV studio, right, here in Los Angeles, and it's sort of a telling of that story. But then I wanted to talk, a bit about some of the, personal sort of, things that I went through. I had cancer when I was on MTV, and talked about that. I made this movie, Freddie Got Fingered, which was, not critically completely embraced. So it's like I wanted to explain myself a bit, but then at the same time, there's a lot of people now that like the movie, believe it or not. So I didn't want to completely
and hate the critics now.
Yeah. So it's sort of like it was a very tricky balancing act. And then on top of that, there's just so much footage and so many weird little funny clips that only I know are the ones that people like or people have or haven't seen. And I kind of wanted to make sense of that all and piece it all together. I don't think anyone else would have been able to find it all,
Yeah.
So, but
was there a project that you kind of wanted to do over the years that you didn't really nail, or something that didn't happen? Was there something, because you've just done so much stuff?
I mean, it's interesting because, like, in fact, that's part of what the documentary is about. Because, like, when I was got into making the show when I was growing up, all I could even imagine myself doing was I wanted to be a talk show host. I wanted to do basically a show like David Letterman, right? Have guests on, and then I go out in the street and be a nutcase, do goofy stuff, right? And I got to do that, a few times over the years. And when those shows go away, initially when that happened, that was back in the day of MTV. The first show I stopped when I got sick, so it didn't actually get canceled, the Tom Green show. But then when I did a nightly show. It kind of, when it kind of got canceled, I was thinking, oh my gosh, this is the worst thing that could ever happen to me, that I could ever imagine, that I'm not going to be able to do a nightly talk show. Like this just was like, This was devastating me, And as time marches on and I look at all the things that I've done instead, into touring, doing stand-up or moving back to the farm and everything in between, I kind of realized, man, I'm kind of glad that actually didn't work out, because if that show had been a big hit, then I would have been going down to the same studio every night for the last 30 years, and I wouldn't have gotten to do all these other things, So Freddie Got Fingered, of course, was a idiotic movie, purposefully so.
Yeah. Did you guys make that yourselves?
Yeah, I wrote it with my friend Derek, and I directed it.
You did? Was it your first time you'd ever directed a movie?
It was, yeah.
Wow.
It was, but we had a budget. It was 20th Century Fox. We had, because the show was doing good on MTV, so they
the
they
female
let me direct
domestic
it,
terrorist
let me do that,
upstairs thinks,
which was
see, it's going to work.
mistake,
Next
but no,
time we're going to terminate
and
and
we really
prevent
pushed it
new
to make
ones
it
from
like
initiating.
we were in our 20s,
And
so
all I can say is,
the idea
my
was,
God,
this
if
is
I
the
have to deal with this shit every single
literally,
day
we
until
actually
you
believe that.
imbeciles
We
are
have to do something
detained,
like
I'm
that,
going to send in the
And,
next legal filing that is sent
so it gets
an
complicated
invoice
because then,
charging you
how
guys
do
$1
you
million
define failure?
for every day I have to hear a dirty vagina upstairs.
Came out Roger Ebert, and it wasn't Siskel, it was the other guy. He had another guy there.
Oh, yeah, the
Roper.
second string.
Ebert,
Yeah,
Roper.
Roper.
Ugh.
They sent that guy
And you
in.
may be thinking,
even
well,
he didn't
how do
like
you
it.
know her vagina's dirty?
But
I don't,
even
dude,
Roper
but her
didn't like it.
mouth
It
just
wasn't
makes
even
me
Siskel,
imagine her
it was
vagina
Roper,
is a
whoever that guy
giant
was. But
snapping
they
turtle.
trashed it, and you're kind of thinking at the time, man, this is devastating, Ebert.
Don't go in there.
Trashing my film,
It'll bite you off.
But and you think, you start to question, what every sort of choice you've made,
I don't know. This guy looks like he also likes canned sardines at the same time. So, and these days, nobody even trusts the critics anyway. So it's kind of funny now that it's like,
at the time, like it was.
Don't go near there.
End of, the line if these guys trashed your movie. So it's like my
totally
first
imagine
movie, and all this stuff riding on, and then these come out and just destroyed it. And I remember just sitting there like watching this, just thinking, oh my gosh, this is it.
Also, that would be an excellent scary movie, The Snapping Turtle.
And you look back at it and go, it's kind of funny now that they didn't like it,
Yeah, it's kind of awesome that they did.
It's weird because there's a weird sort of counterintuitiveness to it, because we set out to make a movie that those guys would not like, and then when they don't like it, you're upset about it.
Yeah.
It's like I kind of thought that they would sort of see the irony and go, I know we're not supposed to.
The domestic terrorists are on
to like this,
again.
but actually
She
this
didn't
kid's
like
pretty
the image
clever,
of a
you know?
snapping
No, they
turtle's
didn't say
head
that,
popping out of her vajayjay and biting off
What
the
was the
nearest
budget on
guy's
that
dick.
movie? You remember?
14 million.
Too close to home. Don't go near there. Stay away from that snapping turtle.
Dollars.
I'm not pausing
spent on
the
Plus an
podcast. It's
additional
her upstairs.
10 on
to
you know,
stop.
promotion and
Advertising.
She was a super hot
And
chick.
you know what? I will
She
say
didn't have a
it made it
dick.
all
She had a
back on
snapping
DVD.
turtle,
Remember
man.
DVD? Remember
Yeah.
they used to
Almost
put
bit my
DVDs up?
shit straight
So I
off.
think I heard it made 35 million on DVD. So it actually was a profitable move.
I
Profitable
threw a
movie.
sardine
It
at
made
it
14 million
and
at the
ran
box.
out
I'm
of the
here
room.
defending it now. It made its money back.
No, like I mean,
it made its money back. No, but it did. So it did make it.
Oh, look how pissed she is. Oh, you can stop my podcast. You're going to be charged for
Money
so
back,
many different
but,
things,
you know,
girl. I think you should
Ebert
instead
and Roper aren't going to tell
maybe
you
go
that.
to the
though.
nearest
Yeah, they're
Catholic
not gonna tell you
church
that.
and
well, it wasn't the
try
Titanic, you know.
confessing.
No, exactly. It was. I mean, it was in a way, but in the sense that it you know, it bombed. But you know, no, it was. It's funny. It's funny though because
Cool that you did it though.
there was a long period of time there where I was made to feel like it was a really bad decision, and then in the last like
Kim
10 years,
Jong in the snapping
it's like,
turtle.
you know, all I hear are people saying they love it. You know, that's some. Someone today showed me they had an X-ray cat tattoo. You know, like it's a character in the movie. You know, so it's like it is a little confusing when you talk about sort of. I mean, your question was how do you handle things like failure and things like that? It's like, you know, it's kind of
Maybe if you try it again,
more of those
5,000
kind of
more
things you
times it
go
will
through,
work.
The more you kind of
Snapping
learn to
turtle.
kind of embrace it in a way. It's almost a good thing, you know.
Yeah, David Spade and I just wrote a movie together. Not to name
Nice.
drop or anything, but
Nice.
we did, and we.
She's
just,
not insecure about her
funded
snapping
ourselves and
turtle.
stuff,
It's
and
just
so
a
it's just kind of a
coincidence
scary time,
that
I
the
think, so that's
podcast
why
keeps
I'm
stopping.
asking that as well. Not scary. It's exciting too, but it's also like, yeah, I just one day I'll be like, that's something I tried to do. I was trying to be creative, and we tried our best, and I got to try it with, you know, somebody who
Also,
I
really,
love
though,
to watch
that would be a
anyway.
good scary
and
movie.
That's
Come
cool.
on
So
now.
you've written
A
it. Are you
creature
going to go make
feature?
the movie
we
with him?
have 5 days left shooting.
Oh, you're shooting the movie already.
We shoot.
Okay.
We start back tomorrow.
Kind of like a Joe Dirt 2, 3 kind of thing, or
Yeah, it's like a no, it's a good question. It's like two guys. One of them gets hit by a vehicle. My character gets hit by a car when he's young, and Spade.
It could be like an alien sci-fi
rescues
adventure
me.
too.
Yeah.
And
Female
I become
police
friends then, and he
officers
gets me
that
a
look
job years
decent when
later.
they're
We're
not
working
in
together,
their
like, at a sewage
blues.
company.
And
nice.
the snapping
Repo
turtle
Man kind of
invasion.
thing.
Yeah, type of shit.
Well, you know, the thing is that you're in good hands here because you're with
The whole
a
precinct's
guy
been
that's done
biting
this
off
a lot.
redacted.
Right, he's done it a lot.
And
But
is
it's
sort of
still
a
a lot of,
seasoned.
like, if I had to direct it too, like I like to like
It's
chime
an
in with the
infection
director
in
and stuff
Everett.
like that, and throw in ideas and stuff like that. And but it's just definitely a big learning curve. It's a lot.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine.
And then in the end,
especially
it's
in
a
our
happy
budget, it's
ending
just
because
so
they're
many
all in a
bucks,
federal
so
penitentiary and their
really
snapping
big, that'd be
turtles
really,
talk to each
like,
other
it'd be
every
scary
night.
kinda.
Yeah, I mean, back then we were shooting on film.
Oh,
Things cost more.
They came from
you know, it was
one of Jupiter's moons.
at the time was considered a low budget movie, right? But you know, I think that I don't know. It just seems like the way things get released these days and the ways people embrace weirdness these days. Like, I'm assuming it's kind of a weird movie. In a way.
Yeah, it's odd. Yeah, it's just funny.
Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
like
a
old
funny
school
movie.
funny.
Yeah, yeah. So like a funny movie, right? Like, you know, you have this incredible thing going with your show here, so you have your audience built in, so you don't really have to worry about the same things that maybe back in the day when you put out something crazy and sort of in a sea of somewhat normal movies coming out every weekend, all getting funneled through this sort of mainstream.
The DCYF
cinema,
child abusers and snapping
Right, this
turtles.
conglomerate. Yeah,
it's very.
I've seen some of those
strange,
though.
you know? Like we had to take the movie in focus group.
That would be a little bit difficult, I think, to
and then
pass.
people would sit there with pads, and it was in Phoenix. We flew down to Phoenix to focus group. Freddie got
that's where they do a lot of them, huh?
Yeah, yeah. For some reason, they do them there in Phoenix, and you know, and like, you know, then someone stands up after the movie and asks them what they didn't like about the movie. Well, with Freddie got fingered. I mean, we're sort of supposed to not like any of these scenes. You're supposed to be, kind of polarizing.
Yes.
Right? So it didn't really kind of work with the focus group system, and then you had to make changes to it and all that kind of stuff. But you guys probably have a lot more creative control over things now.
I think we'll just make a trailer and put it out.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm guessing. I have no idea. I'm just, I haven't, part of my brain hasn't even gotten to that thought yet, you know.
That's exciting.
But it definitely feels kind of, it feels like just like, well, I wanted to, you know, we tried to do it. Who knows what'll happen, you know?
Oh, it's going to be awesome. Absolutely. You and Spade, I'm going to go see that. That's incredible.
Thanks. I appreciate it, man.
Everybody will. Everybody's going to love that.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say. That's what I do. Yeah,
Who
I do
else
believe
is
it'll
in
be
that?
interesting.
Somebody else was saying they were in that too.
How did you deal whenever
Tim
there were
Dillon.
tough times?
That will be good. Tim Dillon, Theo
Because you
Vaughn,
had so
David
much
Spade.
of like recording yourself, like setting, you know, like kind of like living under your own recording schedule and stuff like that. Were there days off, like when you would just have your show from home, right? Was there days where you would just like take off? What was that shoot schedule like when you were?
When I was doing the web show?
Yeah.
At home? Well, I mean, it was, so there wasn't really sort of podcasting yet. Wasn't really a thing really, right? So we built the studio and it would basically just stream to my website. I mean, there was no Instagram yet. YouTube had just started. And people would come and watch it on the front page of TomGreen.com. And we actually had like a company in San Francisco that made like the video playback system, you know, so it was CDN, content distribution network. It was basically, so we would upload the video to that. We weren't uploading it to YouTube and linking it, or there was no YouTube really. So it was kind of just a big sort of science experiment that I was doing with you know, my group of friends, and you know, I had the sort of goal of trying to
Hey, don't go near
a
there.
show that would become profitable, get advertisers, and maybe sell it to television, which we did a little bit of that, you know. So, you know, I was kind of pretty driven, I guess. And it's kind of what I notice now with like podcasting, which is amazing, is like, you know, people that have these incredible businesses that they've got going, these incredible, you know, artistic visions they have for themselves. They're all kind of have that same kind of drive in them. You know, they get up in the morning, their mind is
And
just
I do
like,
want to point
how
out
are
to
we
the
gonna make this
domestic
better
terrorist
today? You know, how are we gonna make
upstairs.
this awesome today? You know, so it was kind of
All of my friends in the
like
federal
that, you know,
government,
we
which
were
are watching these in
getting
real
up
time,
turning
and
on
they're
the studio every night,
undetected
and I
without
didn't
having to
bring up,
hack into all my devices and do all the extra bullshit you've
rappers,
been
and
doing.
Too Short came up, and you know,
They not
Jurassic
only think
5
I'm
and
hilarious,
Exhibit,
but
and
they
then
think
you wrap
the
a
fact that
comedian,
I've been
like
speaking
like
very
comedians
directly
up,
to you
and like
dumb
Joe
fucks
Rogan
the
would come
entire
over,
time
and,
you've been
you know,
illegally
Norm
detaining
Macdonald,
me
who I became good
is
friends
a
with,
distinct
you know, would
legal
start coming over all the
advantage.
time, and you know,
They love my
literally
live
like hundreds
streams.
and hundreds of people would come over, and it became this kind of really fun thing to do. I wasn't doing stand-up at the time. I hadn't
For
done
those of you who are
stand-up in
wondering,
years.
what
So I
does
was
that
really just
mean? It
doing
means
that.
that there are people watching
And,
this in real time in
you know,
West
it was
Virginia,
ridiculous.
in Washington,
I mean, we were just
D.C.,
enjoying
in
the
Austin,
absurdity of it.
Texas,
And
in Palo Alto, in Mountain View, in
it
La
was
Jolla,
because I put pressure on myself, and I would
yada,
actually
yada,
get
yada.
stressed out about it. And then we would have people that would prank call us.
Ooh.
So I had this phone system on the desk, and you could just call it, and it would ring, and I'd hit answer. And so we had like
come on in, guys.
people trolling
The
us basically.
water's
I remember getting
fine.
Rick rolled for the first time. You know, that's like, and it was like, oh, I kind of felt like I don't know if I'd ever heard of Rick rolling before I got Rick rolled. You know, and
it's cool.
And it became kind of like a little bit of a game. You know, like where we were. There was a switch that I built with Bill Snitzer was his name. He worked there, and Victor, a couple of the guys that worked there, and we built a switch under the desk.
Oh no, the snapping turtle
metal,
has an idea.
And it was like we got a metal box with a switch, and we had wires. We soldered them together, and then the wires ran out to the computer. And then Bill was able to program the computer so that when like I flipped that switch, it would, like if everything was off, it's the middle of the night in my house.
I don't have a
quiet
snapping
night,
turtle.
nobody
I have a Michelangelo.
If I were to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning by myself and put clown makeup on, which I often did, and a top hat, and walk out into my living room and flick the switch would turn on the lights, would turn on the cameras, would turn on the computers. this computer would tell this computer to start recording. The phone system would turn on. It would send it to the front page of my website. Just one switch. I haven't done anything. All I've done is put on some clown makeup and flipped a switch, right? You don't have to put on the clown makeup, but I did do that often.
Oh, yeah, you better.
It was called the French Clown of Midnight. He'd speak in French in clown makeup. And you wonder why it didn't work out. But then the phone would start ringing, and I'd just be doing the show. I'd have a switcher on the desk so I could switch the cameras, and I would just start taking calls. And it was really the only live video on the internet. Like really, like there was no Instagram Live or anything. So it was like, you imagine. When I was a kid, I wanted to do. I like prank calling the radio station. I'd like to call into the radio station, and I would call into the radio station and I'd record it, and then I'd call into the radio station. And I'd pretend I was like my friend's father, and I'd call in. I'd start complaining about my son, and I'd use his name, and I'd play the tape back to him. It was hilarious to me, you know. And so I loved that, like pranking a radio station, and I kind of started to realize, like, we're the only live show on the internet right now with a phone with no call screener. All these people like me around the world could now call in and prank me, you know. And so we kind of got into this little sort of war, basically, you know, which was fun because I would get angry about it, but then also I kind of didn't have to turn the phone on, right. You know. So it was really fun, and you know, I got to meet a lot of great people. You know, I mean, that's where I really got to hang out with, you know, Joe Rogan for the first time, really, and Norm, who I became really close with, and so many other people, and you know, it was amazing. So,
did Norm? Did you talk to him much in the later years?
Yeah, well, at the very end, I did not know that he was sick. I didn't know he was sick, so that was.
It seemed like he kept that from everybody.
Yeah, and he's from my hometown. He's from Ottawa, Canada, and he started at the same comedy club that I started at Yuck Yucks in Ottawa. Howard Wagman, who's still owns the comedy club in Ottawa, Yuck Yucks, which is like all across Canada. It's kind of like the Improv of Canada.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've been to one of them, I think.
Yeah. So he's awesome, and he put Norm on the stage for the first time, and tells a story about how Norm got off stage the very first time he did stand-up. He was in his 20s, and he didn't think he did well, and he was walking down the street. I'm never going to do that again. And Howard chased him down Spark Street in Ottawa and stopped and said, "You got to come back tomorrow." And he made him come back because he saw his genius, right?
Yeah, nobody was like him. They were just talking about him. I just watched the SNL monologue that he did one time.
Yeah,
that was pretty great. Where he's like, "They fired me from the show, but now they want me back."
Yeah,
and how it just didn't even make any sense, and he just kind of shit on the show.
Yeah, it was weird, because it's weird. Like, I find myself sometimes now talking about 2005, like it was like 50 years ago or something like that.
I can't get the visual of a snapping turtle just poking its little head
in the last 20 years. And it does really feel like kind of a different world. Like, I remember Norm would come up, and the first time he came up, I just couldn't believe I was going to hang out with him, and hang out with him for 2 hours on camera, sort of, in some ways, kind of doing a make-believe
Oh man,
talk
just
show,
imagine that the snapping turtle is the same color as the skin tone, so you don't even know until you're up close and personal, and then it closes.
And the show would end, and we go,
there's
on
eyeballs.
YouTube
That's a
and
beak.
Go look at videos, and it was like, I remember it was like YouTube was so new that it was just the strangest thing. I'd be sitting with Norm Macdonald after doing this for 2 hours, and we'd be sitting there watching, crazy clips that he would find, like Baby versus Cobra, like with the Cobra's mouth sewed together.
Those
like
are good, yeah.
Grape Lady Falls. I remember watching these videos with Norm.
And it's got to be an alien. It's got to be a sci-fi film if it gets made into a movie, dude. So it's going to have a name. Let's make it a manly turtle, too.
Then we thought we
named
were just,
Bob.
Have you ever seen
Bob
this
the
video?
snapping turtle.
Oh, man. It's a little bit...
He's taken over all of the women officers of the North Everett Precinct in the dwindling Department of Child Abusers and Stalkers.
These are filled with Chamberson grapes, and the winner this Saturday,
He comes in a variety of shades, but it's always the same guy.
Vineyard tours, seminars, arts and crafts. It's a lot of fun, a whole day. Stop.
He came from one of Jupiter's moons and crash landed. How did he infiltrate only the North Everett precinct in the dwindling Department of Child Abusers? Well, he infiltrated Unit 207 through the walls. He found that those with penises he couldn't take over.
So, yeah. Ouch.
Spreading
That was
from
really
woman
nice.
to woman on the toilet
And
seat.
that lady has the smallest head as well. If people's heads are real small, they should not talk a lot.
I love that. That's your takeaway from this. Is her head size as well. It is true though. By the way, I'd never noticed that. But
that lady has a very small head. When people with small heads talk a lot, it feels like they're cheating the system a little bit. I just feel like a regular head, you get a regular amount of words. Right. Small head, less words. Right. Don't do too much.
Right. Or at least just talk in sort of the
my poor little
amount of
starving
words that your head
kitty,
should justify. Head size should
Yes,
justify.
don't speak a crazy little head.
So you
just
peed
doing
on
a
my
bunch.
chair 3
I dated a girl one time
times and
for a
meowed
while
at me
with
a
a
whole
small
bunch
head,
to let
beautiful
me
girl,
know.
I'm
great
peeing
girl,
on the chair because I don't
but
like the kitty
knew
food.
when to talk, when not to talk. You wouldn't see her just yammering on like some big head. You know. So I fucking.
Did you notice right away that she had a particularly small head, or was that something that sort of dawned on you later? Or?
She had big hair, big kind of Italianish hair, and every now and then I would feel her head, and I was like, oh, I feel like there should be a little more heady here.
Yeah. So once you got under the hair was puffed out, probably purposefully. We probably knew that her head was small. So
it was an SBA, it was a mirage.
Yeah,
and
hiding it a little bit.
Yeah, and you'd
probably
see
a little self-conscious of it.
Yeah, could have been. But yeah, cool girl, small head, but knew how to use it, right?
Yeah.
Not somebody that was ambivalent to their head size and is just running around just squawking at the moon every chance they get. This is pretty wild that Morgan & Morgan has just filed a first of its kind lawsuit against food industry behemoths. That's the truth. The lawsuit alleges that these companies engineer their ultra-processed food products to be addictive and market those products towards children, allegedly causing chronic disease in children. The complaint details the strategic and calculated actions that these companies allegedly took to target children with addictive ultra-processed foods, including internal memos, strategic meetings, and the extensive research they allegedly conducted to leverage our biology and neurology to create addictive substances. We've all been hearing for years and maybe speculating that a lot of ultra-processed foods could be addictive. And I just think it's fascinating to finally see this possibility coming to light. Morgan & Morgan is committed to fighting for the people and for the families. If your child has been diagnosed with one of these diseases, you may have legal options. They've helped thousands of families seek justice against big corporations, and they're ready to fight for you too. Learn more at forthepeople.com/Theo. That's FOR, thepeople.com/THEO. Did you, what did I do? Oh, yeah, I just went to the SNL 50th, dude. I just went to that SNL 50th.
Oh, yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I know. That was that incredible?
It was cool. You got to host it.
I did. I know. That's amazing. I was on tour. I wasn't able to go. I would have loved to have gone to that. That must have been wild. I went to the 40th, and I remember that is just the most surreal thing. I mean, if it's anything, I imagine it was like just everybody is there, right?
Yeah, I'll get to go to the music night, and then I'm buddies with Louis C.K. He took me to Chris Rock's birthday party.
Oh, nice.
On Saturday night, which was crazy because Chris Rock was always like my favorite comedian growing up, and so just to even be able to be there, I definitely felt like out of place or whatever, but it was also cool, just to kind of fly on the wall there.
So did you really actually feel out of place there?
Yeah, 100%.
And why do you think that is?
Just like, it feels like kind of fancy, I mean, I could tell right when I saw Chris Rock how I felt. Like, some people you don't get nervous on where you've seen him a couple times, and so there becomes a little bit of ambiance, But I just didn't know him. And so, yeah, I think that created some of the nervous energy. Some other people I did know, so it wasn't that bad, but I got introduced to people that I didn't know. And so you're always like, I don't know, I don't usually say a lot then. I'll kind of just be a listener.
Yeah.
See,
I get like that too, and I wish I didn't. This sort of social anxiety when you're in an environment like that where there's just all these, people that you admire and respect and are around you, and everybody. I kind of don't even feel like myself. It's a sort of a very stressful thing for me.
Yeah.
So in some ways, I was kind of.
That's a good word. It's stressful.
Yeah, and I don't know why that is. Why is that?
Well, I think it's because you're a little bit probably. I don't know how I fit in this circle. There's a lot of circles in the world where
But you're on top of the world right now. You just interviewed the president of the United States. I mean, you've got this incredible show. I mean, I'm sure everybody was super excited to see you there. So you probably don't really have any reason to feel nervous, but you still do, right?
Yeah, I guess, I just didn't know. I hadn't been in that circle before. It's kind of like, I guess, when you're in just feel like you're in a new water, you're figuring out the temperature. You don't know, you don't want to make a lot of noise at somebody's birthday party. They are seeing friends that they know. It's not a huge group of people. So you just want to kind of,
the snapping turtles.
You don't want to overstay your welcome, kind of type of energy,
Yeah.
I don't need to tell a big story. They know each other. I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah.
Happy to be able to see somebody celebrate their birthday, to witness people that I admire from a little bit of a way, from a little closer than I'm usually allowed to get to
really
them, online or on
turtles.
TV, I guess.
Snapping turtles.
But the SNL thing was,
little fuckers.
we went to the music. They had a music show.
Radio City.
Yeah. And that's the part that I got to go to, and that was pretty cool. Just seeing different bands. Jelly Roll performed, and so I know him.
Nice.
And so there was, and I got to bring a friend, and so I knew my buddy was, we were just kind of milling around, running into some people that we knew and meeting some new people, but it was pretty chill.
So when you went to the inauguration too, right?
Yeah, I went to the inauguration. Yeah.
So like when you go to the inauguration, and you've already the president of the United States because you had this interview with him.
Yeah.
Like, you could kind of hang out with him at the inauguration, or
no, I didn't see any of them. I was in like the second tier of humans there or something, like there was a first tier, and then I was in like a second tier of humans that were there.
But that's got to be kind of still interesting nonetheless to be there.
Oh, it was interesting, very interesting, because you don't even know if like the process is real. You see it on TV, but it's like, who knows if that shit's real? Who knows what's real anymore? So that was pretty cool. Just to be in Washington, D.C. is neat, just with all the architecture. But I don't know Trump like that. Like, I'll message with his daughter sometimes, Ivanka.
Okay.
So I'm able to communicate with her. And then
what do you guys talk about?
She'll just send me a book that she thinks I would like. Or
really?
We went to dinner one time. She's so smart.
Yeah, okay.
It's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
And so...
Go to dinner with her a lot, or...?
No, I only went one time.
That's pretty cool. Was her husband Jared there, or was it just you two? Or?
He wasn't. It was other friends of hers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to break any news here, but it sounds interesting.
Not at all. I wish there were news to break, dude. She's stunning. She's awesome. And then there's like a middleman, like who worked with I guess he worked with the Republican Party, and he got to invite some people.
Yeah.
So it was just a motley group of strange people that went to the inauguration.
So how did that work? So when can I ask you questions, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah. So when he came on your show, right? It was right before the election, and he was doing a lot of podcasts and stuff. Did they approach you, or did they call you? His son is a fan of your show, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said Barron was a fan of the show, and I tried to get to see Barron, but I didn't get to meet him.
So you just got a call one day, and Trump wanted to come on the show, and
well, I'd met Trump a couple times at UFC.
Oh, okay, yeah.
UFC, I think, had everything to do with winning the election, probably for the Republicans.
Yeah.
Because Dana White is just such a facilitator. He just gets things done. He kept his sport going while all the other sports were shut down. A lot of them were shut down or having to practice really intense methods during COVID. He was able to keep his sport going, and so he brought Trump to a lot of his events because they've been friends for a long time.
Yeah.
And so I'd met him there a couple times.
Yeah.
And then I knew his brother died of alcoholism, so I was like, well, let me call him and let me ask Dana if Trump would ever talk about his brother. I didn't know about it,
Mm-hmm.
and just to see what he's like. Like, is he just all a business guy? Does he think about other things? Because when you don't hear a lot about his feelings, Trump's feelings. And if you do, he doesn't communicate it in a way where it's very emotional to people. I don't feel like, right? Mm-hmm. So I was just curious about that. So yeah, I called up Dana and he said, we'll make it happen. And then 2 days later he called back and he said, all good. Somebody from his group's going to reach out to you. So.
And you went to him, right?
And we went to him up in New Jersey, yeah. And we would have loved to have Harris and Walz on. We're still trying to get Walz on. We tried to get Harris on even after the election, but they just didn't want to come.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of a bummer, because I think
seems like that was a pretty big mistake. They didn't go on a lot of the shows.
Yeah, I think it would just let them be more normal. I think people are, if something's too much behind the glass these days, people don't trust the glass. I don't even think it's that they don't trust the person behind the glass. I think they just don't trust the fucking glass, if that makes any sense. But
yeah, no, it does.
Yeah, so I guess that was all kind of interesting. I'm kind of out of sorts with the way that they're handling like the Gaza Palestine stuff. Like that shit really, I think, is insane to me. But that's just, I don't know. That's just my thoughts.
It's kind of a endless sort of, quagmire you can find yourself in once you start talking.
When you get
politics,
into it, I agree.
In this world we're living in now, because it's like, you go on the road, you do stand up all around the country, and
5 different types of hamster food.
everybody's sort of divided in a way, right? And then you start sort of firmly choosing a side, and all of a sudden half the audience doesn't want to have any fun anymore, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like we got to make these choices now. Like, okay, well, do I want to give my opinion anymore about what's going on in the world? And then you have to choose one of the set of opinions that are on this side, or the set of opinions that are all evenly and neatly put on this side. And as soon as you state your opinion about one of these issues that just happens to be on this side, then anybody that doesn't agree with you no longer wants to fuck with you and come to your show or have a good time or have a laugh with you. So it's just such a shitty thing to have to deal with that, right?
Yeah.
So how do you kind of like juggle that? Because as a Canadian, like it's like right now in Canada, people are pretty upset, with Donald Trump, because he's putting these tariffs on Canada, right? And saying they're going to make us a 51st state.
Saying they're going to annex Canada.
People aren't too happy about the idea of being taken over by the United States of America. It's not something that people are super excited about hearing. So you kind of go. It's funny because I sometimes think like, well, I think a lot of Americans who don't think about it that much might think like, oh, Canada is going to be the 51st state. I bet you everyone in Canada must be really excited about being the 51st state of the United States. But I'm kind of saying, well, no, it'll probably be the first state in America that nobody in it wants to be American. So because we've got our own country. It's not that we don't love America. I love America, but we sort of have our entire different culture. You go to Canada all the time, right?
Yeah, I love it, and I'm glad it's Canada.
We're different, right? It's a different thing.
Yeah, it's different. You're nice to people will be. Somebody will walk across the street in Canada and just come tell you they're sorry, and then go back across the street, and nothing even happened. They're not even.
Yeah, they just came over just to apologize.
There's no even. You've never seen them before,
Yeah.
But Canada's the best. I think Canada gives me hope for humanity. A lot of times, it's good people. I love Canada. I wish that there's times I've wanted to be Canadian even.
But what's you remember the first time you went to Canada? Like,
Vancouver.
And was that
and I slept at
recently?
Or brothel or a hostel. I slept at a hostel.
Okay, yeah. And how many years ago would that have been?
That was probably 18 years ago, 17 years ago. And it was great, man.
Yeah.
I had a great
Were you
time.
doing stand-up there, or were you?
I hadn't started. I just almost started stand-up. I was traveling. I was left out of there on a school floating university. I left out of Vancouver called Semester at Sea.
Yeah.
And it went around the globe, and we left out of Vancouver. But I went up to Whistler. I went and caught a ride. Some guy took me hitchhiking up to Whistler, right? Drove me up there. And the guy who drove me, he was a caretaker for Superman who had died. Remember Superman who got in the wheelchair?
Yeah, Christopher Reeves.
Christopher Reeves. He was his caretaker.
Okay.
This guy, Michael. And I think I met him. I was at some shop right around there, and he was saying he was in the area or something. He's like, I'm taking a drive up to Whistler. I was like, can I roll with you? He's like, yeah. So he took me up to Whistler, man, brought me back. We stopped along the way, went on some hikes and stuff.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
But I've always enjoyed Canada. I used to have a dream that I would meet a wife in Toronto.
Yeah.
But I went and did 2 weeks of comedy up there, didn't meet any wives.
Yeah. Well, it could still happen for sure.
Could still happen.
Yeah. Do you find the audiences react differently?
They're great. Halifax was one of my favorite shows I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, I even made my little nephew made up this joke. He said, I told it on stage. I was like, yeah, I heard one time that there wasn't any more fish up here, and so they changed the name to No Fish Scotia. And nobody laughed, right?
Sure.
But still, it was fucking fun.
No, that's why I'm laughing, because I can imagine the reaction.
Sometimes there's something great when they don't laugh.
No,
also.
sure.
There's some little thing in there. It's like, oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, always had a great love for Canada. I think it's bizarre that Trump would say something like that, and it's also like, it just... but what do you expect out of him, you know? And what do you expect about the media to spotlight things and make it whatever it is, even if it's a seed of something, to grow it into a million plants, you know?
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I think, there's a thing that's going on, the hockey games in Canada now, where the USA and Canada are playing, and,
the Four Nations, right?
Yeah, the Canadian fans were booing
the
anthem, right? And, sometimes I go like, well, I don't, based on the reaction on social media, I sort of feel like maybe not everybody in the U.S. necessarily understands why that's happening. They don't know it's about the tariffs. They're not booing the national anthem. They're booing the fact that these tariffs are being put on, which is going to, of course, devastate, the economy on both sides will suffer from that, right? I'm sitting here talking about it like I know about it,
I should probably know more about it.
But it's like, I think people are just kind of like, why are you guys doing this to us? So it's kind of an interesting thing. But you want to talk about issues sometimes, and then you go, okay, I've just waded into this sort of hornet's nest, and I'm never going to hear the end of it. So it is interesting. What was it when you're at the inauguration? After the inauguration, where you're like kind of just, who are you hanging out with there? Like,
who did I meet? I met this kid, Alexander Wang. We just had a podcast episode with him. He created this company called Scale AI. He's like this AI. He's the youngest billionaire ever, this Chinese kid.
Oh my gosh.
From New Mexico.
Wow.
Fascinating dude.
Self-made billionaire.
Self-made billionaire.
Yeah.
So I ended up having lunch with him. That was probably the neatest thing that happened that weekend.
And pick up the tab, or?
I think I paid, actually.
You paid?
I didn't know he was a billionaire.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I was just
That's
happy.
why he's a billionaire. He's just letting everyone else pick up the tab.
I was just happy to be dining with the Chinese,
Yeah, well, that's amazing.
And it was great.
The
man.
domestic
And,
terrorists were outside
and then
stalking
who
at
else? Something else
402.
happened at
One
night. I
just
saw Wayne
re-entered the
Gretzky lost
unit,
his
207 through the front door.
At I saw Joe Rogan
4:05
for a
PM.
few minutes. I saw Tony Hinchcliffe from
all.
Kill Tony.
Yeah.
The stalkers.
That was kind of
That's
it. And then I went
$10
home.
million
It was too much, like, too hard to get
times
around.
$40
I saw Lex
million.
Friedman. That was pretty neat. I'd never met him. He's a podcaster.
Yeah, I've met him at the mothership before.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So it was just, that was kind of. those
Make
are some
sure
of the
you
neat
wave
parts
and
of it.
smile for the
Just
FBI.
getting to see some different folks.
Did you wave and smile?
Yeah, I think they're having issues even in America. I just saw that there's a part of Oregon that wanted to secede from Oregon.
Yeah. They're going to become Canada's 11th province.
Good. I would love it if we started trading pieces of our country.
Trading.
Now that I'm totally for.
New York and California come join Canada and
take one of them.
You guys
Also,
can,
be advised, Nerd Squad, the domestic terrorists
I'm not gonna say what
upstairs
you
have
guys can
slowed
take, but,
down
you
the
know,
video playback, so the live is reflecting an image
Sacre
2
bleu.
minutes or a minute after.
That's all I'll say, brother.
It's already, like right now,
speak
the
Quebecois.
camera has been
Je parle français.
facing
I lived in
my
Quebec a lot.
ceiling and the palm trees for over a minute, and yet looking at the live stream,
You must have been up the
I'm
Montreal
looking at the
Festival
front
over
door
the
still
years,
because of
Yeah,
the
I went there a couple
domestic terrorist upstairs.
I love Quebec. It's fun.
Yeah, Edmonton. We got some of the places we're going to. So Calgary and Ottawa and Winnipeg we're going to go to this year.
Oh yeah. So when you're in Ottawa, maybe if you're rolling past the farm and the tour bus.
Yeah, dude, say fuck a little louder.
Oh, by the
Bye-bye,
farm and
domestic terrorist. So just now the image is changing, so it is about a 2-minute delay what you're seeing visually with what the camera is actually aimed at because of the domestic terrorist in Unit 207.
by the farm and
Pet
we'll
some.
go ride some mules or something.
How far outside of town is?
About like an hour or so.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So they'll sort of not too far. I'll come pick you up in my pickup truck. We'll go hang out.
Do you think you'll have now that you're kind of feeling settled out there? Do you start thinking about starting a family or no?
Yeah, definitely. I'm getting married, so knock on wood, everything goes well, and with that, and maybe there'll be some. We'll see. We'll have to ask my fiance.
Oh yeah,
I think she would want to do that.
Yeah, you gotta include her.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, for sure. No, I think that's a possibility for sure.
Was it for a while? Do you think that wasn't going to be a part of your life?
I was starting to question whether or not it was going to be part of my life because, I mean, I think you kind of alluded to this earlier. You want to, if you're going to get married, you want to get married to somebody that you love and actually think that this could, last forever, right? I was starting to question whether or not that was maybe possible. I wasn't sure if that was possible anymore to find somebody that I thought would last forever with. But when I met Amanda, she's outside. I hope I'm getting some brownie points here. But I realized this is the one.
Wow.
So but it's until you meet that.
Remember,
person,
every time you stalk and criminal trespass and violate ADA and civil rights, you're not only consenting to the $10 million that you've been invoiced for that,
that's how I think about
you're
it, 'cause I think when
perpetrating
you're
an act
younger,
of domestic
you have this feeling
terrorism.
of this young
As
love energy
will be
type of
true
thing,
past,
and that
present,
starts
and future,
it feels
which you'll
that feels
find
less
out right
possible
before
the
you're
older we get,
sentenced to
it just starts to
decades and
dissipate, or it's like,
decades and
oh, well,
decades and decades in
wise
a
now, or
medium
I've
to
had too
low
much
security
experience now
federal
that I'm never
penitentiary.
going to have that sort of whimsical feeling of that a 17-year-old or a 23-year-old would have, but it's nice to know that can kind of sneak up and surprise you,
Yeah, I think I think being home where I'm from helped, because it's like, I don't know. I mean, if you're not from Los Angeles, then it's kind of a weird place. If you're from Los Angeles, it's normal. But if you're not from Los Angeles, it's kind of a weird place. So, you're here probably focused on your career and your work, and so many other people are. It's kind of hard to, I think, find a good. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it seems like it is kind of harder in this environment to find somebody that you can. I don't know. Are people watching going? Are we going to be taking relationship advice from me? I don't know. I don't know if that's.
No, well, no. It does make me think that I think there's this feeling in LA that if you meet somebody, you're going to have to eventually get them to leave here, right? Mm-hmm. I've always felt that thing, like, well, if I met somebody, would they ever leave here with me? Because I'm not going to stay here forever,
right? That's exactly what I was trying to say.
So that I think is I think that's totally common.
You got you said you don't live here full time now?
I live in Tennessee. I moved during the pandemic too.
In Nashville, or
Oh, cool. I moved during the pandemic. Yeah. What was true whenever Trump was talking about Canada? Can you bring it up, Nick? So I just want to know what he even was saying. Like, what were they threatening? They were threatening a tariff. Canadian goods, just so our listeners can know what exactly was even going on.
Yeah, they're going to put a tariff on every. Canada is the largest trading partner of the United States.
Nice.
And so much of the goods that come into the United States from Canada are being brought in by American businesses to like wood. You bring wood and lumber in to build houses, right? So when you put 25% tariff on lumber, that means flannel. If you're a big flannel company making flannel pajamas, all of a sudden flannel pajamas are going to be 25% more expensive. So it's going to affect businesses on both sides of the border, obviously, not just Canada, but also everything will go up in price. I'm not exactly sure the reason for it, to be honest with you.
He was really saying they weren't helping out with border security.
Yeah.
And that's what
the
30 days probation period, they did put a bunch of people at the border.
Absolutely. And I don't think there's a real border security problem between Canada and the United States, though. It's
the hardest country to get into in the world, I think, is Canada.
Yeah. I mean, it's
going that way. There isn't, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's, the claim that there's fentanyl coming into the United States from Canada, I think, is a little bit exaggerated, because I don't really think that that's actually the case. Something like, a very small amount is coming in from Canada. So
tariffs are a central part of Trump's economic plans. He promised to introduce import duties against some of America's main trade partners during his election campaign. He said tariffs will boost U.S. manufacturing and protect jobs, as well as raising tax revenue and growing the economy. Fentanyl is linked to tens of thousands of overdose deaths. Taking bold action to hold Mexico, Canada, and China accountable to their promise of halting illegal immigration and stopping poisonous fentanyl and other drugs from flowing into our country. It just seems kind of vague.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's sort of like
But what would you do? Like, I'm trying to say if you bring a bunch of stuff into my country, right? Mm-hmm. Say if you and I live in different countries, and you bring a bunch of stuff into my country, or I bring a bunch of stuff in your country, and then you say, okay, I'm going to tax that more. I'm going to charge you more to bring that in if you don't help stop the fentanyl that's coming in. Mm-hmm. I don't know. How would you then do that? What would you then, on your side, would you say, okay, we'll put more, drug dogs and security along the border?
I think that's what he's asking them to do. I think we already do have, again, I'm not a representative of the Canadian government, but I do think that we already do have a lot of. There's only so much you can do to seal off a border, right? And I don't think there is that much fentanyl coming in from Canada, really.
I never heard that was a thing.
Yeah, I think it mostly does come in
from the southern border.
That's
what I would think. I wonder if maybe you guys got grandfathered into some late night Trump rhetoric there. Who knows?
It feels a little bit like that, but hopefully it'll resolve itself. I do think that it's probably going to end up causing a lot of economic problems on both sides of the border, and probably they may not go for it. But
sport's exciting for a while, though.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a side effect of it.
It was a good fight right off the top of the game the other day. It was pretty cool. We like a good hockey fight, so that's cool.
And it is nice when countries sometimes don't get along a little bit in sports, right? I've always admired that.
Yeah.
That's one thing I don't like about the NBA anymore. That all the players, it seem like they all know each other. Nobody's really playing for their squad sometimes.
Okay.
So I like a little bit more of that animosity.
Maybe more fights in the NBA, with good physical fights. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, definitely.
I believe both those players are American too. I'm not sure how quickly
awesome.
Your researcher can tell us that. But even though the Canadian team,
Canada didn't get the win in this game. I know
maybe
that.
That's not true at all what I just said. But
Canada got the win in this game, but that's okay.
Yeah, we lost the game, absolutely, which is really kind of.
I know.
But it is nice to see everybody having a good time watching a hockey fight, for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. So.
What else did I see in the news that I just saw was happening? Oh yeah, it was that contraception begins at erection now. So there's a law that they're pushing. Ohio Democratic lawmakers propose conception begins at erection.
Okay, yeah.
So they're trying to put it on the men a little bit more.
So what exactly are they going to do about this now?
Well, a new bill in Ohio would make it a crime for men to ejaculate without intending to have a baby.
Oh, wow. That's
crazy.
Definitely something that I could see a lot of people probably would be guilty of, for sure.
Hey, shoot,
Yeah, I could see that being, I don't want to get into too much personal detail, but I think I'd probably be locked up for a long time.
Hey, yeah. Oh, we're going to visit Tom this weekend again.
Yeah,
he's behind bars.
Yeah, my God.
I thought he was going to get paroled. Yeah, and they put a monitor wraps around your wiener, and it just if it it just goes off if it gets too hard.
Now, I'm assuming this is a parody site, but the world's so crazy right now that I'm actually asking this for real. Is this a real article?
This is a real article right there. Yep. Let's zoom in on. I'm going to read it a little bit.
Okay. How can they make it illegal for men to ejaculate?
Mad Magazine or something?
No, this is one of those good radishes that they have out there.
Conception and it rhymes nicely too. Conception begins at erection act. It's a nice rhyme to it, which is also nice.
If you're going to penalize someone for an unwanted pregnancy, why not penalize the person who is also responsible for the pregnancy? Now, I can't say I don't agree with this. It's then you're going to have a lot more people.
$10,000 per discharge.
Ooh.
That's
but here's the thing. Some dudes is just running around, skeeting or whatever they call it, and I don't know what they call it in different countries, but they're not going to have an extra $10K on them. You're going to have the court system would be filled with every kid in the world, every 14-year-old kid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming. Yeah. Does this? I don't know how much I want to talk about this in detail with you.
Look, I'm going to say, you don't get pregnant on your own. Representative Anita Somani, Democrat, Dublin, said,
a felony for men to discharge semen
felony
without the intent to fertilize.
No
That
way.
is
That can't be a real law.
Amazing, amazing idea. I mean,
$10,000?
actually, would love to see that sort of applied, that law, just to see what would happen. I mean, it would be interesting to see what would happen.
Dude? Men
It's
would start
genital communism
ejaculating
in a way,
all
I
over
guess.
the fucking
It's
sidewalk
genital
of the city hall. That's what would
communism.
happen.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
She introduced legislation that would make it a felony to discharge semen without the intent to fertilize.
Of course,
Somani and
if
State
it was a
Representative
female
Tristan
legislator.
Rader
Tristan
joined forces
doesn't.
to propose
Tristan
a bill
needs to
nicknamed
get laid.
Conception Begins a Direction. There are some exceptions, such as when protection or contraceptions are used during sex.
Fuck, dude.
It
Can you
also wouldn't
imagine
apply when an
presenting that
individual is
bill?
masturbating.
I have a bill here.
Donating sperm, or
Well, that's a relief.
yeah, or if the intercourse has taken place between members of the LGBT plus community and thus doesn't produce ova. So gay people would be able to just jerk off on each other, and they don't suffer any of the consequences. But if us straights, if a couple of straights get caught, you know, discharge.
my high
Yeah.
school sweetheart would be in the hole for millions of
It's
dollars.
beyond ridiculous what's going on here. Republican activist Austin Bajel laughed. It's a mockery of the most basic biological conceptions.
And now I'm sort of kind of can't believe this is a real article.
Well, I think their purpose in this was saying, if you think it's absurd to
Yeah,
regulate
is this
men,
the
then you
Onion
think
or is
you
this a
should
real
think it's
article?
equally
I'm still
absurd to regulate
confused.
women. Somani responded. I'm guessing that there was an original idea that
I see. Okay,
I don't know though, man. I would have thought it was a complete
understand.
joke that
Reproductive
states
rights
were
for women.
outlawing abortion until everybody kept talking about it. And
I don't
was like,
know,
oh,
man.
it
Good
really
idea.
happened?
I'd run up a tab. I know that.
They're making a valid point when you put it that way. Absolutely.
I'd run up a tab.
And then I listened to a podcast episode of this woman that was like a gynecologist.
When you
and she
hosted
was like
SNL,
talking
what
about
was that
how
like
she
for?
could
Do
go
you
to
recall
prison
kind
if
of
she
some
gave
of the
someone an
energy of that
abortion.
night? Or
It was a wild, somewhat terrifying experience. You know, I had just gone through I'd just gone through surgery, like a
From
few months
testicular
early.
cancer?
Yeah, and I'd had this lymph node dissection, and I was kind of like, it had affected my sort of energy levels a lot. So it was kind of, there was a lot going on in my life when I actually got the call to do that show, and to do Saturday Night Live. And, you know, it was really cool, though. The thing that was cool about it was, you know, Lorne Michaels was Canadian, and I was just so kind of overwhelmed that I was asked to do it, right? Yeah. And I had a couple of friends who I grew up with who worked on my show with me, and I said, you know, can they come in and like kind of work with me and help write some skits and stuff? So they gave us a little office and stuff. We went in there, we were sort of writing skits up and everything. And you know, they actually kind of ended up giving me a lot of kind of creative freedom on the show to kind of write sketches and stuff. And you know, in hindsight, I kind of wish they hadn't. No,
like they had just written them themselves.
Yeah, well, because we really kind of made some really weird fucking sketches, you know. I think maybe it would have been cool if I'd just gone in and done the stuff that they had written. But like I was sort of definitely, you know, Freddie Got Fingered hadn't come out yet, so like I was still kind of riding high on this hit show, and we come in and we said, okay, now let's write some crazy sketches, right? And I mean, the stuff we wrote was really, really weird, you know. And
were you intent on making it weird? Do you feel?
I think we were, yeah.
Like, how weird can we make this?
Yeah,
it's SNL. Let's make it ours.
I think so. And you know, sometimes I think there was a misperception, maybe among some of the cast, that I brought my own writers in, which wasn't really the case. It was more like it was my buddies, and they'd come up with me with the show. You know, it was kind of like we were. You know, when we made the show in Canada, some of my friends came down with me to the States to
like, this is part of the team. It's not just
so let's
Tom
come
Brady.
on in. I want them to be included in the show. So we kind of went and did that. But I mean, it was an amazingly exciting experience. I mean, my parents were there on stage with me. You know, it was one of those things where you kind of can't believe that it actually happened while it was happening. And I did a lot of sketches with Will Ferrell. One of the, like, here's an example of something that I wouldn't say I regret this, but I kind of regret this. So there was a sketch where I'm a wizard and I'm holding a pig, like an actual pig. And
the Grand Wizard.
and
I
Will,
love that.
And I'm a wizard, and I didn't really have any lines in the sketch, or many lines in the sketch. It was mostly Will.
Yeah, he did, guys. This will be me at the next HOA meeting. Remember, dude. A vote for Mystic is a vote for the pool, fool. And then I'm going to have Mr. T on there. Grand Wizard, Tom Green. And we're going to have our meetings in the cornfields over by Swan Trail. Guys, Swan Trail. And they'll be burning pigs' heads. And there will be orgies. Except for nobody's having an orgy with the snapping turtles. Because they're dangerous, so they can do the weird little hand gesture. Also, I'm pretty sure the exterior stalker was the male domestic terrorist sent down from Unit 207 that re-entered the front unit. Because I heard the snapping turtle barking afterwards, and it was something like this.
You will go again. We're going to keep doing this until we're in prison.
Eat smart with Factor.
That's a paraphrase. Squirt, squirt.
I would like to be the leader for a while, and we're going to be having a little bit of an election afterwards.
I don't have a snapping turtle, guys. I have a Michelangelo TMNT. That's what I got.
I guess you're the Grand
He
Wizard.
smiles. He likes pizza.
I'm going to be putting in my bid for that position. I'd just like to let everybody know that I have a cottage, and you guys are all invited. And we can sleep on my floor.
I know, the snapping turtle is re-instructing.
She's right. We'll do this until we go to prison.
I would like to start having our meetings in fields, sort of around midnight.
Jokes on her. She's the only one upstairs going to prison. Oh, that's speculation. That was a joke. That was a joke.
And then we take all the blood.
But remember, according to the FBI, at least 50% of the individuals upstairs are not going to prison.
And then we sort of stick our faces in it.
Because they're having to endure the snapping turtle.
What we do is we kind of have orgies, okay? We kind of have orgies, man. We go to my cottage, and I'd be the leader, so we'd all kind of get into these weird kind of sex stuff, you know? While some people are doing the sex stuff, the other people are doing the dance. Like, they're doing this sort of like a kind of a thrusting. We come up with this like a dancing. The sex would be happening. There'd be sex everywhere. The dance. What we have is symbols. Like, find the Grand Wizard, though. And you're not saying you're not doing a great job as Grand Wizard, but find the Grand Wizard, though, we have these symbols. They kind of be like Nazi swastikas, but positive, though, positive. And we wear them, like, they have that shape, though, they'd be metal medallion. The kids can't do drugs.
Unless they're doing the drugs with their parents.
Okay?
That's the rule.
Grand Wizard, her, raise your hand. Okay, Grand Wizard, me, with the sex and the drugs, raise hand for me.
All right, I won.
And do this. This is the new symbol that we all do together, okay? Put your hands like this and do the dance. Come on, we're gonna kill some goats, okay? We're gonna kill some goats. We're gonna kill the goats. We're gonna kill the goats, okay?
Clearly, she wasn't listening. I'm going to swim across Lake Washington, Tom Green. Lisa. I'm going to call the snapping turtle upstairs Lisa. You're Lisa in this skit, okay? Never mind that you're not black. Oh, she's still going. We know you make the best rockets. Shut the fuck up.
Washington right now. I'm about to swim across this lake. We're about to hold a press conference just down the park here, and apparently CNN has showed up, NBC, ESPN, ABC. This woman has showed up right here. See that woman?
See her?
She showed up.
This is Cairo 7 Eyewitness News. He's known for his wacky personality on MTV.
An MTV host mostly goes where few men have gone before.
Clearly, Lisa wasn't listening.
My name is Tom Green. I'm a swimmer. I'm skinny, and I'm fast, and my body is made of 80% water. My brain tells me that if I'm 80% water, that really only 20% of me is going to have to swim. The rest just mixes in with the water. I understand Bill Gates lit this lake somewhere, and he may have $50 billion. But Bill Gates doesn't have the balls to swim across Lake Washington. And I do have the balls. And balls aren't for sale. Do you hear me, Bill?
Do you hear me, Lisa? The balls aren't for sale.
I see an ambulance over there. You might as well take that and drive it back to the hospital to somebody who needs it. Ambulances are for losers. And I'm a winner, man. After the Chicago Bulls won the NBA championship. Did you see them driving around in ambulances? No, because they're winners. I bet you a lot of you are hoping that I drown out there today.
Well, I'm not going to.
Cool on the news. Ha ha ha. He's dead. Ha 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 ha. Come to Seattle, conquer our lake. Ha ha ha. Ah, look at the guy. Oh, look at him pulling the body out of the water. Ha ha ha. Well, I'm not going to die today.
The bird should have lined up with the first nerd
Come on here
squad.
and play the flute. Don't talk this way.
This is another female. This is the whistleblower, the female whistleblower from Unit 207. She plays the flute.
Yes.
Mr. Green, I'm wondering what you'll do if you get too tired to make it to the other side.
Clearly, Lisa wasn't listening to the speech today.
Clearly, Lisa. Snapping turtle.
There is absolutely no chance, Lisa, that this man is going to get too tired.
Are you planning to drown, sir?
Lisa has asked if I'm planning to drown. Do you have wax in your ears, Lisa? I just talked for 15 minutes about how I'm swimming across the lake. All right, thank you very much.
This noon, music host Tom Green is pulling off another stunt. Green's trying to swim across the cold, choppy lake. We'll let you know if the MTV star pulls it off.
If I can see
Look at Tom. He's riding on the back of an FBI orca, guys. You just can't see it.
The boat followed Green on his journey from Magnuson Park to Marina Park in Kirkland.
How did an orca get in the lake? Don't ask questions.
Don, see that building up there with all the horizontal glass? That's your target.
Way over there.
See the marina?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. You're going to be able to do this, Tom.
I think you can make it, man.
Okay. Well, you sit up there.
And Glenn is a male whistleblower upstairs.
Don't talk to me anymore.
Don't talk to me anymore, Glenn. About swimming across the fucking lake. And Phil. Glenn and Phil are upstairs. Yeah, and Lisa's not there at the finish line, guys. She got gobbled up by an orca.
No man has ever swum across Lake Washington in the history of Lake Washington until today. I kicked Lake Washington's ass!
Reflect. Reflect.
This, sketching. But
Lisa.
I noticed during rehearsal that if I just kind of lightly sort of tickled the pig's belly with my finger, that it would start to squeal extremely loud, right? Okay. And so I did that once during rehearsal, and then somebody said, "Oh, you better not, she'll squeal if you touch her belly." And so I said, "Oh, okay."
Oh, yeah.
And there's a rehearsal show, and then there's the actual show, right? And, I kind of maybe regret this, but I did note that, okay, let's get through the rehearsal show, but then live, I'm going to make that pig squeal, right?
Squeal like a pig, Lisa.
It did kind of...
Sorry, I meant pig.
Yeah. No, but it was kind of it kind of threw the sketch off a little.
You just fucking kept squealing that.
I realized that it did kind of throw the rhythm of the...
Dueling banjos from film. You seen Deliverance, Snapping Turtle, Lisa? Just imagine they're all females. And I am a hillbilly. What's up? Don't worry, I'm not one of the rapist hillbillies, though. I'm definitely the young boy with the banjo.
Work out whenever.
We're coming in early.
Staying late.
Oh, Unit 207's gearing up for their next act of domestic terrorism. Oh, boy. What kind of evidentiary value was it that you came and stalked me on the exterior again? And then you went back in your front door, and Lisa couldn't shut the fuck up again. Well, it was solid evidence for your prosecution. If you guys missed it, the FBI has stated since they became a domestic terrorist organization on August 9th, 3 days later, the following. The only ones that are going to need an attorney is every one of you that makes too much to have a public defender appointed. Do 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 do. What's the date? Oh, that's right. It's February 20th. Do 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 do. If the FB has its way, remember, you should have the first 10 days of March to play pretend, and maybe even to the 12th if you are really, really lucky. Also, this is such a good movie. It is definitely the scariest male rape scene I've seen in any movie, though. I remember there was one in American History X, but I don't even remember the details of that one. This one, though, it was like watching it as a girl. You were like, oh no, oh no. Imagine a man watching this, dude. Scary. Also, shout out to the guys that have to do their boot camp in North Carolina and South Carolina. You guys have no idea how fucking hot it is. It is so hot. That's where that was filmed.
the comedy off a
The
little bit.
Carolinas.
How
you
many
know,
times did you squeal it?
It was
there?
just sort of became sort of a bit of a mess. But
and were you getting a squeal every time he touched his belly, or did you have to really?
No, I just had to kind of just lightly sort of pet her there, and she would just start. So, but it was amusing to me. But I'm not sure if anybody else enjoyed it that much.
Oh
but,
yeah.
But
My
so
sister's like that. If you touch her lunch, you know, she fucking gets a little animated. If you grab
The
any of
female
her
stalkers
Takis
upstairs,
out
I
of
think,
her
are
lip.
trying to line up another exterior round of stalking when this live stream ends and a new one initiates.
Experience. I was total.
I can't be positive, but they're already up there talking about wanting more exterior stalking, like they just did less than fucking 38 minutes ago.
Will Ferrell, Chris Kattan, Molly Shannon, Anna Gasteyer, Tracy Morgan, and there was. It's a weird environment, like Saturday Night Live, especially when you're young and you don't really know. Like we were talking earlier about like going to Chris Rock's party and like you didn't know how to act or whatever because there's all these people here. It's kind of complicated.
Yeah.
So like, you're getting thrust into an environment like that, and then it's even as the host, it sort of felt like kind of a competitive environment because all the cast members are trying to write sketches and get them on the air. Every week, and I didn't really know how it worked really at the time. And in hindsight, I now realize how it works, and you might have done things differently.
In hindsight, poor Tom. The offline recording is still going, guys. And if you didn't know, I'll let you know a little secret. Not that you fucking listen, especially when you have to hear the fucking snapping turtle all the goddamn time. But the offline recordings are online recordings for the FBI. Before you fuck up the filing format. The real professionals. The real ones. Okay, it is 4:40 p.m. The offline recording is still going on. A new live stream will initiate in 5 minutes or less, and there is a high probability that the idiot female upstairs will send somebody else to do some exterior stalking, but perhaps she'll control herself and refrain, since I already speculated on it. If she does do it, make sure you smile and wave to the FBI.